All right, Riftbound players, we are live for the Spiritforged National Open out in Shenzhen, China. I am beyond excited for today's event. This event features 2,048 players with a whopping prize pool of, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of $31,000, best of metal legend cards, as well as exclusive national promos. I am Plus, of course. I will be your host, and with me today is none other than Random Minion Caster. How have you been, RMC? It's been a little bit since we worked together, hasn't it?
Yeah, plus it's been a while. I've been doing a lot of Riftbound stuff. I was over at Vegas. I've been chasing those skirmishes, those buys, those new mats. So, it's been fun. But I'm really glad to be here and finally start watching these sort of things again. Because watching the highest level of competition, that's its own sort of fun that you can't always get at your local Nexus Nights and skirmishes.
Yeah, honestly, these players have had about a month since the last regional circuit happened. So it was 4 weeks
Mhm.
back to back to back of straight regional action. And we didn't get to see too much innovation. Honestly, we didn't even really see anything like a Miracle Draven pop out of China. It was more so in the
Yeah.
Western regionals in Bologna, Vegas. So China's had time, right? They had some time to kind of cook in go to the kitchen, start cooking up some stuff. So I'm curious to see what they're bringing. Do we expect anything new, or do we feel like the Spirit Forge meta is pretty defined by now?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I actually don't know what to expect out of China. I mean, I'm kind of new to the TCG scene as a whole, but I've been told that China is not the most innovative region. And
Okay.
yet, you mentioned they had the sort of back-to-back-to-back regionals that they had, and they had two Dravens win, and then they had an Annie, and they had a Kaisa, which is, I mean, that feels like more variance than what we got over in Vegas. Vegas was what, 7 out of 8, top 8 was just Draven.
Something
Bologna
like that.
had Ezreal win from Alan ZQ, yeah, but it was still very heavily Draven dominated. So I suspect we'll see a lot of Draven in terms of the numbers, but I'm hoping that at the top we're going to see a little bit more of a spread.
Yeah, I would imagine something like Aurelia might be her time to finally break through to the very top. She always does well. She always gets somewhere in the neighborhood of top 16, top 8, but she never actually is able to close things out. And Ezreal did decent in those regionals as well, but the Ezreal that they did over in China was that notorious pit crew rat strategy. Do you remember that one, RMC? It was like bounce around the
Yeah.
board a little bit, something similar to what Aurelia tends to do, funny enough.
Yeah, except not quite as safely as Aurelia does it. And there's also sort of Teemo. I've seen Teemo go with that sort of rat build where he just scurries around, and I almost feel like Teemo finds more success with it in a way because he can hide that fight or flight, get that mobility around. So yeah, if we do see an Ezreal, I suspect in the upper echelons at any rate, it will be more the sort of that mid-range, late-game Ezreal that we saw Alan ZQ pilot, and a lot of sort of what we saw at Vegas, even though it didn't necessarily find that success we wanted to see.
Right. Honestly, if I'm a Chinese player out here, we saw kind of the recipe of success, right? Like if you were watching the Bologna regionals, if you were watching a champion like Allen play that deck, I don't know why you wouldn't take a very similar, if not the exact same 40 cards
Yeah.
to this event as well. And then you saw Vegas, you know the power level of Draven. So if you're trying to be serious and guarantee your spot into top 16, you're probably good off. You're probably pretty good off just going ahead and playing Sam Sherman's list as well. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Sometimes these Chinese players tend to, as you pointed out earlier, kind of just net deck, but I want to see if anyone actually kind of innovates on what we've seen so far. But it's
Mhm.
pretty tough because we have so many tournaments already, so many great players already. The most innovation we've seen recently is Detonate Draven, funny enough. Have you caught wind of that card, that strategy so far?
Yeah, I actually saw it in Vegas. I played against a guy who used the detonate Draven, and it's just disgusting how quickly you can draw through. It feels like you can draw through, was it slightly more than half your deck in about 2 to 3 turns, and you're almost guaranteed to get your miracle turn within those first 3 turns. Not to mention the way they can stack their deck, literally stack their deck. I'm not talking about the Chaos
Yeah.
card, but using Vi to set up exactly what they're going to draw coming up. That just feels incredibly strong. I've already seen people starting to tech against it, things like invert timelines, just to kind of mess with your hand, cause you to dump and burn out. I've seen, yeah, like Forge of the Future being used by some order decks to just try and
Right.
mess up the order of the cards that you're going to draw. And I've seen victors even try and just force deck outs with by losing fights repeatedly against Draven to force you to draw till you deck out and then mess up the order of what's coming in.
Very true. And man, we had 10 minutes on the starter suit screen, and I still forgot to do the little tweets. Let me do it right now, RMC. Shame on me. We were over here just chatting, but I mean, better now than never that I
Yeah.
remember. So,
You know, the main show hasn't started yet, so we've still got plenty of time for us to get onto that as well. And you know, we were talking a little bit before getting on about sort of the opening ceremonies that China likes to put on, and it looks really really nice. And we are talking about the fact that the last time they had the ring for the champion, like
mhm.
the NFL or NBA sort of rings. And I'm really curious to see how China is choosing to open their second sort of national tournament. Because if I recall correctly, the first national open was last year, right? So this is the first of 2026 for them.
Yeah, the very first one of 2026. And you have a really great point because honestly, last season when they had the National Open, they were just boasting about, look at our champion trophy. It's so unique. Who else is doing a ring for TCGs? They've been so hush hush about what you get out in the Spirit Force Season
Yeah.
2 National. So it raises a good eyebrow saying, wait a minute. Are they going to do a similar ring at the minimum, or are they trying to go even bigger with a trophy? I mean, I would hope it's at least still a ring. I feel like every national champion should be granted that ring, but I don't know. I'll be. It'll be cool to see something like a trophy. What do you think is a good trophy slash just prize for a champion at this level?
Low key, I feel like if you already started the ring, just keep with the rings. Because I can't be
Right.
disappointed, like you won the Open National, you don't get the ring after seeing it the first time. Save the trophy for Worlds, because that will be coming up as well, right? And then that I think is more traditional sort of prize for the winners, especially for Riot Games, because they have League of Legends, Valorant, and everything. It's always a trophy. So save that for Worlds and then give the rings. I high key hope that they actually do something similar for regionals as well and the rest of the world. Because right now it's like, yeah, the best of card is nice, the prize is nice, the card is nice, but like having a ring just hits different.
Yeah, it wasn't just a ring. It was a ring with the jewels of the domain of your legend that won. So it was Kaiser that ended up winning set one regional or set one national. So they gave him a ring and then they engraved, or I don't know what it's exactly called, but they etched in a red jewel and a blue jewel for the Kaiser colors, which I thought was really cool. So maybe someone taking home the red purple, maybe the green purple. We know there's a purple in there. We just don't know what's the other color.
Hey man, you know what? Azir made it to top two, right? I
True.
think in the last one that they had in China was Italian. It was Nansing was their last regionals, and it was an Annie Azir grand final. So there is a non-zero chance it won't be purple in that ring.
You're so right. And to be fair, Fiora did do pretty good. I feel like she was one of those breakout non-purple decks out in China. So perhaps there's a world where Fiora makes a good little deep run in this tournament as well. And speaking of Fiora, my brother has been testing a little bit with Fiora with set 3. He said,
Ooh,
there was one card that got released. I believe it was just yesterday. I think his name is Galileo. It was the big guy, the 3 cost, 6 might. Is that his name,
yeah,
RMC? Is it
Galio.
Galileo?
It's Galio, the
Galio.
bulwark of Durand or something. Yeah, he's like in League of Legends lore. He's like a golem that they made to kind of defend against stuff. And if you watch some of the music videos, he's like huge compared to normal human or normal people in Runeterra. And I think in set three, he doesn't deal combat damage, so he's literally just a bulwark. Like he's just there to hold a field.
Yeah, to hold it down. But what I was getting at with baited hooks, so you can bring him out
Ooh,
early. You can bring him even back from cards like Spectral Matron, since Spectral Matron says 3 or less. But the key
true.
thing is that he's 6 might, so you're bringing out 7 might units and RMC. I think the opening ceremony
Yeah.
is underway, so let's go ahead and turn up the volume and see what these guys are presenting us for the second ever National Open out in Shenzhen.
Oh man, this is giving me like League of Legends vibes. Like the music videos they always pump out.
I like the little scenery they set up though, super cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So these are all the winners from all their regionals so far. This is national opens, right? They don't you don't have to win a regionals to or perform well at a regionals to be here, right? It's
Yeah,
lottery.
it's still the lottery system, so it's not invite only, so anyone could join. What I love is a bit of an aspirant climbing up who's gonna be taking it down, and orange I guess is a symbolism of the equipment nature of Spiritforged, which is really cool, and the countdown with the hammers is epic.
Oh yeah. I guess like forging your own glory is kind of the imagery they're trying to put out here. And the ice, like the Freljord sort of nature of things. It's funny that they use Ornn though. I think Ornn's like one of the most underrepresented
Oh, I
legends.
see the trophy. That is looking super cool.
Oh,
And the ring. And the ring got revealed.
yeah,
It
they
was a
did come
ring
out
and a
already.
trophy.
Okay, let's go. I'm glad they brought back the ring, and again, like you said, the two domains still showing there. So
I mean, they previewed a ring, and I think they put green, orange Master Yi colors on there, funny enough.
green, orange, Master or Jax colors we're
Or
looking at there.
Jax, you're right, you're right. But welcome on
Yeah.
in, guys. Pichu, hello. IDK, what's going on? And look at the full house over there in China. Looks like they're having a ready to prepare for a long day ahead of them. I'll go ahead and turn it slightly down since we don't speak, or we don't know exactly what they're saying, but I'm curious to see what else they're going to present us for this opening ceremony. We got a little glimpse of the trophy, but I want to get a nice little zoom in camera angle on it.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll give more of a close up, or just to actually show off the trophy. Maybe even like a pre-recorded video to kind of show it off. Or I'd be disappointed if they don't. But plus, when they showed us the picture of like all the people there, that small shot, that place looks huge. You said there's like 2,400 competitors.
2048, well, roughly 2000, we should say. So yeah, it's
Oh,
huge, huge, huge.
wow. Yeah. I mean that place almost looks as big as some of the convention halls that we were at, and it's just like filled with only players and not the spectators. That'd be insane. Yeah, okay, that trophy.
Kind of
In
little,
context,
right?
yeah.
It might be the stage. The main stage is so massive that is making that little teeny little trophy not really stand out. But maybe it's because it's two trophies, technically. You get the championship ring and the trophy, but I'm with you, RC. That trophy is looking a little lackluster, kind of.
It's just funny how like when it first came out, first it was like, okay, it could be huge, it could be scale, and then when the presenter's next to it, it's like, no, it's actually that small. Okay, it's like everyone's giving the opening remarks there.
And Nasu, the original thing is on Billy. If you type in Riftbound Billy, I'm sure you could find it. But
You might
let's
need to make an
see.
account to get 1080p on Bilibili though, I think.
Yeah, which is weird. I mean, to get an account, you have to get verified through Billy, saying you have to send them like your ID or something. If you want to go through the hurdles of doing that, be my guest. But
Yeah,
I
it's
did that a
it's a little
couple
bit.
months ago when we were doing the national streams for this on set one. But
Mhm.
okay, it looks like there's a little Riftbound logo in the center, but I think it's like the orange, the similar idea of like like a forge or something. Isn't it kind of like an equipment based trophy? It looks like.
Maybe I'm wondering if it's just like meant to be more of a ring holder. Like the trophy itself is more like somewhere to just put the ring, maybe.
Okay. Chad, what do we feel about that trophy if that truly is the trophy? And hey, Orblue in the chat, what's going on?
Yeah, Alessio. Yeah, I think it might just be a ring. It's meant in order to be a ring case, and I'm fine with that. Like you said, if you want to, I think they should just hold the trophy for the actual worlds side of things. And I can't wait for worlds either. Like it's kind
Right.
of weird to me that every other regional besides China feels way more international because we get Europeans coming over here. We got North Americans going to Europe. I can't wait for Sydney. The Oceanic players.
Yeah, let's see what they can
There's
bring
a
to the
lot of
table. I'm excited
yeah.
for that. We do have some familiar faces that flew all the way to Shenzhen just to compete in this event. You guys know him as the Silver Miracle player. Randy is out there. That's the only
Okay.
player I know currently that's more the Western player that's out there. Let us know in chat if you guys know anyone else that's also competing out there. Because, 2,000 players. I'm sure one of you guys might know one of these players. Metal cards, Este Torneo. Yes, Pichu, they are metal cards in this tournament.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that's something that's going to be just in every single of the Riftbound tournaments going forward. I think Riot has basically said they want to do the best of cards, and I guess anytime there's like spectators allowed inside events, they'll do the metal cards as well.
Yeah, exactly right. It's pretty much any official major event for Riftbound. So regionals, nationals, they don't do it for the scrimmages, of course. Out there, they're called city
Mhm.
challenges. They do really cool playmats. Their playmat was the Yone playmat. When I went to my first scrimmage, I'm like, okay, we're competing for the Yone. And then they pulled out the World
Yeah.
Atlas or the Edge of Night, and that my heart sank. I was like, really? China always gets the
Yeah.
nice things. But I think we get the Yone mat in Atlanta if you were a premium member.
Okay, is that where it's gonna go? Okay.
That's what I heard, yeah.
Oh, I don't have premium for that plus. I got premium for Houston. I got it for Vegas. I did not get it for Atlanta.
Me
That's
neither.
unfortunate.
It pays for itself, but just to fork over 500 and something dollars, I was like, I'm a chill. I'm a chill. I'm gonna just get a normal competitor
Yeah.
badge and then go from there. But yeah, it does. It seems like it's value because I think you get 2 booster boxes. You get the mat. You get like a little exclusive reward or something, or not a reward, but participation thing. So it seems worth it.
Yeah, I mean the dollar value is a bit hard to calculate. I feel like especially with the value of the boxes dropping, which is a good thing. I actually think the price of boxes dropping is great because that means we're getting enough product out there.
Hmm.
Unless maybe what we think is the table is the actual trophy.
Who said that? Who said that?
Alessio.
Well, maybe that. Yeah, imagine, chat. That's what the
Pretty
trophy should
crazy.
be like for the worlds, right? But
Yeah.
you're right. That table does look like it's exactly a trophy. And I'm seeing something really cool, guys. I'm seeing 3 tables on the screen. Maybe a little
Mm.
bit of a telltale sign that we might have a backup match, just like the not the Chinese region, just like the Bologna and the Vegas regional had. Maybe, just maybe, China learned from them as well, because in the regionals we had these bit of longer breaks in between rounds because they weren't pre-recorded. So I see one stage right here in front of us, then I caught a little glimpse of 2 stages on the side, so I'm hoping we get a bit of a backup match as well. We'll see though.
Definitely fingers crossed, because that would be the best of both worlds. I think the China production has been phenomenal. I love their like signature spells and the animations they have. The
Mm-hmm.
table sizing feels a lot better too. But yeah, the long breaks in between. I really like how the English broadcasts have the sort of backup matches to kind of run into, so that you don't have as much sort of wait time in between. And speaking of wait time, plus hopefully we're getting into the matches soon. I mean, they finished their opening speeches and everything, so I guess now is when they're going to run around and pick their sort of features match to get started up there.
Yeah, and you made such a great point. The production value for this event is out of this world, guys. Look at the main stage. When do you see these kind of setups, like the little ornaments out there in the background? They made some fake rocks, some fake little League of Legends trees. I mean, they look real to me, but they look
Yeah.
awesome, honestly. They went a little skimpy on the regionals, if you remember, but they looked like all the budget was just saved up for the national. They went all out. I'm super impressed. This looks awesome.
Yeah, I think that's meant to be like maybe the Dragon Pit or the Baron Pit. Hopefully, you see more of in set 3. Pardon me, because they actually have like dragons, and Baron is actually going to be a card now.
Right.
So these look like the are these wait
I
what
think
is this?
promos. They're saying oh, no. They're just going through how to play Riftbound. 39 cards in
Oh,
your main
okay.
deck. You get a legend, you get a champion, 3 battlefields, 8 runes, or not 8 runes, 8 sideboard, and 12 runes. So they're just kind of going through the thing. But Chad, I do want to point out the national format is a slight bit different than the season 1 national format. So how this event's gonna be run in this weekend is gonna be 7 rounds of Swiss in day 1. Unlike it was in season 1 for the oranges meta, it was 8 rounds, if you guys remember, 8 rounds for round 1, and then day 2 was strictly entirely top cut, right? So what they're doing for the Spiritforged National, 7 rounds of Swiss day 1. Day 2 is a continuation of Swiss for 3 rounds. So they do round 8, round 9, round 10. Then they have a break, and then they go straight to top 16. So it's going to be really difficult for players to squeeze into top 16, because think about this, RMC, 2,000 players, narrowing it down to just 16. I think you almost have to go pretty much undefeated. If not, I think there's actually going to be some X1s that don't make it. Isn't that a little bit crazy?
Yeah, I mean, it's I think similar to what they did at Vegas as well, where it was 8 games on day 1, and then they continued to Swiss day 2, and I can't remember how many rounds that was, into a top 8 cut. So yeah,
Right.
it is kind of crazy. It's basically you just win everything.
Yeah, just keep
And
winning. Don't
you're
even
done.
think about it. Just keep winning one
Yeah.
game at a time. And guys, look at the prize pool. That is 218,000 yen, I believe it's called. Or obviously, what's the currency out there if you know?
I mean that looks like a yen symbol, but I thought like
It's yen, but guys,
China's
I did the
RMB, isn't it,
conversion.
or
I did the
something?
conversion, and it's roughly about 31,600 USD. So that is up for grabs, and it looks like the participation is going to be the Ezreal dashing promo. Soon enough, we're going to get the full top 8 promos. I'm pretty sure it's still the Bone Sugar
Okay.
ones, and yeah, it is. So we get Oh no, the one on the right,
Oh,
the top
they're
64
Israel's.
one looks a little different.
Yeah, these are Ezreal's.
Yeah. Well, this is what the regionals had.
Okay. Interesting, interesting. Yeah,
It
that's kind
looks
of cool. Actually,
awesome though. I really would
yeah, I
love
thought
one
that
of
was
these
purer
Ezreal
more
cards
than
and
this
look
one.
at the ring, chat. Take a snapshot.
Oh,
The ring and the oh my goodness, that looks good. And that's an Aurelia color
yeah.
combination. Is it scripted, chat? Is it scripted?
The Aurelia bias is coming. Well, it's looking like we have the percentages already.
Not
So
too
Draven most
shabby.
represented, and Irelia second most represented. Oh, we've got K Jata in chat informing us. It's not yen, it's rien plus the Chinese currency. That's why it's a Y. There we go.
Oh, got it, got it. Okay, I got it. Thank you. But guys, 386 Dravens coming out to this party.
Yeah.
241 Aurelias joining them, and then the third most represented. Interesting enough, I actually expected a bit more Ezreal, but I think Kai'Sa is just so popular in China. And honestly, Kai'Sa tends to have a decent matchup against Draven because just come on, all that removal against Draven is so tough to stop. So I like this being the top three: Draven, Aurelia, and Kai'Sa. We'll see the breakdowns as we go forward, but it seems to just be heavy Draven favored so far. But 19%, I guess that's somewhat normal though, right? Because what did we really expect out of the Spiritforged meta?
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely lower than I expected, given what we've recently seen. I can't quite remember what the actual numbers were for Vegas, and I'm gonna try and pull that one up if I can. But it looks like we've also got the first matchup potentially here, and it looks like we're gonna be starting with an Azir.
You know, don't get your hopes up just yet. I would love it. I would love it, RMC, to start with Azir, but they tend to tease us sometimes. They show us a deck
Okay.
list, and then when they jump into round one, it's not the deck list they show, but I hope it is the case because I love me some Azir. And hey, guys, for those wondering for the source of the stream, it's on Billy if you type in Riftbound, but I think you have to have an account to do so, but you could go. It's just Billy. And then you should be able to find it if you type in Riftbound or do Riftbound in Chinese, copy paste Chinese, and then do it. And you should get it from there.
Yeah, and you can watch it, but I think it's like 720p or 480, like just without the account. Okay, so Vegas had a 15.2% Draven representation. So
Okay.
I guess yeah, China has even more, which kind of makes sense. I think Draven has the best matchups in the current meta, so it makes a lot of sense that if you want to win, you'd be playing Draven. Irelia is second most represented. When she gets her sort of winning lines, there's not a lot that other people can do to stop you. The Kai'Sa being third might just be a response to the Draven, like you were talking about, plus the fact that she's got so much card removal where she doesn't have to fight the Draven, so she can kind of play that and go evenly into that matchup. I think is a huge thing. But funnily enough, I feel like at least when I tested Kai'Sa, she feels really bad into Irelia. So we
Right.
might have a bit of like a rock, paper, scissors situation potentially going on here.
Yeah, perfectly said. I think it is a bit of a rock, paper, scissors with the other legends somewhere in the mix as well. But I think, as you point out, Kai'Sa tends to have a tough matchup against Aurelia. Aurelia has a great matchup against Kai'Sa. And then Aurelia is a bit hit or miss against Draven. If you draw the right series of cards, you're feeling great. If you get off to the races and start off ahead with Sneaky Deckhand, Boots of Swiftness, gank on over 3 points before your opponent blinked, then you're feeling okay. But now on the other side of that coin, if Draven just starts off a little bit too hot, opening that second turn, Draven, follow that up with a Ferris Forerunner. If it's a miracle package, you already know how crazy that can get with this a single turn. So it's tricky. I've seen some really great Aurelias play. I've seen some really good Dravens. We'll see which manages to come out ahead in the national event this weekend. You know, since we have a little bit of time here, who are we betting on, RMC? I'll let you go first. Who do you think is going to take it all the way and get that awesome ring we just saw?
Ooh, I mean, I feel like the safest bet is just say Draven, right?
Right,
He's got the
right.
numbers on his side. I think, you know what? I don't want it to be Draven. I'm going to stick with the Draven meta. So I'm going to call for and hope for a Kai'Sa straight up win.
There we go. I mean, last one was won by a Kai'Sa from Omega Zero, and I'm pretty sure out of 2,000 players, Omega Zero should have managed to snag a ticket to this. I want to say, you know, my brain is kind of there with you saying, you know, Detonate Draven. Detonate Draven has never played in China, by the way, so that would be a new thing for China.
Sure.
But kind of somewhere like mid-range Draven, but my heart, I feel like, is Aurelia's time. She's done so well. Not just because I play her myself at locals and I'm a big fan of her. Those are my favorite little colors. But I think she has what it takes to win. It's just
Yeah,
sometimes when you don't have the perfect series of cards and then your opponent just has, an average draw, and Draven's average draws tends to be like ridiculous sometimes. And the fact that Draven is so consistent with the constant draws he tends to do from winning combat, he tends to outweigh more, overall against the Aurelia, which is why we've seen Draven more consistently win against the likes of Aurelia. But maybe sometimes this is a TCG. Luck is a factor, and if Aurelia gets lucky enough when the
100%.
time matters, maybe it's their due time. And I'm willing to bet if Aurelia does win, everyone's gonna say scripted with the ring, because the ring was green and purple, right?
Yeah, it was, and you know what? Plus, I kind of agree. I think I really should have won one by now. It's just I feel like maybe it's a consistency issue. She has to kind of set up properly to protect the
Mm-hmm.
queen deck, and you need those GAs, you need those Zonias to be ticking, and sometimes you just don't hit them. So, given what we're talking about, the way the format kind of runs now with 7 games on day one, day two they continue the Swiss. If I recall correctly, at Vegas to qualify for top 8, you had to be X1. If you're
I
X2,
think
you're
so.
kind of out. Yeah, so given with how tight things get, Irelia decks can brick up sometimes. I think that's why she's been struggling. But hey, if one makes it up there, if you can make it into the top 16, then I think there's actually a real shot that Irelia could just finish off strong.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be the case. And funny enough, if you guys remember from the regional coverage we did about a month or so ago now, every time we saw a high level match with Aurelia, they ended up losing on stream. So can the Aurelia curse be broken in the national event is the question for today. Granted, I hope, because best of legends are up for grabs in this event, at least save some of those meta, top 3 picks for a bit in the top cut
Yeah,
tomorrow. Let's get a little bit more spicy for day one, like those Azirs, Fiora. I even take a little rumble since I see him here on the starter deck. What
true.
legend do you personally want to really see in these kind of opening rounds?
Honestly, one of my favorite matchups actually from Vegas was the Leona versus Leona
Oh,
matchup. Oh no, was that Bologna? That was Bologna. But yeah, where one ran like a baited hook build. No, I think that was Vegas. Like I just like seeing sort of the weird set one legends to come through. But given that they did show us the Azir, part of me still suspects they're looking for an Azir
me
match right
too.
now that they want to show.
Right. It probably might just be Azir. I'm a bit happy to see Azir. But yeah, it would be cool to see some set one legends. I know Annie did really good, as you pointed out.
Yeah,
Annie did manage to snag one of the regional wins in Spiritforged Season 2. So I'm expecting Annie to do good things. Another set one legend that could do decent is always Victor, guys. We can never truly count out Victor. It looks like they kind of
true.
pivoted from a full 100% prison style to adding a couple more units like Xin Zhao. We've been seeing even a little bit of the Captain Vanguard strategy. The pickpockets come in really, really clutch against the seal decks, the Miracle Dravens, I should say. So pickpocket is a really great card in this format currently, and Victor tends to run not just 2 of them, but a full set of 3 sometimes. So we'll see. I think Victor could be a bit of a sleeper pick, but he's notorious for having the lowest conversion rate
Yep.
in Chinese history of these regional events. So maybe that's not a smart money bet there.
Victor felt like the Irelia of set one, where he's good, he should get there,
Hmm.
but he just always kind of just fails to actually convert when it comes down to it. But he's so versatile, and I do think the order cards, the sort of kill spells, make him very very strong. In general, he just struggles really hard into Draven because normally they're capturing those little recruits, and you can't really defend them. So Draven just kind of runs over them, gets all his card draw off of it. And yeah, we've been seeing more success for the Victor decks, I think, in the mid range. Like you're talking about things like Pickpocket, more Riptide Rex, more Glass Mixologist playing in that 5-6 might range where you can actually contest and maybe then you can defend them against Draven. But it does make some of his matchups a little bit weirder.
Yeah, it really doesn't, guys. To correct chat real quick, it's not 7 rounds and then top 16. Like I said a little bit earlier, perhaps you guys just tuned in. It's 7 rounds of Swiss day 1, and then day 2 is 3 more rounds of Swiss up to 8, 9, 10, of course, and then it cuts to top 16. So basically 7 rounds each day. 7 rounds day 1, 7 rounds day 2. Nice and little. I say nice and little day, but those days tend to go long. So we'll see. I think day 1's never truly that crazy. crazy is when it goes into the untimed territory. You know, this time around is only top 16 on time. I believe for the regionals, it started from the very round one being untimed, which got a little bit out of hand, which is probably exactly why they made those adjustments. So it should be better this time around for sure.
Yeah, we did kind of notice in the nationals that a lot of the Chinese players often seem to play a bit slower than what we see, at least in sort of Europe and in North America so far. And they tend not to concede till it's kind of late. So
Hmm.
we'll see whether or not that might sort of affect things. So what was that? 10 rounds total Swiss plus? Was that what the math
Exactly.
is?
Yep.
Okay, so that's technically 1 out of 1,000. Like that's like that would it's to the power of 10, so it would you would get sort of a top two and then a bit of a spread. So yeah, the bubble is going to be kind of huge. Agreed, but
Huge.
yeah, but at least there should. I mean, how many rounds do you need to cut, right? When it's 2,000 plus 2,040 plus people there, like it's gonna take way too long. So at some point you got to bubble. Hayton, good to see you too. That caster is Tiny Skydol. I don't know which of us. It might
The
have been me
middle,
because
the
it's kind of
middle.
leading
No,
back
the
to the
Chinese
right?
caster, not
Oh, the
us.
Chinese.
They're saying they put the girl right in
Okay.
the middle against these bigger guys. She looked kind of little in front of them.
I think the guy's just really tall, to be honest.
Right,
Like
right.
especially the guy on the left. He's got looks like his really long torso. Do we think China's on Detonate Draven? I am hoping they are by now because I do think Detonate Draven is kind of busted. It's faster than Miracle Draven, more consistent than Miracle Draven, and it's fast enough that mid range Draven should be having issues catching up. So I'd be surprised if they don't. I do know that there are players in China who also play like online against North Americans and Europeans. So yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't know if faster is the word, but more consistent would definitely be the word because you see way much more of your deck, right? Detonate Draven tends to draw an average of 3 to 4 cards per every single turn. It's the only deck that you could surely count on seeing your entire deck almost
Pretty much.
every single game. Like it seems like I'm exaggerating, chat, but if you guys tested
No.
Detonate Draven for yourselves, you guys know how realistic of a possibility it is. You know, more than you would imagine. I was testing against it just to prepare for Atlanta, and I'm like, man, why do you do this to me? I was playing against my brother. I'm like, why do you do this to me every single game? So it's ridiculous how strong that deck can be. But maybe there's something that China has picked up because we saw Draven in general do so well. I believe it was just a weekend ago, 3 major events like 225Ks and then a 128 player event out in Germany. Draven took down all 3, but they were all slightly different. One was Detonate, one was Miracle, one was mid range. So we'll see what most decks are coming prepared for. At the minimum, you know what legend to best prepare against, but it's how do you take them down is the tricky part.
Yeah, man, I'm curious to see if China is finding counters to Draven because I do feel like there are hit hunter decks out there which can do well into Draven potentially. I've actually been playing a little bit of Volibear recently,
Okay.
and it Minotaur Reckoner actually messes up a lot of the Chaos decks, and low key, I think you can actually hit hunt Dravens with
Yeah.
Volibear, depending on how you build it. And I'm sure there are other combinations out there. I've heard of Lucians potentially being able to hit hunt and just swing through faster than Dravens can deal with them. So, yeah, I'm sure there's lots of combinations out there. We'll see if anybody answers that. Demigod, yes, Vancouver peeps, shout out. I see quite a few of you in chat, both Twitch and YouTube side. So, hell yeah, good to see y'all around. JQ Norman, very much more consistent. Just got to deal with the Vi early and main deck some gear hate. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if you gear hate against Detonate Draven because he wants you to kill it. Like if you kill
Right.
it, he gets to draw anyways, and the things too. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
think they meant more for the seals, but I know exactly what you mean. You don't really want to kill the treasure
true.
troves.
That's
You don't
fair.
really want to kill the scrap heaps that they hard cast it. But to the point you were making, there are definitely decks that have quote unquote favorable matchup against Draven. There seems to be Lucian. And as a general consensus, it has a decent matchup against most Dravens. And what was the other deck you said? Volibear. Yeah, you're the second person that told me Volibear actually has a great matchup against Draven. So I do think those decks are good. They just kind of not fall apart, but fall a bit short against some of the other meta decks. Like, that's
Yes.
the hardest thing about Riftbound. You can't build a deck that beats everything. I guess unless you're Detonate Draven yourself, right? That might be
Yeah.
the only exception. But if you're trying to counter the meta and be against the wave, that's hard. Like you could build one that takes down majority of Dravens, but how are you truly taking down? So it ends up being like what your matchup ends up being throughout the event. So sometimes that's where it ends up being, like we said, a little bit of luck in terms of your matchup spread throughout the event does tend to make a bit of a difference, right? Do you see more Kaisers throughout the day? Do you see just a couple random Renatas throughout your run? So we'll see. It's always fun to do that though.
Yeah, and yeah, JQ Norman, you mentioned Rek'Sai as well. Rek'Sai had the second highest conversion rate at Vegas for day two, right after
Oh,
Draven. So, yeah, I'm curious if we see Rek'Sai. I do think the Rek'Sai has a couple of different builds, which can be quite interesting. I know there was a mono order build that was running around, which had some legs for sure. So, again, I don't know if China is the region that really experiments that much necessarily, but yeah, that's definitely one that could kind of maybe compete. Looks like we've got some other Canadians here from Mr. Moogs from Toronto over here as well. Hell yeah.
guys, a lot of
Welcome on in.
Canadians. Welcome on in. And funny enough, if anyone's wondering when the match was supposed to start or when is the next match supposed to start, from the schedule that they gave us or that they kind of published out, it was supposed to start 23 minutes ago. So
Yeah.
kind of China doing what it does a little bit and being a bit behind schedule. I think they're just, I'll give them credit. I'll give them a little bit of slack though if they're setting up two tables. If they're just setting up one feature match, then I'm going to feel a little bit bummed out about the delay. But if they're two tables, I won't ever complain ever again. So we'll see.
You know what? I also don't complain plus because here's the problem we have in League of Legends too. Matches don't start on time. It's really
Never.
hard to get everything to follow schedule really tightly. And I feel like Riftbound's kind of even been worse with that, where it always takes so much time for people to get ready. I'm kind of watching the background over there too,
Me
and we
too.
know there's a table there. I'm not seeing anybody walk there.
Where's
So
the players at?
yeah, like
To be fair, it is a big event, right? Like, how do you truly
yeah.
manage 2,048 competitors? And then if there's any kind of seating issues, like the people that don't show up, or I don't, honestly, I never ran an in-person event myself, so I don't know exactly what
Mhm.
kind of issues can arise, but I could imagine out of 2,000 players, there's bound to be some kind of little issues here and there, but I'm pretty sure they're doing their best to try to get things together, and we should be getting into a match rather soon. And Corey Millhouse, welcome on in. And do they start streaming at round one? IDK, they were supposed to, they told us
Yep.
10 p.m. my time because my time and China time is exactly 12-hour difference. So their 10 a.m. is my 10 p.m. So they said they get started at 10 a.m. And right around my time is 10:25. So they're slightly behind, but hopefully they kind of make up for it. We'll see.
Yeah, and he said all my skirmishes. I think this earliest start was like 20 minutes after it was supposed to start. So multiply your local skirmish by however much it takes to get you to 2,000 people, and I guess maybe that's the delay that we'll see. Hopefully not.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think Vegas and Bologna had started fairly on time, so maybe it might just be the stream matchup. They might be trying to add a delay. I know that for
True.
Bologna and Vegas, they were about an hour behind real time, so all the matches that you were seeing actually completed about an hour before that.
Yeah, I wonder though, because they usually do that delay a bit off stream, so I think it's more so just preparations under the hood for now. But I wouldn't be
Yeah.
too upset. Like you said, a delay just means more feature matches, less breaks once the tournament actually gets underway. But I guess since we have a little bit of time to kill, chat, and I'll give you the same
Oh,
answer. Or unless we're hopping right into the game, right on cue, it feels like
okay.
RMC. If you are ready, it looks like round number one of the Spiritforged National Open is ready to get things started.
Did they ask that player to take off her watch? Like for real?
Did they? I
Okay.
didn't get to see it. What the player on the left?
Yeah, the girl like like something was said to her and then she suddenly took off her watch. So I'm wondering if they did that. Okay, we get your Irelia for the first match here. Plus, that's gonna be really exciting. On the other side, I can't quite see what the legend is on the other player. It looks kind of blue. I don't know if it's the back of the card there.
Yes, they don't show it until the camera zooms in, and it looks like a Yasuo the purple
Oh,
green rivalry
let's
from set one
go!
to set two, saying who is truly the better chaos calm deck. Is it set one? Is it two? I'm leaning towards the lady here, but I mean Yasuo is no slouch. He's actually can do some
Yeah.
incredible combos as we've seen before.
Yeah, the purple Wind Rider Yasuo especially, getting to score that third point or being able to kind of cheat that extra point with three movements is absolutely massive. So, Loki, I've seen some good Yasuo players, but I'm just really excited. It's the two mobility champions from set one and from set two, right? Same colors, green, purple. And I mean, Irelia's been overwhelmingly favored, but I can see definitely angles where the Yasuo can pull off some tricks. For now, we do see a Dreaming Tree as one of the two battlefields. And I'm going to guess that's Irelia's battlefield because she opened it.
Hmm.
And the other one looks to be
I
Rockfall
believe
Path?
it's Zon Warns. No, a Rockfall Path. So no sneaky deckhands today is what he's saying against Aurelia. That is interesting strategy. So potentially Yasuo trying to slow the game down. A bit of an indication saying he wants to go into the late game, pull off those Yasuo Wind Rider strategies as you mentioned. This is interesting. I've yet to see a Yasuo. Man, the production, the colors, these are beautiful, RMC. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, as mentioned in chat, that is a base Irelia legend, but that is alt art Irelia fervent, and we've got the signature Yasuo. So this guy is definitely a big Yasuo chaser.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he might be a Yasuo main. And they have a hint of pink and purple in the lighting, throwing me off a little bit, but I guess that's just for the ambience. It is a Spirit Forge event, and Spirit Forge
True.
colors are kind of that cherry blossom pink, so it makes sense.
Yep. Okay, and it looks like it's going to be the Irelia player who's going to get to go first. And with the Irelias, a lot of times, like your turn one, you're looking for is kind of just the Guardian Angel to set up for your for your champion, chosen champion, pardon me, to come out and actually being able to play. Instead, we saw the Siren, which is an interesting one. I feel like we've seen less of that, and a Tide Turner to come out. So she could just drop a two drop with the Tide Turner if
Mm-hmm.
she wants to, try and cheese that early point, or she could just set up with the Siren first. Getting that gear out now is not a bad option. It's what we generally see Irelia's do with all the gear she needs.
Honestly, I love Siren. That is such a fantastic tech card. Currently in the meta game because of Draven, you want to go ahead and get in, get out, and not kind of leave your units exposed on the battlefield to go ahead and give those free draws to Draven. So I think Siren is a heads-up play for my Aurelia player. On the other side, noting about the cards in hand for Yasuo, I saw a Vex. Vex tends to be a
Yeah.
monstrous card, not only in the meta currently, but specifically against the likes of Aurelia when they have so many combat tricks usually available with a couple things, with a couple energy, I should say, on guard, defiant dance, discipline for two. Each one of those spells is going to be an additional one energy and one power. So when you think you have a turn to play three combat tricks, you're usually about with a Vex in mind able to play just one, if most two of those. So I think Vex is a really good card. I wouldn't be surprised if Yasuo actually kept that card in hand. And here we go, RMC, the very
Okay.
first game of the day, round number one of today's National, Aurelia versus Yasuo. As we pointed out before, this is different. They usually do the player cam here. Oh, they usually do this one,
There
yeah.
we go. Yeah. They want to show us both. Make sure that we're hyped both ways for the players, for the legends, for the matchup, and plus, we're hoping to see an Irelia at some point. We get to see it early. We get to see sort of a set one legend, which is what I was hoping to see with the Yasuo to come through as well. And this one should be a low-key kind of a volatile matchup. I'm expecting to see a lot of interaction, a lot of movements all around the battlefields, and it does look like the Irelia player is going to start with the Tide Turner. So she really just wants that two drop, try and get ahead in those points, especially against the Yasuo where he can get the Wind Rider out on turn two, turn three, and then start running. You need to make sure that you're not giving too much leeway to the Yasuo.
Right, and on the other side, a nice little treasure hunter start the day off. It looks like he has a bit of power hungry cards later on in this game, so just trying to
Yep.
prioritize that resource generation as soon as possible. So nice little curve for both these players, throwing it back over to Aurelia. I don't think she has a nice little stellar corn herder to go ahead and curve out with 4 energy. So sends the Tide Turner readied. Wait a minute, what does she do? Okay,
Well,
she
I
got
mean,
it together, exhausted for the standard move, of course, and does get her first point of the game. And funny enough, RMC, I'm so used to running events that I went over and tapped 1 point on my little Steam Deck because I'm so used to it.
you know what? You're just ahead of the game. Plus,
Hmm.
you're so used to it. The point hasn't updated yet because technically they're still in showdown. Of course, the stack deck being used as a reaction from the Yasuo player, and he's kind of checking out his hand a little bit there. Um, and sorry, I didn't see which card he picked up. I saw the Heart of Dark Ice, and I think it was a purple card, but I didn't see which one.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't get to see it from this side of things. I was trying to pull up a card, but we will see. I think it was a hard
Mhm.
dark guys, a rebuke, and I didn't get to see what actually went in the hand, but we'll wait for
Yeah.
chat to let us know. But the siren does get developed out, and most likely leaving 2 energy for something like an on guard or a discipline to protect that tide turner, or at the best get full use of the dreaming tree or cores for that additional draw. Because they're seeing some great combat tricks, the on guard, discipline, defiant dance, and a not so fast to try to protect your Aurelias, but it looks like
Wow.
prioritizing the safety of the tide turner for now, which I guess makes a little bit of sense, but I feel comfortable leaving it honestly on a dreaming tree. What do you think about that play?
Yeah, I feel like that's almost overly cautious when you have the on guard and discipline in hand. Like, what are you really worried about? That the others, the treasure hunter only has one might too. So if it's also discipline on guard coming through from Yasuo, then you kind of still win that trade. So I guess really just trying to defend that unit. You don't want to play the Irelia till you've got protection anyways. So the Irelia player not having the GAs, not having the Zonias, just being very cautious with
Oh,
the approach. But I
revealed a
think the
little
Yasuo players can
card.
be happy
It
with that.
looks like he revealed a little gust
Oh dear.
there, but uses the Yasuo ability. So both players look like they prepared for the likes of Draven. They don't want to leave any units exposed. More so, it makes sense
Wow.
because Treasure Hunter is just a one might unit. It easily gets taken
Mhm.
down from a Tide Turner, but we rarely get to see a bit more of a defensive Yasuo ability. So these players are already playing a slightly bit different. And speaking of that Rockfall path we mentioned earlier, Sneaky Deckhand enters the hand for Aurelius so far.
Yeah, and that's going to be able to drop directly on Dreaming Tree. Tide Turner can also move up to Rockfall and potentially score 2 points on this turn. And once again, for the Yasuo player, it gets kind of tough. But there we go. There's the Gust. This is going to be an interesting thing because you're kicking that card back to hand. I mean, the Arrow could just drop it again, technically, if they don't mind. I mean, you won't have enough mana up to defend it, but at the
Oh
same time, like,
no, RMC, don't tell me that's just a not so fast for a simple Gus.
yeah.
Just let it go. Just let it go. Just let it go. That is a huge investment of a not so fast on a nice little Gus. As you point out, you could just play it again the next turn. At the best, you have a reaction speed on guard. You reaction speed on
Yeah.
guard, get the +1 on the Dreaming Tree, and then Tide Turner or Sneaky Deckhand goes up to 4 out of the range of Gus. So a bit of a heavier investment. I don't know
Mhm.
about that play, but we'll see how it bears fruit going forward because I think you want to save your not so fast specifically for the rebukes, as that's the only counter to those pesky cards.
Yeah, and part of me wonders if the Irelia player is thinking more of potentially moving up the Tide Turner, using Siren to bring back the Tide Turner, and then having. Oh wait, no, you can't. You don't even have enough mana for that. It's the problem. Yeah, like this, because you need one mana to use the Siren to pull back. You need mana to use or she's Irelia, so I guess she could ready up potentially. Because yeah, now you've got enough mana to use the on guard. Okay, so yeah, she's just playing it really carefully, it looks like, really
Well, no, the
conservatively.
player was still in the showdown and decided to deploy out a fight or flight, pushing the Sneaky
Oh, okay.
Deckhand back, is what happened there. But honestly, both players a little bit of
Yeah.
unnecessary investments, in my personal opinion. I don't know if it was worth it. I mean, just let the point go. But I understand where he's coming from because if you let Aurelia pull a bit too far ahead in this
Mhm.
circumstance that she was going up to 3 points, you're never really closing that deficit. So I definitely respect a bit more of a proactive approach, pushing those deckhands back just to make sure you're staying at
Yeah.
a bit more of a, keeping in mind the point difference so far. So just 2-1 instead of 3-1. So I can respect that play. But Fight or Flight is a great card. You kind of want to save for down the road. But I guess it does make a little bit of sense. And he's tapping a big card here. That's 5 runes. Oh, that
Okay.
is the Vex we talked about.
Yeah, and that I think is going to be one of the key cards to watch out for this Yasuo deck. Plus, you talked a lot about sort of the ability for it to make your opponents pay more and the combat tricks it can pull out. But I think also the other part of it is that she makes your spells cheaper in combat. And there's combat tricks you can pull, like Ride the Wind and whatnot, when Vex is in combat, not to move her, but to actually move your other units around, especially the purple Yasuo, at a cheaper cost. Because as you mentioned, Yasuo decks are kind of power intensive. So
Mm-hmm.
with the gold, with the Vex, it does feel like the Yasuo player is really starting to set himself up for that mid game. Just to go back to the Fight or Flight too, he had mana up, so I'm kind of okay with him burning some of those spells early. We'll see if he regrets it later, but he does have sort of the spells and the energy to make those plays on that turn. And like you said, I think trying to hold the Irelia down in points is very much key.
Absolutely. So we'll see. Throws it back over to the Aurelia turn. And as you said, the Vex seems to be that big key component to the path of victory for Yasuo. So we'll see how it goes down the line. But there is a whole lot of steam in the hand for Aurelia. Just so many combat tricks. If he wanted to hold, he would be able to do so. But the big caveat being is the Vex, right? Those Defiant Dance would cost him 2 energy, 2 power. So I think this is the opportunity. You want to go ahead and develop out the queen. Your game plan for most Aurelias is the protect the queen strategy. And most
Yeah.
Aurelia decks, you want to go ahead and develop her out as soon as possible. So I think this turn might be the best bet to do so.
It looks like the Irelia player is wondering if she should just try and maybe instead of developing the Irelia this turn, like hold some mana to actually just try and keep her units on the board. With double Defiant Dance, there's not a ton that Vex can do unless you've got sort of the Defies or the not so, or specifically Defies, not so fast would even help you because Irelia tends to buff her units, and that's a big part of it. But no, yeah, she's gone for the Irelia like you called for there. Plus, that's going to come out. She's still got 2 mana in hand, so with Siren she can bring 1 back, and then she can still Defiant Dance or On Guard the other.
Yeah, honestly, since you do have the option of bringing one back, but keep in mind, if you bring one back, that leaves you with just a single energy. One energy against a Vex is effectively tapped out because you can't do anything with a single energy.
Yeah.
So trying to keep that in mind might just pass it on forward. And it looks like it is Yasuo's turn. But I think if Yasuo goes ahead and pushes the Vex and leaves it on a battlefield, that is the perfect opportunity for something like that Aurelia Fervent to go in and take down the Vex. Because right now, Vex is enemy number 1. You want to deal with that card ASAP. But here it goes towards the Tide Turner. And oh, I want to close my eyes, RMC. I don't want to see this super expensive play. If it's something like a Defiant Dance, that is way too heavy of a resource expenditure.
Yeah, I think it has to be the Defiant Dance. Like, you want to be killing this Vex, and even though you know or you suspect there's probably some combat trick, surely we do this. No? Okay, so what the Irelia player has chosen to do now is Vex only gets her effect while in combat, which means that that side you've got to pay the additional costs, and there could be combat tricks coming out from Yasuo. But now the Treasure Hunter, on the other hand, if the Treasure Hunter wants to move up, then that you don't get sort of the extra cost that you've got to pay. And then that becomes much more manageable, even if there are combat tricks. But Yasuo doesn't have to fight you. He can just say, okay, that's fine. I'm not going to send out my Treasure Hunter. Instead, we're going to accelerate a tasty Feyfolk.
That's right. Good old set 1 card at accelerate speed just to go towards that sneaky deckhand, and he should be able to conquer up to 4 points, effectively tying the game 4-4. So Yasuo on the comeback. That is full battlefield control. And Vex isn't technically in combat, so that classic Vex tax won't be applied here. So you do have ways of getting over this, but you're just going to trade 1 for 1. If you use 1 Defiant Dance, that's 4-4. But Tasty Feyfolk is a card that you honestly don't mind going down. Not only do you get 2 channel runes exhausted, but you get a +1 draw as well. So it's a bit of a mini win in itself as well. So it looks like she might just go ahead and utilize that Defiant Dance. Does she do 1 more like an On Guard just to stay out ahead is the question.
Yeah, I think you might as well. You've got the spare energy, and that would get you up to, well, the problem is that the sort of point score that Irelia is at right now, do you want to hold the On Guard potentially for when you're moving Irelia around? I feel like that's kind of a safer way to do it. But on the other hand, if you don't stop this right now, then Yasuo is going to be able to score up to 4, get another gold off the Treasure Hunter. And like you said, with the Tasty Feyfolk, with the eggplant getting chopped up, you're still going to be able to get the acceleration, or not acceleration, pardon me, but you're still going to ramp up with the runes and everything. So yeah, she's going to double down on it. She wants that point. If you're going to give the ramp anyways, you might as well try and get the point out of it.
Might as well. You're trying to hold it down, to hold to 5, go to 6 from the Fervent in the back line. That is a perfect opportunity to do so, but it looks like 2 can play at the same game. On Guard, bring the Tasty Feyfolk up into the exact same metric as before. Now it's 6-6 instead of 4-4. So still tying, and Aurelia is unfortunately tapped out. So that will be a trade 1 for 1 as it stands.
Okay, and that should allow the Yasuo to be able to score another point by moving the Treasure Hunter up. As you said, tapped out. And for both of these decks, there's no sort of no energy tricks that can be played. It's pretty straightforward at this point. And that means that the Irelia player on her turn will be able to have the run off the battlefield. She does have the Irelia Fervent up and ready. Does she find Boots of Swiftness? Does she find a GA? Does she find something that can, potentially help her out in terms of trying to swing both battlefields? At the very least, she needs to take that Vex off the map.
Right, and keep in mind though, she already has the recipe for success this turn with that Siren in the back line. You could go ahead and push the Fervent onto one of those battlefields, trigger the Siren, trigger the Aurelia Legend ability to ready her in the base, and then push on forward. So it's a bit of a pseudo Boots of Swiftness. We've seen some splits go with 2 Boots of Swiftness, 1 Siren, because they effectively do about the same thing. It's a pseudo gank, just a bit of more of a workaround, if you will. But as chat pointed out, having a Vex with no mana to back her up is not feeling comfortable whatsoever. I think this is a perfect opportunity for Aurelia to take down not one of these units, but both of these units. So that's Conquer number 1. And let's see if she uses the full use of that Siren to go ahead over for the Vex, because you do ready her twice. 1 for the turn, 1 for the Legend abilities, and you choose her for the Siren. So that's +3 alone. That's enough, actually. You're at 5 to 5 right now. With the Siren and Legend, you go up to 7. So even without any combat tricks, you're feeling pretty good here.
Yeah, and you can hold all your buffed combat tricks as well for the extra pump up. So yeah, I think you definitely just ready her, swing up. Especially again, you need to take out the Vex. You cannot be leaving the Vex alive. The longer it stays alive, the more value Yasuo gets up. And right now he's tapped out. This is your best opportunity to do so. The Aurelia player she doesn't seem very confident in her lines right now. I don't know if it's nerves or being on the camera, but she's hesitating a lot on how, what she's doing there. But there we go. There's the ready up, and surely it's going to be the swing.
It has to be the swing, right? Your opponent is completely tapped out. And to your point, not that she's a newer player, but she could be a little bit hesitant, right? It is a huge stage, the biggest competitive event she's probably been in since Riftbound started, of course, over there in China. Or she might be used to other TCGs that you don't have to like exhaust the unit when you send them in for attack, because this is the second time she's sending a unit readied. So it's interesting to see, but I think she's still doing fantastic so far. Aurelia pulling off ahead, standing at 6, and the biggest thing to note, that's Aurelia passing with a plethora of runes available. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 2, 4, 6, 7 runes available. I don't think that Fervent is going anywhere unless Yasuo has a rebuke, which I think he does, and there's not a counter to that perhaps.
Yeah, because at that point you're kind of looking at win war not so fast, and that's why we're saying maybe she might end up regretting using that not so fast to protect the sneaky deckhand early, because now it's not available to her. We do see the Yasuo with the Stellacorn, just with the Yasuo ability, basically all his cards are kind of pseudo accelerated. And I think the Yasuo player realizes that he has to swing on this and pray that there's no like ride the win or something that could cheese out on the other side. Now we do see the Discipline, another card draw, buffing that Stellacorn up to 6, and Aurelia currently at 5, but we know anything that buffs her is going to put her at minimum 6, or targets her, we'll put it at 6.
Or minimum even 1 more because of the choosing. I think minimum of 7. Oh, I mean, it depends what spell it is, but most spells are going to be a +1 or a +2, I should say. So a +3 effectively with that Fervent ability. And this is a bit of an ambitious push, right? Because Stellacorn Hoarder going up to 5. Any little buff, like we're seeing here, the Discipline getting played out, that's going to be +3 on the Fervent, double draw. And when Aurelia draws 2, I mean, the Yasuo just drew 2 as well, but I think this is the Yasuo player a bit of a heads up play saying, I want to take more resources out of your hand, because at the end of the day, I have this rebuke. If you don't have a counter, and RMC, was that just a +1 draw? She's missing 1 draw. I hope she remembers.
Yeah, for the Dreaming Tree. No, it looks like she missed the trigger.
Ouch.
And just did it for... Oh, no, was it? Yeah, just for the Discipline. She only just drew for either Discipline or Dreaming Tree. She missed one or the other. It might come back and bite her. And yeah, there we go. The rebuke that comes out right away from the Yasuo. And for the Yasuo player, I think he has no choice. He has to swing. Ideally, he kills Aurelia. If not, if he's going to have to rebuke anyways, then he has to do it on this turn, because next turn, she's just going to be running amok. And at 6 points... with the Siren out and available, it's just far too risky. Little does he know, though, with Purple Draven, things might just be nullified anyways.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. With that Purple Draven still chilling in that champion zone, you never know how fast he could close out this game, because right now he's a bit behind 6 to 5, so just slightly leaning. Aurelia is currently doing, but I
Mhm.
don't know. But now you have to spend an entire
Ooh.
turn developing out your fervent one more time. Looks to hide what he just picked up from the stack deck, which I believe was the fight or flight we saw. So let's see what they drew. Let's see what they would have drawn. So whatever they drew now is actually the draw they deserve from the Dreaming Tree, and it's the Draven Audacious and the Stellar. Or no, I think they had the Draven Audacious,
Yeah.
and the Stellarcorn would have been the pickup.
Yeah, they drew the Draven off the discipline or the Dreaming Tree, whichever trigger they used, and then like you said, there should have been one more card to come through, and it might kind of matter because I don't think she can conquer both on this particular turn. With the Draven, you're literally kind of going 50-50 at that point. Actually, no, there is a
There's
world
a
if you
line.
play if you play the Draven, uh, ready him with some sort of spell, move him up to the other side, and then charm the Stellarcorn over. That'd be one for the Conquer and eighth off the Draven. She has enough runes, yeah, and with the discipline, very doable.
Yeah, there's a couple ways to go about it. There's the riskier line that you're saying here. You could even push the Audacious into the fight or flight, just bait out the fight or flight, get a deflect point, or make your opponent pay the deflect. But I like what you're saying. The charm play makes it a whole bunch more better. Also, you could go with the Stellarcorn play. I mean, the only thing that counters this play here is that fight or flight, because normally, okay, she's going to be using this charm just to push it back to get rid of the hidden card, it looks like. So
Oh,
slowing it down, because you
okay.
could have invested with that Defiant Dance, Aurelia trigger on the legend, push it forward, and then when you
Yeah.
conquer, you could ready the legend, then Siren back, draw another card, and then use Aurelia Legend ability again to conquer the other battlefield. So there was a bit of a line there. But fight or flight, inevitably having to use it on yourself to trigger the Dreaming Tree, which is
Right.
actually really smart of him to do so.
Yeah, if not, you're gonna lose. So now I don't think the Irelia has a winning line on this particular turn. She has to keep in mind though that yeah, she needs to move something up because the what is the she needs to target the Stellarcorn first before she can use that. Yeah, now she's got a problem. See, she's using the Defiant Dance now. She won't have it to defend. And the worry that you have right now is the fact that there's a Yasuo purple, the Wind Rider, still available for this Yasuo to play next turn. And with the Legend, you could move him up with Ride the Wind. You could move him 3 times, and he could potentially conquer both and get the sort of 8th winning point from the effect of Yasuo. So you're playing with fire as the Irelia right now, and you kind of didn't need to put yourself in that situation, but here we are.
Here we are. At least just remember the draw for the Stellarcorn. Draws the Ride the Wind. That is a perfect card you need to close out this game. And you just got to 7 points. A
Oh,
Ride the Wind takes you directly toward that 8th
that
final point.
works.
You didn't even need it, but at least you drew it. But there's one card. I mean, even with the negate. Wait. She actually didn't ready the legend ability, so she's forced to use Ride the Wind. If there's a Define they hand
That's
a
fine.
Yasuo, this might be a little bit of a low key pump for Aurelia. She didn't ready the legend, RMC. When you conquer, you're supposed to pay 1 energy to ready the
Yeah.
Aurelia legend.
Okay. Well, choices have been made for this Irelia player. And again, like you said, sometimes you're out on the big stage. It gets to you. Sometimes you don't play the optimal lines. She's gonna go for it. I mean, that is the winning play that she's looking for right now. Does he have to fight? I don't think he did.
No define, no
There we
punish. Never punish,
go.
RMC. Never punish for the slight little misplays. But that is Aurelia pulling out ahead in game number 1 of this very first round of today's National Open. And that was a bit of a tighter game because I think Aurelia could have definitely more, won that game one a bit more demanding for sure. But nonetheless, she got the victory, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, there were multiple lines she could have had, and she opted to go for the most dramatic one. Heart of the cards, right? Top decking your way in. That's absolutely nutty. And for the Yasuo, you feel for him a little bit. That game felt very contestable, but again, I do feel like Irelia, it was her game to lose or to win for the
Right.
entire game 1. And going into game 2, I'm kind of curious what, if anything, Yasuo changes out into this particular matchup. I kind of like what we saw, like that he actually had some low drops. He didn't even actually play his chosen champion at any given time, which is a bit of an interesting choice. And I think the Irelia didn't even get her favorable draw as well. So it does feel quite Irelia favored after just watching that one game so far.
Yeah, definitely. It really does. I think just Aurelia is just one step ahead of the curve against a Yasuo player. They have the same, a very similar game plan, kind of move around the battlefield, dance, if you will, but one of these players does it a bit more effectively. And just the simple fact that you have a massive unit like the Aurelia Fervent at your disposal whenever you want it, I think that is the huge difference maker between these players. Because if Yasuo had an Aurelia to play with as well, they have the same kind of capabilities of
Yeah.
buffering her up to what seems like infinity sometimes. So we'll see. I mean, what kind of adjustments Yasuo can make is what we're considering. In my opinion, more counters equal better in this matchup, right? You needed that to fight for the ride, the win. Not so fast if they kind of, if you're predicting your opponent to side in things like a rebuke. So we'll see. We'll see. I do think we might see a couple more counters. Of course, there's another one like a hard bargain to counter out something as well. But anything off the top of your mind you might think for either of these players in terms of sideboarding?
I think Irelia has a bit of an easier time of it. You mentioned the not so fast, but I think for Irelia, she doesn't actually play that many combat tricks on her opponent. A lot of it's just buffing herself up as much as possible. So not so fast, the utility of that drops a little bit. But for Irelia, she can side in more not so fast because we saw that it had to be the rebuke to kind of deal with the Irelia. And for the Yasuo, he has to play more combat tricks on the Irelia because, as you mentioned, he doesn't have the Irelia Fervent. He doesn't get the additional +1, and so he's probably going to lose out in more honest, just might fights between the two of them in those showdowns.
You know, I will add one thing I think the Yasuo player could do better is think slightly. This is not to disrespect either of these players. I think just trying to think at least 1 to 2 turns ahead, because when you play out a Vex, you very rarely want to go into combat without trying to keep some runes, at least 1 to 2 to 3 runes available on your opponent's turn. That is how Vex was made, right? You want to go ahead and make full use of that Vex. So I think if you wanted to go ahead and play a unit like Vex, as we pointed out in that early game, that's an MVP card against the likes of an Aurelia deck, right? As long as you're able to keep her alive, you're going to put your opponent back so far, and then you're going to pull out a head from yourself being so efficient in your spells, of course. So I think just trying to play a little bit more heads up with the future turns in mind, saying, all right, if I push up here, do I have to go ahead and invest in combat tricks now? Does that leave me completely tapped out? So we'll see. I think these players might make some good adjustments in terms of playstyle alone. So we'll see. It looks like they're signing right now, but we should be getting to our game number 2 rather shortly. Yeah. So let's go ahead back to the featured table and let's see who takes down this game, or if you also wants to go ahead and bring us into that game number 3. That'll be definitely fun to see.
It looks like it's closed deck, so we won't be able to see what exactly they sided in or their deck lists in terms of you know, what they have been running. And for game 2, it looks like Obelisk for, yeah, that's Obelisk for the Irelia player, and Dreaming Tree again, this time coming out from Yasuo.
Aurelia is loving what you're saying, RMC. Another turn, another round of Dreaming Tree. Feels so good since you have all those combat tricks that we mentioned before. And Opposite Power, just to get those sneaky deckhand / Stellarcorn herders just that much earlier. You're starting to turn off because Yasuo, most likely since he lost, will be on the play starting first. So that means 4 runes available on your turn 1, which means a turn 1 Stellarcorn herder. You can't really get much better than that. Drawing from the very get-go, or from your, when it readies, you're drawing from the very beginning. So feeling good if you draw it, of course. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, that's the big if, right? And that's kind of the fun about all of these card games, is it's how you have to play the cards you're dealt, and sometimes you don't get, you know, the best case scenario even in those situations. Now, once again, we are assuming that the Yasuo will be going first because he did lose game 1. There we go. Those are the runes. He's missed the Obelisk. Does he remember?
Uh-oh, there it is. There we go. You called it, kind of helping him out. He's listening in on the stream, RMC. He knows.
I'm glad. Okay, Treasure Hunter coming out. So just the 2 drop for now. I believe I saw a Charm in hand. That was the only card I caught. I will say, I love the fact that the cameras, the hand cameras, are great in China.
Perfect. Yeah, they're doing such a phenomenal job with the production overall. We get a clean insight of what these players are thinking about each and every turn. It's not just a
Mhm.
couple turns, because I remember Bologna and Vegas, they gave us a little bit of a glimpse of the hand here and there. This is pretty
Yeah.
much every single turn, and I love the huge table, right? It's such a massive table. It feels so professional. Everything about this event just always blows me away. The way they do things in China. So let's see. It
Yeah.
looks like a turn one sneaky deckhand. There is no longer a rockfall
Ooh.
path in the way of that sneaky deckhand. So a nice little conquer in that opening turn. And you even have one rune available to try to trigger that dreaming tree. Or at the minimum, a weird play, a little bit unconventional, but you could Gus the sneaky
Yeah.
deckhand, trigger the dreaming tree, and then play the sneaky deckhand again. But more probably save the Gus for something like that
Okay.
treasure hunter. Force them to play it again. Probably smarter.
Yeah, the problem is the treasure hunter will have moved already, so you'll generate the gold token anyways, but you do keep the points down, which I think is not a bad move whatsoever. De-ramping to put the fight or flight down is, I think,
Wait, a Gus on their own unit. Oh, it's
it,
battlefield only. Will
yeah,
they
it's
be
battlefield
rule
only.
sharks? Are they going to be rule sharks? You played out a thing? No, I mean, in
No
Vegas and
way.
Bologna, you're allowed one take back. Or not one
Yeah,
take
no,
back,
yeah,
but
you're allowed as many takebacks as you want, as long as it doesn't change, as long as you've not changed the game, like, you've not revealed
oh
anything or
my
nothing major is
goodness, they're
happening.
rule sharking her RMC. They're rule
Wow.
sharking her. At least keep the,
Oh,
at
and
least
she
get the
loses the
draw.
fight or flight.
At least get the
So she
draw.
deep. Oh my goodness. Oh, she didn't check, bro.
Oh, she didn't even
I'm
get the
dying.
draw. You know, I
Oh god.
will say, RMC, what are we watching? What was that opening turn? You pull out ahead with sneaky deckhand, you de-ramp for fight or flight, and
Yeah.
then you Gus your own unit. I've never seen anything of the like before, but hey, this is round number one. This is an open national tournament, so anyone can enter
Yeah.
these events, and a bit of a misstep, which will lead Yasuo to have a massive advantage in this very early game of game two.
Yeah, and to be honest, I do feel like for Yasuo kind of needs it. He's already lost one game in this series, and the first Irelia fervent to hit the board plus, it's from the Yasuo player. We were just
Right.
saying that if he has the Yasuo, if he has the Irelia, he can buffer up as well. Now, she won't have the advantage that the Irelia Legend has, where you can always ready up the Irelia, in like, move her up, and then when you kind of buffer, you can ready her again. That will be another +1. Okay, look, plus we tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. I
She's
do think
newer,
Zara is
right?
new. Yeah.
She's a new player.
Absolutely.
She just tried to sneaky deckhand onto a contested battlefield. So
Yep.
we, as you pointed, we kind of try to give her a little bit of credit. We try to say, okay, maybe she's nerds, but I think this is for sure a bit of a newer player in Riftbound, but she is
Mhm.
playing a really great deck. So sometimes you don't need to have all the skills. You just need to draw the right cards, as long as you know for the most part how they work. Developing out a nice little guardian angel and passing. But as you were pointing out before, the fervent has been established on the other side of the board, and that is an MVP card regardless who your legend is. So +1 going up to 5, that is an easy conquer, going up to 3 points for the Yasuo player. And little by little, this is just getting 1-2 ahead. Yasuo is just getting one too many points ahead. I will add, Aurelia always has some bit of a comeback potential with the likes of Draven Audacious, or even with the champion zone Aurelia. You can attach the GA and then send it in there. But if Yasuo keeps a couple runes available, I think they might be prepared. And oh man, I saw the hand of Yasuo. Did you see that?
I saw a discipline, a not so fast. God.
They have 3 fervents, is what I was alluding to. That's
Three
one on the
fervents?
board and 2 in
Oh,
the hand.
dang. Wait, that's wild. Okay. Yeah, I do think this is the right call, though. Unfortunately, like, while the fervents are really nice for him to have, the problem is that he doesn't actually have enough to protect anyone of the fervents right now. He's just got a not so fast and discipline. Right? We talked about not so fast, not so useful in this matchup against the Irelia. The discipline is good, but it's not going to be able to match Defiant Dance, and heck, even the GA being equipped kind of complicates things already. So yeah, he's just going to pull it back, which I think is the right call. Play another fervent to just make things that much tougher for the Irelia player.
Yeah, and it's not every day we see 2 fervents on the board, since most Aurelias just tend to run that single one in that champ zone, of course. So, she's trying to regain her composure from the bit of a misstep in that opening round, but now trying to see how can she kind of piece things back together? You have 3 cards in hands. That's not the most comfortable position, but she's making sure she thoroughly reads her cards. She has a Tide Turner and a Stellar Corn Herder. So as it stands, you could kind of ambitiously spend your turn at least conquering one. But as we said before, trying to think 1-2 turns ahead, I don't think it'll be too productive to do so. So I think the best bet might just be play out the herder and pass, surprising enough.
Yeah, you can always just accelerate or ready up your Irelia when you play her by just attaching the GA. So I think this is fine. We're pretty early into the game too. Yasuo only gets 3 points. Even if he had Yasuo Wind Rider available, he'd only be able to score 3 more points. So you know you've got at least 2 points to play. The bigger question for me right now is, does she play Tide Turner? It would be kind of weird and awkward, but it would also sort of give you the ability to just set up the board more. Or yeah, I think you ready up the Stellar and center in and Tide
Oh.
Turner back out, and you get to draw 2 cards at least, see a little bit more of your deck, and try and find some winning lines there.
This is the play we were saying that we didn't love too much, right? This is just a hefty investment. That's 2 runes out the out the gate just to go ahead and ready your Stellar Corn. You do draw 1, which you desperately need a bit of card advantage, and that is actually a really good card to pick up here. But what I was getting to is that you don't have too much protection for the Stellar Corn Herder. Granted, I guess you have all the protection in the world with that GA, but that's going to be Conquer number 1, Conquer number 2, most likely bringing that Yasuo up to 5 points the next turn. But she's thinking about spending some more runes to hide, or at least bringing Stellar Corn back. I actually like this play. If you go ahead and use your remaining runes just to protect the Stellar Corn and get an additional draw, not too bad.
Exactly. Oh no, she hit it. Okay, so she still has Rebuke, and she has a Defiant.
She hit it.
Yeah.
wait.
I don't think
what are
she's
we
aware.
seeing, RMC? A little bit of a fiesta going on. I don't know if she truly understands how Tide Turner works, because, you know, there was a straightforward play to get a bit more card advantage, and this was not it. So I think Aurelia might just be losing this game number 2. So she's really going to have to gather everything together and kind of learn from these mistakes on the fly. Because someone pointed out in chat, the best way to learn this game is by making those mistakes and having them sting a little bit. You know, I always take the best lessons from the things that I couldn't believe I messed up, like forgetting the Master Yi Legend ability or something as simple as that. You tend to do it once and then never again. So hopefully it's the case for this Aurelia player.
Yeah, and you know she will. The sad part is, even if she learns, it probably won't be between the games. So that's a little bit. There you go. There's the 2, and she had to recycle 3 because of deflect. Gosh, she's D-ramped down to I think 1, 2 runes. That's all she has, and it gets stopped by a not so fast. This is one of the situations. We scoop and just go game 3. But there is a game 3 plus, and that win in game 1 gives her the leeway to do this.
Okay, Tide Turner gets revealed. So bringing up that might total of 3, 4, 5. Wait, 3, 4, 5, 6 currently.
6, yeah. Okay, the Irelia is also at 6, so it could just be a trade here, and there's still a treasure hunter. And
well, with the discipline, she definitely gets a bit higher than that, right? Because she had the +1 for turn, so 5, and the discipline is +3, so up at 8 with the double draw from the Dreaming Tree as well. So 8 to 6 currently, and with 1 rune available, if you Defiant Dance, actually you can't even Defiant Dance because you don't have enough runes to pay the deflect cost. So this is an illegal play by the Aurelia player.
You can target something else. You don't have to target the Irelia. You could target the treasure hunter.
True, very true, but that's gonna be 6 to 6 with 4 runes available. I mean, honestly, I'll save a bit of that mental strength for the game number 3, because this is just a bit too much for me. I could only imagine for the Aurelia player to handle. Probably just go ahead and hope for a bit of a better draw this next turn. Recycles once, picks the Tide Turner in the back, but things are not looking too good. 6 to 6. Let's see if there's a combat trick to kind of close things down. She's smiling, RMC. She's happy. She's having some fun, and that's what matters the most.
Yeah, the fact that she's D-ramped down to 0 runes, plus the amount of times that's happened that in any match I've played, I can count on one hand. I think that is a very unique situation, and that's a story for sure you get to tell. So like you said, right now, it kind of feels like they're equal once again, and she's not going to have much to do next turn whatsoever. And like we said, Yasuo still has units in base. He's still going to double conquer anyways.
Right, to your point, there should almost be a bit of an achievement, a reward for going to 0 runes in a single turn, and she definitely got that achievement. On the other side of the
Oh,
board, that is a whole lot of rune economy so far. The fight or flight getting played out. I wonder if he's going to bring the fervent number 2 over to the battlefield,
right, the win. Yeah.
or is he going to go ahead and try to conquer the other battlefield? So brings it back.
Ah, yes, because you target it, so it goes up again.
Yeah,
So
or ride the wind readies the unit, but why not ready the unit to the other battlefield, go to 4, and then send the fervent? I don't know, I guess this makes sense because you still have the fervent to conquer obelisk, so it's just a way of getting
yeah,
getting a couple more points on Aurelia.
yeah, he just wants to win this and keep the Irelia alive. And at this point, no cards in hand, no runes on board. It's just simple math. There's no more combat tricks to be had. Irelia, the Irelia player is just kind of clean out of options. Now the GA does at least save the Stellarcorn, so there's one more move, and I guess that's why he wanted to make sure the Irelia is alive, so that he can use Irelia on Obelisk to try and keep that potentially, and then make sure that the Stellarcorn can't just easily conquer either side.
Right, as we said, a bit of a saving grace. The Stellarcorn did have a GA attached, so it does have one. It does have at least one unit in the back line. Because if GA wasn't there and Stellarcorn wasn't alive here, that is 100% a GG. Go to next game. Because with 2 runes, there is virtually nothing Aurelia could do. Yes, you do have your sirens, your GAs, but that's about it. It's nothing too much. You can go ahead and progress your overall board state forward, especially you won't be conquering any of these battlefields with 2 little runes as we're seeing here. It is a sad day to be Aurelia right now.
Yep. She knows it. Do you know the flavor text of Defy Plus?
What does
By
it
any chance?
say?
It just says no. And normally you're saying no to your opponent, but it felt almost like a bit of irony to me when she drew that card. It's like, no, you just don't get to do anything this turn.
wait,
got
say
enough
that
mana
again.
to
I was
play
reading chat
Defy,
for a
but-
second. What was the flavor text?
No, just no.
Oh, just
That's all
straight up
Defy
no.
does. She drew another one,
I
and
thought
it
I
feels like
misheard.
it.
I'm like, just straight up no. But yeah, she is just not having a good day in general. Picking up another Defy. She's at least being a good sport about it. We have to give it to that, because some people will maybe just tilt. She's at least enjoying. I hope, as we said before, she's learning, though. That is the biggest thing to take away. You did all these kind of blunders from that very opening turn, the sneaky deckhand Gus. I'm a bit more disappointed on how harsh the rules are at this event.
Yeah.
But to be
Agreed.
perfectly fair, this is a national event, right? So if there's any time to enforce at the highest level, it might just very well be right here, right now at this kind of caliber and event. Because usually, at least in Vegas and Bologna, they would let you take that Gus back, wouldn't they?
100%. Like if it doesn't change the board state, or give any or there's no new information that's happened or been revealed, then you're kind of good with it. All the deny spells, that's 2 defies and a not so fast. Yep, she knows it's done. But let's just go to game 3, and yeah, a bit of a rough one for the Irelia player, but you know what? There's game 3, and let's not forget she won the first game, right? Like it's really rough. Her game 2 looked brutal, but she did win game 1, so we know that the lines exist for her. And even if she makes those mistakes, there's a certain amount of margin of error, especially if the Yasuo doesn't get as good a hand as he managed to get this time.
That kind of point gives a good question here. With her being as bit of a newer player as she kind of got exposed to being in this game number 2, how does Yasuo feel in this current situation? Because in game number 1, it looked pretty back and forth. It looked like she knew what she was doing. She was slightly reading her cards, but she still was able to execute her game plan overall, right? So Yasuo was like, okay, she knows what she's doing. In that game number 2, do you feel like this Yasuo player got a surge of confidence saying, okay, she obviously doesn't know the most about the core Riftbound rules, or at the minimum how exactly Aurelia's interactions take place? Is that a huge confident booster if you're the Yasuo player, RMC? Or do you still want to play as smartly as you can?
He certainly looked, I think, a little bit amused in the second game sometimes when you saw the camera panning over to him, because he probably realized at the point, wait, I actually should have an advantage over this. But if you think about it, the fact that he lost game 1, I don't know if he should be mortified that he lost game 1 in that sort of situation. To be fair, I think he looks pretty calm and collected, generally speaking. So I think, yeah, he's going to be quite confident going into game 3. And as long as he just doesn't break his hand. That said, I think he'll also play a bit more conservatively. And I don't think he's going to, go for sort of the high risk, high reward plays, because you don't have to. When you're playing somebody who's newer to the game, who's not as familiar with the lines, you just want to play the game out as stably as possible. And therefore, I expect to see, in game three, unless he really truly breaks, even on the mulligans, he should be favored in how the game plays out.
Right, it almost begs the question, how did he end up losing that game number one? Just like someone in the chat saying, a little bit embarrassing, but hey, things happen. I mean, Aurelia is just a phenomenal deck regardless who you are. We'll see if that same thing plays out in this final game number two of this round number one. So either way, let's hope for a good, clean game. As long as neither player makes blatant mistakes, I will be pleasantly happy here in this opening game of this national event. So we should see. I do tend to give a bit of an upper hand to Yasuo, as RMC was saying, just strictly based on the fact he seems to be a bit more of an experienced player. And honestly, Riftbound is one of the TCGs where skill expression actually makes a huge difference between players. No matter if you have Draven Detonate version versus a Garen, the stronger player, if it's a new player, and let's head back to the feature match real quick, but a new player, new player like we're a bit we're seeing here, will always lose to a bit more of an experienced player regardless of the deck you have at hand. So we'll see if Yasuo does end up taking this ahead, because I think the battlefields are a bit what was it? It was a Sunken Temple, and I didn't get to see the other one.
Paper Tree. It's Paper Tree for Yasuo. So when you hold that battle Paper Tree, both players get a channel rune. So that's just ramp and ramp, which makes sense. Yasuo is very, very power heavy. Sunken Temple, if you're mighty and you conquer, you can spend an energy to draw a card, more card draw, which given what we've seen so far this series, I think it kind of fits what both of them want to do. Yasuo wanting a lot of those runes, the gold to be able to pay his costs. And Irelia, well, let's not forget how she won game one. It was off the top deck, right the win. So card draw has been very beneficial for her.
Yeah, and you're right. It kind of does benefit both of these game plans. Obviously so, since they are the exact same color pairing, right? Being that calm, being that chaos, of course. But here we go, folks. The final game of this opening round. Can Yasuo go ahead and close it out? Or has she learned her lesson? Has she figured out exactly how her cards are able to play out? And start things off with the Tide Turner never feels bad, because you do want to go ahead and get that upper hand advantage as early as possible. Because I heard before with Aurelia in general, as I say that, the sneaky deckhand from Yasuo pulling out ahead for him. I like this.
Yeah, so I did see a GA in her hand, and I think actually what most Irelias have been doing is actually playing the GA turn one, so that you can get your Irelia out, as soon as possible. I guess, yeah, you need five energy, so maybe not on the turn one, just going the Tide Turner for now. A sneaky deckhand coming out though does complicate matters. She's going for the trade. Okay.
It looks like she has a bit of a follow-up plan. The discipline should be invested, so you do take care of the sneaky deckhand as Yasuo's completely tapped out. And as you were kind of pointing out, I think with the 2 runes available, you should have enough to go ahead and establish out that GA, so that you do have a tool to go ahead and ready the Fervent as soon as she comes online the very next turn. I don't think, or I really hope she doesn't play the Tide Turner, because I think it's a perfect opportunity for the Guardian Angel. Granted, swap-a-roo, Tide Turner for Tide Turner, virtually no movement. I guess another unit never feels that bad, I guess.
Yeah, I actually don't hate it, because now that you know that you've gotten rid of the sneaky deckhand, like what's the option for Yasuo here, right? He's got 5 runes up, so either he plays like a 3-drop and then uses the Yasuo to move it up, or he plays like a 2-drop and it's probably 2 might or less and can't really trade. So you're fairly comfortable knowing that this is the situation coming through. So I actually don't hate that. He's got to take 1 more turn to develop board, so she can actually go up to 3 before he can really do anything with that Tide Turn. And now on this turn, she'll have 6 runes. She can drop the Stellarcorn and the GA potentially. So I actually think this ends up working out quite well for her.
Right, and honestly, the player that it goes ahead and develops out their 5-cost unit tends to have a bit of an upper hand, but one of these 5-cost units tends to be at a bit of a higher power level, that being the Fervent Cores. But Vex is not a unit to mess around with. Nonetheless, though, does pick up a Draven Audacious from that pickup off the draw, sends in a Tide Turn, so up to 3. This is what we were kind of talking about before. Aurelia loves to play from ahead. It's one of those decks that has a really great job, or, easy job continuing the pressure turn after turn. Currently, you do have 6 runes. I'm wondering if she wants to go ahead and a bit boldly tap out for something like the Audacious, or is it time for the Fervent to hit the board? And I think
Ooh.
that's a little bit smarter to do so. At least leave one up for something like a Bluff Defy, or if you have it on guard at that as well.
The problem is like trying to bluff when the Vex is on the field is really dangerous
Hmm.
because if you've only got one, then you know that well, the Vex player knows that nothing's going to happen because once they swing into combat, you can't do any combat tricks. You don't have enough runes to do any combat tricks. So, uh, we'll see if that comes back to bite her. For now, though, just pulling back the Tide Turner for now, I think is fine. One thing to note, they actually both missed the Paper Tree trigger.
From the hold, right?
Yeah. Oh, did she?
No,
Wait, 2, 4, 6, 7. No, she's got it now. Okay.
I
Oh,
think
that's weird.
Sneaky Deckhand didn't get the hold, so I think it might have just been Aurelia that
The
might have
Tide
missed
Turner
it.
got the hold.
Hmm. Oh, it's on the
Oh no,
Conqueror?
no, so it's on her turn. Sorry, yeah, right. So yeah, it hasn't triggered yet. My bad. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's about right. But yeah, now here's the problem. Vex swings in. What are you gonna do? you can't define dance this. It just
Yep.
dies.
Yeah, just let it go. You quite literally can't do anything. As we discussed before, having Run Rune against a Vex in combat is virtually the exact same thing as being exhausted out of runes currently. Pays the one for the Sunken Temple, picks up a not so fast, which could be a little bit crucial down the road once those rebukes come into play. Looks to recycle one, most likely leaning towards recycling, or mostly leaning towards hiding that Zonya's
Hmm.
Hourglass on the Sunken Temple. I don't hate the position from either of these
Yeah.
players. I think the fact that you're hiding a card, especially being Zonya's Hourglass, that means you're going to be able to have that Vex nice and safe for another day. If they want to go ahead and try to push the Vex, that's the Vex, right? You never feel too confident because if you want to get over it, it will cost you a little bit more of your spells from hand and a bit more from your runes as well. And pull the Flash. That's the first time we see this in this best of 3 series.
Yeah. It's a good safety card, but it only pulls your own units back, so not going to help her necessarily on this particular turn. Chat also caught up for us. Plus, they did originally miss it, but then the Yasuo player did remind her about the Paper Tree, so they actually got their additional rune from the Paper Tree.
There we
So
go.
now she's got a lot of runes available because
Hmm.
of that,
Yeah.
which is going to be good for her on this turn. She's got a lot of options. The Irelia is readied, so there should be a +1 on that. There's also the option to potentially move her up, flash her back, swing her again, right? Like by readying her up with some sort of spell. We'll kind of see how, what she wants to do. That she's flush with options at this point. And one thing I did want to highlight too from the Yasuo player, we haven't seen Purple Yasuo come out at all
At
this
all,
series.
right? It's
And
almost
once
been
again,
just
we're
like a
not seeing it.
blank vanilla card in that zone,
Yeah.
just sitting, waiting for the opportunity that arise. But so far, it doesn't feel like it's been the best opportunity to do so. We will see if game 3 is the time to go ahead and bring him out to play. But you do get the +1. Funny enough, you were supposed to do that when you're ready, but I think the judges aren't being super strict. Or I think it doesn't matter either way. You still get the +1 regardless. So it's at 5 currently. The GA attach will bring it up to 6, and then 7 for the strength you get for the GA. So you do have exactly, or not exactly, but you do have sufficient enough might to get over the Vex. But I wonder if she's going to be playing around something like a fight or flight, because with that said, you at the minimum do have a not so fast, though it will be more expensive. You do have something to go ahead and make sure the combat does go through, but goes with Stellarcorn Herder first. I'm wondering, since she has the point tempo advantage, is there a world where you just leave it and don't swing? 4-2 is pretty good. 4-3, you're still leading. So I wouldn't blame her to just kind of sit back patiently, or at the minimum put the Fervent onto the Tide Turner spot as well. But trying to push the
Okay.
Stellarcorn perhaps onto that battlefield before the Fervent. This is interesting.
Yeah, I actually really like this call. She's cleaned up her game in this game 3 a lot because now you can ready up the Stellarcorn with the Irelia Legend
Mm-hmm.
and swing with it. Even if that's a fight or flight, you got the card draw from it anyways.
Yeah,
So you're still
double.
fine. And then Irelia can swing up again.
Yeah, I love this. A heads up play. She's playing a whole lot more
Yeah.
cleverly than she did in that game number 2. If this is a fight or flight, you get the +1 draw. I hope you get the +1 draw. There we
Yep.
go. Nice little trigger reminder.
Another
Looks to be a charm. This is actually
Oh,
looking
yeah.
like it's going to be a really fantastic turn. Once the Zonya's Hourglass procs, she has the charm to bring the Vex back one more time. The only caveat being, there's 2 runes available for Yasuo. What can those last little 2 runes do? Because that's a single energy discipline. Technically a
Yep.
+4 from 2 disciplines with just 2 energy, which is hugely impactful.
Yeah, and I think she thought she kind of got over it. Oh, what is she? trying
Oh,
to
charm
do.
at reaction speed or action speed. All right, here we go. The mistakes start flying out. She had it, RMC. She had the nice sequencing of events for her
Yeah.
cards, but the wheels are starting to slightly fall off in this turn because she looked like she knew what she was doing there.
Okay, there we go. So there's the 1 point discipline or 1 mana discipline that you're calling for. Plus, it's gonna come through. You can't even flash at this point because you gotta pay the extra mana. Yep, the wheels have come off a little bit,
Oh, yeah.
unfortunately, and it looks like Stella Corn is not gonna survive. And now, yeah, I actually don't know if the Irelia is gonna be strong enough to come through. Right? Wow. Okay, there's a double buff.
Double boss feeling good. And if she wants to go ahead and react to something, she is not taking account into that Vex tax. As you said, 2 energies just simply not enough to deal with pretty much, I mean, simply not enough to execute any of your cards currently because you do have a flash. Even if you had a discipline, you have to pay an extra energy to do so. So, yeah, that's just going to be an unsuccessful conquer. The Stellarcorn will be hitting that trash. And more importantly, the hidden card wasn't revealed because I
Yeah.
like her theory there. Push the Stellarcorn in, bait out the hidden card, but her game plan didn't go the exact same way. And now the Vex is currently at -2 to 3, +4 up to 7. So
Yep.
there's a world if you had a buff, but looking at the hand, there is no buff, and I don't like this play. If she goes for a charm just to push the Vex back, that doesn't feel all that productive in my opinion. But maybe she's valuing scoring 1 point because you do have the GA to keep her safe in case anything goes wrong.
So is she looking for potentially a trade then with this? Because GA attached to Irelia should get her up to 7.
Right.
One for the GA, one for the selecting Irelia, which she hasn't seemed to notice. And then you swing and you trade 7 for 7. If you fight or flight Irelia back, you got to pay a deflect cost. I mean, odds are he'll just kind of fight or flight his Vex back to base, but no, she's just attaching it and passing, it looks like. Okay.
Interesting. Okay. You know, at the best, I thought she would have at least pushed up and kind of reinforced that tide turner spot just so it wasn't a nice little simple conquer for the Stellar Corn, unless you had a combat trick to kind of back up the tide turner, because the big thing you want to do as an Aurelia player is always stay ahead of points, and the flash. Interesting to just save the tide turner.
Yeah.
I guess you're making full use of your runes on your opponent's turn, but
Yep.
that really doesn't do too much. I guess you're saving a unit for your own turn. But I don't know. I really don't know about this play, but I guess it's better than just letting your tide turner die. But I feel like there was some kind of way of making better use of the flash. Push your Aurelia in, flash her back to base, use her for the legend ability, and that was probably a little bit more of a productive flash, honestly. But we'll see. I mean, it's still neck and neck right around the midway point of this game. Just 4 more points for either of these players, but honestly, it looks like Yasuo, little by little, from the slight little mistakes that we've seen from Aurelia so far, is starting to pull ahead ever so slightly.
Yeah, with the Draven in hand, though, things can always change. We talked about the line with the Draven and the Charm in game 1. Again, I don't know if she's necessarily going to think of that particular line, but it's one that could potentially be used. And Yasuo needs to be a bit careful and play around that. If he burns too many runes, he might not have good answers into that. This time, she does have the not so fast. So a lot to consider for both of these players. 2 runes up for the Yasuo, and right now he's looking pretty across the board. That's hidden cards on both sides. 7 might on the paper tree, and 5 with the Vex, which is a bit of a trap because of Vex's abilities on the Sunken Temple.
Yeah, well said, and we'll see. This is a tricky spot that Aurelia finds herself in. It looks like a complete dominant control of both battlefields for the Yasuo player, as you pointed out. 2 hidden cards on both sides, making her opponent really think about where do you want to go? What can I possibly do? What are these hidden cards actually going to be once they're revealed? And more importantly, without any combat tricks, as we're seeing in the Aurelia player's hand, how is she realistically going to do this? I think step 1, you could rebuke the Vex before combat so you don't have to waste so many runes to do so. I've seen that play before and it's quite good, but she pushes the Aurelia before doing so. So this could complicate things. We'll see, because that's a 1 energy, 1 power rebuke that we're seeing in the hand for Yasuo potentially.
Does she have something else that can target Irelia? Because it's Charm, Not So Fast, Rebuke, and Draven. So she can't ready up Irelia this turn. Also, Skydo, Yeah, I don't think she knows what she's looking for either, unfortunately. And I was saying it looks like a lot because I'm like, it's just what we're seeing. I don't know what she's thinking half the time here.
It's gonna
Uh,
be a 3 energy, 2
okay.
power play for this not so faster. We never seen a more expensive not so fast. Granted, you will be
Yep.
countering the rebuke, so feeling decent about that. Because right now it didn't ready for turn, so keep that in mind. It's five to
Right.
five, so they're gonna be trading right now, 5 to 5. GA
Okay, so
procs.
yeah, I kept thinking that was a fight or flight, but it was a Zhonya's the entire time. So it looks like Vex will be fine. That there will still be the point given over to Irelia. 5 runes up though, and now she doesn't have that many options. If you charm now, it doesn't achieve much for you.
She forgot to remove the GA, and there we go. I think she thought she had enough to take down
Okay.
the Vex, funny enough. And yeah,
Yeah.
just like Sasuke is saying, that little not so fast ended up being pretty much a win wall with a double power and 3. I think, isn't win wall 2 or is it 3? Actually, it is 3. It is 3 and 2 power.
Yep. 3 and 2. The Vex just adds the power. No, power and yeah, energy and power. So yeah, it ends up being straight up win wall. Yeah, that is unfortunate. So she's gonna be able to score on this and get up to 5, but then she doesn't have a lot of defensive options. She's
Right.
just got the rebuke and no card draw.
She has a charm, rebuke, and audacious. That's pretty much no gas in the hand. You can go ahead and play a rather expensive rebuke, trying to hit the back
What?
line. What is she doing? Unless she's trying to rebuke the
It's
Aurelia. RMC. I think
she's
she's
a
trying.
rebuke.
Okay, the Aurelia. But what are you doing with that? Because you have no units available to contest that battlefield. Oh, the charm. The charm on the Stellacorn, but how are you buffing your Tie Turner? You know, she is almost there. She's trying to think of
Yep.
these 5-head plays, but she doesn't think that one extra step she needs, that foresight she needs, because a charm here, unless it's a
She's gonna
charm
charm it
Vex
back.
into Paper Tree, that's not
Charming it
terrible.
back. She's just kicking it off the field, but she can't ready the Irelia, and now there's an extra card draw. Stop the
Oh
court.
my goodness. So confusing the fact that you don't hold, but holding is the same as being able to conquer on your turn. So that's something newer players forget. Yes, you're trying to deny them a point for holding, but just like we're seeing here, they ended up getting the exact same point from a single conquer, but they now get a
Yep.
+1 draw. The Vex goes into the Tide Turner, most likely going to be successful on the conquer, going up to 6 and 2 runes available. I hate to say it, but Aurelia, it is all but over. You will not be winning this game. I think it's Yasuo's game to lose. I don't see a world where he kind of lets this go, especially taking into account that
Please,
rune
Yasuo,
economy
please, Yasuo.
2 to 7. There is no world where Aurelia gets things back with that kind of runes.
No, it's tough. And I just want Yasuo to play Yasuo, man. Please just
Yeah,
win
give
with
us a
Wind Rider.
Yasuo.
Does he have? No, he's used up all his runes. He's only got 4. He needs 5. I am so disappointed as Yasuo player.
Right.
He's a great guy though. He's been actually teaching her and pointing out things for her, missed triggers for her throughout this entire series. Great guy. It would have been better if he just played the Yasuo and just won with the 3-point back and forth.
You know, I will add this as we're closing out the very first round, because this will be a double hold most likely for the Yasuo player. I guess you do have a conquer on the Stellacorn, but something's telling me there's a few too many combat tricks plus a potential rebuke. Goes for the more ambitious conquer. Goes to
She didn't read
trigger
Sunken
the
Temple.
overzealous. But what I was getting at real quick, we could only go up from here. Honestly, we
True.
could. There's no world where we could only go up, because this match was a bit of a roller coaster, to say the least.
It was, and it's just really unfortunate that it came down to this. There was some discussion. I think she thought she could draw off the Sunken Temple, but you actually need to conquer first before you can draw. And now, given the way the judges are judging, there will be no takebacks on this. Her Irelia has been hard committed. It's not going to clear. Overzealous will kick it back. And yeah, it looks like the Yasuo has taken it in one of the least Yasuo fashions I've seen today.
Ever, right? You know, I want to see a little bit of an epic showdown, as I believe the overtime just triggered right now. It doesn't matter. That will be a double hold for Yasuo, getting this game, or getting this round number 1 in a 2-1 fashion. Well played and well earned. I will say, and I don't mean to sound disrespectful or rude, but if you knew you were playing at a big high stakes tournament like a national event out there in China, wouldn't you want to prepare a bit more, or do you just kind of YOLO it, have fun? I don't know. I'm kind of a little bit, or I'll head back to the booth, but I'm kind of saying like, is there a world where you just go as a casual competitor as well? Chat, let us know what you guys think. Is it fine, or am I just being a bit more of that competitive spirit in me?
I think plus we're speaking as people who have suffered trying to get tickets to go to these sort of things.
Right.
But at least in Houston, I did meet some people who had competitor passes who were kind of just chilling. I met this lady there who was there because of her boyfriend who had, they were
Okay.
just trying to get tickets and she got the tickets. So she's like, okay, well, he also got the tickets, so I'll just come and play. And she was just chilling. So it can happen. There are casuals that show up to these sort of events who are lucky enough to somehow get the tickets. So yeah, could very well be that she's a casual, she's newer to the game, and unfortunately, yeah, she was put on stream. But hey, she got a game, and as somebody in chat said, you can't take that away from her.
Yeah,
She
she
did
did.
get a
She
game.
did. That's a mini victory in itself.
Yes.
Because if she just picked up the game maybe a week or two ago, to get a win at the biggest stage out there in this out in China feels pretty good. That's something you can tell your significant other or your family member saying like, "Look at me, I was on TV. I
Yeah.
ended up winning one game," and she fooled us. At least she definitely fooled me. I thought she definitely knew what she was doing. Off that game one, I was like, okay. At the minimum, she was triggering her Aurelia Legend ability when she needed to do so. She was playing the Siren, raiding her unit, so she did good that game number one. But
Yeah.
maybe the full nerve settled in or something where she just kind of lost some of the logic or ability to
Yeah.
fully think about the game state, because she would go through her turns without thinking of the bigger picture at hand. And I think that definitely costed her this round one.
Yeah, Skydol Noah noted as well that she actually had the Irelia sleeves. So maybe it wasn't even her deck, or maybe she just really likes Irelia.
True.
Like I know my sister had like the she pulled an overnumbered Ari, so I made an Ari deck for her, and she has like the Ari sleeves as well. But my sister's a casual player. She did not get competitor tickets though, to be fair. But sometimes players are like that, right? Like you just like the champion, you like the art of it. She could be a League of Legends player converting, and she, for all we know, she could be a challenger level Irelia in League of Legends. Just
Right.
not so much in Riftbound.
Yeah, not so much in Riftbound yet, but anyone can improve. It just takes some time. It just takes some good old practice, of course. So we'll see. Maybe we'll see her down the line. Maybe she ends up making Top Cut. Who knows? Because anything is possible as long as you kind of commit to it, of course. And yeah, guys, I'm seeing a couple questions chat. Is this a lottery style event? There is a national open, so big emphasis on the open. So anyone is allowed to play in these events as long as you were fortunate enough to hit that lottery ticket. And out of 2,000 players, I don't know exactly how many players signed up, but pretty much if you signed up, you should be able to be granted access to play, because I don't see a world where like 4,000 or 3,000 players wanted to play. But Riftbound is decently popular out there, so maybe there was
Yes,
kind of
very
a
much
big
so.
demand for it. I know it would be out over here on the West.
Yeah, in China, it is very, very popular as well. So I
Hmm.
wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, a lot of people just signed up. And lottery is what it is. But yeah, the Yasuo player, on the other hand, I'm disappointed. Plus, we didn't see the Yasuo. You could have won in style in the last game. You had Ride the Win. Just ready
Come
him up.
on.
Yasuo, run around. Could have done it. Didn't get to see that, unfortunately. But I'm glad that we did get to see a Yasuo win. Again, I'm a big fan of these sort of rogue decks that come through. And I do think Yasuo, that deck specifically, literally has legs, because you just run around with it, score your points, and he'll have a win under his belt. He'll go forward, and we'll see whether or not maybe he makes top cut too, right? I think
Yeah.
he might have a chance, and every win he gets on the rogue deck is a better shot. But going into game two, plus now that we've seen an Irelia, we've seen Yasuo. Did we just start seeing Dravens again? Is that what's gonna
No,
happen?
no, no, no. I don't think we're in the realm of Draven neighborhood just yet. Once we start getting to that round 6, round 7, potentially, we might get into that Draven territory. But for now, I want to see a little bit of Rek'Sai coming out to play. I want to see even a little bit of Rumbles going around. The deck I probably want to see most, randomly enough, I want to see
Okay.
a Renata player that mains Renata. I want to see one that has been working with Renata this entire season too long and truly believes they're the best Renata player in the room. That's the game I want to see. What do you want to see,
That's fair.
RMC?
I'd be shocked to see Renata. Actually, there was one Renata that converted at Vegas to day two. So It's possible. I have found zero success with Renata. I
It's
tried so hard. I'm
tricky.
a Victor main. Yeah, and the colors are the same, but just without the recruit and the way her things work, I just find her so much tougher to utilize. So you know what? I'd be down to watch a Renata. I'd love to see a Rumble. I actually think Rumble is really fun to play. I played the starter deck, and it actually kind of works out the starter deck. So I'd love to see that. For now, though, they're showing us post game stats from that game one there, and yeah, I think that's the first stat is how many times they won battle. Second stat's their how many spells actually killed something. Um, the third stat's how much gold that player created, and the last one's how many equips they pulled that game. So
Okay.
yeah, it looks like a pretty straightforward game, just a lot of combat more than anything else.
Nice. I'm impressed. Were you able to make that out from the text?
Okay, so I can understand some Chinese, not
Nice,
enough to
nice.
understand anything they're saying most of the time, but I can like, kind of piece together sometimes from stuff. Like I
It
can
looked
read
that way.
maybe 20% of the characters, something like that. So chat, please, if there's anybody who can actually read, please do confirm and
I
let
was
us know if we're
impressed.
wrong.
I was
All right.
impressed because usually we can't read those graphics there. But the graphics that I'm really looking forward to, and I keep refreshing the page on my left, is I want to see the full deck distribution of day one. Out of those 2,000 or so players, we know the top three. If you guys are just tuning in, to no one's surprise, top number one is Draven at 19%. Aurelia's coming in, I believe. Remind me if I'm wrong, RMC. Was it 17% Aurelia?
I think it was 15, but my memory is absolute hot trash. Should have screenshotted it when I came up. That was my bad.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. And then the number three, if you guys are just tuning in, it is Kai'Sa. So Draven, Aurelia, Kai'Sa, those are the most represented deck here in the Shenzhen National. But we don't know what is the matchup spread for the remaining of the legends. We don't know how many Ezreals, Fioras,
Yeah,
Yasuos. So I want to see all that
Renatas.
information. So I don't think it's there just yet. Um,
Mhm.
but here's the question we were saying at the beginning. Do we get a backup match? But if not, that game did go to time. So the round two should be
Yeah.
starting rather shortly. And I do remember, as much as I want to keep casting and casting, I did schedule Sasuke to come and join you for round number two. So Sasuke, if you're listening, if you're not, I'm going to go ahead and tag you in caster chat so I can bring you in when you're ready.
Yeah, actually, I'm hyped to get to work with Sasuke. I met him at Houston, actually. We ended up playing on Nexus night, kind of next to each other a little bit. So yeah, that's my first time interacting with Sasuke. And then I know he was at Vegas, but I didn't see him at Vegas. Like I saw him on the big screen. He was on stream on the main stream. He got interviewed by Casanova, but yeah, unfortunately, I didn't quite get to catch him. So
Nice, nice. And I think Sasuke is here in the commentary booth. But Sasuke, if you hear me, okay, I see your cam. Let me set up the cam and then I'll bring you in. But how are we doing, Sasuke? What did you think of that opening game if you caught it?
I felt really bad for that girl. It seemed like she was incredibly nervous and kept making a ton of mistakes, and then just missing all of her triggers because like she made
yeah,
one mistake and then it just snowballed. And I've definitely been there before where I made one big mistake on stream and then I just you keep making more and you just get more and more nervous, and so you just play worse and worse. And that's what I saw personally. But
Right.
overall, I thought that her game one was really strong, and it was a fun series nonetheless.
Yeah.
100%. I'm gonna be honest. If I don't mind costing the game, like my face can be here and that's okay, but I would not want to be on stream table. I know I would screw up on stream table 100%.
Yep.
It's a bit of a different experience, of course, right? A lot of people don't understand what exactly it feels like to be in that situation. So we got to give them a little bit of credit where credit's due sometimes. So yeah, it does happen. Those nerves does get to a lot of people. I'm a bit with the RMC. It would kind of get to me, but I feel like at one point you kind of want to have some fun with it as well. It's the only time people get to actually see you. But maybe this because I'm on camera a little bit off, but I don't know. I would enjoy it. I would try to enjoy it, but hopefully you're so right. If you make one little misplay, chat's going crazy. So you don't want to be that guy, of course. But since we were talking about what we want to see, since Sasuke, you just joined us,
Yeah.
what kind of legends would you like to see from this national event? Maybe in this next round that you will be casting.
I mean, Ornn, I feel like
True.
he's probably not going to show up, but I'd like to see an Ornn. I think Ornn is in a really bad place right now as somebody who loves playing Ornn, both in League of Legends and, in Riftbound. At least in Riftbound, he's like, Bryn here just locks you out of the game, and then they can rebuke you, and then you're just dead.
Yep.
And yeah, 20% of the meta is doing that in their main deck, which is really difficult to get around. So
You know, and bringing up Brynir, did we see the Rain Guard signature spell today? They're trying to break the game left and right, it feels like, with set 3, guys. Brynir reaction speed on your opponent's turn, that doesn't seem too too impossible with that Rain Guard signature spell. How do we feel about that card, guys? I'll let RMC go if he has some thoughts on it.
I mean, we can kind of do it in this set already. I know some people have played around here to help. And Brynir, it's just the color combination of red orange is not a common one. I think it's like what, Lucian and Volume?
yeah, Lucian. Yeah,
Yeah.
Lucian is really the deck right now that's
Yeah.
going to be playing it.
So I mean, I do think it's really strong, but in general, I feel like set 3 has just looked It's been broken, but it's been broken across the board, so it doesn't feel as bad as Chaos did in set 2.
Yeah,
There's like
Chaos
a
just
new miracle
nonstop.
lockout. There's like a new miracle lockout, that card that's like you have to kill a unit and then you can bring back a unit from your discard. So you need 2 Brynhirs.
Yes.
And then at the start of your turn, you do that. You're playing Annie, but like it's a permanent lockout for the rest of the game because when they go to draw in response, you just sack your boy, and then they can't play the game.
Heatless Resurrection. It's the purple card. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
It's kind of messed up.
And is that with combination with Rasa to sack the Rasa, or what card do you sack with that Resurrection card?
You sack Brynhir to get back Brynhir, so you have 2 Brynhirs.
Oh,
one in
you have
discard,
2.
One in
Okay.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you've got Fizz to repeat it as well, and
Actually, no, you're playing the Annie. So you play Annie, so then you bring it back from the discard, and then you have what's that the 2-cost gear that you can return a unit.
Last right.
It's like a 5-card.
Or no,
not-
it's another one.
It's a gear. Yeah, like you exhaust
set
it
3?
and then it returns a unit. It's set 1. It's a set 1 card. I can't remember the name of
Morbid.
it.
Wait,
'Cause
it's a gear. You exhaust and return a card. I know Morbid Return returns a unit.
No,
Chat,
that's
help us
returning
out.
from the
Chat always
discard.
knows the
Yeah,
cards.
from the
Pack of
battlefield.
Wonders, right. Oh, you bounce
Yes,
back to
yeah.
Annie. I see where you're going at, Sasuke. That makes so much sense.
Again. Right. Yeah, that
then it's a
sounds
permanent
absolutely
lock.
disgusting.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's just like an auto win once that happens. But and the thing is, you're in purple, so it's very realistic to get it. You have stack deck, you have called shot. I mean, and then I think there's more draw that's coming, and then there's that new 3-cost discard unit that you can utilize with the Pack of Wonders as well. It's purple is. How did it get better? Is what I want to know.
Yeah, how is that even a thing, right? Or maybe I think RMC brought up a good point. They designed their first 4 sets together. So maybe eventually with set 4, everything kind of balances out. Because right now it seems like they're putting all the sauce onto the Chaos domain. And you know, the Resurrection card wasn't even the end of it, right? We had the crazy Starcross card as well. Reaction speed, bounce a card back to the hand. And then now there's a 1-cost stun as well. That's a pretty good card as well. So a lot of tools being added to that toolbox for Chaos. But I will say some other colors have received some love as well. I think Order as a domain definitely got some good stonks. I don't know exactly the cards, but I remember thinking like, okay, I've seen some good cards so far out of Unleashed. But so far, what domain besides purple are you guys most excited to see from Unleashed?
Orange.
Orange? Okay.
Orange? Which cards in orange have caught your attention?
So I was actually, before I joined y'all, I was actually playtesting some games. I was doing the Yi experience deck, and you can actually get experience pretty fast. You just play all the guys that give you an XP when you play them, and then you play all the hunt guys, and you have the Yi that when you know the forecast Yi on the side that gives you experience. Hunt 2.
Yeah.
And like
ganking.
yeah, I mean turn 5, turn 6, I'm at 11 XP, and then all my units come in ready, and they're all bigger. And then there's that 2-cost guy. He's got Hunt 1, and if you have at least 6 experience, he gets +1. But then Yi gives him an additional +1, so then he's at 2 for 4. It actually was. I was like really surprised by how good it was. Actually.
Yeah, and I like the fact they gave that the spell too, or the gear. Pardon me. what was it blood
Blood Pedal,
rose?
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, like where when you play a unit, you can just gain XP off of it. I mean, pay 1 energy, but it's a cheap thing to do. Yeah, it feels like body is ramping better than it did. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't hugely crazy about body in set two, but I feel like in set three, like body is definitely coming to its own. Oh, and Elder Dragon. I don't understand Elder Dragon. Any amount of your damage is enough to kill enemy units. So is that like when you say yours, is that like any damage you
As
deal
the
from whatever
card.
source? Or is it just Elder Dragon?
I believe it's for Elder Dragon because
Yeah.
Elder Dragon's second line of text says deal 1 damage to every location. So both battlefields,
Okay.
maybe even 3 battlefields, and then the base. So it's a little bit of a mini, not board wipe, but unit clear kind of thing. At least that's how
Yeah.
I understood it. What about you, Sasuke?
Yeah, I think you're right. Plus, but the one thing that I thought was cool with Elder Dragon is that now, because like Yi Aurora has been a thing for a while, and now you have access to Elder Dragon. The
Right.
Alpha Strike with the Elder Dragon seems pretty nasty.
Ooh.
Wait, let me bring up Alpha Strike. You
Right.
know, funny enough, why don't I just pull up these cards while we're talking about it? Shame on me for not realizing this earlier. Chad's like, wait, guys, what cards are you guys even going on about? The only thing, since you guys are watching stream, let me know because I'm going to go full screen so I can't see when the stream's back. So just give me a little bit of a heads up so I can hide this.
Sure.
But let's
Okay.
see.
They're just showing like over numbers right now, so you're fine.
Yeah, oh, Alpha Strike, of course, the Yi Master, the Yi signature spell. Yes, that's such a super strong card. I'm right there with you. I think Master Yi is going to be one of those decks that a lot of people do not want to play against and are going to love playing. You know, I've been testing a little bit of Kha'Zix myself, and I've been pleasantly surprised as a point you made. XP is not that hard to get. Like you could get XP rather quickly with a lot of cards that have already been revealed and will probably be revealed with the second half next week. So I think XP is a great mechanic. Some people have, not to say complain, but it's just another thing to keep a track of. How do you guys feel about that? Is XP kind of overcomplicating the game, or is it a nice little mechanic to be introduced in set 3?
I think the mechanic's fine. I just think like what Sasuke was saying, Alpha Strike with Elder is just broken. You're gonna get so much, like potentially 10 XP in one shot.
Mm-hmm.
If there's 10 units on battlefield. It's like it's absolutely busted. And also, for those of y'all who play League of Legends, you know what? When Mastery came on Proving Grounds, I actually thought like, what is this +2 solo defense nonsense? Like that's not Mastery. But giving Mastery Alpha Strike where you can get 10 EXP and the early game is gonna be crap, but then you just ramp up for like level 6. That is lore accurate for League of Legends. Mastery.
Right.
They got this.
My question is though, how do we keep track and make sure your opponents accurately, representing their XP? Because I have a little, those little digital notepads. I don't know if digital is the right word, but you know the ones that you could blank with a click. I usually do that for the points, so I think it's decently easy to kind of calculate XP like that. But now, is everyone supposed to bring out a pen and paper to every game? Or what do you guys think? Maybe chat would have some opinion. Do you get your D20 dice to represent both of your XPs? I don't know. What's the most efficient way to do so?
Yeah.
I mean,
Or maybe
I'd
make like
be
an
fine with the
experience.
spin down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you just
Okay.
have to be able to track it some way or another. Like even like a point tracker might be allowed for something like that because it does have to move up or down, right? Like but it has to be visible to your opponent. I guess that's the main thing. I think the easiest thing for them to do is just make like the buff tokens. Like you know how Lee Sin,
They have them.
the green one. Yeah, then you just like stack cards.
But
And
stacking
when you use it,
11 of them, is that seems much more of a headache or maybe like board space than it would just to have a dice. Because chat, I remember seeing not a D20. I remember seeing the XP tracker. Let me pull it up here. It was in one of these articles.
Oh,
It was
okay. So you actually have
Unleashed
one.
Review. Yeah, it was right in here. So chat, I don't know if you guys saw it, but they did preview the tokens. And in those tokens, it was the XP tracker. So I'll see if I can pull it up. Here it is. So open and new.
Tell you what I want instead. Actually, I wished it actually released like the tokens and stuff that they use at on the stream tables, like you know the +1 +2 stuff.
Yeah.
Minus 1 minus 2, like the stun tokens. Like if you have that, I buy it. Okay, so they're just gonna print a card for it, I guess.
Yeah, but do you stack? I almost thought you could like write a number on top of it, but then you have to reuse the XP tracker every single time. It just
Yeah.
doesn't seem realistic to stack 16 of them under your legend, but they made it for a reason, I guess. But I'm probably not going to be using the XP tracker if I'm being honest.
I think you just use the XP tracker like token, and then you put dice on the
Right.
tracker, right? So it's like
Yeah, that makes
1,
sense.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
That'd be smart.
That makes much
Sasuke,
more
why aren't you
sense.
designing this game, man? You're brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably sure Sasuke would cook up something a little bit better than this chaos craziness we're getting here in set 3, but maybe we're kind of cutting to the chase a little bit here. Maybe we have a bit more of a balanced meta than we think, because there seems to be balance where everything's a little bit overtuned, kind of like we were saying earlier. So I'm curious to see what people indeed bring out and unleash. I think we're just a week away from getting the entire set reveal, since we have a little bit of time to kill. I know we've been talking about favorite combos so far, but let's just go for favorite cards. We'll let chat throw some favorite cards, but I'll ask Sasuke first. What's been the favorite card revealed so far?
The orange Rengar, I forget what his name is, but that one, just like I also got to play test today. I mean, it looked like it was going to be crazy. So far in play testing, it is crazy, and it is super fun to play on top of it. So, Rengar.
Yeah, Rengar Trophy Hunter looks like is his name, and he is a huge unit, especially in the Rengar deck. A 5 for 7 when you get to play out ambush, and then you go play him as a surprise attacker. A little bit of a Dead Bloom, but a Dead Bloom on defense, right? Am I reading that right? It's kind of nuts.
Well, I mean, yes, you can use it offensively to overtake a battlefield, right? So like they fight or flight, and so you just in response Rengar, or they try and take an open battlefield and you in response Rengar.
Yeah,
I mean,
it just pops out right away.
yeah, it's a very very cool card.
It's a
really
unit.
like the design.
It is a unit. What about you, RMC? What is your favorite card so far revealed?
So I've kind of got two. For one is the Valmol, the green card, because I used to play a lot of Twisted Tree Line in League of Legends. So seeing Valmol back is wonderful. The fact that he just kind of negates damage, it messes up Imperial Decree, which has been an issue for, I think, since set 1. It's like the finisher card, and now it doesn't work against Valmol because anything that's weaker doesn't deal damage anymore, which is great. The other card, which I actually find hilarious, and I'm going to try and make this work. I probably can't, but I'm going to try. Is there's a card called Gutter Palace that came out.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, the win condition.
At the start of your beginning turn, if you have exactly 4 cards in hand and 4 cards in the battlefield, you win the game.
It's tricky. I mean, obviously they try to make it like loops and hurdles you got to go through to go ahead and win this game. It has deflect as a gear. Oh, no, it's the bird you play out. But yeah,
so,
it's at your beginning phase, so it's pre-draw. So you have to keep that in mind, right? So you have to have 4 cards in hand before you draw for turn, and it's 4 units at either battlefield, right? Or collectively, isn't it?
I think it's
collectively
at battlefields, like across both. It looks like the second match has also been selected. They've got the players on screen now. No information's been revealed about their decks, but players are on screen.
I'll go ahead
just
and refresh.
as a quick note, about Gutter Palace.
Yeah.
You can play ambush units in response to the trigger. So if you have like 5 or 6 units or 5 or 6 cards in hand, you can play 2 units and actually finish the game with it.
Wait, but what does it put on chain? Like when you make a bird, or at the start of your turn?
It says at the beginning phase, so it has a trigger, right? So it'll trigger, and then in response to the trigger, you can play your ambush units, and then it would lower your hand count as well as increase. Yeah.
It definitely seems like an interesting card, but it does look like round number 2 of today's National Open is going to be underway. I think I have it full up. And Sasuke, do you have the stream up on your side?
I do.
Okay, perfect. So you got to see the disappointing moment when, folks, it's the Draven in match 2. Already we're starting to see them. But on the other side, yeah, this is way more exciting. Lucian, that's new. We were just talking about here to help and Bryn here. Now, I don't think we're going to see that combo, but Lucian at least is fun because he's very aggressive. He's going to be attacking all the time. And now Draven has to play a game of tag. You got to catch this Lucian somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I would like to note though is I got to interview Mo, just
Mhm.
a Lucian right now. It feels like he's kind of a Lucian one trick.
Mhm.
And he's, from Legends of Runeterra, one of the best in Legends of Runeterra, now coming here to Riftbound.
Yeah.
So, his word has a lot of weight in my eyes. He says Lucian is a counter to Draven. So, I mean, is Lucian the hero that we're looking for? That's the question.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. That Lucian's one of the sort of headhunter decks that can deal very well with Draven potentially, and I kind of see the idea right now with Lucian, especially the orange one. The whole idea is when you conquer, you can ready it up, so you're just kind of hit and running and not leaving anything on the field for Draven to kind of deal with. And with the assault buffs that you're getting, it's very hard for Draven as well to try and hold against it. So it feels like a bit of an arms race between the two.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the other thing is, right, like you're able to suit up a Rune Runner, and then once you get the combo online, it's just like impossible to
Mhm.
stop. And then, not to mention, you also have cards like Relentless Pursuit that just allow you to get in and out of the battlefield and go ahead and conquer that other battlefield. So you can take 4 points in a single turn. So even if
Yeah.
you are behind, you have just incredible catch up mechanics in this deck archetype. So I'm really excited to see how this Lucian performs.
Yeah, and for the Draven, you're kind of looking to be able to get enough units. That's the big problem against Lucian is that he burns through your units so quickly. If there's ever a turn you don't have enough units, then, well, you kind of run into problems. Now, it's closed deck. We don't know what variant of Draven this is, but I do see an Ezreal. And that, to me, pretty much instantly suggests that it's either Miracle or Detonate.
Yeah, I mean, I did also see the Bushwhack, so I
True.
mean, I'm
Yep.
I'm right there with you. I think it has to be one of those two variants. And
Mhm.
then for the Lucian, one thing that I did see was a Rek'Sai, which isn't very common in the Lucian build. So I'm
Yeah.
excited to see how he's building it. I did also see a Piercing Light in Challenge, so a very unique style of Lucian, I think, so far.
Yeah, and with Lucian, I'm kind of with you in that. I think the one that Mo ran was the whole Skyfall Trinity combo. That's the one that I've seen more of. Other variants I think are going to be kind of interesting to see how that works with the Rek'Sai as well. Wasn't there that deck at was it Vegas that ran Rek'Sai? Oh, I think it was a Kai'Sa deck that ran like Rek'Sai, red Rek'Sai uh, for the accelerate. So maybe you're just running it in this Lucian deck. Same thing. It's the accelerate with the assault to potentially just go in and take something on the early turns.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be that. I mean, it would make a lot of sense as well. Just an early unit to play, and then also if you're on the draw, it's
Mhm.
an extra. It's a 3 that you can play without having to pay any power cost, which is convenient. And then it's 3 cost for a 4, which is very very effective for a unit, especially when you're being such an aggressively uh, lined deck or just such an aggro deck, really.
Yeah, and it looks like for the Draven, they're going to be opening with the Ezreal. Unfortunately, actually drew the Nocturne, so won't be able to see it off the draw. Has another Ezreal in hand, but I don't think he's got the called shots or the stack decks. Oh no, he's. I
He
saw
has
one
2 stack
energy, so
decks.
he's got stack decks.
Yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
he's got the tools to already start the engine. Not quite there yet, and it's going to be the Kaisa coming in for Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, so Kai'Sa, just those early draws are super important, and then just being able to threaten this Ezreal as well as make this Ezreal unable to just go into the Kai'Sa, I think makes a lot of sense. Not a lot of Miracle decks are running more than one Spinning Axe, so I just don't really expect to see that early on, and especially because it costs a power, it really feels like this Draven's
Right.
just trying to find some, you know, early power, early progress, and yep, I mean, just gonna go ahead and drop down the Draven on turn 2 makes a lot of sense, and go ahead and play passive.
Okay, so the longsword being picked up as well is going to be an interesting one. There's a relentless pursuit in hand for Lucian, which would allow him to move the Kaisa around, potentially score on his opponent's turn, but he needed an equipment to be able to use it. So now he's technically got the tools he needs to make that happen. And off the card draw, he pulls out a challenge as well. He's got, was that 6 runes up and available? Is he going to challenge to maybe try and take out that Ezreal? Trinity
I
Force.
know that he's
Okay.
got 2 challenges already. So just gonna go ahead and drop down this Trinity Force. I would like to see
Mhm.
him just exhaust this Lucian Legend, equip the Trinity Force, and actually challenge the
Yeah.
Draven. Just push away this Draven, make it more likely that you are going to be able to hold with this Kai'Sa. And then if you have something like
Yep.
Relentless Pursuit, which I did see in hand, on the following turn he will be able to utilize that Kai'Sa once more and just draw some more cards.
Yeah, and exactly as you call it, Sasuke, that's what he's going to go with. Now, he is tapped out, and that is a little bit scary. I mean, that Kai'Sa is sitting at a, what is it, 6 might right now.
Yeah.
We know there's a bushwhack in hand, and I guess normally you're not expecting to see the bushwhack necessarily on turn 2. It's possible, but more often we see it on turn 3. But now with the call shots, with the sack decks, you can get the battering ram out. And if you're desperate, you can swing for it, take it out. I certainly would, because that Trinity Force is a very, very scary thing to just leave holding battlefields.
Absolutely. And the fact that, I mean, there is one saving grace here for this Draven player. He does, I mean, it is just right now 1 point, and so it's not too deep. And the one thing that
Sure.
is an even bigger saving grace is the fact that he just managed to pick up that spinning axe. And unfortunately for him, he finds 2 Rasas, so not going to be able to do anything too exciting with the rest of that their called shot. But I mean, it is going to help him up in these later terms. I think he just right now doesn't really want to hold on to these Rasas, which makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But instead, just going to go ahead and fire off this stack deck, and we'll have to see exactly what he finds. But I'm not really sure what he's looking for. Maybe he's just trying to set up for these future turns, or maybe he's even trying to go for this big battering ram line.
Yeah, because, I mean, so far, how much energy has he actually used? First one was called shot, right? So it's just the 1 for the stack deck. Bushwhack is 2. You called shot again, and that would be his 3rd card played. And then,
Correct.
yeah, then he could get 1 ram down potentially. Yeah, at that point, I don't know if it's worth it, but he's already started the dice counting. So the alternative is, you could just swing in with the Ezreal, drop a spinning axe, but that exposes your Ezreal. And as you were pointing out, Sasuke, there's not a ton of spinning axes nowadays in these decks. So if you did opt for that particular line, then you're. Oh, there we go. He's got the seal. So yeah, now we can double battering ram this turn.
Yeah, the seal's definitely a huge pickup here. I think there's
Yep.
pretty much no other choice that makes sense. And yep, as you called it, there goes that seal of discord. And I think he's just going to immediately drop it down, probably go ahead and play that called shot as well. And then he still has enough room to bushwhack as well as, fire off a couple of these other cards. And he's actually just going to go right into this spinning axe, which I think is fairly surprising.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That feels a little bit premature. And that was the alternate line we were thinking of. If you didn't hit the seal, you couldn't hit enough of the counters to get the sort of 1 cost battering rams to come through. I mean, he's still going to get a battering ram out. It's just that they're not going to be accelerated this time. And even if the Ezreal had somehow survived, it wasn't going to be able to, it wasn't going to survive the next turn necessarily. It's just way, way too risky. So instead, he's built up the battering rams. He's kind of playing it slow. I don't hate it necessarily, but he is going to have to deramp a little bit further in order to keep that spinning axe alive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in this way, he is able to develop 13 might onto the board as well as deny that Kai'Sa the point, and then also just go ahead and pressure him off of that relentless pursuit. But now it is going to be up to the Lucian player to try and find his way back into this game. I mean, he's still got that Rek'Sai in hand as well as this Lucian in that back line, and I think the Lucian as well as this Rek'Sai might just be the line here. Go ahead and play it slow. You're not under any pressure. The most that your opponent can do is get 2 points next turn, but you have such an amazing crackback as well. So I think that's really just the case here. And yep, looks like he's just going to go ahead and accelerate. Yep. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that worked that way.
Yeah, that's sorry, what is accelerating?
The Rek'Sai.
Oh, okay, yeah, I did not see that combo at all. I guess that's why they're doing it. That makes a lot of sense. And now you're going to be able to conquer and move back as well. It looks like he went up for that Zon Warrens, so he just wants to see what other options. Oh,
I mean, he manages to find himself a Bone Shiver.
Yeah.
Which is great here, actually. Bone Shiver is just one of those cards that you can utilize super easily with Lucian. You use it, and then you just bring back the Lucian. You immediately get your rune back, and then you can go ahead and conquer that other battlefield, get the other rune back if it's a relentless pursuit, and you just get to keep moving between both battlefields super easily. And so I think that's really the thought process behind Bone Shiver, and I've actually seen it in quite a few Lucian decks as well.
Yeah, and it just accelerates you so incredibly far ahead, and it gives you just more and more options. So suddenly, from the last turn, it looked like the Draven managed to hit his miracle early. He was going to get overwhelming amounts of might, and for Lucian, if you start to fall behind, it does get a little bit dicey. But now with this combo that we just saw with the accelerate from the Rek'Sai Breacher onto the Lucian Merciless, and now with Bone Shiver in hand, yeah, Lucian doesn't have to worry about falling behind whatsoever. He's going to be able to swing through, and now Draven's the one who has to do a lot of math. You can conquer on this turn, but can you survive the assault that's going to be coming through from the Lucian? And if you can't, then one thing that often doesn't come up with Dravens necessarily is that they are mid range. They can stack up really fast, but they don't actually have that many units. If you're losing your battering rams and Rosses early on, you don't have enough might to really kind of play through the rest of the game unless you've got that Vi to recycle your deck in, or you kind of burn out in order to get all the cards back in.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. So I think one thing that right now this Draven player is kind of falling prey to right now is this Ezreal is an incredibly risky spot. You know that your opponent's running both piercing lights as well as challenge. So
Mm-hmm.
this Ezreal might not last the turn, and I think right now he's
Yep.
feeling pressured to go ahead and fire off these call shot while he has the opportunity, and he's just going to go ahead and pass. And I mean, I think it is going to be up to this Lucian here to go ahead and punish him for not doing so. So we'll have to see how the Lucian decides to navigate this next turn. But I think right now it really does feel like the Lucian's just kind of inching further and further ahead.
Yeah, he's just got all the options, basically, it feels like right now. So it looks like a recycle to come through, maybe looking to hide a card. And still 2 runes up for the Draven as well. So on the Lucian's turn, he's got to be very conscious of the sort of potential combat tricks that could come out. 2 for Draven, of course, being a very strong number. You've got the Rebukes, you've got the Fight or Flights, potential, spinning axes to come through as well. And that is, what is that? 13 might currently stacked onto the Zon Warrens there. Punch first. Man, Lucian is getting all the tools he needs to really try and brute force and break that field.
Absolutely. I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Just all these options available for this Lucian player. So he's going to go ahead and go and try and take this Forge of the Fluff. I like this a lot. So that way you can just go ahead and potentially exhaust this Lucian legend, equip equip one of your equipment, and then okay, so he's going to go ahead and challenge like we were talking about here. And yeah, really just kind of take advantage while he can. And then it really doesn't matter if it gets fight or flighted or not, because the challenge is going to happen. And then, yeah, I would like to see him just go ahead and put this Bone Shiver on this Lucian while he has the opportunity. And then in the next turns, just continue to ramp up.
I'm trying to remember, for Forge of the Fluff, you can do it at any point during your turn, right?
As long as you control the battlefield. So if he moves off the battlefield, he will no longer control it.
Okay, yeah. So he's not in a rush right now. He could attach, whatever gears he wants to the Rek'Sai, swing in with that, and then, okay. Yeah, I was wondering if they just like swing in the Rek'Sai and then transfer everything over with Forge of the Fluff after, if it kind of wins. But no, like you call it, just kind of attach it for now. Doesn't want to have to deal with the hidden card on Seth Draven. As you pointed out earlier, Sasuke, he's not in a rush. He's ahead, and so he can take his time really developing things.
Yeah, and now, I mean, this Draven player does manage to pick himself up a hold point, and he does find himself a Rebuke as well. So he's really starting to find all the answers that he needs. I mean, he still has that Fight or Flight in hand as well. So one Fight or Flight is hidden, one is in hand. And I'd really like to see this Draven kind of utilize these Fight or Flights to take advantage of his positioning here. Potentially just use that Fight or Flight in the base to go back to base and then move that battering ram around the world, if you will, and then potentially even just go for this Rebuke. Like, he's already kind of starving on runes, you may as well just continue to do so. And I like that he's deciding to go into combat first before deciding to use this Rebuke. So I think this is perfectly navigated from this Draven player so far.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, Bone Shiver. I'm thinking about how much might does that Lucian have? Because Bone Shiver is 2, Trinity Force is 2. Then Lucian itself was what, 3? Lucian is 3,
Yes.
so it only had 7. Would the other battering ram not just have like potentially killed it? Like, I part of me just wonders if it's better to use the 8 might battering ram to go through and then try and force out the runes, force out some some more spells and stuff from hand from Lucian. If he can overcome it, then you can rebuke it if you'd like. But yeah, interestingly enough, just kind of opted to do it the other way. So Lucian still has 3 runes up, didn't have to burn any recycle costs or anything. And yeah, Draven, I didn't quite catch what's in his hand, but it looks like he might just be passing over.
I mean, honestly, I think you're absolutely correct here. I think the movement was actually a little bit less committal to bring over the 8 might battering ram. And I think one of the issues here from this Draven player was just not recognizing that the assault is only on offense, not on defense.
Hmm.
And so I think that's where this mistake kind of laid into play here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, besides that small misstep, I think right now this Draven's playing incredibly well. And I mean, we'll have to see how he navigates the rest of these turns, but picking up
Yep.
a second Nocturne does not feel good.
No, and I've seen it happen far too frequently to these Dravens, where you just keep drawing the Nocturnes instead of playing them, and that's one of the risks of Draven, unfortunately, because you'd have so much card draw. For now, though, his turns, like there's no more counterplay coming through from Draven on this turn. He had 4 energy up, but Brynher coming down right now, and it is Lucian's game to play. Yeah, I'm just thinking, does he have any other accelerate options necessarily? He got the cheat earlier, with Lucian coming out the chosen champion zone, but now it's coming out of hand. He's just going to use the Rek'Sai and Relentless Pursuit.
Oh, I love this here because now this Relentless Pursuit allows him to equip the Bone Shiver. So he's essentially just spending 1 more energy. And then this way he gets to bring back the unit to base without having to exhaust it. And then he can overtake both these battlefields, ramp both these runes right back. And then on the following turn, just, I mean, potentially even get to have a hold because right now this Draven has no units available. So he's just making sure that his opponent is aware of how this works. He's going to go right back to base here and overtake the Zon Warrens as well. And now this Draven is in a world of hurt, as not only does he lose both of these battering rams, but he also loses his spinning axe.
Yeah, and that's always the concern, right? When you're trying to play against Lucian, is holding is really, really difficult. And by the way, if you're confused, in case anybody's unfamiliar with Relentless Pursuit, the reason why Rek'Sai can kind of go back and forth like that is because Relentless Pursuit's last line is when you conquer, you may move him back to base. So that's how he conquered, went back, and was still ready to go up to the Zon Warren's side of things. And now, for this Draven, currently stat on 5 runes, will be up to 7. There's a chance he can still kind of do the miracle turn again, with the bushwhack, get everything readied up and pushed in. But if he doesn't, he needs to bushwhack this turn, or he needs to just rebuke and fight or flight and force things out. Because at 5 points with the Trinity Force, Lucian will be at 7, and if he conquers the other side, it'll be an 8.
Look, losing that Ezreal, I think on that turn prior, it has been damning this Draven player. I mean, he's sitting on 2 called shots in hand, now picks up a scrap heap, so he just has no way to discard or really utilize any of his draw engine tools effectively. And so right now he's just kind of stuck with 7 runes. And I mean, look, he's gone through 2 battergrams. We saw off the call chat that he's gone through 2 Rosses as well. He has already discarded one of those Rosses. And so, I mean, he's really only looking for 1 battering 1 Rasa, potentially some Noxus Hopefuls. But yeah, I mean, he's in a damning world of trouble right now and does manage to find himself a falling star, but it's just not quite enough to get over this Rek'Sai.
Well, did manage to hit a Rasa off that draw. The Wait, did he use the bushwhack?
I think he must have discarded it.
Oh, that's really rough. Yeah, because I thought he had it earlier. I don't remember him playing it. Yeah, discarding I think is really going to come back to bite him. Falling Star is not going to have enough damage to clear it out. It's 3 to a unit, but that Rek'Sai is currently set at a 7. So something else needs to happen here to force that Rek'Sai off that Zon Warrens.
Yeah, and the other issue is that he has no way to get onto the other battlefield right now. So this Bryn here can very likely and very easily conquer that other battlefield. And if he doesn't figure out a way to deal with that, I mean, there could be some sort of accelerate unit that this Lucian player has. I mean, he's got Kai'Sa's, that, and he has this Rek'Sai, so maybe there's some sort of way to cheese out another, conquering, or rather a accelerated unit. And I mean, it really feels like this Lucian's taking game 1.
Okay, so we're starting with a Falling Star to come through, and he's going to take out the Bryn here. which makes sense. I don't think he has a rebuke in hand. He's got a fight or flight, and I think he just has to brute force the fight or flight. Like you just cannot let that Rek'Sai hold. Anything else can happen, but that cannot hold.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see how he navigates this turn, but I think you're totally right here. I think you have to fire it off the spider flight, and well, he's just going to let this hold happen. And I mean, this Lucian player's got to be happy about that.
Yeah, with only 3 points with this Draven, with the ability to pull back that Rek'Sai, even if you don't have something to accelerate this turn to capture, which he does, gonna draw that one off the top deck. But yeah, even if you didn't have the accelerate, you're very comfortable. If you can't conquer, that's fine. Just pull back your Rek'Sai and we go again on the next turn. You've got all the assault in the world. You're gonna feel very, very comfortable with that. And yeah, there's the scoop to come through. Yeah, he was just banking on the fact that you weren't going to be able to hit an accelerate and didn't come through off to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Draven played it about as well as he could have. I think there was that small misstep in using that rebuke a little bit too early. I think you could have forced out one of the combat tricks from the Lucian player, but unfortunately for him, I mean, getting to force out a punch first, I don't think would have changed anything. So, yeah, I mean, very, very good game one here from the Lucian player. I think we kind of predicted here early on, and
Yeah.
Mo has been talking about how Lucian it really is an answer to Draven, and it really showcased it here in game one.
And I kind of like the patient play from the Lucian as well. We talked about how Lucian wants to get ahead and just kind of keep up the tempo, right? Like constantly be just swinging through all the way. But instead, he was willing to take the turn to really develop his board first, let the Draven take the early lead, and then put the onus on the Draven to say, okay, well, now you got to defend. And how much can you defend with? How much do you feel comfortable defending with? And to me, I think the critical error for the Draven was defending with the 2 battering rams was right. But then the way he split the battering rams and the fact that he didn't force out more from the Lucian on that particular turn. He swung with the smaller battering ram, used the early rebuke like you called, being a big mistake. That came back to bite him. It's more to me the splitting of might. And if you don't have enough to defend against the Lucian, you can't afford to split. Then you're just going to lose too much of your board, and then you're going to fall behind in tempo, and then Lucian's going to take off to the races.
Absolutely. I think one of the other issues is that Trinity Force had managed to come down so early on, and it
Yeah.
really created this huge pressure point for this Draven player. I mean, he had to answer it just as early as I think turn 3, right? The Lucian was or the Kai'Sa was trying to hold on onto the battlefield with that Trinity Force. He forced himself to sack his Ezreal to do so, and it just things kept getting worse for him as the Lucian managed to come onto the battlefield, accelerated through that Rek'Sai as well, and I mean everything just kept getting worse for him. So I mean, very well navigated from the Lucian player. I really like that Rek'Sai adaptation, allowing
Yeah.
yourself to have extra accelerate units as well as a way to bring out a Lucian accelerated.
Yeah, I actually completely forgot about the fact that friendly units play from anywhere else gets the accelerate, because normally the only time you see that is pretty much from Rek'Sai players. When they're drawing stuff off the top of their deck. Who else is playing stuff? Maybe like a Chaos deck might, but again, most Chaos decks aren't running that sort of Rek'Sai because it's Draven, right? Draven's the only red purple.
Right now, yeah, that's being actively played. I mean, you could have it in an Annie deck, but I
True.
don't think you really need to accelerate an Annie. So,
Yeah, and you're just kind of looking off the Nocturnes for that sort of play, right? Like nowhere else are you doing that. So, yeah, very, very interesting combo. I really like the adaptation. Going into game 2, I'm curious to see what Draven kind of opts to do. One of the answers I personally had into Lucians is if you have Thermal Beam, if you can kill the gears, it simplifies the game a lot. But as far as I know, like some Dravens aren't even running Thermal Beam sideboard. If they do, it's like maybe 1 copy, maybe 2. Rarely will they have more, and then you've got to find the perfect timing to do that. So definitely a tougher one, and why I think both of us from our various sources have heard like Lucian might be one of those Draven hit hunter decks.
absolutely. So, I think one of the other things to talk about here is the fact that Thermal Beam has become really kind of taboo for Draven, specifically because you're on triple seals. You have many ways to create gold as well through the Draven chosen champion. So it really feels like a double-edged sword and one where you're getting hit kind of just as hard as the other player. And if the Lucian player is playing carefully enough, I mean, you're only really losing 2 gear to do so, and maybe that is enough, but I can completely understand why a lot of these Draven players have decided to shift away from it.
Yeah, and the sick part is that the combo actually works better. Thermal Beam actually works better for Miracle Draven because you can Miracle turn and then turn after that Thermo. but at the same time, Miracle Draven's the one that really wants those seals, wants that power. So kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. And we do know that this is a Miracle Draven. So far, we've not seen the detonate. So I don't know if maybe we just didn't see enough of the deck. He didn't necessarily get all the card draw that he wanted to get. We'll have to see how that works. For now, though, into game 2, it will be Draven with sort of a turn select, whether he wants to go first or second. It's a Targon's Peak into a... I did not see what the second battlefield was.
I think it was Candlelit Sanctum.
Okay. Oh, I actually kind of like that call for Lucian, because you are looking for some like very specific cards and combos potentially. Trinity Force, Skyfall are huge if you can get it. Relentless Pursuit really makes that deck tick. So I feel like those are the cards you're really hunting for. And just there's so much flexibility with the Lucian deck that just getting to see the cards in advance I think helps a lot in terms of trying to figure out what lines you want to play and what sort of counters you have, whether you want to leave units up or not.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. So would like to see how both of these players kind of navigate this game, because I do think that Targon's Peak is kind of almost a one-sided battlefield, if you will, because there's just so few things that a Lucian will do on your opponent's turn. I mean, you do have access to Longsword, and I think that's pretty much it. I mean, you could challenge, but there's I feel like there's almost zero reason to challenge on an opponent's turn. So
yeah, we did see the punch first, so we do know that Lucian is running that. But like you said, Targon's Ready's up 2. There's really only one rune needed for punch first to come through. The other card I'm thinking of is potentially Relentless Pursuit to kind of do like the double conquer, or pardon me, like the right the win conquer at the other side of things, and then actually run back. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. It's funny because it's one-sided in that Draven is the one who benefits more, but I feel like it's easier for Lucian to actually proc the Targons.
I think you're wholeheartedly correct there. But I do think this Lucian's going to be playing towards this Candlelit Sanctum as much as
100%.
possible. Just be searching for all those combo pieces like you had alluded to. So really just an early turn 1, just going to go ahead and use both these stack decks. Just go ahead and set up his future turns, and I think this is a fine use of stack deck. I know a lot of players like to use it for the combo turns where they're trying to get off these huge bushwhack plays where, they're trying to push out 10, 20, 30 might in a single turn. But I mean, this is turn 1. You have 2 stack decks in hand. You may as well just fire them off and help yourself in these future turns.
I didn't look like he had another turn 1 play to make instead. So yeah, I kind of agree with that. Just starting to look through things. If you can hit those early seals, it really helps Draven. A lot of that with the cult shots, looking for potentially... he's got the Ezreal in hand as well already. So yeah, for now, just the standard, got 4 runes up. Let's get Draven out there first. We can worry about everything else later. But it does feel like he's a little bit behind the curve right now, with Lucian already being up there, being kind of ready to roll. And now with a challenge in hand, Draven stepped out. Does he have any gears to get that Lucian up? Doesn't look like it.
Unfortunately, no. I think he's at 5 runes, so this is only turn 2. Won't be able to utilize that challenge right now, which I think is super disappointing. So does manage to find himself a Sabotage as well as I think another Trinity Force. So yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Just go ahead and keep both of those onto the battlefield here. And I think right now he's just going to go ahead and fire off maybe a Trinity Force and continue to just slow play this game. And actually instead just going to go for this Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and just building the board as much as possible. The Rek'Sai not bothering to accelerate it this time. It's such a... The more I look at this Rek'Sai, the more I like it. Because there's no power costs to it. And it's 3 energy for 3 might with options. And you love to see that. It's got the Assault as well, which makes things, I think, a lot more complicated for Draven. For now, though, it looks like are we opening with a Falling Star? Okay, yeah. He's trying to pick which targets. I mean, surely it's got to be Lucian and Rek'Sai, no? Like 3 and 3?
I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. I don't see why you would pick any other option.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the hesitation is. Yeah, he's tough.
Raven has no way to reduce might, so it doesn't make any sense to do anything otherwise.
What else does he have that can hit base? Like nothing. So... I'm not seeing the damage. Okay, so he did call... Does he have another... No, he's got no red rune, so he can't even Falling Star again. I am baffled with Sasuke right now.
Yeah, my head hurts a little bit as well, I'm not going to lie.
Unfortunately, my memory is kind of bad, so I actually don't remember what options he has in hand. I was trying to think, like, is there any other reason why you might? Okay, the sounds like the Chinese casters are as baffled as we are. They just went, huh? Like,
Yeah, not
they
sure why he
they're
didn't just kill the Lucian.
the casters' reaction is that maybe he just called it too quickly. The judges have been very sticky at the event so far.
Okay.
So if he accidentally tapped the wrong thing, pointed at the wrong thing, maybe that's why they called it. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it is as simple as that, and honestly,
Yep.
it's these small little missteps can cost you a lot of times, and I have to assume that that's exactly what happened because I could not see any other reason why that would be the case. And he actually does have the full combo in hand right now, so does just go ahead and send himself a first mate to the bottom of the deck, and I mean, really utilizing this Candle at Sanctum early on, and going to be able to drop down probably both of these cards right now. I mean, I just don't see any reason why you wouldn't, or he could just potentially go for um. Oh, my words are escaping me for the
Skyfall
challenge, but it doesn't
and
seem to be the case.
yeah, actually, I'm kind of surprised if he's gonna do this turn. Why didn't he just do this first? Attach both to the Lucian, and then he'd have scored two instead of one.
Because the Skyfall of Arion actually requires one energy as well to equip.
Okay, yeah. I guess you know what. Because here's my thinking: if you do that, sure, you pay the cost to equip it, and that's because of the energy cost. Sorry. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, because now he's like on odd numbers, which is a little bit unfortunate. But he's got the Trinity Force equipped. It's going to force the Draven to potentially send two up to deal with it, either that or some sort of combat trick. So yeah, no, this works out.
Yeah, I hope that there is a that he does just go ahead and send in the Draven just to die. Unless he has exactly a spinning axe, but he does manage to pick up himself up that like we had talked about thermal beam. I'm actually surprised that it is there, and yeah, this thermal beam could not be better. I think you have
Yeah.
to fire it off this turn. If you don't, you're just gonna really pay the piper here.
Yep. I mean, it's perfect too, because you brought up the best reason why Dravens don't want to run it is because of the seals and the gold. Well, Draven's broke right now. He's got no gold to lose. He's got no seals. So yeah, it's a expensive card to use, but it would also break the Trinity Force, which would then allow the battering ram to swing up and actually conquers Targans. Now, of course, you have to be careful of a potential punch first. The Targans did ready up 2 runes for the Lucian. It's a little bit scary to do this. You could actually swing up battering ram and use it at action speed, potentially, but you'd have to do it first anyway. So I guess it doesn't matter whether you do it before you swing or not, if you're going to use it.
Also, it does get rid of the entire combo piece, right? It gets rid of both combo pieces. It is costly to do so. I mean, it's going to cost you 2 runes.
Yep.
I think he just kind of recognizes that, like, I really can't wait to do this. I have to do this turn. And honestly, I think he's couldn't be more correct to do so.
Yep.
And this will also allow him to overtake both this Targon's Peak. And if he wants, he can recycle 1 more rune and just send in that Draven. But instead, just going to go ahead and play this. And yeah, I like this a lot. Just go ahead and challenge. Trade with the Draven instead.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's probably, yeah, no matter what, it was not going to end well. That Draven was pretty much dead to rights unless you swung with the Draven and used the attack trigger, I guess. So a little bit unfortunate. The timing of it as well. Kawaii K, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that name. In chat also pointed out that Sabotage. We know that Sabotage is coming up this turn for Lucian. So he had to thermal then, or he was just not gonna get to thermal at all. And then the Skyfall combo would have come through. Not to mention there's also Brynhir available for the Lucian on the turn. So yeah, it just feels like he has all the options. And with the tempo point lead as well, he's just gonna keep running up and up, like up and back, up and back, up and back. And this Draven, it's just getting tougher and tougher for him. He's probably not going to be able to stop Lucian from going up to at least 5 points because he's going to need 1 turn to build. He doesn't want to burn the bushwhack preemptively. If you do, then you're just kind of leaving things up there for the potential sort of assaults to come through. And here's the Sabo. And this is when Lucian's going to know that Draven is up a bit of a creek.
I wouldn't say he's kind of out of it here, right? I mean, he does have the Ezreal as well as the double called shots. I think right now you're kind of forced into taking this rebuke. it does feel bad to
Mhm.
do so, as you do see both of these call shots, and if he manages to find at least one seal, this game is going to be incredibly difficult to overtake. That said, this Lucian does have a 3 point lead, or I guess a 2 point lead rather, for the time being. So,
Yep.
he does have some time to work with, but as these turns continue, I mean, he's got fewer and fewer opportunities, and yeah, I think this is absolutely the correct line, and he's just going to go ahead and pass. I definitely don't feel good about that if you're the Lucian, but I don't
Mhm.
think you're in a bad spot either.
And for the Lucian, he knows what cards are coming up. He could have had another unit at the first mate, but he actually opted by choice to go for the sabotage instead. So, as far as I can recall, he's only got a Brynher in hand for units, and that the thermal beam definitely did a lot of work. Now, I guess the question is, Oscar, like in your opinion, is it the right call to take out the rebuke? Because I was kind of thinking maybe you take out the called shot to actually slow down like the chances that he hits the miracle turn and actually builds the board. Because as long as he's just got 1 or 2 units, I feel like it's very playable for Lucian. But knowing that he's not getting units right now, getting rid of the rebuke, like you can always just replay the Lucian, but like if they miracle, then would it be tougher?
I think the Lucian makes more sense personally. The reason why I say this is because he doesn't have any real tools in hand. I think this Kaisa is really the best thing he could have drawn.
Mhm.
Um, he doesn't really have anything to do, right? So he just has to keep conquering and hope that he can continue to conquer. He's at
Okay.
5 points now. He needs to be able to close out this game, and that rebuke is a huge hindrance in doing so. And you are going to be using call shot to try and find these rebukes.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because I was just thinking like the potential combos come through. I'm more. If I was in the Lucian shoes, I'd be more scared of things like the potential, Rasa spam, the seals, or even the battering rams to come through. But yeah, I see where you're coming from. Is like, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially since he he doesn't have units, so he's got to slowly do this. Skyfall being played now. Skyfall of Arion means that your hold effects and your hold effects proc on conquer, and your conquer effects proc on hold, but it needs the Trinity Force to get the combo running, and so far that hasn't, or the second copy has yet to show up.
Mhm. I mean, one thing that is a huge saving grace from here is that he has both this Candlelit Sanctum and this Kaisa in play, so he
Mhm.
will be able to utilize them pretty effectively. I think that's how he was able to
True.
find this Skyfall of Arion so early, is that he just kept throwing cards to the bottom of the deck. And I think right now with this Ezreal being able to dig through a couple of cards, I think he's doing pretty well. He does end up discarding one of these call shots, and he's actually going
Okay.
to strip away 2 cards here.
Yeah, he's paying. Okay, so he doesn't have sealed, so that's gonna hurt. At least with the Ezreal, he's gonna get more value out of it. First for runner and the traveling merchant. I don't feel like those are the cards he was hoping to go for, but bushwhack definitely helps. Maybe not this turn, but it's for the critical next turn.
Absolutely. So, yep, just going to go ahead and fire off the second call shot
Yep.
now. I think he learned his lesson. There's got to be at least 3 challenges, I think, and manages to find himself a fight or flight, which I think is an
Okay.
absolutely critical card to find in these later steps right now. And he does manage to find himself a second one. And I think he thought about it here because he definitely didn't want to get rid of that last rights.
Yeah, but I fully agree with you, Sasuke, in terms of how important the fight or flight is. Like Last Rites is a great finishing card. It's great, when you're looking to close out the game. But right now, he's looking to survive, and with the Kaisa, with the Lucian as well, you need to make sure that they're not conquering, especially the Kaisa or holding with that one. So it looks like, yep, fight or flight to bring Ferris Forerunner back, and then he's going to swing up with it. Lucian's tapped out, so losing that Kaisa is really going to hurt. And this is a great stall out, a good look at coming back into the game from Draven right now.
Yeah. And does manage to find himself his third called shot. So, as well as the spinning axe, I don't really think that he needs it right now. So, he might just opt to send it to the bottom. I think the called shot is pretty critical here. I mean, he still doesn't
Mhm.
have what he's looking for in terms of these final pieces to really close out
Yep.
this game. So, I think it has to start with this call shot next turn. And he might just hold on to the spinning axe. But if he does that, then, oh, wow, going to send both to the bottom
Wow.
there.
Okay. Yeah, he really feels like with the call shot, I suspect he's kind of worried about deramping again. Like without the seals, his problem right now is that he doesn't have enough runes to make plays. Loki has actually wondered if he'd hold the spinning axe to potentially try and deal with the push in, because one of the few ways you can deal with the Lucian is by catching him out in combat. But yeah, for now he just doesn't want to do ramp, I guess. Skyfall Beyond's being attached to the Lucian right now. That's a +2, and with the Lucian Legend as well, with the assault, it adds. Was that a 6?
It is
So
a 6 mite.
not quite enough to beat the Ferris Forerunner, but he could try and take out the battering ram. And with well, two energy available from Draven, it gets iffy. Do you take the risk? Do you swing and try and force something out?
I mean,
I
that's a
don't
tough
think.
choice. I think what you do is you just go into that battering ram, really. But first you just play this Bryn here.
True.
I think this is really your best turn to go ahead and develop it.
Mhm.
I mean, you could do something like a relentless pursuit on the next turn, and then that way you can get rid of the Ferris Forerunner, and then you still have the Skyfall of Arion to work with. So like you challenge here, you take out the battering ram this turn, and then on
Yeah.
the next turn you you send in Lucian, you relentless pursuit, you take the other battlefield.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. And because it is going to be Targon's Peak that he's conquering as well, he will have the additional runes ready at the end of the turn. He can always Relentless Pursuit over if Ferris Forerunner moves for whatever reason to swing, because there's still one more fight or flight that Draven has, and you could be trying to look for that active trade where you get those little mechs as well. Well, if you try to do that, you're in for a surprise, because then now Lucian can just run to the other side, score up to 7, and then hold and win. So I'm curious Draven has to be aware of Relentless Pursuit by now. He saw it in game 1. I just don't know if he'll necessarily think of those lines.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. And
Cool.
instead, actually, he's going to go ahead and relentless pursuit. Oh, this is incredible here. Actually, he might be able to just take this game
Right.
outright. He is going to be able to take this battlefield as well as look at the top 2 next turn. So he's going to be able to use this relentless pursuit to move over the Skyfall of Arion. Use this to go ahead and take out this Ferris Forerunner. Ferris Forerunner will be able to bring back these 2 mechs, but man, what an incredible line. I did not see that at all.
Now, I am a little bit concerned, though, because your Brynhir is a 7, and there's 9 might that could potentially swing in from side of Draven. So you could just lose the Brynhir. And as far as I know, do you recall what card he had in hand? What his last card is? It's not a Trinity Force, that's for sure. So he's looking to top deck
It's
Trinity.
Yeah, it's a piercing light, and then he also
Okay.
picked up a Dunebreaker. So 7 might, I want to say it might be 6 might, but it costs 7 to play, and
Yeah, and it's
then
7 might, and it would enter ready because he has 2 or fewer cards in hand. So yeah, it looks like a potentially a breaker play that he can kind of just force through, unless Draven starts stacking units, which at 7 points, I think you kind of have to.
and because he's at 7 points, he will be able to draw an additional card with his first conquer. So right now, this Draven needs to find something to do, and I mean, right now he just can't. He has no way to draw cards off of starting a fight. There's no units at any
Yeah.
battlefield. I mean, he could try and find a way to discard right now, but I mean, it's just not in the cards as of yet. Still stuck with a scrap heap in hand. Does have an Ezreal in hand as well, so maybe he could just discard, play the Ezreal, but then he's only got 3 runes to work with. So, I mean, things are just incredibly difficult here for this Draven.
Yeah, that. I said a couple of turns ago, Draven is broke, and he's remained broke. It takes money to make money sometimes, and just it feels like he doesn't have the options he needs to kind of get things up there. Now, he is going to move his mechs up to both sides, so he's got 6 runes to spend right now that he could potentially use to try and load some sort of might onto the field. Targon's already up two more, so he's still got fight or flight in hand that he can hold to the next turn. Yeah, Loki, I think you kind of just have to put the Ezreals up, drop another one, try and go looking. He's thinking real hard about this turn because no matter what, in a way, you're just kind of gambling that there's no Trinity Force either way. There's a Trinity Force, you're Loki cooked.
Yeah, well, not even low key. You're just cooked.
Yep.
But but we do know that it is a Dunebreaker on the top here. But this Draven obviously does
True.
not. So
Yep.
really just trying to find out all his outs. We do see that he's got a couple of
Oh,
opportunities, and instead he's just going to go ahead
okay.
and.
I
Oh,
thought he
okay.
paused
I
for a
thought he was
second there.
passing the turn as well. Oh my
He's just
gosh, that would
looking.
have been devastating. Yeah, so he's looking at the graveyard to see what the odds are of his opponent having another Trinity Force off the top there, and right now they are pretty high. He's gotten to search through a lot of his deck through this Candlelit Sanctum,
Mhm.
um, and he knows that his opponent kept one card off the top there, so he has to assume that it is that exactly, and now he has to figure out, how do I hold strong enough to where I can hold both these battlefields and deal with this Trinity Force coming down next turn?
Yeah, he's got the Rasa, and he's got more than 10 cards in trash at this point. So I think Rasa will definitely be part of whatever is happening on this turn. Um, but I wonder if he's also trying to think over to the next turn, because he's probably going to have to use Flight or Fight defensively. So he won't have that to move units back and forth. I think he still has a pushback, and he's just got an Ezreal. So how much does he want to commit into defending Vis-a-Vis, into trying to uh, make to set up for a potential win on the next turn? And I feel like he just needs to deal with one problem at a time. And right now, the problem is surviving the upcoming turn.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, what do you do here? I think right now he just kind of has to drop down this Noxus Hopeful as well. It's only
Yep.
two cards that have been played, and he only has three runes available, which means that he's not going to be able to play either of these battering rams as well. And yeah, just going to continue to stack onto the battlefield there. He
Yep.
knows that if he puts this Ezreal onto the Candlelit Sanctum, that it's not going to be able to survive. So he's just going to go ahead and keep it back. I think that makes a lot of sense. Actually, you know what? I take that back. We've seen his last call shot. It's on the bottom of the deck there, and well, I guess he just needs to
Yeah.
take this risk and hope that his units are going to be able to survive, because right now they're just not.
And with the amount of mobility Lucian has as well, it's got to be preying on the back of his mind that, hey, is he able to kind of swing twice? Does he have another Relentless Pursuit? Does he have another trick? And there we go. There's the battering ram. Okay, that was the card. I couldn't quite see. So yeah, now he's got, what is that? 13 might on the Targans, and he's got 13 might on Catalyst. So this is about as secure as you can get. Nothing left in the tank in terms of next turn. He's still got the fight or flight. Potentially might or might not need it. And now the Lucian player has to crack one of those fields. With the Dunebreaker, with the Lucian, with the Bryn here, that's going to be 15 total might he has at his disposal.
Yeah, well, not to mention he has that piercing light, so he can strip away a lot of this
Ooh.
battlefield here. He can go ahead and get rid of that traveling merchant. He could probably get rid of the Ezreal as well before he really has to go in and take anything else here. So I would potentially like to see him just go ahead and go take that avenue. It will allow him to draw an additional card as well, and I mean, he could also just go ahead and take away the mech and the Nox Hopeful, and that would be a little bit easier to deal with. And then you also have the
Yeah.
target's peak to work with on the following turn.
Yeah, and he can just, kind of just look to hold on one side. Because once again, Draven doesn't have a ton of options to shift back and forth. So, yep, okay. He's going to go and clear the, as you call it, the Noxus Hopeful and the mech on the Targon's Peak, just leaving only the Rasa. And that means Dunebreaker or Brynhir both are strong enough to do this. Did Draven not ready up his runes, or did he do it preemptively? Because he had 2 runes up at the end of his turn, but he had Targon, so
He conquered that turn, so yeah.
yeah, I don't know if he just did it preemptively before we even noticed. So yeah, that's going to be the bounce for now off of Brynhir. We'll be back to base.
This does let the Draven draw an additional card, which means that this Draven gets to
Wait, what? Did he not have
win out of
Dunebreaker?
nowhere.
Did he not have Dunebreaker? I thought we were playing... Because with Dunebreaker, you've got 7.
No,
It's
yeah,
7
not
energy.
enough energy there, absolutely, yeah. But I think one thing that you and I both didn't recognize was that that Draven on prior to that turn was at 4 points, so he managed to score himself up to 6 points,
Yeah,
which meant that he just had to get the double hold, and
yeah.
he kind of went for a Hail Mary player and it ended up working for him. So yeah, I mean, wow. That kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, I'm guffawed right now. I'm a little flabbergasted, if you will. I wow.
What? Yeah, because he did something that turn. Was it just What did he do? Oh, it was the piercing light, so he didn't have enough runes. That's what happened. Because yeah,
Yep.
oh, that is really unfortunate. Really
Yeah, I
well
mean the
played from
piercing
Draven.
light. Yeah, absolutely, very
Mhm.
well played there from the Draven. I think one thing that we forgot to recognize was that
Yeah.
Draven was at 6 points. I did not recognize that at all, and then he had the Targon's Peak really to save him there for that fight or flight, and well, that was the crucial turn, and unfortunately for the Lucian, he wasn't able to get it quite over the finish line. So yeah, I mean, I think it really does come down to the fact that it was all about that thermal beam.
Yeah. It turned out to be really, really useful. Breaking that Trinity Force Skyfall combo that early on really messed him up, and really well played from Draven. I feel like this just kind of shows why Draven is sort of the meta deck to beat. I don't think he even got sort of his miracle condition that he was really looking for. But even without that huge win con, he was kind of just able to play it slow. There's still so many lines he can look for. There's just so much might you can put out on your turn, and I feel like that's one of the hardest things to deal with right now. Is just how much might the Draven can spew out, and it's not just offensively with the bushwhack and just pushing up, but defensively as well, which is what a lot of decks are struggling to do in set two. Hold for the win.
Yep, couldn't have said it better myself. I think Draven is just such a toolkit deck, and I think right now it just has too many just tools at its disposal to stabilize itself. I think really one of the big issues that a lot of decks face is that they don't have access to a card like Ezreal or Called Shot or Stacked Deck. I think they just make the deck incredibly consistent, allow you to run a lot of one-ofs and a lot of off pieces that you wouldn't otherwise be able to run. I mean, one of the great examples is that in both the games so far, he saw a spinning axe, and I know that most Draven Miracle lists are on just one. So it really showcases just how many tools he gets to have at his disposal.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that too, props to him as well. I was thinking the spinning axe is one way to deal with Lucian, but he knew his deck better and was just like, yeah, I don't need the spinning axe. What I need are my Rasas, my battering rams. Like spinning axe is 3 might. A Rasa gives me 6, a battering gives me 5, and I have my small mechs to move up. I'm kind of good to go. I just need as much might as possible to go for the hold. And now going into game 3, Sauce. To be fair, the thermal beam came out at a perfect time, right? There was no downside for the Draven to use it. So in a way, he had
Hmm.
good luck that he saw it at the time. Bad luck they didn't see anything else. Game 3, will he be so lucky? And for Lucian as well, he did struggle quite a bit with card draw. He didn't get his Rek'Sai out before his Lucian, so he didn't get the double play. Uh, does he kind of get better luck with his cards? Because he saw a lot of his cards, but he wasn't drawing them, I feel like, fast enough. Like he knew what was coming, but he always wanted those cards like one turn earlier.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think one of the great examples of that was that sabotage. I think if he had had it just
Yes.
that turn earlier, he would have been able to hit that. Oh my God, brain is melting. Thermo beam, which
Yeah.
is apropos. But yes, I think you're absolutely right there. I think the turn that he found that thermal beam, he had to fire it off. He couldn't have afforded to let it stand for a turn, and well, the Lucian unfortunately wasn't able to sabotage that and just was kind of forced to hit the rebuke. But then he was able to find himself a couple of fighter flights and utilize them really to perfect effect. Got himself up to that 4 point threshold, and then pushed himself up to 6 and had the double hold for the win. And now we're on game number 3, and oh,
Double
it's a double owl
obelisk.
this game.
Yeah, plus just whispering in our ears right now, watch the timer up top. Less than 10 minutes for both these players to play this. And that kind of feeds into your point a little bit too, Sasuke, because you were mentioning the fact that, hey, that 4 points to 6 points and all that, that critical sort of 6 points that we kind of weren't paying that much attention to because we're so focused on the Doombreaker. Well, this game, Draven has to be careful about falling behind in points. If he falls too far behind, he might not be given the time to catch up.
Yeah, we'll have to see how, I mean, if these players are speeding up. I assume that both of these referees have had the opportunity and probably used this opportunity to let them know that there's less than 10 minutes left in the round, or there's been some sort of announcement to do so. And I mean, the solution's just off to the races right now. Going to go ahead and get himself his first point, bring himself right back to base, and hopefully find something a little bit more useful to do on this turn. It looks like he's going to exhaust 4 runes, potentially a Kai'Sa. It looks like it's going to be a Trinity Force instead. And then there we
Okay.
go, Noxus hopeful to follow it up.
Yeah, already really scary to be building that board now. 2 units available. You can always attach the Trinity Force, and that Noxus goes up to a 6, the hopeful there. Well, on Draven's hand, though, I'm seeing that first Forerunner, and this double obelisk situation we have has really accelerated the game. Normally, the first 2 turns, it's about slow building up the board, but this time, you have all these options you can put down for the Draven. I think that's really helping the Draven player out a lot.
Absolutely. And look, I mean, you had just mentioned it. There it is. The Ferris Forerunner going to hit the field immediately. Look, turn 1 was a straight up battering ram.
Yep, raw.
And now this turn is going to be a Ferris Forerunner to follow it up. So, I mean, this Draven's very likely going to be able to hold here early on, and it's going to be up to.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
That changes the game.
That absolutely changes the game here. So the Trinity Force is very likely going to be equipped onto this Lucian. He's going to go ahead and bring himself right back to base. And I think he has himself a Relentless Pursuit as well. So he can just go ahead and crash in onto the open battlefield.
I think he's actually just looking to break the first Forerunner and battering ram.
Well, he absolutely can here with the Skyfall of Arion. He can equip it, and then that will bring him up to 12 might total with the Assault. And there's only 1 rune available, so there's absolutely nothing this Draven player can do about it.
This Draven just went from heaven to hell in the span of 1 turn. Like you're thinking, great, I got battering. Sure, I had to play the battering ram raw. That's fine. It was a turn 1 play I could afford. I've got Ferris Forerunner. I'm gonna have all those little mechs as well. This is gonna be a great position. And then he hits not just enough equips to get him over that hump, but the fact that it's the Skyfall Trinity combo as well, that's going to get him up to 3. Noxus can score on the other side. He's going to be up to 4. And you still got to find a way to deal with that much might swing from that Lucian. You said the math was what, 12?
12.
He can do that on repeat now every turn. You need to stop 12 from swinging, or he's going to score 2 points every time that happens.
Yep. I mean, and you could see it written on this player's face right now. I mean, He is frowning. He is not happy to see this here. Did not expect to see both the longsword as well as the Skyfall of Arion this early on. And yeah, I mean, that is absolutely devastating. It might honestly just be GG right here. He is going to be able to go ahead and score 2 points. He's going to go ahead and probably bring back this Lucian as well. And then this Noxus Hopeful will be able to overtake the other battlefield as well, which means that now he has to overtake with both of these mechs onto 1 battlefield, and that just means that the Lucian gets free reign to take it right back.
Yeah, and the other problem too now is that the Lucian has a free battlefield he can bounce to. So, and I very heavily doubt this early into the game that you're going to be able to stack enough might to stop that 12 might from swinging, even with the 2 mechs. We saw Rasa in hand, but while the amount of runes has accelerated the game, the amount of trash has not. So yeah, he's just going to discard the Rasa. It's too early from Tebow to do that. Going to use the Edge, but they've hit the Thermal Beam again. Unfortunately, he played the Seal, so he's going to... Is he going to do this? I think he holds that for the next turn when the Lucian's swinging.
That could be potentially the case here. So he's just going to go ahead and lose 1 mech. It might even just be right now that he has a challenge, and if so, that would be pretty much game over. So yeah, just going to go ahead and allow that to happen. I think I would have liked to have seen, if he had the Relentless Pursuit, a Relentless Pursuit onto the Obelisk of Power, because that would have allowed him to conquer and score 2 points again. And then that would have been just game right then and there.
Yeah, I kind of agree with it, but I guess the concern is also you don't know if there's another Fight or Flight or Rebuke in hand for the Draven. If you overcommit for the Relentless Pursuit, you just deramp yourself further, and then you might be in a bit of trouble. I think the Lucian can afford to take his time with this, and again, we have to remember that this Lucian can swing to either side and still score 2 points because the combo is still running. There's 5 energy up for this Draven. Does he thermal right now? Yeah, okay. Yep, so it'll just be the 1 point, but it's still another point that this Lucian's got that he's still, in a really solid position with. I'm actually a little bit surprised he swung up to the empty battlefield when he had that much might with him.
I like it a lot. Oh, he did forget the seal. Yeah, I mean, I do like this a lot here. I think this makes perfect sense. He saw that there was 5 runes available, so he was just checking to see if his opponent did have the thermal beam, and his opponent did. So he's going to be able to utilize this second Skyfall here, get rid of this mech, and go ahead and bring himself right back to base as well. He's going to be all the way up to 6 points. His opponent should discard that Seal of Discord, but the
Yeah, the
judges did
judge
not
has not
mention
spotted
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think how sticky the judges have been. That's a bit of a surprise. We'll see if it ends up making a difference. Like I could definitely see it making a difference, but right now, Draven's
I
got
think
a
it's going to
stack
make a
field.
huge difference right now, considering he has a call
Yeah.
shot right in hand.
Is he gonna do it? Surely when he taps it. No, the judge doesn't catch it, and it's gonna go through. Okay, this is actually kind of big. What he's been able to get there now with the fight or flight in hand as well. He's got the Noxus Hopeful. He has Bushwhack. He has the spinning axes as well, which I think is a big one, especially now defensively to try and catch that Lucian off guard.
Yep. He's got a plethora of tools available, but I think if I'm the Lucian here, I'm just going to go ahead and continue to play it slow. I don't want to play into all this available runes that this Draven player clearly has access to. Excuse me. And I mean, this Draven's drawing a crap ton of cards. Manages to find himself a Vi as well. So we'll be able to use that into the later stages of the game. And has quite a plethora of cards in his discard pile as well. So just going to go ahead and continue to bolster that front line there. And
Do we
I think
need
so far
that
he's
much
off to the
money?
races.
Yeah, it feels like okay. This is an interesting call. Again, with the Dravens, he's really stacking that side of things. He does have Bushwhack in hand. He's got the Vi. He's got Fight or Flight as well. So I guess he feels like he has options potentially to be able to play this one out. And for the Lucian, it's scary to move it up and try and hold with it for the Lucian players. So okay, Fight or Flight to kick it back immediately. Yep, the Draven's bought himself another turn. And Sasuke, after what we saw in game 2, I'm actually a little bit scared for the Lucian because I feel like when Draven's having this much time to develop the board, this is when we saw things really break down for Lucian.
Yeah, I think you're totally right here. So, going to go ahead and bring himself right onto the battlefield. I don't think he gets to draw a card. I think it's if you have one or less that effect works. But now, Draven only has 5 runes to work with. I mean, he did drop down 1 battering ram, but I do think he also had to discard at least 1 Rasa. And as far as I understand it, that is a Bushwhack that is hidden there, not actually a Fight or Flight. So, going to at least be able to Bushwhack the Vi into the battering ram field. So we'll be able to get himself up to 5 points on this next turn, and we'll have to see exactly how the Lucian responds. But he does also have access to a Relentless Pursuit, so maybe he will be able to find something here.
Just wondering if you swing up, if it's going to be worth it, right? Like, so the Unebreaker, it enters ready if you have 2 or less cards, but when it holds, it draws a card, regardless how many cards you have in hand. I was just thinking, like, even if you swing up the Lucian, the problem is losing Lucian any better? I almost feel like that's worse, but then at least you get the card draw. And I guess you're looking for the hole at this point more than anything else. Fight or Flight now being hidden to try and protect this Vi as much as possible. And yeah, for Lucian, Lucian's thinking for a second right now. If he doesn't kick them off, that's up to 7 at that point, and I think it's just get really, really complicated for him.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where, there's 30 seconds left in the round. This game is about to end, so I do think that this will end within that 3 turn mark. So we'll have to see if this Lucian can figure it out. But right now, I mean, there's just an absolute plethora of answers and issues to deal with. I mean, his opponent is at 6 runes unexhausted, so this is a tough position to be in here if you are the Lucian player. I think he was really able to showcase his quality in game 1, and
okay, a little bit surprised he didn't try swinging.
Rune Runner is a good start.
Yeah. So it's kind of moving up right now. And look, if you're a Lucian, you see that many runes up for Draven, you got to be expecting Fight or Flights or Rebukes. So kicking off with the Fight or Flight to knock the Lucian back. As you said, he does have the Relentless Pursuit. He can always switch over the Skyfall and try again. So yeah, that's what he's
going
to
go ahead and fire off the Relentless Pursuit with... Oh, I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Exactly like you had mentioned. And he's doing this in response to the fight, or after the fight or flight resolves, but before the combat resolves, so the Draven does not get to draw.
Yeah, and because it's a Ruin Runner, you don't have to be worried about anything. He just top decked a punch first, and he's got just enough to make that happen. So that's 2 from the Skyfall onto 5 from the Ruin Runner. So it's 7 right now. It can be pumped up to 12, and you can't kick it back. He's just out of options.
Oh man. That Ruin Runner showcase exactly what it's there for. Just to be able to answer a lot of the purple cards and a lot of the cheaty cards that purple has access to, fight or flight, rebuke, and even if his opponent had drawn any, there would not have been the answer, as he did have exactly the Ruin Runner off the top there. So a really great top deck from his opponent, or from the Lucian player here, really getting to showcase exactly how it's over to take these Draven players. The Lucian just getting those early points, scoring, and then in the later stages of the game, really able to take control of it with cards like Ruin Runner, and then if he gets the combo off, just able to get 2 or 4 points in a single turn, and that was a great match.
Yeah, super clean from both of them as well. And I was sweating right to the end. Like I was watching the time as well as it was sticking down and thinking like, hey, with this Lucian player, if he slow played it, he'd have been in a much better position, but he was willing to kind of go fast. And props to him as well. He had to play through the steal, not getting thermal beams. So Draven was kind of getting the extra steal. I think plus you called it that it happened twice, that he got value off that steal. And he still won anyway. So props to him. I'm a little bit biased against Draven. It's kind of sick of them. So love to see a Lucian finding success, especially when it to play through like slightly unfair situations.
Right. Everything is right in the world. A Draven has been defeated. Well done. I mean, it looks to be the case. I know Sasuke said it early on that Lucian seems to be a bit of quote unquote a Draven counter, if you will. I don't know a direct counter, but it feels like it does have a reasonable, favorable matchup. This is a couple of Lucians I've seen in the most recent couple weekends now that they go ahead and, I mean, it's a tight game, right? Anytime you have to go against the likes of a Miracle Draven, it's a heck of a game nonetheless. But I think Lucian definitely with those little combos, the Trinity Force and the Skyfall, imagine a world where he didn't have the Thermal Beam, right? That game would have ended in like 3 turns. It was ridiculous how fast he was able to set that up. So I'm actually happy to see Lucian, and hopefully we see a little bit more Lucian down this tournament line as well, because that was a good game to spectate.
Yeah, I think one of the great things that we got to see is that the Skyfall of Arion and the Trinity Force was actually coming out fairly often. I mean, we got to see, what was it? I think 4 or 5 Skyfalls throughout the entire series, as well as I think 3 Trinity Forces. Wasn't able to find nearly as many Trinity Forces, but I assume he's still on 3 and 3. I think almost every single Lucian list is. I think that combo is just too scary not to be running.
Yeah, he still hit it both game 2 and game 3 like incredibly early. He got like both the combo off. Like plus said, without the thermal beam, things would have been very, very, very different. So really strong draw from Lucian. And I don't know what that says about the Draven deck, that despite finding those combos, Draven still won game 2 and pushed game 3 to within spitting distance of a win.
Yeah. And you know, I'm trying to reload the Bilibili site to see when they put out the deck distribution. They're a little bit late on it. I mean, granted, it is 2,000 players, a little bit bigger than the, I believe, oh man, memory escapes me. How big were the regionals? It was 512-ish. That's what it was. 512 is the cap for the China regionals. So yeah, it's about 4 times greater. So I guess they're a little bit more behind on getting that full day 1 meta share. So once that's published, I'll go ahead and post it as well as bring it up here on the screen. But we have a little bit of time in between. Sasuke, let me know if you want to get a little bit of break. But I know RMC, we did commit for the first 2 rounds. And like usual, you completely killed it. But Sasuke, real quick, let me know if you do want to go ahead and take a little bit of a break before this next round. Because I don't know how soon it will start, or I think it's gonna be a good solid 10 to 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think it was like 15 to 20 minutes between game 1 and game 2 there. So yeah, I can chill with Plus for a bit, Sasuke, if you need to, get ready, because you're gonna be here for a while, right?
No, I think he has one more round for today, and then he'll join us back for day 2. I try to do just 2 rounds per caster, so it's not super overwhelming for any of us.
Yeah, except for you.
Yeah,
You give yourself 800 rounds, even though there's
Not
only
today.
9 rounds.
Tomorrow I'm doing a couple rounds, but today I'm it's more low key. But I'm running the things in the back end, showing the chat, the cards and stuff. But yeah, nothing too bad. So let me know. But yeah, if you want to hang out here while we talk, we could talk more set 3 stuff. We could talk about what we expect to see in the current tournament. And real quick, I saw someone in chat ask where the standings are. They're over there on China. They don't give us a website to actually, I know where they are might be, but you have to be in the tournaments to see the standings. Just like when you do it on the event locator site, how they show you the standings when you're at the Nexus night. They have that, but it's on the WeChat app over in China. Unless you're in the tournament, there's no way of seeing the standings. So there's no way for us to bring it up. So that goes and answers your question for now. But yeah, I'm excited. That was just round 2, and each round has been going straight to overtime. So we're just slowly but surely inching our way. Because how have we almost been on for 3.5 hours, and it's only been, going? I guess it's normal. It's normal, I guess, that we're about to go into round 3.
Yeah, the wish didn't come through. Plus, unfortunately, they didn't have backup matches. So
Yeah, that's
they're
probably
just
why
taking
it feels
long
this
breaks
way.
between them. Yeah. Also, just a thing to note earlier, didn't they showed us the top 3 percentage? They showed us Draven, Irelia, and Kaisa. So they must have the percentages, right? By now, in
Yeah.
order to calculate the top 3.
Because you're so right. You can extrapolate, right? You just divide it by
Yeah.
the percentage, like the number divided by the percentage. I forget how the math works, but you guys know exactly what I mean. You could kind of work reverse math it. So they have the
You need
numbers.
to
They
have the
just
numbers
haven't
to do it in the
posted
first
it.
place.
Let me double
I don't know.
check.
I mean, they in Vegas the I think the distribution came out like in round 1 or round 2 for Vegas. So it came out really early in Vegas.
Yeah, usually I always tend to know before the first round ends, we get the meta share. So, like I said, as soon as we get it, we should be able to share it for you guys here in chat. And Sky Dola is saying they have the app. I can access it. Dola, if you have the app and you could somehow share the link to the standings, feel free to post it in chat and I can share it with everyone, whether on Twitch or on YouTube. But as we said, that is 2 rounds in the book. So a couple more rounds remaining for the remainder of today's event. We saw some awesome matches already. Aurelia and Yasuo. I was happy, though someone in chat was saying this wasn't the most high-level Draven they've ever seen. It was a bit much more cleaner and more experienced players than we saw in round number 1. So just as we speculated, it could pretty much only go uphill from that round 1. Let's see if we get this momentum continuing on forward into round 3 and so on and so forth. So I'm wanting to see what other legends are we expecting. I have a funny feeling that we might get a Rek'Sai. Are either you guys with me? You guys want to see something like a Rek'Sai perhaps?
I do think that Rek'Sai is also one of those decks that's kind of unexplored, right? Lucian kind of feels like it's one of those decks that's unexplored as well. It's getting more and more played. I think a lot of players are kind of coming privy to the fact that the deck's actually surprisingly good. The Assault 1, I think a lot of players kind of saw that and was like, oh, that's not very good. But then in practice, it's felt a lot better. And Rek'Sai, I think, is another one of those decks where when you kind of look at it in paper, it's like, oh, look at the top 2 cards. You only get to use one of them. But it is essentially a draw effect every single turn, right? Where you get to look at 2 of them, pick one. So you kind of almost, in a sense, get a call shot every single turn through your legend, right? And that's a really, really powerful effect. So I think it's a much better deck than people are giving it credit for. And I think as time continues, that deck will only get better.
100%. It's almost as much card draw as Draven decks, really, when you think about it, right? Like Dravens often don't get multiple rounds of combat in a turn. They might, but on average, it's probably like 1 or less because every deck's trying to avoid combat with them. They can't win. Whereas Rek'Sai is just like, okay, if I conquer, I got to take a look, right? And that's not even including yellow Rek'Sai, that when you attack, you may take a look. So they get a ton of card draw. I'd love to see Rek'Sai. Again, we mentioned earlier, second highest conversion rate at Vegas or J2. But I suspect, based on what we've seen an Irelia, we've seen a Draven. I think they're going to probably try and show us a Kaisa.
Okay.
I suspect for game 3, just because it's the top 3, like most represented
True.
legends.
That kind of
That's
goes
my
on
guess.
trend. Real quick to end
Yeah.
off that point on Rek'Sai, that was some cool tech from Lucian, the Rek'Sai red champion, to I guess just strictly bring Lucian from a non-hand / non. How does the card read? It's when you play it from anywhere other than your hand, that
Yep.
unit can have accelerate?
Yep.
Yes,
Almost
yeah, I
everywhere.
believe that's exactly the wording.
Okay. Okay. So you give Lucian coming from the champ zone accelerate, which is cheeky. It's very cute. I've never really seen that exact interaction play out. And it did a little bit of work, I think, in game number 1. Didn't really do too much outside of that. But I think just the unit alone is pretty good, right? As RMC was saying throughout the match, it's just a 3 cost, 0 power. You get the assault 1, so 3/4 swinging in. So I like it. I like it. There's a lot of Lucians. I know all the best of Lucian lists out in Bologna, out in Vegas. They weren't really using anything of the like. So it's cool to see China, a little bit of innovation coming out of China. So I will say, hopefully we get a little bit more of that here in round 3, 4, and 5 going on forward. And Gunny, guys, Gunny over here is from my locals, or one of my locals in the area. He calls me Mr. Runes and Riff, and I'll take it. I tell him I love it. I'll take any name like that because it's funny. It definitely is funny. But welcome on in, Gunny. Good to see you.
Yeah, I mean, you literally are. The Runes and Rift is on your Twitch channel plus RB. So
Something like that. But guys, we saw a couple great legends. I see chat wants to see a Jax and a Rumble. That could be cool. Maybe it's Kaiser versus Jack. That could be a pretty epic showdown, I will say. I mean, Jax has all the counters similar to how like Aurelia has. I don't even remember the last time I seen a Kaiser versus Jack. So I'm definitely keen to see a matchup like that. What are some other more underrepresented? Because in day 2 tomorrow, we're probably just going to see a lot of meta decks, right? So today is the day to get a little bit more of a spicier picks. What's something that we don't really get to see too often? Maybe chat can help us out. Is it truly Rumble? Is the Rumble the number 1 favorite right now? Does everyone want to see a Rumble? Or is there another deck perhaps?
well, Sasuke, you wanted Orn, right?
Oh yeah, true.
I did want Ornn.
Yeah, let's see a Ornn.
I still want Ornn.
We did. I
hope
remember
we
the
get it.
most recent regional. They ended round 7, or it might have been round 6 with the Ornn, and they beat the opponent. So hopefully we get an Ornn, because I think Ornn doesn't get enough love. What do you think it is, Sasuke? Why has Ornn not really broken through even what feels like the mid-tier legends? It feels like it's just down, a bit down bad. Or is that just me, my little wrong analysis of it? Is there a world where Ornn's actually decent? It's just like Draven knocks him out a peg or two?
I think it really just comes down to Bryn here is just such a hindrance to the deck, because the way that
True.
it really wants to function is, it needs to be able to protect itself, right? It uses counter spells to do that. And the fact that you can just play Bryn here and say, okay, well, you don't get to use counter spells for a turn, it really feels game ending. And yeah, I mean, a lot of the times it really just is. So if Bryn here gets a ban, great. But I really don't see that happening anytime soon. I think Bryn here, while a very strong card, serves as a check to a lot of other decks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Speaking of bans, there's a lot of speculation going around that the rule clarifications coming out on March 30th might bring along something like a ban list. How do you guys feel about that? Do you think we actually will get something like a ban list as early as March 30th? I'll throw it over to RMC, or is that just a little speculation, as I said?
I think they said they weren't going to ban anything, right? Till after, well, I guess after Nationals. So,
I know
yeah,
people
I don't know.
want a ban list for Leo and Atlanta. I just don't know. I don't think we're gonna get one.
Yeah.
Just to be realistic, I want one. I would love Call Shot to possibly be banned. Brynir, I can see it being a problem more so next set. Is definitely a nuisance right now, but I think Call Shot truly does enable those mirror decks to kind of move like no other deck can move. But that's not the only issue. So I'm wondering, like, let's say the cash cup we're doing next Saturday. If we decided, I know we're not doing it, but in hypothetically, if we said no Call Shots, what would that meta look like? Would Draven still look good? Like, can you guys kind of extrapolate out? Is Call Shot enough just to receive a singular ban, or is there more than one card that needs to kind of go?
And Irelia and Annie go wild in that situation, I think. But that's it. Okay, so I don't know if it's a hot take, but I actually don't think we need bans in set 2 yet. Like, it sucks that Draven's so powerful. Personally, I think a tweak to the definition of combat would suffice. Just that there actually has to be damage dealt for it to be combat instead of just the current definition, which is attacker, defender assigned is combat, and then you can just rebuke, fight or flight, kick them off. I think that would balance things a lot because, yeah, I don't think anything's broken to the point it needs a ban. It's annoying, but from what I've heard from other TCGs, there's usually a tier 0 deck list, and it's not like Draven's unbeatable. We literally just saw Draven taken down by Lucian. There are answers into it. I still think Irelia can handle it decently well. Again, in China, it's been 50-50, Draven winning it. He's won 2, and then we had an Annie and I forgot what the other one, Kaisa. I think Kaisa handles Draven well. So for viewing purposes, sure, ban it. For realistic gameplay balance purposes, I don't think we need bans in set 2. In set 3, though, Sasuke, the combination you mentioned with
that one does seem a
Brynhir,
little oppressive for sure.
Yeah, Brynhir, Annie, and Pack of Wonders, and
Resurrection.
Yeah, the one that you're sacrificing Brynhir to get Brynhir out from the grave. That to me might need a ban because literally there's going to be zero like interaction or playing that you can make on that turn, and if you can lock somebody out, anything that locks out is to me not playable.
You know, in these 3.5 minutes, for anyone just tuning in, Sasuke, do you mind breaking it down for them? What exactly that potential, not infa loop, but kind of infa lockdown was that you mentioned to us earlier? I'll try to bring up the cards as you tell us.
Sure. So it's a 5-card combo. You probably want to be playing Annie as the deck. So you have the Annie champion just in the champion zone always. So that's just one less card to find. And then you have Heedless Resurrection. You have 2 Brynhirs, which is fairly easy to get because you have access to cards like Stack Deck and Called Shot to take through your deck, as well as Ezreal, right? So Heedless Resurrection with 2 Brynhirs means that you can use Brynhir to get Brynhir back. And then you... brain is melting a little bit. And then you have... I always forget the name of... Yeah, I just forget the name of that
Pack of Wonders.
Pack of Wonders, thank you. Yeah, Pack of Wonders, so that you can always bring back the Annie. Annie brings back the Heedless Resurrection, and then you just kind of loop through it that way. So at the start of the turn, you Heedless Resurrection in response to them drawing, and then they can literally not play the game.
Yep. And that to me is broken. That combo should not be allowed to exist. So that might necessitate a ban.
Granted, there's a lot of moving pieces there. We are talking about 2 Brynhirs. We are talking about having this card in hand. The Pack of Wonders already set up as well. But are we saying running it in an Annie deck so that you always have the champion at your disposal? Is that what the combo is?
Yeah, so you have the 4-cost Annie, you Pack of Wonders Annie back so that you can replay Annie on your turn. You get Heedless Resurrection. Then you Heedless Resurrection, the Brynhir, get back the Brynhir by sacking the Brynhir, so that way you always have a Brynhir in the discard pile.
Okay.
And I guess it would work with Fizz as well, right? Like playing it from...
It would only work once because Fizz would put the Heedless Resurrection onto the bottom of the deck.
Recycles it.
Right, recycle. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's a crazy combo. We'll see what they decide to do to address that. You know, I guess since I'm over here on the card gallery, another card that seems to be not really an issue, but quite more impactful than I feel like Riot had initially intended. I think like Abandoned, having a 2-cost counter anything. You know, the one crazy card we saw just revealed today. How would you guys, how do you pronounce it? Is it Ruination? Ruination, am I saying that right?
Yeah, Ruination, yeah.
Yeah, Ruination.
Okay, but I have no problem with Abandoned as a card. I have a problem with the color. Why are we giving it to Chaos again? We already gave them hard bargain.
Yeah,
and give it to Order, man. Order needs denial.
I guess it just what else is there any color that has a counter? I mean, green, of course. Maybe Abandoned should have been a green card, right?
Well, they already have Defy, Windwall, Mystic Reversal, and Not So Fast. So I don't think they need a counter spell either. Like green has the most counter spells, and then purple has now Hard Bargain, which isn't a hard counter spell. But yeah, it just feels like purple's already so stacked. Why do we need to give them something they did? They gouashed. You know?
Yeah, we'll see how things play out. Maybe the next set of reveal, because you guys know, for anyone keeping up with this, the Unleashed reveals, we're about 50% of the whole set. Or I heard that, I mean, we're 1 week in, 1 more week left, so I believe we're right in the neighborhood about 50% of cards revealed. Maybe the second half of reveals makes purple completely feel. I mean, it's tough to say, right? I don't even believe myself when I say it. Like, feel a little bit more lackluster compared to the other colors. It's gonna take a lot for those colors to do that, of course, but maybe so. We still have, like I said, 50% about still remaining to be revealed. A lot of empty slots in this card gallery. But let's see. I'm trying to remember because I asked you guys question what was your favorite reveal. I'm trying to scroll through these and see what truly was like my all-time favorite reveal so far. The EU on Vex, the little flavor text is hilarious though.
Yeah.
Let me scroll down a little bit. Chat, hit us one more time. What's your favorite set 3 card so far? The Yi, yeah, like, oh, that's a good one. I know Sasuke said the experience Yi. Guys, we need to come to a consensus. What are we calling the new Yi? Because I've been hearing a couple names. The one I'm liking the most, is it simply just XP Yi? XP Master Yi?
Yeah. I can see that working.
Dang it. There's a pun there and I can't figure it out. XP, you know what I mean? It's
XP
there.
Yi,
It's there. I don't know
yeah,
what it is.
XP. I know where you're going with this, but I think XP Yi sounds fair. That's also awesome. Obviously a great card. Let me scroll down here. And guys, let me know because I have it full screen. Is the next match starting? Because I remember it was 3 minutes. Let me hide this for a second.
They're on the casters right now.
Okay,
yeah.
so it'll probably start soon. You know, just in
Yeah.
case the next round starts sooner than later. I know Sasuke and I will go ahead and take it from here. But man, RMC, Random Minion Caster, it was such a pleasure to cast with you one more time. Like I was saying a little bit earlier, you truly are a professional, and it's a fantastic. It's always a great time when we have you here on the Runes and Rift. How did you enjoy those first couple rounds of the National?
It was really fun. You know, getting to watch sort of the China meta to come through, and you know, working with you plus is always great. Sasuke, glad that we finally got to work together. I don't know if you're here when I was saying that. You know, we actually met at Houston. Kind of ended up sitting next to each other the next night. Yeah, but you know, didn't get to meet you at Vegas. So great to get to work with you and cast you again. Pick both your brains. You know, both of you guys. You all have been casting so much. You know so much about the game as well. So yeah, really appreciate it. Lots of fun.
Yeah, and I know you said you're heading your way over to Atlanta at the end of April. I will be there, so if I see you, I'll for sure come up to you because I know I think I saw you at the corner of my eye in Houston, but for some reason I didn't get to say what's up. But Atlanta for sure we'll have to meet up somehow. Sasuke, are you gonna be in Atlanta as well, or you're skipping out on that one?
Well, I'm on the wait list, so
Okay.
fingers crossed I can get in.
Okay, hopefully, guys. Fingers crossed for Sasuke. But yeah, RMC, if you want to let these guys here on Twitch, here on YouTube know where they could perhaps find you or any working projects you have coming up in the near future, I think now would be perfect time before we get into this next round.
Yeah, so for sure you can find me here in Runes Rift, usually when I'm casting Riftbound. Thanks to Plus bringing me on. You can find me for League of Legends over at CB Law English, and that will be starting up actually next weekend. So any of you who follow League, yeah, first stand hasn't even finished yet, and we're already looking at the regular seasons. You can find me on Twitter as well, or x.com's random mcaster over there. My name was too long, so yeah. And if y'all are in Vancouver, you'll find me at all the local LGSs playing. I'm all over the place. So
any LGS you want to shout out? Maybe these guys know exactly. Well, maybe we don't give them too much information, right?
I just pop around at all of them. There's none. Like, I just bounce around. So some of the Vancouver peeps were here earlier. Shout them out.
For sure. But okay, RMC, I'll go ahead and let you go. You have a great rest of your day, and we'll be in touch as always. Hopefully, we get to work with each other relatively soon.
Oh, yeah. Have fun.
Okay, take care, RMC. See you, Zip.
Peace.
Guys, say goodbye. Random Minion Caster has left, but it looks like me and Sasuke will be taking care of this very next round, and it looked to be right on cue because Sasuke, if you are ready, let's go ahead and join these players on the feature table, and hopefully we avoided a third or a second Draven as early as round 3. Let's see what these legends are going to be for this third round of today's event.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see, like you said, that Rek'Sai or just like even something as unique as an Ornn here. I mean, it would be cool to see something like a Jax even. I do think Yi is actually very well placed into the meta, so hopefully we can see something like that. I mean, we did get to see in Vegas Aurora Yi make its way to 10th place, so just barely on the cusp of getting into that top 8. Unfortunately, didn't have quite the tiebreakers to get it. So, I mean, this is really just kind of the same kind of situation here. It looks like it is going to be an Aurelia to start, and then um, yeah,
I mean,
I'm
she
not sad to
is
see
the
Aurelia.
second most represented, so the odds were there. Looks like Aurelia, as Sasuke said, will be legend number one, but none other than the Sand Soldier Army type legend Azir coming out in a round number three. This is gonna be a great matchup because one could go extremely tall, the other can go extremely wide. So it's the battle of might, but in very different directions. So I'm excited. Are you a bit familiar with this matchup potentially?
I guess not specifically with Azir versus Aurelia, but I am familiar with both of these legends, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you kind of placed it perfectly yourself. Azir just trying to go as wide as possible, and Aurelia just trying to go as tall as possible. But that said, I mean, Azir does have access to Defy, just like Aurelia, but he also has access to cards like um, Hidden Blade in Cold a Week, which
Right.
I think are really big, scary cards for the Aurelia matchup. And then in games 2 and 3, he has access to cards like Salvage. I do think that a lot of players have been moving on to putting in Salvage into the main deck with just how many seals and gear has been running around in set 2.
Yeah, speaking of Azir, I like this battlefield selection for this game number one, though I don't think it's too beneficial against an Aurelia with things like Boots of Swiftness. But I do think it's a good meta call against the likes of Dravens, right? So they're stuck on that battlefield. They don't want to push up their Draven. Is it Executioner? No, that's Darius. What is the red Draven's real name? Do you remember?
Vanquisher.
Vanquisher, of course, of course. But yeah, I think it's a good meta pick against the Dravens. Just lock them in place and just just try to deal with them with your Sand Soldiers. Because you, on the other hand, you don't mind losing a token or two because you can regenerate them effectively as long as you're playing equipment. I'm very keen to find out, do we feel like this is a more strictly as we saw in the regionals from China previously last month, where it's the majority of just equipment and this the only units you have are being generated from your legend? Do you feel like that's the best way of an Azir build currently, or is there another way you've seen before?
I mean, the way that I've seen the Azir's built is exactly like you said. You know, you just run a whole bunch of equipment. You don't really run any units. You have Desert's Call really as your only unit per se in the deck, besides the yellow Azir that would be in your deck anyways. And then, as we saw there, they're running the salvage into the main deck. So, yeah, just doing everything that he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, let's see. I know the big key component or big key card for Azir is going to be that Arise. And if there's no main board hard bargain, there's truly going to be no interaction for this Aurelia player. So let's see if they're able to get out their massive signature spell, or can Aurelia just kind of hold down the battlefields a little bit easier than we would imagine? Because I know both of these legends, they're legends where their game plan revolves around trying to get ahead of their opponent and maintaining that momentum. If Aurelia gets ahead, it's very hard for Azir to kind of climb back up. And now if Azir gets ahead, it's kind of the same thing against Aurelia, right? Because both of these guys are so much more effective conquering these battlefields than they will be defending. I say that, but of course, Aurelia can do a little mix of both with so many combat tricks. So let's see. It looks like one didn't start things off with an ideal curve because they just passed it on to Aurelia and starting off with a Lonely Poro instead of that 1-2 sneaky deckhand that they probably wish they had, unless they're not playing it, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of an oddball card to be running. I just don't see very many Aurelias running the Lonely Poro. It does make more sense in decks like Master Yi, where you kind of get the effect of being alone, right? So it's really just a 4 for 2. But in a deck like this, you're kind of surprised to see it, to be honest.
I don't think it's terrible because, we have coined it here on the streams whenever we're doing these co-streams that Aurelia has quote unquote an Aurelia problem, and that's simply just a lack of units. Every time they kind of get their units eliminated against the likes of Kaiser or Draven, if they get fortunate enough to do so, and then they just start drawing spell after spell, gear after gear, and they have no way of truly scoring points. So I think having Lonely Poros, speaking of Lonely Poros, that's going to be a second one established out onto the board. I think it's a way of kind of guaranteeing that you have a sufficient enough units that you don't run into that Aurelia issue that we've seen of a lot of Aurelias run into in the past. So I don't hate it. I think it's actually a decently good card. A little card recursion never feels too bad. I think Azir, on the other hand, starting off quite slow because developing out your champion before playing a single Sand Soldier, that's not where you want to be, is it?
Absolutely not. So, I mean, he is going to finally drop down at least one card that is, essentially a Sand Soldier. It is going to be this Doran's Shield here, and now he's considering whether or not he wants to utilize his champion or his legend rather. And I think you kind of have to here just because of how slow you are starting. And I mean, there's a lot of runes available here for this Aurelia player. So I mean, you kind of just are almost in a sense forced to let them hold. You don't really have any ways to get around it right now. I mean, you could do something as dumb as Cold Weak just to deal with this Lonely Poro, but it's really
Mm-hmm.
only going to hit the back line. So, I mean, I think right now, even though it's just two Lonely Poros, it really feels like Aurelia is kind of commanding this lead.
Right, who would have thought two Lonely Porals already doing enough work? And he says the spell does resolve, so Desert Call does go on the stack, but no, it actually doesn't resolve. He said, wait a dang minute, I have a counter to that card, so goes ahead and no Sand Soldiers. And was that a repeated Desert Call? I actually didn't get to see. I think he might have just had 2 energy remaining.
It was.
It was? Oh, that hurts for sure.
So, just going to go ahead and pass here because he doesn't really want to send that Azir into this Vilemon's lair. He wants to be able to utilize it in these following turns. And, well, I mean, these Lonely Poros doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. So, just going to go ahead and bring himself right onto this Vilemon's lair, give himself the opportunity to develop this Aurelia kind of for free. And, yeah, I mean, this is everything you want to see if you are the Aurelia player. He's already at 3 points. He's going to be able to get himself up to 5 points on the following turn as well. And I mean, this Azir player is just bleeding behind.
Exactly right. I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about before. Aurelia loves to play from ahead, or honestly, both of these decks do, but one of them already succeeding in that 3-0, as you pointed out. Let's see what Azir could do to try to close these margins down, pushing that Lonely Poro away on that Valmont. So down he goes. You get the +1 draw, so scoring his first point of the game. And now has to consider, do you want to go ahead and push on into the Dreaming Tree, hence leaving a bit of that leaving that chosen champion a bit exposed, because unless you're gonna hide something like a hidden blade or at least leave enough runes to do so, I feel like it's not going to be too beneficial to do so. But you're trying to put some points on the board, so he does push it forward, goes up to 2. And let's take a look at the hand. So I'm seeing a salvage and a rise. Is that middle card a hidden blade to you? It looks pretty dark, but it almost looks that way.
It's a hidden blade, and he's got himself a discipline as well as a what is it? Guards, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, guards,
The
a
hidden
hidden
where you
card. And
Yep.
then call and
So just kind of
discipline.
utilizing the wall. Yep. So just not, I mean, really just kind of utilizing his position as effectively as he can here, and really don't hate his position if I am the Azir player. I mean, it doesn't feel great to be in this position. He's just kind of trying to find a way to move over this Doran shield and probably find a way to protect this Azir for just that little bit longer. It will be tough considering this really will be able to ready with what 8 runes next turn. So
Mm-hmm.
it feels kind of almost futile in a sense to do so, but he does have this hidden blade to protect himself just that little bit further, as well as that discipline. But this is definitely a tough
Task,
task to
yeah.
overcome.
Mm-hmm. And that being said, imagine a world where Aurelia has another Defy in hand as well. So you're trying to hidden blade, you're trying to take care of the queen, but you might just get counted out. And speaking of taking care of, I think it did just indeed got hidden onto that Dreaming Tree, of course. So let's see. Does he have another counter play card in the hand for Aurelia? So Aurelia does ready to get that +1. And we saw the full hand for Azir, but we have yet to see the full complete hand for Aurelia. So let's see if production could do as a solid and throw us. Okay, so he does have that secondary Defiant hand on top of a Guardian Angel. And boy, Sasuke, it feels like Aurelia just has everything he needs to kind of make sure he succeeds in this game number 1, because I don't think he has a single bad card in hand, honestly.
Yeah. This is getting gonna be rough here for the Azir player. I mean, hopefully he can find his footing back in game number two, because honestly, this feels like this game is just all but wrapped up here. I mean, this Fiora, Aurelia rather, is going to be able to just go ahead and swing it 7 into 6 right now without having to commit anything further. And I mean, this is not what you want to see. This is absolutely not what you want to see here if you are this Azir player.
Yeah, and to make matters worse, you have to pay that deflect cost, but tries to get the proc off the Dreaming Tree and the Discipline, perhaps baiting out a bit of a defy target, saying, do you want to go ahead and defy the +1 draw from the Discipline at least? Goes ahead and resolves, so does guarantee the +2 draws, and gets +2, so now you're forcing Aurelia to go ahead and invest a little bit more, because as you said, that's 7 from the Aurelia, and now the Azir champion went up to 6 himself. Two from the Sand Soldiers, so 8 to 7 as it stands. Granted, he has definitely enough cards to get over. The question is, what does he want to go ahead and throw at the Aurelia? I would imagine something as straightforward as a simple on guard, but at the front of the hand, I believe it's a Discipline of his own to go ahead and do a nice little double draw play as well. So thinking about it, saying, is there any downside to it? It seems pretty straightforward to me, isn't it? Nice little Discipline would definitely be worth it here.
Yeah, and it looks like he's actually going to go ahead and start off with a salvage just to see if that can resolve. But that said, that is going to use 2 out of his 3 runes available. And so he's just going to go ahead and try and force the trade if possible. We know that that Hidden Blade is still there. He will be able to draw a card. And I mean, he does manage to find himself a Defy. So this is
Yeah.
definitely a lot better position. So this Discipline is going to come down. I don't think he wants to defy this. I think he wants to just go ahead and fire off this Hidden Blade and protect himself from that defy that or not so fast that might be in this Aurelia player's hand.
You know, this could be the perfect window opportunity that Azir needs to kind of get him back in this game. If there is war where he goes for Hidden Blade on the Aurelia after he goes ahead and invests a little bit more to buff the Aurelia, because right now Aurelia is at 7, the Discipline brought it up to 8. Oh, he's going to be defying the Discipline. Little does he know, of course, we have the all-knowing knowledge here in the casting booth. If he would have saved the defy to defy the Hidden Blade would have most likely resolve, and then you didn't have to worry about that dreaded queen here from Aurelia Fervent, and that would have been a big step forward for him, because now you just have to worry about the lonely power in the back line. That's a whole lot more manageable than dealing with that Aurelia Fervent, as we said. So I mean, we know it all, but let's see if this hidden card is indeed the Hidden Blade, and he's going to be kicking himself once he sees the Defy flying out.
Yep, so this Hidden Blade is going to go ahead and pop off right now. He's going to be forced to recycle yet again, and the Defy is just going to come right down. And yeah, I mean, he could see that. Not happy to see that on his face. He realizes right now that he just should have just been a little bit more patient with his Defy. Should have waited to just use that Hidden Blade. I think that absolutely made a lot more sense. Just allow your opponent to draw, but instead maybe just go for that Hidden Blade prior to that fact. So instead, this On Guard is going to come down. And now he's going to be able to overtake both these battlefields yet again. And now, I mean, he's at 4 points. He's going to be able to go up to 5, I think, as he was at 3 points at the start of this turn. And yes, he is only going to have 1 rune available, but I mean, this Azir player is just out of gas.
He definitely is. Luckily, he is at that perfect 6 runes available for that signature spell, Arise. It does have 2 readied units, or 2 ready Sand Soldiers, so you will be able to swing in with at least 5 total might, but you have to be a little bit careful about that 1 rune remaining. We know how strong that 1 rune can be in the hand when you have something like Defiant Dance in hand. But as Chad was pointing out, as a questionable Defy, because you know it's Aurelia Fervent we're talking about. It's Aurelia Legend we're talking about, where there's 1 combat trick. You could almost guarantee there's going to be another one in hand. So just define it so he doesn't get an additional draw and an additional 2. Your battlefield was going down anyways. Just go ahead and try to Hidden Blade and see what happens there. But of course, that could just be me being a little bit biased here, knowing each player's hand. I think he was just trying to make the bet. He's saying, we saw 1 Defy already go down. What is the likelihood that they have a second Defy? But as we were kind of anticipating, oh no, He did arise. Okay, yeah, as we were anticipating, he did arise with Defiant Dance
Yeah,
holding it down, and that was a super speedy game number one. I don't know if we're going to be going to full time in this round. It doesn't look like that way anyways.
I mean, those Lonely Portals put in work. And I think one of the biggest issues that this Azir player faced is that he only had one equipment that entire game. I mean, one of the biggest issues that you have as an Azir player is when you don't draw your equipment. I mean, each equipment that you play is a unit for you to play. And the fact that his Desert Call got countered by that Defy, the fact that he kind of played it a little bit too impatiently with that Defy on to the discipline rather than just holding it up for potentially his own Defy. Um, and I mean, that was just absolutely devastating. So
Hmm.
we'll have to see exactly how this Azir player is going to be able to come back and what he's going to put in from his sideboard. But I'd like to see him play a little bit more patiently, and then hopefully find some more equipment in the games number 2 and 3. Because, I mean, as you saw there, that Arise was only able to get one unit. And that was because there was only one equipment on the battlefield.
Right.
So,
Didn't feel
I
too
mean,
good.
one of the-
Super,
no.
super brutal. I mean, I would imagine, I mean, we could kind of fork it over just having a bit of unfortunate luck for Azir, because what is the chances that you don't have an equipment in the first 2 turns? Because it was turn 1 pass, turn 2 go ahead and play out your chosen champion, turn 3 I think was the first time he went ahead and played a Doran Shield. So it was 3 turns deep just to get a single equipment. Usually how we've seen Azir is turn 1, at least on the draw, you can play an equipment and then establish out your first Sand Soldier of the game. I think this time around, he should be able to get a little bit more things going his way. At least we would hope so, because if it already has any bit of a start like they did this time around, they're going to be smooth sailing into game number, or smooth sailing going forward. And then we're going to be stuck for a really long break, Sasuke. Well, you won't, but I might, because if there's like 30 minutes remaining, they're not gonna give us that backup feature match unless they had one waiting for us for a particular situation like this in case games finish fast, but I don't think so, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully the Azir doesn't draw as poorly as he did in game number 1 here. Because, I
Right.
mean, I gotta be honest, if that's how the Azir player draws every game, I would love to play against him in every
Mm-hmm.
tournament. That would be
Azir's strong,
the
right? I know
easiest
a
set of
couple
wins.
people in chat would agree.
It's a very strong
It's
deck.
a strong deck. I know what's the player? I know he got best of Azir, I believe, in Bologna and in Vegas. He traveled to both because, I mean, once you get one best of the legend, you're pretty safe to travel around the globe almost, because that guy, you're able to sell it for a good amount of money. So I think he won too. His name is like Rock Low. You guys know who I'm talking about. He's had the funniest interview, I believe, in the Bologna when we were doing the co-stream. So I'm actually a fan of him, and he says Azir has a good matchup into everything. It's just a lot of maths, and he says he's a huge fan of maths. So as long as it's just as simple as that, he tends to feel like he has the upper hand on any of his opponents, and he's proved it. I think it was back-to-back top 16s. And chat saying Azir strong, just needs to not brick at the start and he can play any game. Yeah, just let's see. As Saucy was saying, can he be a slightly bit more fortunate? Get those Doran Shields out, get those Brutalizers out. Or what are honestly the best ones to start things off? What's the one? Is it Eye of the Herald, or am I mispronouncing that one? I
Eye of
think
the
it's Eye of
Herald.
the
Yep,
Herald.
that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep, Eye of the Herald. Definitely one of the premier cards, if you will, to see. I mean, it's a lot easier to just drop that down and get start spamming these tokens every single time you move, and then as the game continues, you just get to keep dropping all of these units. It feels a lot better, a lot safer, if you will, to be able to do something like that.
Yeah,
And
honestly,
then
it's
in
just,
games. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, it might have just been the case where Aurelia just went a bit too fast. It tends to happen. I mean, funny enough, we didn't really see that super great curve of a sneaky deck cannon to like boost of swiftness, gank on over for 3 points as early as that turn 2. But it almost felt somewhat similar. Lonely Poro. Usually, like you were pointing out, some Aurelias are foregoing running Lonely Poro, so they don't have that early game tempo that we just saw displayed in this game number 1. So I think perhaps Azir was underestimating how soon they could score, and it just kind of got a bit too snowbally, and Aurelia just continued on with the pressure. I think as early as the earlier you can establish out fervent, probably the better. Similar to how the same story can be said about the Draven Vanquisher, right? The earlier it almost feels that way when you have full runes, just slam it on the board. What are your thoughts on that? Are you a fan of just always playing it when you can, or is there some situations where you should be a bit more careful?
I mean, if you're talking about Draven here, I think that it's kind of one of those situations where it's just a unit, right? And it
Mm-hmm.
lets you play a card without actually having to commit anything from your hand. So yeah, I mean, definitely just play it when you can. I think what I've seen from a lot of the better Azir players that I've seen, it kind of follows that same suit where it's like you're running three of them in your deck, so it doesn't really feel bad if you lose it. You're just using it to utilize its just efficient costing unit. It doesn't cost any power, and then it lets you move around your units more effectively. And then if you have something like a Doran Shield to protect your guys, it makes things even more difficult. So hopefully here in games number 2 and 3, this is year actually gets to have more than one equipment and isn't
Yeah.
stuck with an Arise from turn one. Because if that is the case, then it is just going to be GG lights out. So
Mm-hmm.
we'll have to see, if Azir can come back. But as far as I understand it, Azir actually has a fairly good matchup into Aurelia, and we just didn't get to see it.
I agree. I think it's sometimes when I'm playing Aurelia, it's a bit of a tough puzzle to solve when I'm facing off against an Azir. And Azir will be on the play. And it's something I do want to point out. Usually Aurelia likes to play Obla's of Power when they're when they know they are starting on the play, but maybe they don't run something like a sneaky deckhand, so they don't care for starting on 3 runes. They care more so for starting on 4 runes, perhaps something like a Stellarcorn Herder, or even better, a little bit sideboard tech. An Adaptatron would go absolutely crazy in
Oh
this matchup.
no.
Oh, it's not an Adaptatron, but it's about the best you can go as an opening play. A Stellarcorn Herder, you can't be too upset, but if they had a sideboard Adaptatron, I would imagine they come in this matchup.
Oh man, I feel bad for this Azir player because he missed the obelisk of power trigger. He kind of even looked towards the judges to see if he could get that retroactively, and the answer was no. And so now he's kind of stuck in just a rune behind between his Aurelia player. But at least he does have access to this cold week here. He is going to be able to deal with this Telecorn Herder, and he has that Eye of the Herald to utilize this cold week here, and so he's going to be able to also get off a Desert's Call, move that Eye of the Herald over, and potentially even just be able to hold onto that Orn's Forge for the time being. He's considering moving it over. We'll have to see if he does end up deciding to do so, but definitely at least a much better start than in the last two game or than in the last game. Being able to answer that early Cell Herder, I think, is absolutely crucial in a matchup like this.
Yeah, I'd love to see the hand of Azir as well. If he has a second call of the week, it almost feels like everything could be wrapped up as soon as a similar story how we saw in game number 1. Because if they go ahead and play something like the Aurelia out this turn, oh, but you do have a Defy in hand. You have 6 runes available, so 5 for the Fervent, 1 for the Defy. So I guess you have some kind of safety net for doing this play. Feeling good about that. It's going to take a whole lot of cards to take this Aurelia down. I think it's pretty much guaranteed this Aurelia Fervent will be safe for the very next turn. But little by little, similar story how we saw on the other side of the board go down in game number 1. Azir going up 3 points to the opponent's 0. So 3-0. You're feeling good about what's going down. And that is another call of the week as we might have speculated. But he does have that Defy as mentioned before. So
But
saving the
so does
day
the
and saving the
Azir.
queen. Defy, Sasuke.
But no, look at this Aurelia player, man. He's just as disappointed as this Azir player was last game. And now, I mean, this Eye of the Herald has been putting in absolute crap ton of work, if you will. I mean, he's got another Desert's Call, he's got a Guards, he's got everything in this toolkit here to be able to take on this game. And this Aurelia Fervent player has no units in hand. He has to top deck one right now, but he just doesn't have it. So let's see if he manages to find another unit. It looks like he's just going to go ahead and pass. He's going to discipline one of the opponent's units just to hopefully find something. Yeah, I mean, look at his face. He finds himself with Guardian Angel. Not happy about that at all. And so it looks like he's just going to go ahead and put it down and pass the turn.
It is crazy to see the full 180 we're seeing from game one to game two, right? It was a super dominant performance from Aurelia, and now on as early, as just the very next game is a super dominant performance from Azir, 4-0, or even a bit more. He only had one battlefield. I thought he had both under his control.
I know he pulled back the unit just because he was afraid that the Aurelia player might have, a way to deal with this here. So instead, this Aurelia player is just going to go ahead and use this discipline onto the battlefield,
Wow.
hopefully find himself something else, because right now he has no units to work with, and well, he finds himself a disarming rate, but I feel like it's almost a little bit too late to kind of put it down here. What are you going to get rid of? This Eye of the Herald? That doesn't sound good. And so now this Azir himself is going to come down, and I mean, things just keep going from bad to worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not looking too good. Granted, I do think he had a ride the win, so he does have some kind of play potential, but they're not too impactful plays if I do say so myself. So a rake could come down, you take down the equipment, you could ride the win over that battlefield. But if that's something like a hidden blade, face breakers, granted, I don't know too many Zers running something like a face breaker, but you don't have any counterplay in hand as well. So something like a simple hidden blade, though you do want the extra two cards in hand, those extra two cards won't be able to do too much. As you hold to 6, Azir may be able to conquer to 7, and then you have to hold both battlefields, or at the minimum we are talking about 7-0. You have so much wiggle room, so much time to go ahead and build and develop your back line until that final push when the time comes. So let's see what this Aurelia does, because if I was Aurelia, I probably would have scooped it up, but maybe that's a little flaw on my end. But, there was plenty of time left, so might as well get more information from your opponent. So he does go ahead and play out the disarming rake, as you mentioned before, does get rid of the Eye of the Herald. Now, this is the question at hand. Does he want to go ahead and play out the ride the win to try to contest one of these battlefields? Does he want to go ahead and attach the GA, because this is your only unit, and he just passes Sasuke? This is as good as over. I don't know any sequence of any combination of cards, period, that gets Aurelia out of this, unless I'm just not thinking further ahead. We'll see, though.
I gotta be honest, I wholeheartedly agree with you here. I think this game is all but over right now. I think the Aurelia player is just trying to figure out what he wants to do for game number 3. And like you had said, just trying to see what his opponent has. See if there's any kind of spice cards that his opponent might be willing to reveal. And for the time being, it looks like the answer is no. I mean, this is exactly what you do here. If you are this Azir player, you just kind of lay down this one cost recruit. You go ahead and drop down a Desert's Call repeated to see if it does resolve, and it looks like it is going to here. And he's just going ahead and checking, making sure, yep, that is going to be a thumbs up from the player, and 2 more units come back into the back line. And man, I mean, if things could get worse, I would be shocked. I don't
Right.
think that things could get worse.
This is a brutal spanking from Azir onto Aurelia, even more so than what Aurelia displayed in that game number 1 against the likes of Azir. So interesting to see. He picks up a draw. Is it a unit? Is this a card he can make full use this turn? Finally does pick up another unit. Actually he has 2. He has a Rake and a Lonely Poro. So can he try to climb his way back in this game? Because if he plays out a couple more units, he might not, actually I was going to say he might not have enough runes available, but taking a look at the runes at the UI there, is a full set of runes, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 total runes. So tries to get some information from these hidden cards. What is behind door number 1? A hidden blade, it looks like, and you're forced to do it. Oh, interesting. So do it on yourself just for the card advantage. I like this play because I think Azir maybe has just 2 cards left, or 1 card. I think it's right there above the rune zone.
Yeah, I think it was just 1 indeed, and he finds himself in a rise, which isn't really anything at all, but at least he gets himself another gear, which I think he's been struggling to find this entire series long. Really his 3rd equipment this entire series, so does find something that is kind of useful, and it will allow him to make another desert unit on the following turn, which he can utilize with the guards, and then use the Azir as well. So now he has to figure out how his opponent is going to be able to take over this battlefield. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and recycle to send this Lonely Poro in to try and overtake this uh, Sand Soldier does have two cards remaining in hand, and I think if you are Keter here, I think you're feeling pretty okay with this. You might just accept the trade. He does manage to find himself really nothing. I mean, he could go ahead and flip over the Desert's Call, or the guards rather, and then I think it. Oh, it's a hidden blade.
Oh. It's a hidden blade that, unlike the other battlefield, decides to target the Lonely Portal, so the Guardian Angel will proc in the situation, but what he doesn't know is there is a Ride the Wind looming in the hand, so Ride the Wind and bring the Lonely Portal back in, but now without the GA, that is just going to be 2-2 trading 1-for-1. And that's not going to be enough, right? You take down one, but that's a free conquer on one, and then the Azir champion able to conquer the other side. And I think he sees the full picture here in game number 2. It is all but over. You could play the raid, you could ride the win, yes, as a conquer, but then you're effectively tapped out. You do have an on guard, you do have a Defiant Dance. Is that alone enough? Because I almost feel like Keter can go ahead and just stack an entire one battlefield, and when you don't have to worry about an Aurelia Fervent, you know those infinite possibilities of a unit going extremely tall are kind of out the window. So even if you don't double conquer, it's still 7-1 at the end of the day. So wait, did he just ride the win the Poro?
He did. So I prefer to do this here. I mean, you just get to go ahead and make the trade.
Or he unguarded, it looks, on top of that as well.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so he's going to go ahead and do the unguard and just protect his little Poro for the time being. I think if I'm him, I kind of have to keep it here. I think, you know, while your only real answer to anything that's happening is a Defiant Dance, you just kind of have to hope that, you know, and let him kill the Lonely Poro to start. But if you do that, then that means that this Azir really gets to kind of take over the whole game, really. So he's really just hanging on by a thread, but unfortunately for him, we know that Keter has the scissors in his pocket to be able to cut that thread, and this game is really just going to be over as soon as he gets passed over.
Yeah, let's just see exactly how he goes ahead and sequences things out. Picks up a Guardian Angel, so getting some equipments here in this late game. But man, not feeling good. You have a single combat trick for Aurelia's side that will be the Defiant Dance, which is pretty much the strongest one you can. But here goes Iron the Herald. Most likely wants to go ahead and establish more Sand Soldiers so that you could bring a whole army of soldiers when your chosen champion attacks. But gets the Weapon Master online just to conquer, guarantee that one against the Lonely Poro, and maybe even bait out a couple of combat tricks on this Lonely Portal if he wants to choose to hold. But I think at this point you're letting this one go, you're getting the +1 draw, and then you're more prioritizing the defense of the Obelisk of Power because they need to double up. But I think I 100% agree. How in the world with a Rake and a Poro? Oh, he is going for the defense on this battlefield. This is interesting. So minus on the backline Azir unit, +2 on your unit, so it's 4-3 currently. This is interesting. I didn't see this line from him, because if you're trying to defend 2 battlefields, I guess it makes it harder for his opponent to win, because there's less units, less smite to push on into either of these battlefields. This could maybe work, but I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either here, because he still has his Azir that he can activate, as well as this Guardian Angel that he can bring over onto this Azir. And then on top of all of this, right, he still has the opportunity to play this guards. He can then use excuse me, pay the power with the guards, bring that guard in readied, and then just use that Eye of the Herald alongside it, and then just keep it protected here. So I'm going to go ahead and use the guards. We're going to see if he lets it come into play ready. Looks like he's not. He's just going to hold on to it for the time being. Oh, there it is, actually. Nope.
He's saying it might just be the very last turn. Might as well go ahead and make full use of these runes while I can to guarantee the more likelihood to succeed in this turn. So attaches everything onto one Sand Soldier and might go for the bit of a double dip kind of game plan where you kind of send in one Sand Soldier at a time, but then you're not really utilizing that Azir legend ability. So maybe this is him pivoting because Azir got the -2. But honestly, I can't really make out exactly what he has in mind. But sending it over to the Orange Forge, trying to get the Conqueror, so it does trigger the Eye of the Herald. So swinging in for, I believe, 3, 4
Four to
total
four.
might.
Yeah, so this is going to be 4 to 4 here. I actually see exactly what the game plan is. He's just trying to clear out this battlefield, hoping that his opponent doesn't draw into exactly a fight or flight, because then he's just going to go ahead and um, utilize this Eye of the Herald yet again. Just go ahead and keep that readied. Oh, that's right. The Eye of the Herald does not move. But the readied Sand Soldier can then go ahead and go into that Orange Forge. And then he can move the Azir over after the fact, and he can still activate the Azir legend before doing so. So he has 2, 4, 6, potentially 8 even units, and he might even just try and hold on to potentially defending with a defy. But I think I would have liked to have just seen him utilize the legend instead. But yeah, I mean,
Here
gonna
we
go ahead and
go,
bring everything
Azir
over and.
Legend bringing, or Azir Champion bringing everything over to the Abbas of Power, and that will be bringing us to that game number 3. So a little bit tricky there in that late game for Azir, but does indeed close things out. And we thought it was going to be a super speedy best of 3 series, but I'm loving what I'm seeing. It looks like a closer race than we would have originally thought. And now with both sideboards coming into play, and I'll head back to the little Spiritforged lounge for the time being. But I think it's getting close. Now I have no idea who's going to come out ahead, because that was such a convincing performance from Aurelia game number 1, and then a super dominant performance from Azir. Who are we giving the slight edge to, Sasuke? Any pick on your side?
Well, I mean, as long as this Azir player continues to just utilize these cold weeks and keep up his defies for his opponent's defies, I do think it edges over to the Azir player.
Okay. I mean, I will say a bit of a counter. I was pretty fortunate to pick up 2 Call of the Weeks rather early. I mean, I would imagine he goes ahead and mulligans for 1, or at least keeps 1 if he sees it in the opening hand, and then you have to pray you see another one down the line, because Call of the Week is probably the best card you have, because Aurelia tends to play 1 unit per turn. If you're able to deal with those units every single time they come out, and then on top of that, they run into the issue that we described earlier for a lot of Aurelias, where they're just drawing spells, they're just drawing equipment, and they don't have any units to go ahead and contest your battlefields. And little by little, Azir just went completely out of control from 3 to 5 to conquer to 7, and then close out the game, as we just saw in those very last moments of this game number 2. So I will agree. I think Azir has a slight edge, but now it's Aurelia to be on the play. But maybe Aurelia isn't really a deck that loves to be on the play. You're starting with 2 runes because you already went ahead and played your Obelisk of Power. So the most you could do is a GA. Turn 2, I guess the Stellicorn. I mean, one card that I'm surprised we haven't seen yet is Adaptatron, because I'll be honest, Disarming Rake is okay, but you're trying to take down gear, right? And the number 1 gear that, in my opinion, you want to go ahead and kind of tech for is like Dazzling Aurora, and the most popular being those Mind Splitter variants. Mind Splitter gets the rakes out of hand before they ever hit the board. An Adaptatron, you can kind of play it out on the board beforehand and then try to sneak in a Conquer to deal with Dazzling. Do you think he's running both removal options for gear, or did we just only see the rakes and he's just not running Adaptatron? What do you think?
I mean, I have not seen an Aurelia player play both yet, and I don't think that you need that much gear removal as an Aurelia
Right.
player. I think if you are on the Aurelia list, that you're more than likely on that Adaptatron, but for some reason he decides that this Disarming Rake is a little bit better, which I think is surprising considering the fact that Disarming Rake does cost energy. That
Okay.
said, it does have that on-play effect. So, I mean, yeah, I think because he isn't on this Adaptatron line, that it really does tend to favor the Azir player a little bit more. I think, Azir wants to be able to get these huge rises off into the late game, and you're only hitting 1 gear with it, whereas this Adaptatron I've seen, hit two gear in the same turn before.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised to see that he's not on the Adaptatron. I think that was a very good thing to point out. We'll have to see if he is going to be able to navigate the victory here. But yeah, I feel a little bit more confident in saying that the Azir is going to be able to edge it out here in game number 3.
Let's see. As you said, it is indeed that game number 3 for round number 3. For those just tuning in, can Aurelia get the win? Can Azir go ahead and get the win? It is Aurelia on the play. Let's see if they have an opening 2-turn play or 2-drop play. It looks like at the minimum they do have that Lonely Pearl that kind of drove them to success in that game number 1. So we'll see if it's somewhat similar story as well. So passes on over. Does Azir have an opening? I guess he did start last turn, right? Or I do see an equipment nonetheless. I'm seeing a Doran Shield, so he is able to establish out a Sand Soldier on his opening turn. So both players kind of curving now as ideal as you would want to for both of these decks. So not too shabby. We might have a great, for once, a good back and forth in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I mean that is definitely the hope here. So a Stellacorn Herder is going to be able to follow it up pretty easily here. I'm a little bit surprised to see that the Aurelia just didn't go ahead and take the Conquer point, allow that Lonely Paru to get killed, and just draw a card off of it. I mean, I get that you do want to be able to utilize it as much as possible, but I think this, it could just be that he really does want to protect against that Cold Week here, is pretty afraid of it, and that could be a very good reason as to why. So instead, Keter here can be able to take the first point, which should feel very good if you are this Azir player. He's going to go ahead and bring him right onto that Trifarian War Camp, and then really just try and do his best to hold it for as long as possible.
You know, I will add a very heads-up play from the Aurelia player, knowing that the big problematic card for him was something like a Hold of the Week, neglects pushing that Lonely Portal forward on the previous turn so that he doesn't get dealt with from something like the Sand Soldier, and then that dreaded card Call of the Week to remove the Stellacorn in the back line. So keeps the Lonely Portal ready in the back in case that spell comes down. He could target as the chosen target could be the Poro instead of the Stellacorn, despite you not getting the draw since he's truly not alone. And quick side note, did you see the little what is the how would you say the continuation of Lonely Poro? I think in Legends of Runeterra it was like the upgraded version of Lonely Poro. What is the name of that one?
Jubilant.
Okay. That's such good flavor. I know it was in Legends of Runeterra, but I actually didn't play enough to see that card. So it is cool they finally kind of fixed the Lonely Portal's day, kind of super smiling in that occasion. But here we go. The Guardian Angel does get played out. Most likely should be attached on that Stellacorn Herder. Pushes it on forward. Gets the additional draw. Will push it forward. Gets the draw. And gets the proc from the Trifarian War Camp as well. So he should be able to take down the Sand Soldier. And I feel like a GA on a Stellacorn feels a-okay every time, because that is a unit you want to go ahead and prioritize the safety for as long as possible. The only downside is that you don't have a way of readying your Aurelia, but maybe he doesn't really need Fervent just yet. We'll see.
Well, I mean, now this third unit is going to hit the field, and it is another Lonely Poro that is going to be sitting at the base. So now he has that protection that he's been looking for. Does find himself a hidden blade, but I don't think that is what you really want to see right now. And I mean, he could put down his Azir, he could accelerate it and just go ahead and try and take on this Trifarian War Camp, move all those units in as well, but that doesn't feel good either. And right now these Arises are kind of doing nothing as well, so Keter definitely not in a happy position at all. Has to play around these Defiant Dances, and they've been able to put in a lot of work. I mean, it nearly was enough to protect TXG in game number 2, but obviously he was just so far behind both on units and on board presence and on points. So yeah, I mean, I think Keter's just going to go ahead and play it slow and allow this Aurelia player to gain an additional 2 points.
Yeah, well said. It looks like quite the heavy hand for Azir. But yeah, trying to just let Aurelia, or you don't want to, but you probably just have no other option. You're just letting Aurelia play her game, trying to most likely conquer or hold up to 3 points at the minimum. And then you, with the back line, should be able to conquer up to 4, but does attach that equipment. And that was a shield, I believe. Yep, Doran's shield attached. So does get that +1, does get Tanka cores. Recycles the green that he was pointing out to the judge, making sure everything is a nice, clean, fair play. And now it's with 3, so does have effective enough might to deal with the Poro. But it's Aurelia we're talking about, so we know we have to take into account something like an On Guard. Even a Defiant Dance would be brutal here. So sends in 2 Sand Soldiers to be absolutely safe. That is 5-2. I think I'm letting that Poro go with my Aurelia. That's a +1 draw for me. I have something in the back line. And I think he agrees with me. He's kind of indicating that he wants to let it go. Takes the Sand Soldier along with him. And does draw the On Guard. So has a good push for the following turn. I'm wondering if he has a way
He
of...
actually won't be able to get the Sand Soldier because the Doran Shield gives
Oh,
tank.
tank. You're so right. Exactly.
So now, I mean, this is honestly the best position he could be in. I mean, the fact that his opponent didn't have a Defiant Dance or an On Guard to really just get rid of at least one of these Sand Soldiers, I think is probably the luckiest position that Keter could have hoped for. But I mean, we do see an On Guard in hand, which I believe was just picked up by that Lonely Poro instead. And so now, I mean, TXG is going to be able to respond in kind. He does have Aurelia still to play, but now this guard or guardian angel rather is in his hand, and well, he does have a tide turner to be able to move around the Stellacorn herder quite a bit. We'll have to see if that's what he decides to go for here. It definitely has a lot of options available to him.
You know, I was just going to point that out. He's missing one of those key equipments that we've seen from a lot of Aurelias in the past. Those boots of swiftness, allowing those Stellar hoarders to really maneuver their way around from battlefield to battlefield. But they have a kind of workaround in that Tide Turner. So interesting enough, goes for the Lonely Poro onto that battlefield first. Goes Defiant Dance invested. So 4-3 as it actually, yeah, 4-3 as it currently stands. Does Azir have any little bit of counterplay? We see something in hand. I don't remember exactly how expensive Facebreaker is, but if memory serves me right, it might just be 2 energy play, right?
Yeah, it's 2 energy and then a stun the enemy unit and a unit you control. So I think that's exactly what he's going to go for here. It's really just a hideable stun effect, which is just good enough, you know. And it will allow him to protect his units. It does mean that this Lonely Port will survive, but I think that's really just the best that you can hope for right now.
I think they're being a little bit hesitant knowing that there hasn't been a single counter played in this entire game 3. So he's thinking, is there going to be something like a defy / not so fast in the hand from my opponent? Do I go ahead and just take the risk? Is my only out? I do have that hidden card as well. So if the Facebreaker is in hand, are we thinking that hidden card is the guards I believe we saw earlier?
I think it was a hidden blade, actually.
Was it? Okay. Decides to go
we'll
for
find
the
out.
Facebreaker nonetheless. So trying to stun. Let's see if it resolves. I don't remember seeing a defy, funny enough, for this Aurelia. So I think the resolution will go through, as we're just seeing a couple combat tricks. No counter capabilities on Aurelia's side. So that's a Lonely Poro most likely going back to base, as there's not enough might to take him down. But that will deny him the conquer nonetheless. So he's thinking... he wants to say, no, I mean, I wonder what he's thinking. I mean, is he just kind of bluffing he has the counter?
I think so. I mean, this is honestly a very good use of his turn here. They're just going to go ahead and say, look, I don't actually have the counter, but let's pretend like I do. And so now instead, he's actually just going to go ahead and ride the wind after the stun effect is in place, which means that the Stellacorn Herder will actually be enough to take both of those units out. Right, 4 into 3 is still yet enough again, and he will be able to trigger the move once more, and then as
Right.
well, will be able to go ahead and trigger the move once more because he'll be able to put it back to base because it is now readied.
Yeah, keep in mind, we did see a Tide Turner. So if this play goes through, if there's actually not a hidden blade, as we could almost predict, is either guards or a hidden blade. Those tend to be the only remaining hidden cards we probably seen in the Azir deck. If it's not though, and the Stellacorn survives, you get Tide Turner back. Of course, you go up to 4 from the Conquer there, Tide Turner back, and then you could go up to 5 for the push on Stellacorn. Or did he already conquer that battlefield? I can't remember. I don't think he did.
I believe he got the hold.
Did
I
he?
think got the
Okay.
hold.
Yeah, from Stella going back, didn't he? Okay.
Yeah. So now, deciding whether or not he wants to fire off this hidden blade because both his units are going to die. And it's to decide whether or not he wants to let this Aurelia player draw more cards. And I think at this point, you just kind of let these units die, draw yourself some more cards, and find something to do on this next turn.
I'm right there with you because if you go ahead and target the Stellar Corn Herder, you know it is the Aurelia Legend we're talking about. There's more ways than one to go ahead and ready the Stellar Corn and then come back swinging one more time. Something like a simple on guard and then exhaust your Legend would have done the same job. So might as well, while you can, sacrifice one of your units, get a +2 draw because your hand wasn't looking too pretty at all. The double Arise without any equipment and, well, I guess one equipment to his name. But regardless, doesn't feel that great. So Aurelia does conquer up to 4 for the time being. I'm wondering, it looks like they picked up a charm from tapping for 1 on the Sunken Temple. Are we trying to take down that chosen champion? Is it even... I think it is possible because you have enough for a combat trick. So charm it in. It's only going to be defending or attacking in this situation for 4. You're at 4 with Stellicorn. Something like a simple on guard. Because I don't think there's anything Azir can do for a single energy. As I kind of say that, of course, there's a 1 energy defy to kind of spoil the whole game plan. Does he have at minimum something like that? I don't think it is in hand, though.
It's not in hand, and I mean, if things couldn't get worse, they're just getting worse and worse and worse. So, I mean, this Azir will be able to trade with at least one of them. I mean, he can't even fire off this salvage and get rid of the Stalcorn Herder, which feels incredibly bad. So, just gonna go ahead and take off or take out this Lonely Poro because that's really his only option right now. And yeah, I mean, the Aurelia is going to feel pretty confident and good about this here. Going to go ahead and take the trade. He feels really great about this. And I mean, yeah, Keter is not happy to see the situation. It feels like this Aurelia player is just all but won the game at this point. And he does have a flash. He does have a couple of opportunities. He could go ahead and, use this Tide Turner to allow himself to draw an additional 2 more cards here. And it looks like that is going to be the case. And what this also does is protect him from um, cold a week. So yeah, I mean he's feeling very confident. If I am the Aurelia player here, going to be able to hold both of these battlefields more than likely, as well as that Azir has been taken out, and we still just don't see another equipment in this player's deck.
Wow. Yeah, not feeling too good. But real quick, Sasuke, just to backtrack ever so slightly, Aurelia on her side with the Stellicorn had 4 defending might. The Poro was stunned. How did the Azir die? Was the Stellicorn buffed from something before? Or am I missing something?
The Azir had 4 might.
4 might. Stellicorn plus the GA is 4 might. The Poro was stunned, so couldn't apply damage. It was 4 to 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, but so because he decided to do the 4 damage to the Poro, that meant that the Stellicorn Herder survived.
Oh, okay. I see exactly what you mean. So it was 4 to 4, yeah, but decided to take out the Poro instead of the Stellicorn just because of the GA, so he wasn't able to get too much done. I see exactly what you mean, but either way, catching up to speed, 6 to 2, Aurelia in a dominant position from here, and he hasn't even made full use of the Fervent just yet. Has a grip of cards in hand, a whole lot of combat tricks, discipline, on guard, another charm. He has pretty much everything he needs to go ahead and guarantee his victory in this 3rd round of today's National Open. We were given the upper hand to Azir, but it looks like it was the Blade Dancer all along. So I think there is just no other way. I think pretty much solidifying Aurelia's... I mean, she is the 2nd most represented deck. Let's see how far she's able to get in this tournament. I want to say at least 1 or 2 Aurelias make top 16. What about you, Sasuke? Do you think that's a fair thing to say, or even more make top 16 tomorrow?
I mean, I think you're totally right here. I think Aurelia is just showcasing how dominant she can be here. That Azir just did not manage to find the cards at all. I mean, really, he saw 3 equipment in a matter of 3 games, or 4 equipment in 3 games rather, and really just showcasing one of the issues that Azir can struggle is that it can really beat itself. And I mean, he managed to find some hidden blades, but was only able to find 1 cold a week, and those lonely Poros just really protected that Aurelia from a lot of the trouble that he would have otherwise faced.
Right, and real quick, I'll head back to the booth for the time being. I think it was a speedier game than we were, I mean, not as fast as we originally expected, but a little bit faster than round one, round two. I didn't get to catch it. Maybe chat caught it, or maybe you caught it, Sasuke. How many minutes left in the round did it say by the time we got finished there?
I did not get the chance, and I tried to see if I could like backtrack the clock just a little bit, but here, let's see.
Chat, for those on YouTube, rewind it back a little
10
bit real
minutes.
quick to know what time it was. I don't have the
10
YouTube pulled
minutes.
up on
10
my
minutes.
side. Did you do it, Sasuke?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, fair. So at the minimum, we had 10 minutes, and then everyone in overtime. So we're probably going to be sitting here for about 20 minutes or so. We might go on a little mini break. Usually we go ahead and chill for a little bit, but for 20 minutes left, I might go ahead and get some snack because we do have a long night ahead of us, right? This is round 3. There's still 4 more rounds remaining after this, but not too bad. I think Sasuke will be joining us tomorrow, but instead of the early rounds, you're going to be joining us for the later rounds, right? How early is that for you tomorrow? It's morning, right? Because what time zone are you?
No, I'm joining y'all for Sunday.
Yeah,
Sunday, top
tomorrow.
cut.
I mean, is it not tomorrow for you yet? Are you still in today?
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow at
Well,
4:50.
technically today. No, tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow at 4:50.
Okay. Wait, 4:50 a.m. for you? That's when it starts?
Yep.
Okay, you're Pacific time?
No, I'm Texas time.
Oh, really? Wait, let me take a look. When does that round 6 start? Or top 4? Oh, okay. So it's about 6 a.m. my time. But it's probably 4:50, so you're an hour back. Honestly, with the breaks from today, I mean, let's see what time is it supposed to say round 4 would start, and it'll give you kind of a bit of indication what bit of a delay we can expect for tomorrow. So we're going into round 4. And about 10 minutes, it says when round 4 was supposed to start. So we have a bit of wiggle room for tomorrow. So you're more likely going to start at 5 plus or so. But either way, that should be a really good matchup. Hopefully we don't get just every single top cut being Draven v Draven. I will even at this point take a little Aurelia versus Draven, but I think chat might agree. I think we've seen that matchup one too many times as well. How do we feel about Aurelia Draven? Is it getting a little bit tired as well, or is it still fun to see?
I actually really like that matchup. I think you get to see both the two best decks in the meta really clash out with each other and just see who gets to come on top. Because for me, I think both of those decks really have a 50-50 matchup against each other. I know that the Miracle Draven can really just blow out the Aurelia sometimes, but it does take a lot of patience and some very clean play to be able to do that pretty consistently. So that's why I think in Vegas, you didn't really get to see too much Aurelia. And then also in CCS, you didn't really get to see too much Aurelia as well. That said, there was only 9% of the meta was Aurelia, whereas 38% or so was the Draven in CCS. But it was also fairly skewed in those kinds of numbers as well in Vegas. That said, I think it is really very much a skill matchup, and we'll have to see it just how good both of these decks can do if we do end up having those matchups.
Yeah, exactly right. And real quick, it looks like the data has finally been released. So let's go ahead and pull it up before we take the little short break. It looks like the day 1 numbers. Let me pull up both sides because I don't know why they do it. Because if I was a bit of the graphic designer for them, I will find a way to put all the data on one page. But maybe that's just me. But they have 2 pages. But let's take a look. I'll head over to the bigger scene so everyone can see in chat. So as we do know, of course, Draven coming in at number 1, 386 players bringing Draven. They say, I want to win. I don't just want to go ahead and compete for a best of metal card. I want the best chances of taking home the bigger share of that $31,000, which is fair play. I can respect that as well. Number 2, 241 Aurelias, then 218, and then these are all the legends here that are kind of rounding out a bit less represented. I mean, from 10% all the way to 6%. I thought it'd be a little bit closer than that. But Victor coming in at number 4. How do we feel about that? Is it seemingly right? Is he definitely kind of up there in the meta?
I think Azir is one of those decks that is starting to be explored a lot more. I think people have kind of come to the realization that it actually is as good as it is being represented here. It has a lot of really strong matchups. I think its worst matchup is like 45%, and everything else is kind of 50%, So it really is just up to how good the Victor player is and whether or not he can find the right cards into the Draven matchup. But yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. I think we've been seeing a lot of it make it into those top cuts. I think CCS is a great example where two of them made it into the top 16. Unfortunately, none of them were able to make it into the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, even in Vegas, I think there was a Victor player in the top 16. It might have been even top 8. But yeah, I mean, the deck's been performing incredibly well. I would argue even better than Ezreal for the most part. I do think Ezreal is probably the most difficult deck to play, but if you are Alan ZQ, it's probably the best deck.
Yeah, if you are the pilot like himself, then it might just be the best deck in the format. But a lot of people just can't operate and tinker at that exact caliber of play. But I'm right there with you. If Ezreal was in the right hands, he probably would be represented slightly bit more higher, definitely more so than Victor. Because honestly, I feel like I consider all 4 of those legends decently even in the right hands, like Draven, Aurelia, Kai'Sa, Ezreal. I know there's a bit of rock, paper, scissors going on there with Draven, of course, pulling out ever so ahead. But I think they're all super strong, and in the right hands, as we're mentioning, they could all get a win against any of those legends. Let's try to look down the board, though. Fiora coming in at number 6. And then Azir, Sivir, Yi, MF. Are we just going down into the best of legends territory? Or is there some kind of reason that we're seeing these legends a little bit higher than the others?
I think the one thing that surprises me is that there's 46 Aries. Like that, I don't understand why there's so many, and then not to mention that there's 40 Rumbles as well. I mean, I guess this is what happens when you have 4,000 or 2,000 players rather. But I mean, I'm definitely a bit surprised to see that. I'm glad to see that there's much more Yi representation. I remember beforehand there was only like 10 or 12 in the last couple regionals that he was at. But I think because he's placed so well in these last few major events that he's really starting to see a little bit more play. And then, of course, we got to see an Azir on stage, but I'm surprised that Azir is number 7. I think I would have liked to have seen MF in that regard.
Right.
I think Aurora is still just incredibly powerful, and yeah, I'm just a bit surprised that MF isn't more represented.
Yeah, MF as well as Jax, I would imagine. Jax, MF, and Lucian, or even Rek'Sai, looking at him towards the bottom. I feel like all those decks might should have been a little bit higher up. But to the point you were saying about Ari, it's simply best of legend season, right? You're trying to get the most expensive best of legend. And it makes sense, at least over here in the States or in the West and over in general, Ari was the most sold, or how should I put this? Ari is sold for the highest price. I know there's been confirmation for just the first Ari coming out of Houston. It sold for, I believe, 30, or was it 40,000? Do you remember,
I
Sasuke?
think
Do
it
you
was
keep up
40.
with a little bit of numbers like that?
I do, I do. I believe it was 40.
Yeah, I mean, chat, think about what we're saying. 40, that's more than the entire prize pool of the national event. So 46 players saying that is my money. Granted, the Chinese ones tend to go for a little bit less. I don't think they have enough. I mean, despite being pretty similar, I don't think that the demand for them is exactly the same as the demand over here in the West. But I think that's strictly why, because I don't think Ari is up there as a meta contender. Though she's good, a lot of people would swear by her that she's actually a really good legend, which I agree. She is a good legend, perhaps even better coming out in set 3. But I don't think she's necessarily better in the current meta, compared to Lucian, Jax, MF. But let's go ahead and look at the second page, and let's see the ones that most people had no faith in either or, trying to win the event slash get a best of metal card. And oh boy, Sasuke, do you want me to send you these by the way, or do you see it on the stream? I don't know if there's a
I
delay
see
or
it on the
anything.
stream here. So yeah, I mean, look at that. Last place is Karen, which
Mm-hmm.
makes perfect sense. Directly followed by Renata Glask, and then immediately after. I feel like these all make perfect sense.
They
I'm actually
do.
surprised that Orin is as high as it is. But but the rest of them all make a lot of sense.
Right, 28 players here bringing out Orn, but I guess that's a little bit better, about 3 times more than Garen, literally 0.34%. You know, I think the best of Garen player is having trouble selling his Garen Metal card, or did I read that? I might have misread that. Have you kept up with him? I know he won 2 best of Garen so far. Has he managed to sell Garen? Is there a bit of a demand for Garen? Because I would imagine eventually they will all sell. It's just a matter of price. I don't think you're getting the 10K for Garen. You might have to settle for a little bit less, but any kind of Ks feel okay with me. I mean, what's the minimum
I
you would
mean,
sell
yeah.
Garen for?
If I had a best of Garen, I would. If somebody offered me 8,000, I would take that in a
Yeah,
heartbeat.
yeah.
I mean,
Honestly, I'll
that's a
probably let it
lot
go for
of money.
5, but that, but no, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm setting it a little bit too low for that. But honestly, all these other legends, they're strong legends. Like we've seen Lee Sin take down the likes of Draven in the past. Lux can do decently well. I believe we saw it in the later rounds over there in Vegas at the hands of Grappler. Jinx, especially when we're talking about like a miracle Jinx package, can tend to do a lot of work. Leona, definitely a deck that feels a bit lackluster ever since Spiritforged came around, but maybe, just maybe, once Unleashed comes down, we are seeing a couple bit more of order support, even comp support. What is one? I think the Vex Stun, the flavor text, I keep saying it's ill, but what's the name of that card, chat? Or if you remember, Sasuke.
I don't remember the name of that yet. You got to give me some time to remember those
I
ones. The
know,
new
me
ones are
too. We
always
got to
hard to
catch up
remember.
with these. And IDK saying anyone spending 8K on Metal Garen has too much money. IDK, think about people spending 40K. These are just like professional traders slash flippers that either own and operate their own local game store slash they've been in the game for so long, making so many flips here and there. Usually is traders that got in early, let's say like super early in One Piece, super early in Pokemon, and then they sell for a crazy amount of money later, years down the line, and back off. Thank you, chat. Back off it was. So back off seems decent for something like Leona. Set is the legend I expected a little bit more out of. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised that only 31 players brought him out today, because I feel like he's strong. I guess I'm trying to think back why I remember why Set isn't all that strong, because he has the replacement ability. What is like a hard reason why Set doesn't see too much play? Do you know, Sasuke? I remember talking about it, but maybe it's just about approaching 3 a.m. my time that is not, I'm not remembering.
I really think it's just because it's Fiora
Okay.
exists. You know, I mean, you have access to Riposte, which is I think is probably just the best um, orange yellow spell that you can have access to. I mean, Showstopper's a great card, but I mean, it's not nearly as good as Riposte is, especially in the right hands. So I really think it's just that.
Okay. I can see that. But yeah, all the other legends do make sense. I do agree, though. I wish Orin with a little bit more play. Maybe we get one of these legends here. I wouldn't be surprised that production tries to bring out one of these, whether it be a Teemo, Lux, Renata, Darius. Maybe not so much Darius or Garen, but Orn, Set, Leona, Jinx. We might see at least one of them on the feature table within the next 4 rounds, of course. MVB still saying 28 players, keeping it real. Looks like we have another Orange fan in chat. But okay.
Let's go. Yeah, no, I mean, I really do think that Set is honestly a great deck. I think that just a lot of people are more excited about the new cards, and so they're just playing Fiora because she's newer, and then also because Fiora is just like one of the 4 horsemen of top lane, right? It's her, Camille, Relia, and oh my god, I can't remember.
My League
Riven.
of Legends lore is terrible, or even abysmal, I would say, because I know nothing. The most I know is from what you get out of TFT a couple of sets ago, but I never actually dabbled in League of Legends myself, funny enough. I know it's crazy to hear, but I'm just coming into TC from the TCG side of things. But there are cool characters. The more I play Riftbound, the more I'm getting into the League of Legends universe. So maybe I have to pick up League of Legends. Or a lot of people will tell me just don't even get into it. Period. Right? If you haven't got into it now, I think it's a good, probably a good bet to just pass on it for now. What do you think? Do you play a little bit of League yourself, Sasuke?
Oh, I've been playing it since like 2012. I
There we
love that
go.
game. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a pro or anything. I think I like peaked in Plat 2 or something like that, and I'm not very good at the game. I'm much better at strategy card games. I need time to think. I can't
Right.
click my buttons very well. Is my biggest issue.
Yeah,
So,
8 p.m., right? It gets a
yeah.
little bit crazy the older and older we get. But yeah, TCGs are perfect for all ages, of course. So I'm a big fan of TCG as well. I mean, me and you, I know you could say you've been playing TCGs for quite some time, and there's nothing like them. There's truly nothing like a TCG. You could play video games online, you could play all kinds of things, but playing a physical TCG really gives you this kind of nostalgic type feeling that you get from no other game. So that's what kind of draws me to Riftbound, draws me to TCGs in general. But okay, chat, let's go on a short. Let me make sure if there's a counter on stream, I'll feel comfortable taking a short little 5 to 10 minute break. And it looks like they're doing giveaways and stuff. And Justice saying don't do it, please don't. Wait, are you saying please don't to the League of Legends? Like just don't get into it? You know, I did promise someone in chat that I will watch Arcane. I know everyone was telling me you have to watch it. I'll have Sasuke
It is
convince me.
really good.
Do I have to watch Arcane? Not that I don't want to watch it, but is it like a must watch? Like that has to be the next thing I watch on my show list.
Man, I mean that kind of accolade, I don't know if it's that kind of accolade, but it
Okay.
was one of the best shows I've seen in probably, 5 or 6 years. It was really entertaining, really fun. And then if you like the League of Legends lore in general, it's just a really cool way to get into the deep dive of it. You get to see a lot of Vi, a lot of Jinx, and kind of understand really deeply their backstories. You also get to
Okay.
see Warwick, his backstory. And then you get to see Heimerdinger, and I think Heimerdinger is the coolest character in the entire show, personally.
Okay.
So I mean, Arcane was really fun, but like in terms of must see, you have to see it. I don't think it's that good. Like for me, kind of something like that would be like Pulp Fiction, The Dark Knight, or
Right. I know what
like
you mean.
Breaking Bad, you
Mm-hmm.
know,
Like
that
super,
kind of
super
stuff.
classics. I think Arcane's up there, but for sure, it's on the to watch list eventually. There's just so many shows in so little time, especially with a little 1 year old. But yeah, Cloud saying just watch videos about the lore. Cloud CCG, I think I can agree with that. I think one of these days I might go on a little bit of a rabbit hole on YouTube and just kind of explore the League of Legends universe because I like it. The more I play Riftbound, like I said, the more I'm really getting into it. I'm kind of invested. I want to know a little bit more about Aurelia since I've been maining her in Spiritforged. I kind of want to know a little bit about Lucian, as you said. I think you said, is Lucian in Arcane or is that Echo? I think it's Echo and Jinx, isn't it?
Echo,
That's what it is.
yeah, Echo.
And then
Although I
someone
would love to
someone
see
calling
some
you out
more
saying,
about Lucian because
really?
he's so cool.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said I would love to see some more about Lucian. That would be really cool if they made a show with him.
Yeah,
Because I
that
know that they're
would.
making another League of Legends show. It's just not Arcane,
Okay,
not pertaining to the Piltover Zahn stuff.
gotcha. But yeah, someone's saying in chat,
Yeah.
seriously, Breaking Bad over Arcane? Guys, to each his own. We all like what we like. Recently, the only thing I've been kind of dabbling in is a bit of anime when I have the time. So I've been trying to catch up on the Jujutsu season. And then there's another anime. I don't know if you watched, Sasuke, Devil's Paradise. Does anyone in chat watch that? Or have you seen that, Sasuke?
Yeah, but the most recent one that I watched was Solo Leveling, which
Okay.
was an absolute delight.
That
That
was
was
fun.
really
Solo
fun.
leveling's cool. You know, it kind of reminds me of what we're getting the Kazakhs legend, right? There should be like an alternate or a Biru of Kazakh, something similar to that. That would be epic. Or Hell's Paradise. What did I say, chat? Did I say Devil's Paradise? Hell's Paradise. What did he even said? Hey guys, you have to cut me some slack. The more we get on the stream, the later it gets. I don't stay up all night. Granted, I did take a bit of a nap to try to push on through, but it is approaching 3 a.m. And yeah, Hell's Paradise is good. I liked it. I liking it so far. It seems pretty epic. But Chad, it looks like we have at least 10 minutes remaining. I think it will be a good time to go ahead, take a short little break, go ahead and bring the next series of casters in. And yeah, perfect. So 10-minute timer has appeared. So let's take a nice little break. Sasuke, I think that was it for us today. Not too bad. What do we think about these 2 rounds?
I mean, I had an absolute blast. I really wish we could have gotten to see a little bit more of the Azir, especially in game number 3. It really felt like he just didn't get to do anything. But the first series with RMC was great. It was wonderful to watch. The Aurelia versus Yasuo matchup. Somehow the Yasuo ended up taking it. I really think that girl just got super nervous because she was on
Right.
stream, made an obvious mistake, and then just started beating herself up, and it just got worse and worse. But overall, I think it's been an absolute blast so far. So really excited to see more of this, and yeah, stay tuned, guys.
For sure. And guys, Sasuke will be back tomorrow on day 2 Top Cut. He will be taking down the semis and the finals as long as he's still down for it. That's what I have him down for. So we will see more of him tomorrow. But Sasuke, before we head out of here, where can these guys find a little bit more about you online? Because I know you recently started a YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, I mean, I try and make videos here and there. It's mostly just deck tech stuff. But if you guys want to check that out on Sasuke TV, it's literally just spelled the same way that you can see it on screen now. Sasuke and then T on YouTube, and then I think it's just Sasuke on Twitter as well, or X. And that's really just about it. Yeah, if you guys want to go check it out, please do. Would love the support.
For sure, guys. Show some love over to Sasuke. I put the links over here in chat. So the Twitter and YouTube guys, show some love, as I said. But for now, we will be taking a short little break. I'm going to go grab some food, just freshen up for these next couple rounds. When we come back, Bandit, and as you guys like to say, my dad, or maybe you guys don't know the joke with that. Sometimes, I don't know. Of course, I don't know who exactly is in chat, but some of you guys coined him as my dad. So Mr. Plus will be coming in to hold it down for round 4 and round 5, and then a little bit later on, Leroy joined the party for round 6 and 7 alongside myself to close out day number 1. So guys, stay tuned. We'll be right back, and once that timer hits 0, I'll try to make sure I'm back by then. But for now, go ahead and hide the camera, hide Sasuke's camera and mine. Or go ahead and wave to these guys before we head out, guys. All right, we will see you tomorrow, Sasuke.
See you tomorrow.
All right, chat. Be right back. 2 seconds. And when I say 2 seconds, that timer hits 0. I'll be back. All right. Be right back. Stay tuned.
Good morning.
Hello, hello.
How we doing?
And guys, I'm here. Nice. And good morning, Bandit. And then good evening, kinda, Mr. Plus. It's super late for you. But yeah, guys, we'll go on super soon. Honestly, we could probably go on now. Let me go ahead and set up both, make sure the cameras are there. Oh, these guys can hear me. I didn't have my mic muted. All right, might as well go live since they can hear me. That's my camera. And then Mr. Plus joining the stream. And then none other than Bandit coming on through. So everyone's here. Let's do a little quick mic check, mic check. Can you guys hear these guys? And introduce yourself for anyone just coming on in before we get started with these next rounds. Let these guys know who you are. And yep, how you guys doing?
Doing splendidly so, Plus. Now, we're in China. We're in Shenzhen, and we are looking at the latest and greatest of the new meta. I am particularly excited. It looks like more of the same, but many surprises still ahead of us.
Check, check, 1, 2, check, check. How's it going?
Okay, both of you
Good
guys
evening,
sound
everybody.
Ah, you shouldn't have. Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully no mic issues for me this go around.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if I know Ben is just getting up, so he probably hasn't seen too much of the previous rounds. But Mr. Plus, have you been able to see at least one or two rounds so far, or just getting into it now?
I haven't been able to watch all of the rounds very attentively, but I did catch a couple of them. I saw the Lucian round a few rounds ago, and then I was just watching that previous round right before this one as well.
Yeah, so if you guys didn't see, the number 1/number 2 and number 3 most represented decks for today are indeed Draven, Aurelia, Kai'Sa. Out
No.
of the three, the
No,
only
get
deck
out.
that we have right. The only deck that we haven't seen today is Kai'Sa. So I have a funny little sneaky suspicion that Kai'Sa might be the next legend we expect to hear in round 4. But if we're not going for that, I know I always ask you guys, what do we want to see? So you guys will be holding it down for the next couple rounds. On round 4 or maybe even round 5, what legends would we love to see? I'll let Bandit start us off.
I'll be very honest. I would love to see some Victor. I think Victor has
Oh,
such an interesting line of play, especially in these larger tournaments where really the cream of the crop come out to show their skills. Secondary pick, I think I'd have to gravitate towards something like the Fiora. Like I
okay.
really, Sasuke brought it up a little earlier as well. They are very powerful tools in the hands of Fiora, which truly excel when wielded by the most skilled masters in the game. If we can catch some of that on screen, it's a tall order, I'm aware, but I'll settle for a Victor.
That'd be awesome. I'm down for either of those legends. What about you, Mr. Plus? Any legends? I know you are a Draven main and a Draven fan
Yeah.
nonetheless, but where are we leaning towards? Because we've seen two Dravens already on stream, or I think we see. Chat might know better than me. I think we saw one Draven, two Aurelias, a Lucian and a Zir, and a Yasuo. So decent spread, but we're missing a couple different colors. A lot of purple in there, as we would expect, though.
Yeah, Chaos definitely reigns supreme right now, and if you guys have been dialed into the spoilers for next set, you know that there's a couple more cool Chaos cards coming down the pike, so definitely Chaos is going to be really popular, but I would like to see I would like to see the one or both of the brotherly gods, Ornn or Volibear. That would be
Mm.
sweet.
That would be sweet. I
Is
feel like Volibear should be represented. I heard rumors, or not rumors, I guess you could kind of call it, but I heard news that Volibear went crazy at the Charlie's Collectible show this past weekend, and so much so that people were calling it a bit of a Draven counter pick. Have either of you guys heard of something like that yet?
I mean,
It,
no, plus, please.
oh, sorry. I was just gonna go off personal anecdotal evidence. When I've played Volibear into Draven or played Draven into Volibear, there does become a point where Volibear can get so established that there's nothing even a good old Miracle Draven could do to get over a board of like 45 might. So
Right.
I think that Volibear definitely has the tools, but it's often an issue of consistency, and Draven being in purple has that in spades.
It's exactly like you said, Mr. Plus. I feel that the Volibear, especially like there are multiple iterations of the deck. I think most favorable is still running the Dazzling Aurora from what
Hmm.
I've seen out there. And when it boils down to it, yeah, it's a wonderful tech to be running. But if I want to run that tech, which has shown to be possible, capable of success, why would I not just run it with Misfortune, who can dig a little deeper to find that Dazzling Aura a little more consistently? So I feel, unless something is flying under the radar that I'm not aware of, which is very capable, the meta can shift on a moment's notice. I feel that any evidence of Volibear breaking Draven or being a counter Draven is purely anecdotal.
Okay.
Yeah, the big thing that Volibear has going into, especially Miracle Draven, if they set up a board, if they try to hold against a Volibear and set 3 battering rams, 3 Rossas, and all this junk on one battlefield, all it takes is one Volibear specialization, his signature spell, to come in on one of his 8, 9, 10 might units and just completely decimate a battlefield. So that's the biggest boon that I think Volibear has in that matchup is his signature spell. And the only thing that really gives him any type of credence over another a Dazzling Aurora deck, because while Misfortune has bullet time, that's kind of like an emergency panic button. You nuke your entire runes and
Mm-hmm.
then you're kind of clawing back from there. Whereas Volibear, he's already going into this game plan knowing he's going to be windmill slamming as many big guys as possible, and then for 6 mana to just deal 10 to the entire battlefield and then move in and conquer it. It's pretty good. I've been enjoying it ever since picking up Volibear more recently in
I,
preparation for next set and Elder Dragon.
I do want to
Right,
make a
right.
suggestion. I think Miracle Draven is just a very non-descriptive name, right? Can't we rename it to like Hoarder Draven? Because he
Yeah.
has this bunch of junk that he's hoarding for himself. Like, oh, I want all the cards, and now I want them all on my battlefield. Like, I feel like there should be that. It shouldn't sound so cool.
Right, right. We shouldn't kind of glorify him, if you will. But I
Plus,
agree. I
you're
mean,
right. We
but
should
hey,
come up
that's
with
just
our
the
own.
term the community kind of stuck with. But you brought up an excellent point, Mr. Plus. You said in preparation for the next sec. I've been asking all the casters that have been joining us recently what their favorite reveal is so far. Do either of you guys have a favorite reveal so far? Since Mr. Plus brought it up, I'll throw it over to you first. What has been like the one card you're like, oh, I'm definitely playing this or this legend, or I'm definitely playing this one card? Do you have that one card, or are you kind of liking them
Yeah,
overall?
I kind of already said it, but yeah, it's the Elder Dragon, man. When I
Right.
saw that card and that alt art for it, I was sold. I was really happy that I already had my Dazzling Auroras. Um, I definitely want to try to make that work. That card seems super awesome. But I mean, there's been a ton of great reveals. Honestly, at the beginning of the reveal season, it was a little slow rolling, but as the time has gone on, by the end of this week, man, there's been some awesome reveals. Rengar's signature spell is incredible. There's a lot
Well,
of reasons to play so many of these upcoming legends, and I'm actually excited to see how the XP system ends up taking form, because a lot of people are kind of down on the whole XP thing right now, but I mean, that ceiling, it's essentially similar to a Dazzling Aurora or an Ornn. One of these build up to this big inevitability, and if you can get to those level 11s, level 16s or whatever, and have these crazy powerful units and spells at your disposal, I really want to see the XP stuff come into its own. So I'm excited for a lot of the stuff they're showing for next set.
And honestly, that really just ties into to what I want to bring up here, and that is Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix
Oh
looks
yeah,
very versatile. In one, I will say the two strongest colors that there are in both body and in chaos,
Mm-hmm.
giving himself a mobility package, giving himself access to buffs, which allows for more consistency in the battlefield department as well. And I think depending on all these alternative ways to garner yourself some experience, like we have seen spoiled on some cards that will give you experience when they're being played, giving you experience when they move. Like it's not only about conquering and holding. If it was just that, I'd be a lot more down on experience as well. But if they show a few more of these little gas canisters of
yeah,
experience that we can have access to, the versatility that Kha'Zix brings in both buffing and moving his units whilst being able to wield cards like Challenge or
yeah.
was it the set Knuckle? Is it? I think it's called Challenge. And of course Sabotage, where
Oh yeah,
especially in the upper echelons of competitive play, has to be one of the strongest cards out there, just for a single energy and
definitely.
power,
Oh yeah.
gaining full access to the cards that your opponent has, full information. Um, there are a lot of tools, and combine it with the consistency that Chaos brings in the access to card advantage, you have yourself a recipe for success.
Oh yeah. And we've seen some new tools in regards to that hand knowledge being revealed for different colors in the next set. So it won't only be purple with Mind Splitter and orange with Sabotage. Now we're gonna have Ash, and we're gonna have
Right.
the other. I think it's the body unit, the 3 mana unit that lets you look at your opponent's hand, and then you can optionally choose to spend XP to make them discard a card and draw a card. So there's some other colors getting the opportunity, or some more tools to look at the hand, and definitely some more hand destruction. The
Right.
new 3 cost purple unit that
That
just
one's
straight
a
up
little bit
discards a card.
worrying if you ask me. I feel
Yeah.
like anytime you introduce like true hand structure, it's a fine line to kind of skate on. Cause honestly, taking a card doesn't seem that bad, but it's the simple fact when you can repeat that card. So there's three. If you run all three in the deck, that's 3 times you tell your opponent to discard. But if you find ways of kind of bringing it back to hand, something like what Pike's Legend ability could do, bring it back to hand, play it. It doesn't cost any power. It's relatively cheap. So I think there's gonna be ways to kind of not really necessarily
Hmm.
break the game, but just kind of create a unfun experience for a lot of players. Because if you create a game or a play style where you play the game and then your opponent has 1 or 2 cards in hand, I don't think there's a single player in chat. Let us know if I'm wrong though, that likes that kind of game, is like where they get to play and then you don't. I think in any TCG, anyone could agree. I remember, Mr. Blaz, if you remember from, I know we have the same background in TCGs from Dragon Ball Super. It
I
was
was
the
waiting
Cell
for you to
deck.
bring it up.
Do you remember
Yeah,
Cell? Cell used to do the exact same
that's
thing.
the
You would
deck
just
that I
completely
won
obliterate
a
your
regional
hand.
on. Yep. That's exactly what I did. That chainsaw people's hand away. So I'm definitely a degenerate hand destruction enjoyer.
Yeah, I
So
mean it's
this kind
fun
of
if you're
card
the one
looks
doing
great for
it.
me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right.
Right.
There's no shame in playing with the best available tools towards you. I feel like there's a certain faux pas on being like, oh, you play meta decks, how dare you?
Yeah.
And I mean, just to put it into context, when you go out and play a match of tennis, when you're playing competitive tennis, yeah, you're gonna get some proper shoes. Yeah, you're gonna get a good racket for yourself to play with. Equipping yourself with the best tools for the job is a part of competitive play. Period.
Okay.
Definitely. And you got some cool stuff potential with Ezreal because he has Arcane Shift, and then Blue also has Portal Rescue. So if you really want to go all in on just
Right,
slapping
right.
this 3 mana 2/2 discard a card over and over again, there's tools for you. So we'll see how it ends up turning out. Hopefully, it won't be a blight on the meta, but it looks like we're about to roll into our next round here.
Yeah, it looks to be the case. So, guys, for anyone just joining us or for anyone that's been tuning in this whole time, we are right in the midst of getting started with round number 4 of today's Spiritforged National Open. I'll take a little bit of a backseat, but Bandit and Mr. Plus, take it away from here. Hopefully, we get some good legends for you guys. I'll throw it over to the featured table now.
Oh, we can't wait. Get us into that game. It is round number 4 in the regional qualifier of Shenzhen, and we are looking to get started. And some prayers might be answered as Draven makes his way onto the battlefield. Looks like Ornn from my angle,
Yeah.
but we're gonna blame the glare for that one.
And now we get the Annie on the other side of the table, so it is a Fury Chaos mirror match. And all we have to decide now is whether or not drawing a card every time you win a combat is better than untapping 2 at the end of every turn. So let's see who ends up pulling things out with this red purple. How do you think this is going to go? Do you think this is going to be a miracle mirror, or more than likely just a mid-range mirror? Because I do see Targon's Peak already here.
Yeah, and for me
Dreamy,
personally, I can be guessing about what we'll be playing with. Let's hold off for a second. I think the most important bit here is because I do think it's a bit of a skill matchup. I think Annie has a real shot at contesting for a win here. And to me, it's going to come down to who can play cool, calm, collected. Because if this Draven gets a bit hot-headed and does try to go for a little turn 1 Draven play later on into the series, Annie is very capable of punishing that, and then you are left floundering as a Draven player.
Yeah, and with Targon's Peak, there's a potential for Annie to double up on her hero power here and untap 4, effectively having access to Sona in a non-green deck, which is pretty interesting. Could make it really hard for Draven to come in and push over what Annie is able to establish thanks to having so many runes up on defense. But Draven's obviously valuing that ability by playing the Targon's Peak, trying to do a little bit of an Annie impersonation and get a little extra value on top of his hero power.
It's not a too poor of an opening hand, though. We followed who will be starting us off, as we are officially off to the races.
Ooh, we got Bryn here, Tide Turner, Kaisa, and a Spinning Axe to start us off. So definitely has the tools to close out the game in hand already. Now it's just navigating the early mid game to get to that point. Bryn here being an excellent closer.
Both of these players are playing Draven. What? That surely that must have been Draven. Yeah, off to a proper start as we get underway. Fists are bumped, and round number 4 is officially to a start. A warm and hearty welcome for everyone who is just joining in. We are getting started as we do see Draven taking turn number 1, opening with the Tide Turner. Solid, just a body on the ground to get that pressure going quick.
And then the Gem Jammer responded with by Annie to get a 2-drop out of their own, both having abilities that they wish they could actually utilize with their ETB, but being that they are in the midst of just turn 1, they just need to get bodies on board, and losing out on Tide Turner's ability and Gem Jammer's ability is okay when it comes to having to start establishing points early to not fall behind in what is going to be a very grindy matchup, it seems.
Yeah, and I think the very first thing you have to be worried about, how much of a contesting job does anyone to put up? I think you're going to have to be a little careful, especially if the plays on the Draven side are staying out just a little bit, I feel that the Annie could be a little trickier than the Draven, despite Draven having access to a boatload of tricks up his sleeve. The Annie feels more slippery in a way, less, how you say, it's less coordinated. It's harder to predict.
Yeah, I mean, we almost saw him, or it appeared anyways, that he was considering using that open showdown window to potentially ride the wind as Gem Jammer into Dreaming Tree to get a score on his opponent's turn, which would then follow up into a hold and net him 2 points for one card. Pretty great amount of value, but he opted not to go with it and is now going to looks like he's going to be repeating a I'm drawing a blank on the name of this card right now. Piercing Light, sorry.
Oh, Piercing
Light, yeah. So
Almost.
and we have the response though, Spinning Axe coming out for Draven to keep him alive from that Piercing Light. Obviously, still has the 4 damage on him, so if Annie had a way to get another 3 back there, could finish the job. But it looks like it's just going to end up being a lost cause on executing the Draven. Did manage to take out the Tide Turner, though.
Yeah, and that is already a bit of a painful start to the match. That is 2 power invested for essentially clearing of a 2 energy unit, not the returns that you were looking for. And look at the room pile. Only 3 available, will be fully untapped, but also put pressure on his hand. Luckily, only the single card truly in the bin. But yeah, it is risky to give it your all to get that Draven. It's risky to play it out early. It's risky to try and sacrifice it all to take him down. If you take a shot for the king, you better not miss.
And that Spinning Axe is one of those tools that just makes it so hard not to miss, because even if he were to have Falling Starred, Draven still would have gone up to 7 and lived. So it's really hard to deal with Spinning Axe being in the hand when you're trying to take out that Draven in the back row. Not much you can really do about that, aside from maybe having a main board factory recall. Also, noticing that him being forced to push Gem Jammer up does leave it exposed to be attacked by this Draven, giving him the opportunity to generate some gold and a card draw. Although it looks like he is going to respond with his Ride the Wind to get himself a draw off the Dreaming Tree, and now a Conquer over on the Targon's Peak to score on his opponent's turn, like I mentioned previously. A decent play, but of course, Draven's still going to win that combat and make a gold and net a draw.
Yeah, will be winning the combat, but this is that slipperiness, that unpredictable side to Annie, which can keep her in the game for just a little bit longer. Now, if you have to say at what cost, you only have to take a quick look at the available runes for our Annie player here. It is straight up poverty, Mr. Plus.
Yeah, their runes are going away quickly after that Piercing Light repeat into Ride the Wind. Not a lot of runes left, and this isn't a miracle deck, so they're not running on a low rune count for the abuse of throwing out Rasas and things of the sort. This is just straight up trying to keep Draven at bay, but it is looking like Draven's finding his way around the Annie's tricks and now has quite a sizable hand advantage and has now cleared Annie's board out thanks to the accelerated Kaisa onto Targon's Peak.
It is exactly like you say. And I think I will say, I feel people are coming down a little bit on Miracle Draven. And I think when it comes down to what the main drawback is to that Miracle Draven package is its consistency. We talked about it before, how important it is that your deck performs at the expected level each and every single time. What is your opinion about Miracle Draven and its fall from grace?
Yeah, I think it's just as you said. I mean, there's a level of risk versus reward when playing a deck like that, and the rewards, the highs can be really high, but the lows can be brutally low, and you don't really have as low of a floor on this mid-range Draven. It just kind of does what it wants to do every game for the most part, and the highs may
Forerunner.
not be as high, but it is not going to fail you at the same rate that a miracle deck will. So
And
I can see why they're pivoting off of it as time goes on.
And that is really what it comes down to, isn't it? Because especially in these major regional qualifiers where you have 7 rounds, where you have 10 rounds, you have to battle yourself through. It is about like there's no extra reward for stomping your opponent when he has absolutely no shot at winning. There isn't. If you can come out with a win, and it is that was close, but we got out there. It's worth the same as he never stood a chance. Meanwhile, the losses, they do count, and they count hard. That's why
Oh
I
yeah.
think the miracle package, as ridiculous as it may be at certain times, when you're looking for a tournament deck, mid range feels like the only rational option.
Yeah, and the other big component of that we should also mention is just the time. You know, these are 60-minute rounds that you have to complete, sometimes 3 games, you know, if it's not a stomp like you said and you don't just 2-0 your opponent. If you're expected to play 3 games in 60 minutes, Miracle is not a deck that lends itself to that, even when you're playing at as fast as you possibly can. It's just a deck that takes time. You're playing these called shots over and over. You're playing these stack decks over and over. You're constantly looking, making decisions, trying to remember your pitch stack. There's just a lot of decision points and a lot of stuff going on within a Miracle deck that just causes it to take a good amount of time to get through a game or a set of 3 games. And I can see why players have been kind of scared away from registering that deck because it's not worth going into time, as we now see the Bryn here come down
Yeah.
and forcing the Annie to respond immediately with the flash to save these 2 units, which of course is going to net them a draw off the Dreaming Tree as well and keep them safe from Draven's terrorizing of conquering and winning combats and making gold and drawing cards. So not a bad response from Annie, and this is just going to be an easy 2 points for the Draven.
Easy 2 points, not a win just yet, but you were mentioning how certain decks need a lot of time to win a series. Well, this deck is definitely not taking any more time than it needs to. Already on 7 points, with not even 10 minutes played. Now, you can see on your screen right now the ripple effects of that early power investment and what happens if it doesn't pay off. Look at how little units Annie has available, how her economy is in tatters, and now is looking down the barrel of a Draven on game point, 1 point away from victory. Will be filling up the runes once again. And is there anything left in the tank? Is a Kai'Sa enough to shift this overwhelming tide of Draven?
Yeah, we have a Ferris Forerunner over on Targon's Peak posing quite a problem, not something that can just be removed by this piercing light, so going to need to crash into it. And then meanwhile, you still have Draven on the other side with 7 might sitting there, plus his effect that can bring him up to 9, and what I believe was an Edge of Night hidden there, so threatening a potential 11 from this Draven over at the Dreaming Tree without even spending any runes. So there's a tall order ahead of this Annie here with not a lot of cards in hand to work with, and basically 2 vanillas on board that aren't offering much.
It gets even worse, right? Because even if they do make it through and they get rid of the Ferris Forerunner and they do manage to block, to push away the Draven, the next turn is equally as disastrous with the 2 3-might units coming into play that are already ready and looking to strike first. It feels like a hole too deep to dig yourself out of, and maybe has to be thinking about its options in game number 2. However, Piercing Light will be coming out once again. It had been returned by Annie, looking to find its mark.
Yeah, Annie's doesn't think this game is over yet, still making plays, choosing to play out the piercing light, looking repeated, thinking about targets right now. Still has a cleave in hand for some aggression onto one of these battlefields. So definitely thinking that there is a line that they might be able to still come out of here with, but it's
Well,
hard to see the vision.
to even put more to it, getting more information about what your opponent is playing is very
True.
important, especially if you're going into game number 2. I mean, even if there is that maybe 1% chance, 0.5% chance you'll make it out, if your opponent does make that misplay and you can capitalize on it, end of the day, there's just another human sitting in front of you, and they tend to make little slip ups, at least now and then.
And then we see him moving in against the Draven, asking him whether or not he wants to recycle that red rune for the +2 might. Currently showing 4 might to Draven's, only 3 life remaining, but that edge of night coming out of Hidden will give him an extra 2 might, bringing his total life up to 5, making him just healthy enough to not die to this Noxus Hopeful, but the cleave will come out and finish the job and net him a draw from the Dreaming Tree as well. So able to answer one battlefield, but will he be able to answer the other while this Draven still has 2 runes up? I'm not sure if Draven has any tricks in his hand. It looks like maybe a rebuke to seal the deal here if there's only 1 unit left for Annie to push into the Targon's Peak with.
That would definitely bring this last little march to a grinding halt. Now, if they are going over their options one more time, and they will be trading, that is only half of your problems solved. Still a 2 might. Ferris Runner will be healed up to full as combat ends. Now you are back to the start.
Yeah, it looks like there seems to be some confusion from the Annie player as to the cleanup process, restoring the Ferris Forerunner back to full health there, but it is just going to be the fist bump. And a pretty swift round 1, only 15 minutes. Honestly, probably was over a little bit sooner than that, but you got to respect the Annie trying to play it out, figure out if there's a way to get there, and like you said, do a little bit of scouting, see what kind of tools the Draven has at their disposal. And now we'll see how this Annie player makes their adjustments going into game 2, and what they might bring out of the sideboard to deal with this Draven, who seemingly was banging on all cylinders that game. I'm not gonna lie, his deck was humming. He saw what he needed to see at every turn, it seemed like.
Yeah, I had the answers ready when he needed to, and most importantly, right at the start, managed to keep his Draven safe through the barrage of attempted removal from the Annie player and such a large cost in power. Through
Notably,
the double
only
piercing lights, it really ripples through towards the entirety of the game. Now you were saying,
yeah, 100%. And what I was leading to there is that was only actually capable possible because of the Targon's Peak. Without those 2 runes up because of Targon's, there wouldn't have been that spinning axe to save the Draven. So now going into this next game, not having access to the Targon's Peak, if Draven does opt to drop that Draven chose a champion unit out early while being tapped out, Annie can actually get away with answering it this time. So hopefully things line up for this Annie player where they will be able to answer Draven as soon as it comes out into the base. But definitely one of those feels bad moments. I know I've been there myself playing against a Draven where you throw that falling star out on the Draven in the back, and then they hit that spinning blade and live by 1, and you're just like, wow, I just nuked 2 runes to do nothing. Discard a card, take away 2 runes.
It really feels like you're screaming to yourself, they can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, it is exactly like you said. And when you are looking at this game, is it more of a throwaway? It's like, all right, I took a risk, I took a bit of a gamble, investing so much to try and take down that Draven. If it succeeded, I was in a decent position in the game. It didn't succeed. It is what it is. It is a tough matchup. I need to take those shots, or do we really have to alter our game plan in a significant way? Because beside that, if you take that element out, and that is a rather large element to take out, was there really anything too wrong with the way this Annie has fielded and built her deck?
Yeah, it's interesting because we did see Annie try to gain some of the momentum back, utilizing some draws off of the Dreaming Tree. Again, not going to have access to Dreaming Tree into this next game unless Draven, of course, is running it. And I think sometimes that's something that a lot of players overlook is just how impactful these battlefields can be in overall deck strategy and building. A lot of decks end up building themselves around the battlefields that they have at their disposal, and in some pretty key ways that I think are maybe a little more nuanced than they appear on their face. So I think what we see in this next game based on battlefield choice alone will kind of inform what we're going for here, as we do see a star-tipped peak from Annie this time around, and then the tried and true obelisk of power for Draven, enabling him going second to be able to drop that Draven Vanquisher turn 1.
And that feels, I mean, maybe I'm just deeply in denial, but to me personally, that feels like such a risk. A risk you can, however, afford yourself as you are already up a single game. It is that position where you can take those lower percentage plays that do have a big payoff if they are allowed to come to fruition. Now, the hands are being drawn as we speak, and we are ready to get started in round number 4, game number 2 of the Shenzhen
Ooh.
Nationals.
I like seeing the purple Draven in the Annie deck. A little bit of using Draven's own units against him. That's pretty cool. Hopefully we get to see that unit come out to play and do something interesting here.
We
May
saw it
end
in
up,
game 1 as well.
yeah, maybe destined to go to the bottom of the deck at this mulligan here, but we'll see whether or not he finds it worth keeping in hand. I'm not sure how many copies he runs, so if it's a one of, might be worth just holding on to, because that card can really buy you out of some pretty tight situations and sometimes just outright steal you a game.
Honestly, I think the other card in hand is also very noteworthy. The Darius.
Oh yeah.
It is such a powerhouse of a card. And I think, with a lack of parents to call upon, you should probably call Draven's big brother to see, hey, he's being a big old meanie. Make him stop being a meanie, please.
Definitely. I think Darius Trifarian is like one of the strongest units in red. Obviously, in Origins, it was one of the best units in red, and even throughout Spiritforged, it's continued to be a powerful unit. Even with the addition of things like Ferris Forerunner, you still end up trying to find a slot or two for Darius because of how powerful Darius can be in swinging games for you. So I'm glad to see Darius still kicking here in Spiritforged. Hopefully he stands the test of time and still sees play going into Unleashed as well. But starting off the game, we see a Noxus Hopeful drawn and not looking like anything that they can do with their 3 mana on turn 1, unfortunately. So just going to have to pass it over to Draven, who more than likely will just deploy that Chosen Champion unit as is tradition. And that's what we are going to see with a immediate pass back over to Annie.
And this is something that will be so different when we are moving into that Unleashed meta, because no longer is it such a big threshold to come over to have to pass the 4 my damage threshold, because with cards like Crescent Strike being revealed in these colors, you do have access to take down these more powerful units, like doing 4 damage for 3 energy finally we can address these mid-range threats more efficiently. So this might be one of the last sets we will see these lines be played so aggressively without an answer.
Which is interesting that you bring that point up, because I myself have found it a little perplexing that Voidseeker has vanished off the face of the earth after being such a
Right?
staple in Origins, and especially in Annie, who being able to untap that 2, as long as they end the turn with 1 rune up, they get those extra 2, and boom, Voidseeker's there to answer this Draven. So I'm pretty surprised to see that that card doesn't see any play anymore. But with some extra 3 mana, 4 damage spells coming into the fray, it might, as you say, just start to deter some of these play patterns that we've seen throughout this Spiritforged meta.
Yeah, and I think that is really characteristic of a young TCG. Don't get me wrong, right? I feel for the first few sets, to really establish a diverse and healthy meta, you need access to a lot of cards. There need to be answers for a whole lot of threats. And it's kind of difficult to get yourself that rock, paper, scissors foundation to build upon if you only have access to paper and rocks, right? You kind of need more sets to give you access to more tools. And as we are getting closer and closer to the 1 year anniversary, I think we will see the meta be more adaptive, and there'll be more options to keep innovating, to keep finding new combinations, new lines of play to bring the heat to the table. Now, we are not only bringing the heat to the table with new sets. The current set does it as well, especially when Draven is looking to establish and maintain his dominant hold on not only game 1, but game 2 as well.
Yeah, and we actually saw the Draven player utilize Overzealous Fan to push the Darius back, but then also elect to sacrifice a red rune, recycle that Fury rune to give Draven the +2. And now the Annie player seems to say, hey, we're still in a showdown. Don't draw your card and make a goal just yet. I may have a trick up my sleeve. It looked like he was contemplated throwing that Ride the Wind in and just saying, Darius, get right back in there and cause some problems, because with a cleave, we can easily trigger this Darius's ability and pump him up to 10 and make him too big even for a spinning axe to come down and save this Draven. But tanking on the decision a little bit now. We'll see if he ends up going through with it. Of course, he doesn't have to go in now. He can, of course, just allow this combat to go through, then play his 2 cards and restand the Darius. One of the powerful powerful aspects of Darius is just that ability to kind of fight through effects like Overzealous Fan and Fight or Flight by coming in and allowing himself to get pushed back and then using his ability to restand and come back in for a second try. But Ride the Wind did actually end up coming out, so we are seeing Darius come in with a big 10 might swing after the cleave, proccing his ability.
Yeah, and when we do see some familiar devastation being wrought upon the neck of the glorious executioner himself, we are looking at some mild judge interference as we are looking to
the
bring this
rebuke.
combat to a close. Oh, the hits just don't stop coming. I mean, he has to go very deep for this, right? If the rebuke does come out.
The flash. And of course, the flash will move Darius back, but Darius gets to remain upright, of course, so he can attack one more time and come in for 10 again. And with 2 mana up, does he have another combat trick? He could, of course, elect to spend a red rune to give himself +2 bite, but that would only bring him up to 8. And that would then put him down to 1 rune, which he is actually going for. So
I mean, Ari's not in this game, but it does look like the third time is the charm, as this Darius might be looking to stick it out till the very end this time. And that is a lot of damage being put out here. Pumped up.
there was a hidden card here. Missed that. So we we see him go up to 8 off of his effect and then deploy the Edge of Night to make it an even 10 and force a trade of a crazy amount of resources utilized by the Draven just to end up with the trade. Pretty interesting because now Annie's sitting at 5 runes to Draven's 1. And
Yeah.
a clear board for both players. Actually, seemingly a favorable position for our Annie player after all is said and done, even though that was quite a bit of back and forth.
Quite a bit of back and forth indeed. Now, however, Annie has access to the 2 runes opened right now. Is there any more shenanigans looking to come forth? We'll just be establishing right now. And it is a lot easier to establish with access to 7 energy, I'll tell you that much, Mr. Plus. Now, can we keep that tempo going? Both of these players have access to accelerated cards if they want to.
Yeah, we're just going to see that big 6-drop Draven with Deflect come down and face off against the legend that is supposed to be running him, but we very rarely see running him. And we'll see if Draven ends up doing more work for Annie than he does for his own leader unit, or leader champion rather. And just going to pass it over after deploying the Draven. Not a lot left to do with only 1 rune. And now 5 runes at their disposal. Draven could look to establish this Darius of his own after seeing how much work the Darius on the other side of the board put in. Probably good to get your own Darius rocking and rolling. Electing not to move up the Tide Turner, as obviously he doesn't want to give a free conquer / combat win and 2 points over to this Draven Audacious.
And to me, it's exactly that, because I feel this is a powerful tool for Annie to swing the tides in her favor more and more. But Riftbound is a game that currently really rewards the attacker. The attacker always feels like they have the options, especially when you are playing in Fury, where there's access to Assault that really rewards attacking all of the time. You are more comfortable attacking than you are defending. The agency is with the attacker, and that makes it such a scary prospect to venture out first onto any of these battlefields, especially as a single unit.
Yeah, and with the Darius sitting there set up in the back row for Draven, it makes it definitely something that this Annie player is going to want to question whether it's worth it to even move up Draven for themselves, because getting this early point and threatening the potential of, if they come in and fall to a combat trick, netting an extra point to the Annie player seems good on its face. But if there is a way for this Darius to come in and swing multiple times as it did for the Annie player, could end up getting through and overpowering Draven and then sacrificing a point over to the Draven player. And it's this risk that I don't know that they're willing to take right now, but they feel a little bit more comfortable doing so after grabbing back that flash thanks to the chosen champion of Annie.
Yeah, I can't fault them at all for that. And as they are looking to set more of a entrenching action on these lower battlefields, it is up to the Draven to show us that they have what it takes to push off not only the Noxus, not only the Draven himself, but all of the combat tricks hidden away on the battlefield and in Annie's hand. And with 4 energy up, that is a daunting prospect.
Yeah, this game definitely going a lot slower paced than the first match, which was basically over in 10 minutes, more or less. That game played at a lightning pace. Now here we've been in this game for around just as long as game 1, if not longer, and we are still sitting at 1-1. So a lot more tempered gameplay. They're trying to feel each other out, kind of dance around and figure out their path to victory here, as it's not just going so one-sided after a blowout from that spinning axe on the piercing light like in game one. Now it's just a more controlled, value-centric game, and we're going to see who's able to find the formula for success here.
But remember where Draven came from. He was down all the way to a single rune. And look how he has recovered, even being up in cards at the moment. More cards on his in his base, more cards in hand, and despite looking like he was being down for the count, it is actually the Draven who is recovering rather nicely and is now looking to eke ahead in victory points once more.
Yeah, just electing to do a little bit of setup here, throw a an overzealous fan and a Kaisa down to proc the Darius, stand him back up, and then bring the Darius back. So now this base is loaded with Overzealous, Kaisa, Tide Turner, Edge of Night, and Darius. A very well set up board for the Draven player. And kind of in a comfortable spot, just waiting and asking the Annie to make a move. And whether or not Annie is comfortable moving up this Annie chosen champion unit into the Obelisk of Power to score that point, it seems a little questionable as there's only the one flash in hand, so more than likely trying to save that for the Draven Audacious, obviously, to deny that extra point to his opponent should he be able to defeat him in combat. So kind of in a precarious position because eventually the Draven player will figure out a way to deal with this Draven Audacious, and from there it seems like it could close the door on Annie. If she doesn't find a way to start answering this board, you're gonna need to start seeing stuff like the piercing light or falling stars and taking out this back row before it becomes a problem, because Kaisa also can come in here and start drawing some cards too. So it's looking a little bit more dubious for Annie than it initially seemed after they were able to take away so many resources from the Draven player. But Draven's clawing back in, like you said.
It is a masterclass how this Draven is being piloted. Not only showing mastery of the deck that he plays, but also how to maneuver against other Dravens. Because, well, despite the fact that this is a Draven we don't see that often, it is reliant on the same mechanics, winning those combats. And we haven't seen a single combat even be initiated since this card has seen play. So the Draven is not feeling the pressure at all to have to answer this, because the only time you're getting true value out of this card is if you allow it to fight, and Draven is simply not allowing it.
Yeah, I'm imagining that the Annie player is gonna look for something like a Ride the Wind. Obviously, one of the more powerful spells in Annie's disposal, but now the Bryn here coming down, so going to immediately force out one of these spells from the Annie player should they wish to try and keep this Audacious alive, because if they allow this Bryn here to go through, then it becomes a simple matter of math, and there is a lot of might on the board of this Draven player. So I think the math is in his favor, and of course, the hidden card not being able to be played should the Bryn here resolve. So we're going to have to see if that hidden card comes out right now. Not entirely sure what it is, if it's a Foff or Switcheroo, something of the sort, but it looks like the response is just going to be the flash from hand, and now perhaps allowing the hidden card to fizzle. A little bit of a tank going on for the Annie player, trying to figure out how to respond to this Bryn here, but looks like the flash is just going to resolve, and we're going to get rid of this hidden card.
You are taking away the flexibility. Tide Turner is revealed. Now, you are taking away the flexibility that a Annie has or wants to have when fighting into these decks that want to revolve around combat, want to revolve around these showdowns. And by having the Bryn ready, you are slamming the door shut on any and all answers possible coming out for your opponent, and it opens the floodgates, as you can see. And if they are allowed, oh, they're gonna keep it like this.
Well, the Draven player was able to just move up Kaisa, get that draw, play out Ride the Wind, go get another draw, and then move the Kaisa back to relative safely in the base. A pretty solid play that netted him 2 points, 2 draws, and left him right back with a super setup base. And now Annie looking at only 3 cards in hand. Gonna be hard to drum up much of a answer to what an amazing board presence this Draven player has at this point. I'm a little bit concerned that that Annie is kind of out of steam here and not going to be able to make much use out of this Draven Audacious. Unfortunately, as much as I wanted to see this card generate some value for our Annie player, it looks like it's going to become more of a liability than an asset at this point, as it's going to be not worth moving it up without something like that flash to protect it. So instead, we'll just see the double conquer to tie up the score here at 4-4, and then a Ferris Forerunner drop down with the Noxus Hopeful, bringing the total battle or might up at that battlefield to 10. But 10 might is a small penance to pay for our Draven player, who has so much at his disposal right now.
Yeah, they are prowling, waiting to strike at the most opportune moment available to them. Looking forward, you can see how this Draven player is dancing around the exact same mechanic that has won himself so many games, really minimizing any and all impact that such a bomb of a card can make in a game like this, even despite the fact that the Draven did go second. Looking very strong, looking to get his hands on a second game win, a full series win in round number 4. But he has to make that final push. No Bryn to bail him out for an easy combat this time. And Annie, even though a little low on cards, does have access to 7 energy. Can you utilize that fully?
I think that last card in hand for the Annie player is a Rebuke, so not electing to use it on the Darius, not a unit that you necessarily feel that great about rebuking in a situation like this. Ordinarily, pretty good value, but given the current board state, it really wouldn't amount to much. Darius would more than likely just come right back down, and then followed by a second card, stand him back up and make him ready to assault once again. So electing to just let Annie go and save this Rebuke for something a little bit more fruitful in the future, hopefully, as Fight or Flight comes down from the Draven player, opting to push the Ferris Forerunner back and leave just the Noxus Hopeful here. And now facing Bryn here, Thundersong, Kaisa, Tide Turner, and Overzealous Fan all able to come in for this assault, but only going to come in with a Edge of Night equipped Kaisa for 6 might. Looking like he's not going to play anything during his action, just pass focus and try to see what this hidden card is here over at the star-tipped peak. But now that Rebuke we mentioned earlier is going to come out and answer this Kaisa.
I will answer the Kaisa. He can bring it out, accelerate it once again if need be. Will be going out, tipping his toes forward ever so slightly, but you can tell that this Draven has redundancy, fail saves in place to make it so he's not only being able, he's not very at risk. Even if you do manage to answer a combat, it doesn't feel like that really makes a dent, like that is going to turn the tide in your favor. And that is truly what it comes down to, the tenacity of this Draven. The reluctance to give in when a single part of the plan goes wrong, and it might be the exact thing that he needs to push himself towards that round number 5 undefeated.
Interesting from the Draven to play so reserved here and opt to just set up more units in base, push the Darius back, and say, I'll come in next turn for game. I don't need to try to go for a hold strategy here. I'll just move everything back to base, and next turn, I'm coming in swinging with all this plus a 10
I mean,
runes at my disposal. So, not
you have the almighty 6 points. That is the lethal range from which we can start to really shoot to kill, so to speak. And like we said before, it really advantages the attacker, especially when you're playing in Fury. And if you can allow yourself to dig a little deeper for another Bryn to make sure that your opponent cannot cast any of these spells, that will almost surely get you the win if you are getting yourself in the door. But look at the abundance of resources available to Draven. And look
yeah,
at the
I'm
answer on the other side. With Vi coming out with a healthy garbage pile. It's
yeah,
not over yet.
we do see the traveling merchant being able to net a draw here with nothing in hand to discard. So nice little trick to get it one extra card in hand, but of course we did see that it was just a hard bargain, nothing that is going to enable Annie to make any type of aggressive play here. And this is kind of the moment where you see just how impactful that draw power from Draven is over the effect of Annie's Untapped 2 as the game goes on. Obviously, an incredibly useful ability in the early rounds to have those extra 2 rounds every turn, letting you tap out on curve and still have mana up for defense. But now that we're in the late throes of this game, the Untapped 2 not doing nearly as much as the consistent draw whenever the few combats that we've seen do happen ends up going in the Draven's way, as now with only one card to their name, I don't think Annie has what it takes to piece together a win here, and this is looking like a 2-0 for our Draven player.
Annie fully on the ropes, might be witnessing the last death throes of her series as she is fully committing to a final hold on the battlefield, looking to stop this murderous advance from the Draven. But you can see how tense they are. You can feel that they are not too confident. They might hold, that they might see a tomorrow, but what choice do they have?
I mean, this Draven player only needs to walk in and conquer Obelisk and then send enough to kill the Draven Audacious, and after the Draven Audacious goes down, that is game over. So actually opting to fight or flight the Draven back, doesn't want to win that way. Wants to win the old-fashioned way with a double
I
conquer.
mean, it doesn't have to, right? Because it's a lot of
Yeah.
might on the battlefield, 6 that you're getting rid of, and you have the broker to just a single might paid, quote unquote, to have the battlefield. It is the way you want to do it, and with only a single card to Annie's disposal, surely we are witnessing the last few plays of a round dominated from start to finish by the Draven. Can he make it a thrilling end as decided, as decisive as it needs to be as he started it with?
Only 12 might at the star-tipped peak for our Annie player. And unbeknownst to Draven, just a hard bargain left in hand. Nothing crazy that's going to blow him out of the water, but he's still taking his time, making sure he dots his I's, crosses his T's. He does have double spinning blade at his spinning axe at his disposal as one comes down here. On to the Bryn here, beefing Bryn here up to 10, making this already enough to take out the Ferris and the Noxus Hopeful. Just needs the backup of his own Noxus Hopeful to bring the total up to 14 and get over the top, but is electing to just go with the tried and true trade strat, getting his equipment back so that he can reutilize it on another unit. This time, of course, being the Darius, making
Yeah,
Darius another 10
looking
might unit, and
not.
just kind of really showing the dominance that this Draven player is in.
And there is the shake coming out. It is all she wrote. Draven 2-0s the Annie and makes it to round 5 in dominating fashion. We will see them back potentially if they make it far enough later today or even tomorrow. Might not be the only Draven player getting mixed up in that top cut, but that was a lot closer than game number 1, but the result eerily similar to what we saw before.
Yeah, just a little bit slower out of the gate, but in the end, the results were the same. The Draven was just able to grind Annie out of resources and establish a dominant position and just kind of box Annie out from coming back. And it's unfortunate to see that the deck that was kind of this breakout sensation in Origins, when it seemed like during the early Origins Chinese meta, it was really, do you play Master Yi or do you play Kaisa? And then we saw in North America this big splash by Annie, and Annie ended up becoming very, very popular in the North American meta and becoming rather dominant. And then now seeing here in Spiritforged in the same colors, Draven just kind of pushing her out of the limelight and showing why that leader ability and the signature spell, signature gear rather, how important that is to of an addition to this color combination of red and purple.
But it's not only the deck itself. I think we could really tell from the series, especially in game number 2, how aware this Draven player was of the game state, of what was truly the threat, and how to navigate that situation, not giving an inch to the Draven to get those extra victory pours, not opening the door even a little bit for Annie to get her foot in. So, despite arming himself with, well, what can be said as one of the strongest tools in this set, the way it was played felt very calm and collected and not phased at all by the curveballs that Annie was throwing out. And those are the qualities of a winner.
100%. Just expertly navigated, no doubt from a plethora of experience in Draven mirrors, as I'm sure these players have become accustomed, most Draven players have become accustomed to having to deal with the Draven mirror and the dance of avoiding combat in key situations and trying to garner advantage in other ways, in small ways, and taking
Picking
the
your
combats
battles,
when they
truly.
can. Yeah, exactly. So this is something
Now,
that this player definitely showed an excessive amount of practice and skill in, and even not having to face another Draven player, but just the Draven Audacious unit exercising those skills to show how expertly he could navigate around it.
ramping up into the tournament. Now, we are joined by Plus himself, who makes his way back to the stream. Plus, welcome back. Is that the first time you have seen Draven Audacious being played on stream?
We can't hear
Oh,
you.
Plus,
The
we're
chat is
getting
saying.
These guys heard me. I said a bit too much. Guys, where do I start? And thank you guys. Thank you, chat. Okay, I'll bring it back. I said I am indeed back. And I was going off on something along the lines, a little bit of a tangent of how impressed I was by both of these players. They started off round number 4 being undefeated, so you could clearly tell how they managed to make their way in that undefeated position. But as I was saying before, I was a slightly bit more impressed with the Draven player, as you could easily tell that he is well versed in the mirror match, which you could honestly, coming into the national event, yes, there's best of metal cards, but you know, if you're trying to win, if you're trying to gun for that top 16, you will be facing off against the meta menace. The Draven mirror match is exactly what he prepared for, and he's pretty much exactly that, a mirror match, and he played it keeping the low combats or not giving away any free draws if it was a Draven per se, but just in general played it so good. So I was impressed. Maybe we will see him tomorrow. He has the red hair, he's standing out, he has the good vibes. I don't know, there's something to him. He has a little bit of aura to him.
He has the good. I think you might be the first person who describes Draven as good vibe.
No, not the Draven legend, the player,
Oh,
the player.
Oh, the player. Yeah,
The
no,
player, the player.
very much so. And despite a very competitive series, in the end, you can only be appreciative of somebody who is expressing their knowledge of the game, their skills, and bringing it to the table. Now, the only question remains, can they do that in the future rounds? Now, plus, as we have a little time to kill in between these rounds, I believe we never really got your little wish list for today. Who is your dark horse for the day? Who do you think, which deck will perform way above expectations? Is there even any shift in that, or is it another day at the office?
I think I didn't mention it then because I did mention it earlier, but to your new question, actually, or to your question that you just asked, I don't know. I answered what I would say is a dark horse that I'm expecting to do well. I did answer what I wanted to see on stream, and to that, I wanted to see a good, well-experienced Renata player, funny enough. But let me pull up the deck distribution so I could kind of narrow down what legends are a bit underrepresented that I do feel like stand a good chance of really breaking through and making a bit of a show here in today's national event. So, guys, do you want me to post these on the caster chat so you guys can see them as well?
Yeah.
For real time that access, that would probably be best. Yeah.
Let me see.
One thing that was interesting about the Draven Audacious, being a Draven unit, obviously it would lend to reason that it was designed around the Draven legend, but it almost seems like that unit is best suited in one of the green-purple decks like Yasuo or Irelia to be able to charm units into the Draven Audacious, because it's really that ability that makes that card so scary, is being able to just charm some 2-drop into the Draven and net an extra point. And without the charm, you're kind of relying on your opponent to make a mistake, or for you to come out with some trick with a tide turner or ride the wind, something like that. So
I mean, you can just they have to hold battlefields, and you can attack into them. That is a one combat as well, and I mean the card should have counterplay as well. Like it shouldn't be like a. I do like it because is effort. When you look at Draven, and I know that you appreciate some of the Runeterra lore as well, Draven does go out looking for a fight. He is a troublemaker in that regard. So to me, it does feel very fitting.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a high risk, high reward card, as most would describe it. But yeah, definitely better in green purple, especially in the hands of Irelia, because Draven Audacious is a card that you want to surprise your opponent. So to the point Mr. Plus was saying, either that or you kind of just pray your opponent kind of just, you know, attacks with a blind eye in a bit and just forgets that the ability of Audacious, because honestly with Irelia you're able to play it out and just go ahead and push it on forward as pretty much as soon as it comes out with that legend ability. So it works so much better in her hands, of course. But I could see Annie making things work with things like Ride the Wind. But Bandit, I think I have your answer now that I pull it up. My dark horse for the tournament, Well, I have two, but one of them might not be a true dark horse. The one that I feel like is a true dark horse is Jax. Hopefully, we get to see a bit of Jax here in the
Ooh.
Swiss rounds. But I mean, guys, Jax did a top 8 finish at a regional. The regional being out in Vegas. It was piloted by, I believe his name was We the Best Gamer. Or chat,
The
I know you
very
guys
best
know.
gamer
What was it?
is the very best
The
gamer.
very best gamer. I'm thinking of DJ Khaled or something. Yeah,
We
but
the
very
best
best
music.
gamer. But yeah, he was playing super well. He was able to take down a whole lot of Dravens throughout throughout his run, of course. So I think if out of these 45 players that have chosen to bring Jax to the party, I think one of these guys might make a good run today / tomorrow. So we'll see. I would be happy to see Jax because Jax, in my opinion, you have great color combinations, right? Green, you have access to
Mhm.
backline interactions like Charm. You got counters. You have nice combat tricks with Discipline and On Guard. Even if you use those, because honestly, Jax plays more of the quick draw strategy. But then his body, you have those punch first. You have the challenge to also pick off the Dravens in the backline if you have it, if it kind of works that way. But yeah, I think it's a good color combination. So we'll see. Maybe, just maybe. I just don't think China has good history with Jax players, but everything could change this weekend. We'll see.
And a killer
I
signature spell.
True. Super good.
Yeah, the tools are all there. I feel like the only thing keeping it back right now is the fact that it does have quite a horrendous matchup into into Draven, where yeah, it really struggles to get out on top. But I really do wonder because we have seen Asia come up with some creative answers into the Draven as well, and then you can tell, despite the fact that Draven is still by far the most popular hero here, it's no longer the overwhelming 30-40% of the field as we have seen in the past. So people are getting more comfortable in fielding a variety of different answers into the king of the meta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, always a little bit of that is because of the best of legend prizing. But that was the same case for the regionals, and we just see a whole lot more representation of Draven in those regionals about a month or so ago now. So down to 19%. I think that goes to show that people have figured out how to play against them. It just so happens to be, can you draw the right cards at the right time? Do you have the right predictions? Because sometimes at the highest level is, where are you placing your bets? Do you believe he has it? Does he have it? Does he not have it? Are we going to play around it per se? So that's sometimes when it comes down to, because everyone at the highest level, they're at a decently relatively same skill level, if you will. But it does matter. Do you have the cards in hand to get it done? So I'm curious to see. Of course, Swiss rounds is definitely more variance in skill expression. But for tomorrow, once we get into that top 16, all those players know the core rules like the back of their hands. They know what they want to get done in each and every matchup. They know how to sideboard. They know pretty much every aspect of Riftbound, at least to the best of the ability in a set 2 TCG. So it should be awesome to watch tomorrow. Today we've seen a little ins and outs. You guys missed it. I don't know. I know Vandy didn't see it since he's just waking up. But round 1, it was an Aurelia player. For anyone just joining in, A, welcome on in. But B, you guys missed. The only way I could put it is a bit of a roller coaster / funny match. Because, man, it was misplays left and right. I felt bad for her. But I don't know. It was slightly entertaining to watch, but I was hoping a little bit more. But I said it earlier, we really only went up from there. So I'm happy to hear that, or happy about that.
It
Yeah,
was really a challenge for the judges to show
Mm-hmm.
if they are awake, if they are with us, if they are willing to step in. It kind of feels like one of those tests they send out to people working the cash register when they try to buy alcohol without an ID. And like, haha, will you catch all of the people trying to not ID themselves?
Yeah, just to give chat that weren't watching at the time, just a quick little picture of what went down in round number 1. She tried to Gus a unit in the base, and then the judge forced her to Gus her own unit. and they had a hidden card. So you gush your own unit. They lost the hidden card,
Oh,
and then they
no.
did something else on top of that. It was just L's after L's after L's. Of course, she
judge
ended up
shark, somebody
losing,
said.
but it hurt. I think she learned a lot that day, or learned that a lot today.
That's pretty funny actually to hear that. I did not get to catch that one, but I actually have an interesting question, or I guess what I think could be an interesting question going forward as the game goes on and we see more sets. Plus, you mentioned that the best of pricing seems to skew the meta and the percentages of deck distribution a little bit. If perhaps the best of legends weren't a factor, you might see Draven at 30% plus, maybe even of representation. But given that people are out here hunting these best of legends, I kind of want to know, what do you guys think might end up seeing like in set 3 and set 4 before we hit that first rotation? Once we start to have now going from 24 to 36 to 48 legends in the pool, how low do you think these percentages might go as far as individual leader or legend representations in future tournaments?
I can start us off there.
Oh,
First,
start us off,
we've
yeah.
seen a little bit of glimpse of a world or a big major events without the best of legends. Just exactly like we had this past weekend with the 25,000 PPG event, 25,000 Charlie Collectible Show event. Both of those, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, if I remember, they had in the realm of 30+% Draven representation because of the lack of best of metal cards. So I think we will see, if there wasn't a world where those existed, that's exactly what would go down. But to your second question there, what those percentage will be, I recently saw, I believe if anyone follows the TCG Fab, what Flesh and Blood.
Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, Flesh and
Oh,
Blood,
yeah.
fantastic game. Now, I haven't
played that.
dabbled too much in it, but I've been keeping up with it because I know a lot of Flesh and Blood players play Riftbound. So I saw online there was like 30, 40 different leaders or legends, as we would call them in this game, and they all had like 7, 8, 6, 5, a little bit of percent on each of them. I feel like that's where Riftbound will eventually be. Like when we have so many legends, hopefully, ideally, everyone will have a little piece of the pie. I would hope by set 4, so set 5. Well, when's rotation's not set 4, is 2 years, no? Wouldn't it be set 8?
No, I wasn't
At the
saying
least.
after
At
set
the
4. I
least.
just meant like as
In
we
general.
continue to see, after set 3, set 4, before rotation even hits, as the pool widens, I mean, are we going to start to see, every single leader at like 1 to 2%, or will there still be one deck that rises up close to that 20% mark and stuff like that? I mean, I come from Flesh and Blood. That was my most recent card game, and I know that a lot of the times for these more recent callings, the dispersion of lists has been, the percentages look a lot more, I guess, nice, because the player representation at some of these more recent calling events has been a little smaller in the 300, sub 300 range. Nothing like we're seeing here with the 2,000 plus players that we see in an event like this in China. So the percentages definitely take a big swing because of the size of these events.
I do think that what is a very important and maybe not talked enough about aspect of that ratio is a few things. First of all, Flesh and Blood is already like, how old is it now? I think like a year,
6 years.
5 years old, 6 years, something like that.
Yeah.
And that allows for just so much access, and also developers to see what was powerful, because we have seen metas in Flesh and Blood where we had some outliers.
Oh yeah,
so
I was
so to
there.
speak. And developers and game designers do take that into account when designing the next sets. However, it takes, let's say, a year and a half before those observations can be taken into account when releasing the next set, with how sets are designed in advance. And on top of that, I think what's very important is the contrast between the type of player playing Flesh and Blood and playing Riftbound. And what do I mean by that? In my experience, Flesh and Blood is played by a older audience, I'm going to say. Lots of late 20s, 30-plus-year-olds playing Flesh and Blood. And I feel that there is less tribalism in Flesh and Blood. So less echo chambery in people saying, oh, this is the best thing, this is the best thing, this is the best thing. And there's more room and more appreciation for people expressing or innovating in their own way, which
Yeah.
is something other TCGs can only pray for such
yeah.
a appreciative player base.
Oh, 100%. I never stopped trying to give Flesh and Blood its flowers. I definitely had a great time playing that game. I still dabble every once in a while, but since Riftbound's come out, I've kind of gone full bore on Riftbound. But
Right.
Flesh and Blood has done a lot of great things with its organized play system, and it's definitely garnered an audience of competitive-minded players, and it really caters to a very competitive audience that wants to play at the highest level and
Definitely.
express skill at the highest level. And I think that's why you see a lot of the Flesh and Blood players coming over to Riftbound, because even though they're such different games mechanically, there is a lot of skill expression in Riftbound, and a lot of the times you do see the more experienced and skillful players win, as we just saw that Draven player put on an absolute clinic and show just how much that experience can just create this chasm of advantage. So I think that's why you get a lot of Flesh and Blood players coming over. I know we had Cody Williams, who's a very profound Flesh and Blood player, come out and win Best of Victor. And we've seen some players from other card games like Dragon Ball with Andrew Duvall come over. I think Riftbound's really doing this great job of pulling in players from all these different backgrounds and games, and like you said, that kind of changes the demographic of the audience a little bit. It's a little bit more open. It's not just the super competitive older TCG player demographic. It's people like we, I guess, saw in round one that maybe don't have as much
Right.
time under their belt with TCGs,
And
but
I
still
think
want to come out here and play at this level.
And I think what really feeds into that is that best of trophy as well. Being like, hey, you don't need to all be fighting for that number one spot. There are these side quests that are worth chasing down. And even if it really makes it rewarding for a plethora of different lines of play. And that is, in the end, a really tough balance to strike, where you can both cater towards a very competitive audience whilst also being welcoming enough for newer players to pick it up. Because I'll be very real, for Flesh and Blood, it's a daunting game.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
That's what I've
you really
heard.
need your hand held for like the first 5 games, maybe even 10, before you kind of start to get into the flow of things. For me personally, at least.
Yeah.
And even though I appreciate the depth it offers, I do get why it also intimidates those who might be looking to pick it up.
And being a game that operates on a best of one structure for organized play, it is a little bit taboo, I guess you could say, for majority of TCG players. A lot of TCG players are used to best of 3, and when you go into a new game with all these new systems and these new rules that are just foreign to you, and then you hear, oh, it's best of 1, it could be a little bit intimidating. I agree. So I see, from my local game store experience, how it is a little bit hard to onboard people into something like Flesh and Blood, but definitely with
Once they're stuck,
Riftbound.
they're stuck.
What's that?
Once they are stuck, they are truly stuck in.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's enthralling. I mean, it's one of those games where the better you get at it, the more it feeds in your desire to play it because of the level of skill expression. I mean, we talk about Miracle in this game, and we've seen with these detonate decks how you do these crazy play lines where you draw through your whole deck and then you stack your deck in this way with a Vi so that you can pull off these crazy bushwhack lines. And that's that's par for the course in Flesh and Blood. You're pitch stacking from a turn 1 in that
It's just
game,
not a
and
pitch
there's
stack.
no note taking. You
Wow.
just have to remember the order that you pitched your cards and do some mental math and count, okay, every turn I draw 4 cards. So in about 14 turns, the card that I just put under my deck, I'll see again. And you just have to freaking, keep track of it and keep going. So it's a totally different skill set, and I think that's something like we spoke about when we were casting that previous round about some of the pitfalls of a deck like Miracle, is that to really play it at the maximum level, you either have to have that type of skill set already built and be really, really efficient at it, or you're going to have to do the note taking. And that, of course, is more time consuming, more cumbersome. And again, kind of goes back to the difference of a best of 3 versus a best of 1 game. Even though best of 1 seems more intimidating, because you're just playing one really long 50-minute game, there's more time to like find your footing and figure things out. Whereas what we kind of saw in this last round was at least in that game 1, was just 10 minutes and boom, you were decimated. And if this was a best of 1 game, that would feel really bad to just come in and get run over by Draven and then be out for the count. So there's some adaptations in the balancing of how you have to differ between best of 3 and best of 1, and I think that Riftbound's doing a really cool job of that. I think the battlefield system in particular is one of the things I love the most about it. Like having the 3 different battlefields to alternate between all 3 games, I think is really cool, and we're seeing some really cool new battlefields get introduced too, which is
Hmm.
something that I was really kind of worried about, is like how far are they going to be willing to push the effects of these battlefields
Oh,
as we progress
extremely
into
far.
future sets.
The
Ye-
variety introduced is undeniable. Plus, you were saying something.
No, I was just gonna say on a very similar note, do we feel like Riftbound might be headed towards a similar direction in terms of complexity? Because we described it as a Flesh and Blood not being too much beginner friendly. I've been seeing some kind of messages online of something along the lines of like now with like the new XP mechanic is just something more to think about throughout the games.
Mhm.
Do we feel like it will eventually get to the point where it becomes a bit more not beginner friendly per se,
I
or
feel you.
at one point do we stop adding more rules, or is that just the nature of TCG? Because it's tricky. I mean, personally, I don't think it's too difficult to keep track of like an XP, but I can see if each set starts adding more and more mechanics,
Yeah.
not just keywords, but actual ways to interact in Riftbound. Because honestly, set 1, thinking about from just comparing it with set 2, it's not basic, but it's pretty straightforward now in hindsight. Right now, set 2 feels decently complex. We have equipment, we have other cards to think about. Now set 3, that's just a whole nother world of things to consider throughout the best
Yeah.
of 3 series you have against your opponent. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Do you think Riftbound is heading towards a direction where it starts getting a little bit too tricky to keep track of everything throughout a game, or are we still in a nice little sweet spot perhaps?
Here's the thing: when you are building a new TCG, it is just a matter of fact that the first few sets will be putting down the foundation
Hmm.
for innovation later on. And it's exactly what you see when you look at the legends, right? In set 1, it's pretty basic. Maybe 1 lines, 2 lines, very easy to comprehend. Because you want to be as inviting as you can be. You don't spring everything onto everyone at day number 1. It's kind of like dating. In that way, you kind of lure them in, and as they are getting more and more familiar with yourself, you sprinkle in some more of the quirks. You sprinkle in the bizarre little hobby, the little twist that you have for yourself. And I am more of the opinion that if you do that, give some love to the existing mechanics that you've put in. Hidden cards, great mechanic. Would love to see more in-depth exploration of that. But the same goes for these
Horizontal
repeat
growth, right?
cards. Give me more depth rather than just going wide and just shooting off new. Like if we
Right.
don't go deeper into experience later on, then I always kind of feel like, all right, was it here just as a one-off? Because I love it when the same mechanics return in sets and when they're like putting a new twist on things. So if they can keep doing that, I feel you can still introduce new players with these more basic starter decks, as we saw in set one. Meanwhile, when they are getting more comfortable with the rules, or maybe you are introducing more experienced TCG players, then there is enough for them to explore without getting bored. So, to answer your question in just a sentence, I think we are going more complex, but that is not a bad thing as long as we keep exploring the mechanics existing already.
Right.
Yeah, and you also kind of have to consider that the IP that this game is based off of is kind of that issue. I guess the genre itself of MOBAs is that issue at a much larger scale, because the earlier you got into League, the easier it is to be good at League,
Yeah,
because
to keep up with.
when you're playing the game from the start, when there's only 20 champions, it's a lot easier than if you were to just download League of Legends right now and have to learn 170 plus champions. So similarly with TCGs, it's just kind of the way things go. It's in the early game, in the early days, set one, set two, set three, it is more bare bones. It is foundational, like you said, setting up mechanics, and it only continues to expound from there. But I do like what you were saying about this idea of like a horizontal growth rather than sheerly vertical growth. You don't have to only keep stacking new mechanics on top of each other to grow the game and expand on it. You can expand outward and improve on existing mechanics and take the existing mechanics in new directions and find new ways to utilize XP. And we kind of are already seeing that a little bit, in my opinion, with the way that this Unleashed set is coming out with what appears to be only the body units or body legends caring about XP. All of the Rengar, Master Yi, Kha'Zix, and Poppy are all the legends that revolve around using XP with their legend effect to some extent. And I think that when you see something like that, you start to wonder why there's cards in the mind domain that give you XP when there aren't
Oh,
any mind leaders that care about XP. Only specific cards that interact with it. So whether you're splashing them in from other colors like body or not, but of course body and mind don't go together currently. We will see what happens in Vendetta, but
Hmm.
it's that kind of stuff that makes me think that they're laying the groundwork to do what you said about expanding on it in future sets. So in the next set, even though it won't be entirely focused on XP, maybe we'll get a mind leader that cares about XP that will then be able to utilize some of these mind units that generate XP, as we're starting to see in these Unleashed spoilers.
and I think to add on top of this, to keep a complex game, as many TCGs are, still accessible to newer players, this is where set rotations come in as well. You mentioned in League, we have to learn 170 champions. True, because there's no rotation of champions, right?
Yeah.
The very first set is still legal today, 15 years later. Meanwhile, in a TCG, you can limit it to maybe 8 sets, maybe 6 to 8 sets that are legal
That's
at a
fair.
time. So you don't have to overwhelm someone with the entire history of a card game for them to be successful, to have fun, to take it out of the box and start putting it onto the table, wherever that may
Yeah.
be.
That's a good
Right.
point. I totally did not take into account the concept of rotation, as both of the card games that I come from are eternal format games, so not something that I have a ton of experience with dealing with rotation.
I think
Yeah,
that's
and it comes with
exactly.
drawbacks as well.
I was
What?
gonna
Go
say
ahead.
that's exactly why rotations exist, right? So it's not a true daunting task for someone to join the game like 5 or so years. Of course, it's about 2 years away from now, or maybe a year and a half from now. Funny enough, but I will give Riot their flowers. I think they've done a really good job, despite introducing all these new mechanics coming in set three. I feel like they haven't really necessarily truly power crept the legends. Maybe some of the cards look a little bit crazy for now, but I think the legends overall, yes, they're adding new stuff, new things to new ways of interacting with your deck pretty much, or the cards in general, but they're not so much as like broken as ever. I know we're only in set 3, but I feel like other TCGs I've been a part of, they kind of tend to power creep a little bit quicker than a lot of people feel comfortable about. So I like this pace. Yes, there's a little bit more text in the lines of the Legends ability, but they don't feel like they're gonna be like crazy powerful. Like Diana, she's strong, but she's kind of like moderately better than Ezra, right? Ezra can draw. You can get extra energy on showdowns. So I like that they're doing that. How do you guys feel about that? Do you think they're kind of taking care of us in terms of like not really effectively power creeping all that much? And will they maybe power creep a lot eventually? I hope they don't. I hope there's like slow and steady climb.
I think
To
coming off
me,
the back of Draven, it's a
True.
little,
yeah,
we're
pales
kind
in
of in
They
this.
comparison.
learn. They
Yeah, we're in
learn.
this
Literally
spot.
every legend in the set says exhaust, exhaust, exhaust. That's like a little ode to Draven saying we probably should have wrote the word exhaust on that legend. So it's funny that I saw that, or funny that we're seeing that in set 3.
Yeah.
Now, to me, it is. I do think we have to keep in mind that this set was already done and dusted by the time
Yeah.
Spiritforged was released. So the adaptations that come from the feedback from the community, the observations that are made in pro play, the stats that come out from that, it's going to take at least a year for that to seep through to be answered in new sets. Now, when you say, are we power creeping? I think in every TCG, there is usually a slight form of, looking, searching for what is still the most powerful card that is still fun to play. Now, I do like the way we're going, where a lot of mechanics or a lot of characteristics from the colors are shared, as Mr. Plus mentioned earlier, with Order getting access to full hand information with Ash. However, and I think you can add on top of that, that counter spells are showing up in more and more domains as well. I do feel that they all come with a price, and they all are distinct enough to justify their existence. And the same goes for the legends. They are distinct enough, have separate drawbacks, have separate specializations, separate expertises that they want to get a deep dive on to keep it interesting. And as long as you put power next to specific hoops
Right.
to jump through, or specific drawbacks that come at a cost, I think that encapsulates not only a healthy meta, but also the world of Runeterra, where a lot of power is laid down at their feet, but at what cost?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun seeing all these new legends and how people kind of test and brew coming in unleashed. But funny enough, since all the reveals come out at the end of next week, I think we're pretty soon gonna be starting set 3 weeklies. I was almost thinking, because we do have a cash cup at the end of the month, I wanted to push it back a week and run a cash cup for the set 3, but then I thought about it a little bit more. Putting a couple 100/a K on the line for like new rules / card interactions might not be the
Volatile
brightest
as-
thing. That's like a recipe for like a judge pool kind of disaster kind of thing. So let's wait a little bit. Let's do some nice little weeklies with lower stakes on the line. But either way, I think the first week of April, we should have our first set 3 tournament. So it should be exciting nonetheless. On a similar note,
Yeah.
I know we talked about our favorite cards, and I know one of you guys mentioned Legend, but what legends have you guys been gravitating towards so far? I know, Bandit, you mentioned Kha'Zix. Is that just the main one you've been looking at so far?
Well, that is because I personally really like the body domain.
Okay.
Without Dazzling Aurora, though, it's undisputed that Dazzling Aurora looks like it's going to make major splashes into the meta. But it cannot be understated enough how high the ceiling is for LeBlanc.
Okay.
This
Oh my
card
goodness.
opens the door to what Victor could have been, but he gravitated towards more of a more go wide strategy with many small boys, where LeBlanc really fits her character, trying to manipulate a few key assets in your game for big payoffs. Look at Echo. It's resetting your entire room pool.
Look
Look
at
at
Galio.
cards that, right? Not even to mention. So we are opening the door to a lot of new paths of play that look so interesting, that are so different from what we are currently used to. And I love that we are giving a lot of power to all of the domains, because cards are allowed to be powerful. Cards are allowed to make a big splash and maybe even alter the game, warp the game that they are played in, as long as they are equally distributed and they can be answered in kind.
Yeah. And I kind of want to just point out something that you mentioned there about LeBlanc kind of embodying what LeBlanc, the champion in League of Legends, wants to do, this duplicating from her passive and being mischievous and just tricksy, the kind of the deceiver that LeBlanc is. I myself am a huge fan of anytime they inject flavor from League of Legends into the card
Yes.
design of the champions and their units. I mean, right off the bat, to go back to what you were asking just a little bit ago, plus about what we're looking forward to legend wise, I can't wait to try to play Jin because I
Oh,
love that they have made
4.
everything about him revolve around 4. It is just so much fun to me. I don't care if it's bad. I'm still gonna play that stupid domain that says you win the game if you
Yeah,
do this.
Gutter
So,
Palace? I
yeah,
think it is.
yeah, Gutter Palace, the gear. So I just love stuff like that. I think it's really cool when they can adapt the abilities from the game into cards in such flavorful and honest ways that make it feel like you're embodying what that champion would be doing in League of Legends. I think that's really cool.
Funny enough, that's why I was slightly disappointed in some of the starter deck legends, specifically more Vex. I feel like Vex is a character that's pretty flavorful, though, of course, granted, I'm not too familiar with the lore behind Vex, but I feel like she deserved a little bit more than just exhaust me, draw one when I hold. I feel like there was something more they could have done
Yeah.
with that legend. But perhaps more so is going to be with the with the cards you're able to play with the color combination in that legend, like we saw a little bit with the back off with the 1-drop stun purple card we saw. And as we pointed out before, half of the set hasn't been revealed. If we thought cards or legends are
Yeah.
looking good and spicy now, I could only imagine when next week is all said and done and we get the full picture of what the support for each of these legends are going to look like. I think LeBlanc, she feels good now with the cards already at hand. She's probably going to take it up a notch with the cards left to be revealed. Same goes with probably every single legend. I'm hoping Vex gets a little bit more love. But I mean, Aurelia is already strong enough. Maybe we don't need any stronger purple green. I think Poppy should get a little bit of extra love too, though her signature spell's looking strong.
Signature spell is great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
super strong. I feel like if she had a couple, actually, those color combinations are already good. A little Poppy hook strategy, Poppy dazzling, or just Poppy mid range, probably looking like a good deck next set.
Yeah. I think that something like XP that has been kind of talked about so far as this either confusing or underwhelming or whatever the opinions that you might have read online about it so far. Like you said, we've only seen half the set. And even with
Yeah.
just the most recent card that we saw, the Black Rose, I think it's called, that you mentioned earlier about
Yeah.
being able to pay one every time you play a unit to generate an XP. That engine in and of itself is already a huge boon to any XP reliant deck. On top of the XP battlefield and stuff like that, we're gonna only see more stuff as spoilers continue that will continue to be a boon for this XP strategy. And that's not the only strategy. Like what we're seeing on screen right now, temporary is going to be a big thing.
Right.
There's going to be so many different avenues, and I think that's what really makes this game so fun, is that there are so many different angles of attack to take with deck building for every deck. I mean, even for a deck like Volibear that seems to just be the dazzling Aurora deck that you just do the same thing every time. We saw in Vegas there were the two best Volibear decks were playing totally different strategies. We saw a dragon reliant Volibear deck trying to use the Herald of Scales, playing this cool unique strategy compared to a more traditional Volibear. And with Draven, we saw Miracle mid range, Detonate. Some leaders maybe not as diverse. Most Aurelia decks are kind of more or less the same, but a lot of the legends have this ability to really be explorative, experimental, and come up with fun, different ways to approach. And I think the more mechanics we get, the more that just compounds on itself, and it opens the door for some really creative deck builds and ideas to hit the main stage on these events.
Right, especially when I feel like set 4 comes around and we get the full color combinations. Because usually in all TCGs, you get like every variety of color combination, right? There's no limiting between like clashing domains. So I think once those doors are open, everything is going to be in for a mix up in the meta. I mean, set 3 is looking awesome, but I could only imagine. I think I read somewhere, what was the set? Someone said, maybe chat or you guys can remind me. There was one set that's only going to have 9 legends. Is it 4 or 5?
Interesting.
Do
I
you
did
guys
not know
remember?
that.
I don't know if you guys read that. Chat, let us know. Let us know. It was somewhere. It was either Radiance or Vendetta where they're only introducing 9 legends. I don't know if that's going to be the trend going forward because it is kind of tough to come out with 12 legends every single set. Maybe not too tough. That's just a difference of about 3 or so. So we'll see. Is it Vendetta has 9? Okay, so set 4 will introduce only 9 legends. I wonder if they're going to keep on that trend, just 9 following from that, or they will go back and forth between 9 and 12. But we'll see. I think maybe the 9, because the majority of those might be like blue, orange, red, green, purple, yellow. Oh man, I'm excited. I'm excited for Unleashed, but I could only imagine what Vendetta is going to bring as well. I think Riftbound
I
as a
mean, is it
whole is just an
sustainable?
exciting game.
I mean, that's a real question for me. Is bringing out even 9 champions in the long run, is that sustainable?
Right.
In some other card games I've played, we have seen sets where it's only once every 3 sets that they'll bring out
Oh
new
wow.
leaders, and that in the other sets they'll just re-release the leaders that are already out there. And because I mean, let's say in 5 years, right? That's a long ways away from here. But if on average the average chat brings out 10 legends, and you get what, like 3 to 5 sets a year. Oh, that's 50. That's over 200 legends that you can play. I feel like are there even 200 interesting characters that you can turn into legends? And what after that? Like at some point you're going to run out, or are we going to
They double
release
dip,
the
of
same
course.
character but with some new lines of rules?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did already see a second Master Yi, but I mean, like I said, there's over 170 champions in League now, and at the current rate, plus when you add in rotation, all of the current existing leaders getting rotated out and needing to have new iterations of them, I feel like it doesn't seem too unfathomable that they would continue doing the 12, but I could see the reduction to 9 and 9 being the staple going forward, and
Mm-hmm.
just being able to maintain that. But I think that they definitely have plenty of room to work with. But it's like this IP that has such a long-standing fan base. So many people have these champions that they're so attached to, and you know anyone coming into this game is gonna wanna. Everybody I know personally that I've tried to introduce to Riftbound that is a League of Legends player, their first question is my main in the game? Like
Right.
the first thing they want to know as a Quinn player is like, is there a Quinn legend? Sorry, not yet. They're like, okay, well, call me when Quinn's a legend. So there's definitely gonna be this pull to try to get as many of the champions in League adapted over time as possible. It is interesting that we did already see a double dip, a reprint of Master Yi in a new form so early on, but I think that's probably something to do with the fact that it's Proving Grounds and the way the Proving Grounds distribution went and the access to Proving Grounds. Um, I think maybe that has some part to play in that. So perhaps we do see another Garen, another Annie, another Lux not too
I
far
mean,
down the road, but
just
Garen
look at
could
champion
definitely use
popularity
it.
because the world's not fair, and I can't wait to have my 47th iteration of Ari.
And
With
Jace.
I mean, she has plenty of skins to to put on Legends, so the sky is the limit. Misfortune will have 100 iterations of Misfortune. I'm calling it.
Probably.
Set 9 is just 9 different versions of Misfortune. That is it.
We'll see it, man. In true China fashion, a little bit of an extended break. So much so they don't even have the time above the scene like they usually do. It said it was supposed to start at 1600, which would be 41 minutes ago. But hopefully, I saw a couple questions chat. When is the next round? Hopefully sooner than later, because I believe we ended that Draven versus Annie matchup with about 15 or so minutes remaining,
Yeah.
which was 15 minutes to overtime. Overtime, give or take another 10 more minutes. But they've been pretty good so far throughout this entire event. Let us know in chat if you guys been here for that time. They've been good. They've been like, we ended overtime, we ended the round, and then within 10 or 15 minutes it started. So this has been maybe something going on, something like a judge call. We did see in one of the regionals, someone got disqualified or even banned for some kind of disorderly conduct. So I hope that's not the case. I think this is just a natural case of maybe this is where people start dropping and you have to deal with all the pairings for the drops, or it's just maybe a little bit longer than we expected it to be. But hopefully we get started relatively soon. Let me know, Bandit or Mr. Plus, if you guys want to take a little short break, or if we're just hanging out here until the next round. Because I know this
I will
one
be
has been
hanging
a
out.
little.
I will be sitting down for it.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I mean,
if I'm just a forehead for a few seconds, you'll know why.
It's all good. China's
I can
currently
say
reinventing
from
time. Yeah, Cloud TCG. It feels that way, right? And I Googled it because I was making sure I was on the right time zone. I couldn't believe China's all on one time zone. How big is China compared to US? Because Pacific and East Coast feels like there's
Yeah,
no
it's
way.
gigantic.
It's gigantic, right? How is China all
Yeah.
operating on one time zone? I was impressed by that. I was like, how does that work? But I guess what is time? Not to
Yeah.
get philosophical or anything, but why does
I
Pacific have a different time than East? I guess I don't know. Just something to think about.
I mean, some states do daylight savings and some don't. So answer me that. I don't know how people decide how
Yeah,
their
I'm not
clocks
going to
work.
suggest to avoid the inner machinations of China here.
Either
I mean,
or.
Honestly,
Hopefully, we do get it sooner than later, of course.
if we were getting sidetracked a little bit earlier with other TCGs, but have you
Ooh.
guys been keeping up with the Cyberpunk release?
I'm so glad you said that. You are a man after my own heart. You're reading my mind. I wanted to ask the same thing.
I mean, it is. I personally adore the IP. I think
Oh,
it
I
is
know.
so seasoned, and there's just so much depth from the RPG, from the games, from the video games that came out as well. And I do feel like it is something spicy, and I was not expecting the overwhelming amount
Overwhelmed.
of attention and spotlight it has enjoyed over the last few days.
Are you caught up on this at all? Plus,
I mean, I've seen it. I seen it online. It went like mini viral, right? I think they raised somewhere in the neighborhood of like $10 million on Kickstarter to fund fully
yeah,
fund their Kickstarter
In
project.
just the first
they're
few
still
days.
going, and they're at
Yeah.
like 11.5 million
Wow.
currently, and they still have
They have 3
27
weeks
days
left.
to go.
Yeah.
That's
4
awesome.
weeks almost. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hopefully it does
so
well.
it's
The only thing I haven't seen is exactly have they detailed like the mechanics of the game. Does it look interesting?
Yeah, you can play it right now. They have a They have a mod for it on TCG Arena. The mod's actually um, maintained by the same person who does the Riftbound mod on TCG Arena,
Okay,
funnily
cool.
enough. So you can go ahead and test it out on there. They have the alpha decks with it, which they also have the ability to print and play on their website if you wanted to test it out
Super
in
cool.
person. But it's a pretty cool game. It's definitely doing its own thing. And I'm like you were saying, I'm just excited to see another big IP take its foray and take a new big swing and do something different in the TCG space. I think the TCG market has just been booming ever since COVID, and we've seen so many new card games come out, and not all of them have stood the test of time, but
Hmm.
it's been refreshing to see such a surge of interest in the TCG space and seeing this much hype around a game like this, where, within 3 days it's been over $10 million of support. It really makes you feel like, we're part of something special being in the TCG space with this much
And
love and respect for the craft and this upcoming game.
I will say, because when it was announced, like I think the day the Kickstarter went live, it was the day that that Altered TCG announced their ending, which
Altered?
is a yeah,
Oh
is a
I
TCG
no.
saw.
I personally loved to
It
bits
was
and still
cool.
do.
Yeah.
And it really does go to show that your TCG, your favorite game surviving and thriving is not a given.
Oh
And
yeah.
it does make you appreciate the fact that certain TCGs that are trying to innovate are making it through. And where previously, especially before COVID, when we saw new TCGs that were kind of like watered down versions of Magic, let's just put it
Mhm.
put it like the way it is, or
Mhm.
not trying to innovate too much. And the fact that all these new TCGs popping up are really trying to be unique, not only
Yeah.
in their art style and IP, but also just in the way that the rules are set up or what they're trying to
Yep.
achieve. And I love that we are rewarding that as a community with showering it with our love, attention, devotion, and our time.
100%. Could not agree more. I mean, I think, like we already stated in regards to Riftbound, that injection of flavor from the IP goes a long way, especially for existing fans of the IP, which, of course, there are so many for the Cyberpunk IP. So seeing them lean into that so heavily within the rules and the design of the game and making everything feel like it's part of Night City in the cyberpunk world. It's not just mana and tapping. It's everything is down to the nomenclature of how you interact with the game is based around the cyberpunk IP. And I
And you know
think
what I love?
the more that designers lean into that space, the more you'll start to see those efforts rewarded and the longevity of the game and able to stick around, because I think players really respect that because it gives off the impression that the developers really care about what they're working on. They're not, like you said, just doing a magic clone and slapping some art on there from an existing IP. They're really getting into the weeds and the nuts and bolts to make the game feel like it belongs to that universe.
And I do love that this, despite all the different branching we've been seeing from all these TCGs, they all agree on one thing: that playing lands is a mistake that is unfun to the game, and that consistent mana bases are the way to go. And I can only rejoice when I see a unanimous agreement in a form like that.
And real quick, man, what do
Yeah.
you mean? Like lands like more online base, or what do you mean by that?
So
No, he
to
means the
speak, where
mana
your mana
system.
base is
Oh,
part of
lands,
the
lands.
cards
I
that you
heard
draw.
like an event, like a land event, like
Oh, like
L
yeah,
A
Oh,
gotcha.
N.
Yeah, no, it's just a inconsistent
I know
access
what you mean. Yeah.
to
a
resources.
Halo
Yeah.
LAN party, you say? Call me or invite me, please.
Right, right.
You know,
That's what I
you know
heard.
what's actually a very very interesting mechanic that I have not seen any other card games do, which I was kind of astonished by when Alter did it, is what I liked so much is they introduced a mechanic of drawing half of a card,
Half?
Oh
which was
yeah.
such. Yeah, the way they play their cards is every card that is played, instead of going to the bin afterwards, goes to your reserve, which is like a secondary hand, but it's open and can be interacted with by your opponents. So every card can be played twice. So if you want to have someone draw half of a card, instead of having them put in their hand, you can put it into their reserve, where it is more keen to be interacted with, be removed, but also can only be played once.
Yeah.
And
Interesting.
that was kind of a mechanic that I saw that was like, oh wow, they really cracked the code on drawing half of a card. There's so much power in drawing a card. Like slapping it onto something,
Yeah.
it makes it so much better and so much more consistent. And you can't balance it out, right? You can't have people draw half of a card, but they did it. They cracked the
Yeah.
code and let people draw half of a card. I was so impressed by that.
And I think bringing stuff like that up is really important too, because even though it is sad that to hear the news, I just heard that from you. I didn't know that Altered was shutting down. But
Sadly, yeah.
the fact that that mechanic exists in a card game for people to experience and enjoy, and now that is something that future developers can learn from. I think that potentially, even though Altered may be gone, somebody down the line can innovate and expand
Mm.
on that and improve going forward. And I think that's something that's really interesting. Why you have to kind of explore, especially if you're interested in designing a game yourself, you really
Yeah.
have to be willing to explore and test out all these different card games and see what they have to offer. Even if it's not your favorite style of game, or if it's not a game that you could see yourself playing long term, there may be small elements of it that you really enjoy. Like for myself, I played Star Wars for a little bit when it came out, the Star Wars
Mm,
Unlimited, and I really liked the back and forth of one action at a time and taking
yeah.
initiative. And I thought that that was a cool way of, even though you're not necessarily doing what we have in Riftbound, where you're opening these windows to counterplay and play reaction spells, it doesn't really feel like you're doing this, oh, it's all my turn, you wait till I'm done, then you do yours. It really made it feel interactive, despite the
Yeah.
fact that you're not actively playing reactions and stuff, because you were just going back one action at a time. So
It is.
I think
I fully
there's,
agree. These,
yeah.
please.
No, go ahead.
No, no, the skirmish turn structure, right, where it's I go, you go, which is so, it feels so, in like you said, like interactive, and building on top of that, it does bring a host of other elements that you're going to have to take into account. Like cheap spells are suddenly one of the best things in the game, right? Because you can wait out your opponent
Mm-hmm.
to see if they have to commit eventually. But I love that structure, and not only in card games, but when you see it introduced in, let's say, war games as well, it just feels that you are more engaged with what is happening right in front of you, rather than playing solitaire for 15 minutes and
Yeah.
then your opponent playing solitaire for 15 minutes.
Yeah, which we've seen in this meta with miracle decks mirroring and just
Right.
seeing them sit there and call shot. All right, well, look at two, put one. Look at two, put one. Oh, what do you know? Call shot again. Look at two, put one. And then you're just sitting there waiting.
What a coincidence.
Real quick, guys,
Yes.
we do have a bit of an update. Finally, it is a timer above or right next to Bandit's head there. It looks about 3.5 minutes. Let me run real quick to the bathroom, re-up on the water. That way we're good to go for the remaining of the tournament. So I will take a quick leave, but I'll be back in like 3 minutes when the countdown ends. So I'll be right back. All right, guys, chat, let these guys know what legends you want to see. Hopefully, maybe production catches win and they kind of give us what we want. But we'll see. I mean, hopefully we've seen enough Draven for the opening 7 Swiss rounds. Maybe it's time for something a little bit else. Maybe we see Randy. I'm sure he's doing pretty good. But I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, I agree.
Bye,
Cloud
Plus.
species.
Hold it down, Bandit,
Bye,
Mr.
Plus.
Plus.
Will
Yeah,
do.
all right. Just
Bandit,
making
I
sure
gotta
he's
ask
gone.
you,
Yeah.
are you a backer? Did you back Cyberpunk?
All right, all right. Full disclosure, I'm a bit on the fence. I think I love the game design. but I'm trying to cut back on what I'm backing, and especially I want to be playing like 4 separate TCGs. Maybe
Oh,
I think I'll definitely get a starter deck.
yeah.
But I'm gonna be. I was having so it's a little pricey. I feel like $170 for a booster box of 24
Yeah.
boosters. Up
It's 36
36 then
boosters,
36
yeah.
for their
So
first
a
set.
little bit more, a little bit more. So
Yeah, but I think there was some use of the language that it was kind of getting on the ground floor. Like I don't know, it was cause I know it can be a reference to to the heist and things, but there was some things keeping me where it's like maybe we'll start off slow, but
yeah.
FOMO might get to me because those incentives that are coming out right with the play match now and like
Oh
the whole
yeah.
beta
The
box
beta
thing,
box, yeah.
it might be worth dabbling. And well, if it's from a spectator point of view, good enough. I mean, I I can't say that I have been scurrying around seeing if there's already some tournaments being played or some local rounds that are in need of some commentary because man, it's just so much fun to keep talking about it. What about yourself?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna back it. I think I have faith in it. I know one of the developers from my time playing the Dragon Ball Super card game before Fusion World came out. I guess it's called Masters now, but I've talked to Plus a little bit about it in the past because he also used to play the Dragon Ball Super card game. But one of the players that I used to be in a group chat with back in those days is now one of the designers for that game. And
Ah,
I
cute.
always really thought that he had a great mind for design, and I am really happy to see his, after whatever that was 8 years ago now, like all that hard work come to this huge,
Yeah, I
fruitful,
mean there is major talent towards also in the
yeah.
community management. Some big names from Lorcana getting
Hmm.
involved, and well, I mean they have everything to be successful. It's
Yeah.
definitely deserving of our attention, but what is even more deserving is this next round coming up. And as the timer hits zero, I think we should probably reset the scope a bit. As you see, I've gotten to my feet
Prepare.
once again. That means we're getting serious. And we are heading into round number 5. Now, we are slowly starting to get more and more of a selection of decks that will be seriously fighting for day number 2, for those top cut spots. What is it that makes the difference in such a long day? And as you said yourself, you are quite a competitive player. I'm sure you've done your fair share of multi-day events. What is the real
Oh yeah.
difference maker in such a marathon event where you are not only performing at your peak in round number 1, but also in round number 10?
Yeah, I think that a lot of players don't fully grasp or anticipate that aspect of the game to play at that level. It really is a lot more taxing on your mental than you think it is, especially when the rounds tend to go a little bit over time, which is what happened in Vegas.
Right.
We're going 30 minutes past timer every round. It adds up on you. So definitely the players that get to these later rounds still in the undefeated seat, being us going into round 5, going in 4-0, they still have 2 more rounds to win to secure their spot into day 2. So they're not out of the woods yet. They still have to be locked in. And with these prolonged wait times, it can get a little bit dicey. Some players can get iced out, tend to kind of fall out of their groove. So I think really it comes down to like, how much experience do you have in these long marathon, like you said, that do you have the endurance to get out? Because at the end of the day, when you show up to an event like this, you've tested your deck as much as fathomably thought that you could test to get to a point where you feel comfortable enough to be like, I'm coming here, I know what I want to do with my deck to win. So at that point, that's not really what you're concerned with. It's, can you continue to do that every single round as you become more and more tired, more fatigued from all of the mental tax of having to think through so many different play lines and address so many different matchups. I think that's really what separates the good players from the great players, is the ones that can endure the marathon.
What's the real difference maker in your case then specifically? What was the thing that made you kind of lock in for such a prolonged amount of time? Was it like between rounds, like doing some mild meditation or something in the
Hmm.
preparing yourself? Like how do you keep yourself engaged from start to end?
Yeah, definitely wanting to stay hydrated, get a little bit of food when you can. I
Take
think
notes,
for
everyone. By the way, take notes.
yeah,
Right.
for myself in Flesh and Blood, been to many callings, day two many callings, and going through that, it's more of an issue of just like for me, my tournament um strategy was to play a fast deck because fast decks let me get through the round
Right.
quick, give a little bit extra time on the clock, which lets me go take that break, go outside, get some fresh air, talk to my wife, whatever I need to get some moral support, something, like keep my head in the game. Whereas when you play those long grindy decks and you don't give yourself that room to breathe, you just go from one matchup right into the next. It can get a little bit difficult to maintain on your A game. So I think making sure you maintain a proper pace of play and trying to get through your game at a reasonable pace so you give yourself that time to decompress and kind of go over what you just went through, where did you succeed, where did you fail, and then being also able to then put that out of your mind if you did lose. Not all of us are, able to go undefeated like Alan ZQ
Right.
and play 28 rounds of never losing a game. So, you got to give yourself the ability to have that mental reset. That's another key factor in succeeding, is when you take those difficult losses, analyze what you can on how you can avoid that mistake in the future going forward, but be able to push that in the back and not dwell in that defeat and allow it to tilt you and taint you away from your goal.
Is the in your preparation round, right? It's very hard to emulate how
Hmm.
long and yeah, grueling such a weekend tournament is, and I do make it sound like it's hell itself. It's very exciting. Don't get me wrong, but did you? Because we talked about teams previously, not on this broadcast, but before. And I know that, especially on these larger tournaments, the forming of groups and teams, not only to play test and brew together and give feedback, but also to scout out on tournaments for information and
Hmm.
make sure that everyone is entering with the best possible chance to win that they can. Everything within the rules. Were you a part of a group or a team that would like go down to all of these tournaments?
Yeah, for Flesh and Blood, I was part of the team for my local game store. So we had a decently sized roster that would get together regularly, test, go over ideas, do VOD reviews, all that stuff. Take it pretty seriously and try to to give ourselves, like you said, the best odds at performing. And then it is, that advantage of when you are at the events, being able to go to your teammates and be like, oh, I played against this deck. He was running this. If you run into this guy, be looking out for this. And then when you run into another team, I was playing against, I played against Diwali, and all of them are playing this list. So if you see anybody on Team PCG, they're running this. So be aware for that. And it's can be a point of contention sometimes, the team
Oh.
aspect,
You
because
have
it's
to do everything you can do in your power to get yourself in a winning position. I'm sorry for interrupting, Mr. Plus, but we
no,
are
of course,
getting
we're
Oh
about to get
yeah.
to the
ready
action.
to jump
I'll throw you guys
into
over.
round number 5 in the Shenzhen Nationals. We are on the verge of discovering who will be playing on the feature table. Are you excited, Mr. Plus?
I can't wait to see what these guys are about to show us. I hope this is another undefeated matchup. Seems like it might be
No.
as we see yet another Draven. I guess the coverage team over there does not care about showing Draven over and over again, but that's okay. We're
If you
prepared
got
for
it,
this
pawn it.
inevitability. Ooh,
Hey,
but a
maybe this.
Rek'Sai.
Ooh, see, we are getting some spice, and this is a deck that I I really enjoy because it feels as if it is a baited hook variant of the Rek'Sai, that it can really encapsulate everything that made Darius baited hook so exciting, so thrilling, and so competitive. If they can keep up the pace, they can really bring the heat to the table and make life a little more difficult for the Draven.
Yeah, we know that there's this variant of Rek'Sai walking around that's playing very heavy spell removal and then trying to recur the Immortal Phoenix. So perhaps we could see
Yes.
that come out, and that deck does have the capability to put Draven on the back foot with a non-stop barrage of removal spells, but it is difficult to line it up consistently. And what we are seeing here, got to make note of immediately as a very interesting decision point, is the power nexus for the Rek'Sai player, a battlefield that don't really see very much outside of the occasional Renata Glask. Are
Yeah.
you familiar with any Rek'Sai lists sporting this battlefield?
To me, it feels either like the throwaway or a very heavy reliance on that gold generation, or I mean, in some cases, it can kind of balloon or kind of lunge you towards the 7 to 8. It allows for the breaking of the set game pace. However, that goes two ways, and the only advantage that remains for the Rek'Sai is that he is probably a lot more experienced and well versed in utilizing this battlefield to its maximum potential, as these hands are being sculpted to the way they prefer. We
I I
are in the starting blocks. Yes.
I gotta say, man, I am already excited to see what this Rek'Sai is going to put forth, from the battlefield decision to that little glimpse into the starting hand. I saw a battering ram in there, so I'm already on my toes wondering what this Rek'Sai is cooked up for this matchup. It looks like we're just going to see a standard mid-range Draven, no miracle shenanigans, no detonate. But this Rek'Sai list has made it this far, coming up to round 5 at 4-0, I believe. So, yep, 4-0. So, whatever this homebrew is, I'm really excited to see what it's capable
It
of as we
it
start
has
off
at
the
least some
game.
leg.
Yeah,
It's
it
gotta have
has
at
to.
least. Yeah, because it's been going so far. 3 order runes to get us started, and round number 5 is officially underway. And Rek'Sai will be making its entrance into the base.
A nice little animation for the Rek'Sai deploy. I like that. Of course, Rek'Sai's chosen champion unit being a 3 energy, no power cost, 3 might unit. Great chosen champion when you're going second, being able to deploy that turn 1 of the game, something that Lucian is very familiar with, a definite boon to that deck, and one that will hopefully be a boon for this Rek'Sai player as well, as Draven goes to start making a bunch of gold thanks to Treasure Hunter plus Tide Turner. We see an early 1 point for the Draven and 2 gold pocketed, and then a Noxus Hopeful deployed to the base. A nice, easy, slow start for the Draven, and now let's see how the Rek'Sai responds in turn.
Yeah, it does leave the Draven tapped out. And well, for those not too familiar, let's go just over the ruling of the Rek'Sai Breacher here, the card, the legend unit being played here. It gives friendly units played from anywhere other than a player's hand accelerate. Now, there is no cost specified, Mr. Plus, but we can assume that that is not free.
Yeah, sorry, I just had that Under Titan hit off the top of the Rek'Sai ability, which I guess we might as well touch on that real quick. Of course, the Rek'Sai Legend ability on Conquer, you may exhaust it to look at the top two, rather reveal the top two cards of the deck and play one of them. So Under Titan being revealed here is going to net this Rek'Sai player an additional 2 energy, bringing the total up to 7 here on their second turn already. Is It's pretty nuts what could come from this. Let's see, a Void Rush, the signature spell, another card that allows them to reveal the top two and then play one of those cards, this time at a reduced cost, and then of course add the other card to hand, which is one of the big reasons why we've seen fans of the domains red and yellow transition over to Rek'Sai from Darius, is just how powerful that signature spell can be.
Yeah, because where a lot of these decks are running ashore, like when they're running into the reef, so to speak, is just a loss of gas and not being able to keep up into the mid and later part of the game, where they just are exhausting themselves and their hand. And just look at all of the bodies already on the board and the might that is associated with it. And they're not really down in cards too much, especially when you consider that Draven is on the play. So I think we're starting to catch a little bit of a glimpse why this deck is favored and went 4-0 in Shenzhen, China.
Yeah, and I mentioned the battering ram in the opening hand and being something that I was surprised to see and excited to see how it would be implemented here. And immediately we see double battering ram deployed on this turn, and now we're looking like a miracle deck over here, but no purple required. So very cool to see Rek'Sai start off very strong here in the opening turns of this game.
A strong opening, definitely. But the triple gold on the side of Draven's board cannot be underestimated. That is 3 power available. That is such a shift. I mean, we saw what Ruination, just 2 power cost brought to the Annie. Now, having 3 available to just pump out these very aggressive lines of play, having 2 mana up still for a inevitable spinning axe, you're going to have to assume there. So do not underestimate the Draven still. Despite a very flashy turn from the Rek'Sai, they're going to have to show up. And, I mean, do we have to talk about the fact that we have only seen Order runes come out?
Yeah, I was actually going to mention, I think somebody in chat said mono yellow Rek'Sai, and that seems to be the case, which is interesting because that means we can already start to count out certain card inclusions from this deck, stuff like the, Void Seeker, Hextech Ray, anything with a red power cost, obviously. So gonna be interesting to see how this deck is built with so many red units on board, but no red power costs. It's very interesting to me to see how late into the game, meta, relatively speaking, in terms of the meta at this point, we've had Spiritforged out for quite a while, and to see this type of list, at least for myself the first time, this kind of innovation is really cool to see the Chinese scene coming up with some cool new tech like this mono yellow aggro Rek'Sai deck.
I'm just astonished by how many hits this deck keeps generating. Look how it is just keeping up the tempo. It's another Conquer. It keeps triggering the tools available towards it to keep up with the threats, to keep out pumping those bodies, these options available to them. And unless Draven can start addressing it in an efficient way, where a single card can take out multiple threats, you might have to be considering what you have in your sideboard. Because I am fairly sure that no main deck will be geared towards the line of play, the threats that Rek'Sai is putting out in the quantity that she's putting them out in.
Yeah, now we might see those 3 gold come to show off what their, power entails by enabling a mind splitter here without having to recycle any runes, allowing our Draven player to go up to 9 runes next turn afterwards. Um, Something that I think is very interesting is that the way that this Rek'Sai deck seems to be operating is kind of not really caring about the hand size too much and just trying to make the most efficient use out of the hero's ability to conquer and look at the top 2 and play from the top of the deck. So perhaps the hand destruction won't be as impactful as it seems, but we are going to see a response to this attempted Conquer of Power Nexus. It's going to be the Call to Glory, doing it the old-fashioned way, just tapping 3, not having any buffs to spend, obviously, to pay it for free. So now getting this up to 6 to the 4 of the Noxus Hopeful, but that's just going to be answered right back by a Fight or Flight, and that will, of course, net Draven a draw.
And this is finally that moment where we do see the strain that the Rek'Sai puts on their own hand, right? By having all these lower costed, these lower curved threats come out, where we do see that finally take a bit of toll onto the hand. Only 2 cards left in hand. Meanwhile, Draven is absolutely rolling in it. Not only in the energy and gold, but 6 cards on hand to top it all off. And when you are fighting in the colors of Fury and Chaos, you just have so many answers, so many threats that need to be answered. And all the pieces in the world are starting to fall into place as Draven is sitting on 5 points already.
Yeah, and something we just saw
Oh.
that you don't get to see very often is utilizing gold to hide a card, and the hidden card this time being the Edge of Night. It's very potent, the ability to cash in a gold for a free +2 might combat trick on the battlefield here. Something that is going to be hard to get over with already having the double overzealous fan there that they have to deal with, but then on top of that, the Edge of Night coming out to make it 6 plus whatever combat tricks might be lying in wake in that hand with the 2 runes left open. Gonna be
Now,
a little bit dicey trying to push in. Rek'Sai might still elect to take a little bit more time to set up, but nope,
now
that Under Titan's coming down.
they are relatively well equipped to deal with the fans, right? Because they have been putting out so many threats that they have the bodies to just brute force their way through them. And now with a buffed up field, they are looking to lay down the law of the strongest. The might makes right. And Rek'Sai looking to bring the war towards Noxus itself.
Yeah, quite a lot of might on board for the Rek'Sai player after the Under Titan comes out, giving a little bit of a grand stratagem vibe on a body. Something that we see in Origins with the Victor deck, trying to build up a big board of units and then buff them all in to come in for a huge attack. Of course, this time, a little bit understated how powerful the point lead the Draven has is now, because by going for this play so early, it will allow the Rek'Sai player to start to remove some of these units, but unfortunately it's only really catching the Rek'Sai player up, and this +2 is only for the turn, and Draven more than likely will be able to answer right back on offense, which, as you've previously stated, is where you want to be, is having the attacker's advantage when your opponent is looking to now be tapped out after electing to play the Hidden Blade off the top from the Rek'Sai ability. Gonna take out this Noxus Hopeful and give Draven another 2 new cards, as if the hand disparity wasn't already big enough between these two players.
I mean, at a certain point, right, the returns of drawing cards does start to diminish a little bit. The difference of being 5 cards behind or 7 cards behind is, it's starting to diminish a little bit. It's still, impactful, but less and less so. There's only so many cards you can play in a single turn, especially as a Draven who does have, at times more of those mid-range costed cards. You are on average playing maybe 3 cards because that is what the energy allows. Now, he does have plenty of energy available and gold to go with it. And at this point, when your units are so buffed up, I get why you are a little reluctant to maybe hidden blade one of your own units. However, that is regardless a lot coming through. 3 units invested to get this point. 2 might be pushed back by the overzealous fan. However, there is still 2 energy available towards the Draven, who can be looking for a good trade.
Yeah, it looks like we do see the Edge of Night deployed onto one of the overzealous fans, but the overzealous is still just going to elect to trigger its ability, more or less just wanting to make sure that the Edge of Night gets played and doesn't get fizzled out by losing control of this battlefield. But we are going to see the Conquer come in for Rek'Sai. Of course, the leader ability's already been used and he's tapped out, so we won't be seeing 2 new cards here, but we will see a tie game at 5-5 now, thanks to this big under Titan push. Of course, being tapped out, now it's only a matter of doing some simple math on the Draven side to be able to take these battlefields back, and then from that point, being at 7 points is basically exactly where a Draven player wants to be. That 6-point mark obviously is the sweet point, but 7 points is just that much sweeter, and I think it's going to be...
Don't forget, Power Nexus is in play. So the way you can finish the game, it is actually a little bit different, and it does alter the power. It does shift away a bit of the power that comes with only 6 points. Now, from the top of my head, I believe Power Nexus is a conquer effect, is it not?
It's a hold effect. When you hold during your beginning phase, you can pay 4 power to gain a point.
So that does shift it a bit. So even if you hold onto 7, if you can ruin your mana base however you want if it means you win the game. You're not gonna need it anymore. The best kind of removal, right? Just winning the game.
It looks like Draven's taking a little bit of time to figure out what they want to do. They do have quite a few cards in their hand at their disposal. A lot of play lines here. Tide Turner still on the base, able to move up, like we mentioned before. Rek'Sai is tapped out, so not much in the ways of being able to defend this Noxus hopeful. So could see the ride the wind to bring Draven over, although I believe we saw Draven come to Reaver's Row as an insurance method to keep the Draven safe. And we are now going to see the Tide Turner come up actually to challenge. And a Blood Rush repeated to give Assault 4, bringing Tide Turner up to 6, enabling it to defeat the Noxus hopeful. Blood Rush, a card that you don't see very often, a card that I very much enjoy, but of course, kind of been on the lower end of playability for most Draven players, and something that I think could see more play in a deck featuring Ezreal, where you get that repeat for free, but obviously space in any Ezreal deck, Reliant deck, is going to be limited with having to include seals and called shots and the like. But Falling Star coming down now to answer the Chosen Champion as well as the Voidling there, and it's just going to be...
I will say, the current, like, we're starting to get in a quite a bit more dire situation right now for the Rek'Sai, and in the terms of keeping up with the pace set out by the Draven, we are noticing the cracks starting to form, and they should be cause for concern because well, despite having access to 15 might onto the board, this Draven is still sitting on 4 energy available and a gold. There is simply not necessarily enough available for the Rek'Sai to bring the hurt to Draven. However, Draven is starting to be stretched a little thin. So if they can address the threats out on these battlefields, the Draven itself, the Tide Turner, the answer from Draven might not be fast enough. So this will be a tremendously important turn. And it all comes down to, does Draven have the insurancy policy of fight or flights, of rebukes to keep himself stuck on one of these battlefields?
Yeah, I mean, we more or less can assume that Draven might actually have been setting up for a go in for game next turn by putting the Draven to the Reaver's Row and then the Noxus Hopeful back in the base. It seems as though he may be gearing up to just allow this Draven to get pushed back by Reavers and then go in for game next here with something like a Bryn here, perhaps. In any case, being at both battlefields, it does put the pressure on Rek'Sai to have to respond to both. Already respecting the fact that even though it's just a lonely Tide Turner there for 2 might, pushing in double battering ram to get around any type of combat tricks that we might see, like you mentioned, flight or flight rebukes, and instead just going to allow the Tide Turner to go down in this showdown and enable the Conqueror, which will trigger the Rek'Sai ability, revealing as a Hidden Blade and a Noxus Hopeful,
That's good.
electing
Because
to play the Hidden Blade here.
yeah, because that can take care of the Draven. And will he? Won't he? Oh, we are getting some riches come out.
A very cool inclusion here is reacting by playing the Rangar, just again setting up more minions in base. I'm wondering whether or not. Oh no, he had to tap out for it. Oh, he still had one for stack deck. Okay, I thought he had one more rune, and it might have been worth it just to play it to the Reaver's Row and then force this Under Titan to get through a rebuke. But looks like it's just going to be sending the Rangar back to base and now playing a stack deck with that last point during the open showdown. What did he select there? Was that the Spinning Axe?
It has to be, right? That is exactly what you are looking for as the Draven right now. And of course, when you are in this position, you do want to utilize that assault too on the Rengar. You're not going to get it when you're defending, and then it is quite a steep cost to be playing a 3-might creature.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. I actually like some of these inclusions in this Draven list. A couple cards that I was a big fan of myself in my early testing of Draven that I didn't, or kind of struggled with wanting to remove. I really liked Rangar and Blood Rush, so cool to see those cards make a splash here in this list. And now, coming over to the Draven's turn, still 1 gold available at their disposal, and then a hefty 11 runes here.
Yeah. Mr. Plus, take a look. Take a look at how the game is taking shape. We are really seeing a last stand from Rek'Sai, who is kind of stacking all their dice, putting them all on the power nexus, saying, come and get it. And I'm afraid that is exactly what Draven is intending on doing. So, however, if they do want to end it in this turn, they're going to have to address both of these battlefields. And 5 might from Under Titan is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Do keep in mind that Draven is filled to the brim with all these tricks, and you can see the Falling Star in hand already, so efficient in dealing with many of these lower curved threats that are being played by Rek'Sai. Does he have all the tools available?
Yeah, the Falling Star in an awkward position here, not really being able to answer any of the problem units. The only units it could kill at this point are the Trifarian and the Voidling in the base, not two units that are really posing much of a threat in this current junction. So electing to avoid utilizing the Falling Star so far and actually just gonna go in on some big buffs onto this Rengar. I don't believe we've seen him play two cards yet, just the one with the spinning axe, so could still end up deploying the Darius here, but actually seeing another
Oh, another Rengar.
Rengar come out. Very cool.
Man, from the bushes, he jumps into action. And that is another assault too. That is another 5 might that is looking to get the job done. However, that is not enough, right? If he does not address the Under Titan on the other field, it might not be enough at all. But there's still 6 cards available towards our Draven pilot. Not done just yet. Let's see if his first punch finds flesh.
Yeah, it looks like he may be in a position here where he can just elect to wipe out this battlefield. Currently throwing out 19 might to the only 17 might, I believe, for
Only
the
17 might,
yeah, for the Rek'Sai. So going to get over by 2, leaving the Noxus Hopeful alive. Of course, that does enable the equipment to be reattached to this Noxus Hopeful, and then simple Ride the Wind over could end the game for us right here. And of course, it looks like that is going to be what we see happen as the Noxus Hopeful comes over and gets the job done with the Spinning Axe and Edge of Night to walk over the Under Titan for a whopping 9 and end us game 1 going over to the Draven player.
That was tight, I will say, managing to snatch that win in the end. But it felt like Rek'Sai was pushing it to the very edge, not very close until the very, very end. And now the question remains, how are you going to adapt to the situation? Because this Draven, it feels like it embodies a lot of the familiar aspects of Draven that we like, but with a little pinch of nutmeg in there. Something to put you on the wrong path. Just a little twist to surprise you with.
Yeah, I think that the Rengar inclusions were really cool. I liked seeing the Rengars come out to play there and put in work. I know the first one wasn't super splashy, but that second one was very sweet to see come in. And I gotta say, I really wish I got to see Rengar utilized more throughout the Spiritforged meta. So really happy to see that card come out, and I wonder whether or not that will be used within the Rengar Legend in the next set. But as far as this match is concerned, let's see what the Rek'Sai can do to adjust for Game 2. I'm not entirely sure what the sideboards look like for a list like this. Being a mono-yellow deck, I'm not sure what they could bring in from the side to really address some of the pitfalls that they were experiencing in that first game. I'm not sure if you have a little bit more.
Quite minimal, right? Because this is the matchup that you are expecting to play most. So I feel like if you're not mainboarding to address Draven, you are leaving some money on the table, so to speak.
Yeah.
So it is really coming down to, is it a bit of the RNG runouts that you're maybe not too happy with, or is it simply put, if I go first, it'll go better. It'll be a little nicer, and the tempo will be favoring me once again. Because I think it didn't, like the gap wasn't that big.
Yeah,
there was a major advantage garnished early on in the game with all that gold that, well, especially after those big skirmishes on the battlefields, being able to re-equip those gears for free, essentially, is a major boon, and why he actually could pull off that insane final turn where you get to cast almost your entire hand and still make it through. That is what you need. And picking the right moment to peak the way that Draven did is a skill on itself.
Yeah, I think that something that has me a little bit concerned for our Rek'Sai player is that the hits off the Rek'Sai ability were very good that game by and large. I think, I mean, we did see the Under Titan reveal and led to a crazy explosive Noxus Hopeful double battering ram, big turn, and a lot of the stuff that you assume is exactly what the deck wants to be doing. And so if the deck operating at that high efficiency level, at least as what it seems on the face is what it was trying to do, and still falling a little bit short there in that first game, it's a little concerning to me. But I'm wondering whether or not that initial battlefield selection was kind of just a throwaway battlefield just because they lost the dice roll and the Draven player was going first. They
Quite
used
non-committal, I'd say.
Yeah, a non-committal kind of just a battlefield that more than likely wasn't going to cause a huge impact on the game. And now with the selection to go first in the next game, will they opt to what battlefield will they utilize to make the biggest advantage out of that? I'm curious to know whether or not this deck runs Obelisk of Power, being that it is trying to spam so many units on board. Will we see a double Obelisk in the next game?
Is it even? Yeah, I was about to say, like, is it even necessary? Because you almost know for certain what the Draven will be fielding in game number 2. And well, considering that Rek'Sai is a 3 energy unit, might not be too bad to hold on to your own Obelisk and see if what you can get done later on. See if you can get hitch a free ride.
I'm wondering whether or not there's much adjustments that need to be made from the Draven side out of the sideboard. Probably not too much. Maybe some extra Bryn here's. Not too sure what they would really bring in, if anything. There, it seemed like they were kind of doing more or less what they needed to do throughout that game. Nothing really seemed like too much of a dud. I think the definite standout there that you mentioned very early on was the very quick and plentiful amount of gold generated off of the Treasure Hunter plus Tide Turner. So perhaps that being a huge boon for the Draven in that game could be a difference maker should the Draven not be so fortunate to open up that pot with the abundance of gold thanks to an early Treasure Hunter.
An early Treasure Hunter can shift the tides if need be. And that is just the power that comes across the board in a domain like Chaos, who both have the beginning and the payoff for engines like that, right? Both have ways to generate the gold and then the lovely ways that they can spend it in. Now, as the Rek'Sai, how concerning is it to you that they did? I mean, it's kind of tough to put it into the perspective of how efficient and how much card generation a Draven has. But despite all that, they seem to be exhausting their hand quite a bit. Running mono yellow does shut the door on some juicy cards that you might want access to. What is the biggest card that you would have to sacrifice in Fury in the name of consistency for running a mono yellow Rek'Sai? If you have any insight to offer on that at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know that I seen in previous lists or matches that I've commentated or spectated of Rek'Sai the utilization of stuff like Longsword. That's been a big boon in some of these Rek'Sai decks, which of course with the mono yellow we don't have access to that quick draw equipment. Obviously stuff like Hextech Ray, but usually that's off of the back of seals, and obviously we're only playing the yellow seals here, so there's gonna be some interesting inclusions or exclusions out of the red pool that I think probably ultimately aren't doing too much in this matchup anyways. Being like one that is very popular is the Ferris Forerunner, which of course into purple isn't very efficient, usually getting rebuked and stuff like that. I'm not sure. Maybe this Rek'Sai player or Rek'Sai players that have come to the conclusion of this deck have determined that a lot of the red pool that has a power cost just isn't doing enough to push the Draven match over the top, so it's not really worth including over the ability to play some of these more powerful and power intrusive yellow cards.
I think we have seen plenty of innovation coming from the Rek'Sai, and the fact that they are going 4-0 should say more than enough about how efficient this deck can get. Now, looking at how the field is forming around them, they're going to be playing a whole lot more than just Dravens today. Let's speculate a bit about these other matchup they might be facing. What besides the Draven, is there a matchup that immediately comes to mind where you think, like, I think they might be struggling a little bit more when it comes to winning the series?
Nothing immediately comes to mind that would be an outright hard counter in my mind to this Rek'Sai list. Definitely could run into some similar pitfalls to the Miracle decks and what they're trying to do, as it seems a little bit similar in, I guess, premise, as we see the battlefields being displayed are, of course, the tried and true Obelisk of Power for the Draven game 2, and then what looked to be the arena's greatest to me for the Rek'Sai.
Making a run for it. And I can't blame him too much if you saw how that could have swung the potential in game number 1. We are getting ready to get started for round 5, game number 2. Draven sitting on match point in Shenzhen's Nationals. Can Rek'Sai right this ship or go down with it? We're going to find out just that as we are getting started in game number 2.
Looking forward to this one, as we saw just how close the Rek'Sai was able to make that game 1, now having the advantage of starting off on the play. Will this Rek'Sai be able to take it home this time? As thanks to the Obelisk of Power from the Draven player, we will get to see a turn 1 chosen champion Rek'Sai deploy should he want to do so, which it looks like.
Did you see what he have in hand? Did you see what he has in hand? Oh, it's perfect. You love to see it come in from the sideboard. Call the week. If this Draven plays the turn 1 Draven, he is in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, this is definite. Feels bad. I know I've been in this
feels great.
predicament.
Couldn't feel better.
Yeah, feels great for you as the yellow player, I will admit.
Oh, and it's going to cost him a might as well. Oh,
Yeah.
It is disaster, man. Because even as you can conquer with the Rek'Sai, maybe even get out a throwaway unit so you are not impacted too much by this at all. Man, I can't wait. I can't wait. You can hear it from me. It is the tech that I love seeing, because punishing the super greedy Obelisk of Power plays is the way to claw yourself back into this game. Let's see what he can get done.
Yeah, and an interesting to note too is that because of the lack of
And the
any
hopeful.
red, the lack of any red runes here, the accelerate ability from the Rek'Sai is more often than not actually ever going to. In fact, I feel like it would almost never come into fruition unless, I guess, being utilized on a yellow unit. But for the most part, I can see that unit.
Oh, and he has tokens for himself now as well.
I was going to say that
plus-
unit was expendable, but instead he's just going to go ahead and generate some recruits and use one of those instead and get rid of this early Kaisa. Notably, though, this is a Kaisa getting taken out, not the Draven Vanquisher. So Draven Vanquisher still sitting safely in the chosen champion zone may yet prove to be a formidable foe that this Rek'Sai is going to have to get over as we now pass it back to the Draven.
Yeah, but in a way that feels even better, almost, as because when you are looking at what the Draven brings to the table, right? The fact that they also lost a might now on the Kai'Sa almost feels more valuable than it ever was before. Now we'll be slingshotting the Draven onto the battlefield, and it will give them the draws then they need. We'll get them the gold. However, is that blow enough to help this Rek'Sai out here? Because end of the line, look what is available to them when the turn gets back to them. Because it did mean a little bit of a blow to their economy. However, they do have those 2 seals ready to go. Might alleviate some of the pressure they were encountering.
Yeah, and notably, the play line that this Draven has elected to go for has tapped them out. So
Vulnerable.
he can move this Draven back after the Ride the Wind has readied it and choose to try to keep it safe in the base, but instead is actually going to elect to hide a card and just ask the Rek'Sai if they feel lucky. Do you, punk? Come in, come fight my Draven.
Yeah, only looking to fill a single coffin in this little shootout situation here. Now, the only thing I'm missing is cigarillos and ponchos, and then we have everything set for him. Now,
All right, here's the
don't
Cold a
think
Week off
about
the top. Here it comes. Ready? Cold a Week off the top.
Oh,
Oh, double
do it.
Void Rush.
Oy, 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 oy. Not too bad at all. And the fact that, even if they do sit in this situation, they get to keep up. And this Draven is a
Ooh.
little bit vulnerable now.
Under Titan hit again. That's what you love to see, which is going to enable a free deploy of the Noxus Hopeful. Of course, the interaction between Void Rush and the Legion effect of Noxus Hopeful enables you to get that free play of the Noxus Hopeful off when you do see it off the top, and then netting an extra 2 energy thanks to the reveal of the Under Titan. Not a bad swing for our Rek'Sai player here. Unfortunately, seeing the double Void Rush off the top of the leader effect does mean one went back to the bottom of the deck. More than likely will not be seen again. So leaving us with only 1 Void Rush left to find in the next few cards off the top of our deck, as we see a spell that I am not seeing resolved too many times that get played here. What does this card read?
Oh, there's a bunch of words on it, innit? Yeah. We're getting some buffs into play, and we do know that those can be beneficial if played in the right order. Now, is this really punishing the Draven that is left tapped out, a little vulnerable? And I don't think it is enough. I feel
Rally
like they
the
are
troops.
leaving.
There we go.
They are leaving a bit out on the field here, and this might be the opening that Draven needs to step in, take a breather, establish his hand, and stabilize the game from here on out.
Yeah, and the cool part about that utilization of Rally the Troops to get a couple buffs on the board is that it will enable a free Call to Glory at some point in the future, potentially, which is something that we saw in Game 1, the Call to Glory come out being paid for the old-fashioned way, tapping 3 down, but that card becomes a lot more scary when it can be used while tapped out, like in a situation as we're seeing now. So something that is going to have to be on the mind of our Draven player going forward now that there are some buffs on the board. Of course, Draven not really having much established here, just the Draven chosen champion, while the Rek'Sai player has a boatload of units out. We are going to have to start setting up.
Are you going to pull back? Yeah, and that is exactly what they are looking to get done. when they do commit to the hitting card being played. It's an extra body, but it's also a bit of a throwaway. And most importantly, gets their Draven into safety, and it gives them a rally point to start launching a future assault.
One thing that we have to keep track of also here is just the time that we're utilizing in this here game, as we are down to 24 minutes left in the round clock. Of course, it's only being 3-3. Rek'Sai is still going to have to come away with 2 wins here if they want to take a match win. So gonna have to maintain a decent pace of play, as we are only looking at 4-3 now after the hold. Definitely going to see a Conquer come out and a look at the top 2 from the Rek'Sai ability, no doubt, from this arena's greatest very shortly. But not sure what our Rek'Sai is really looking for at this point. They do already have the Under Titan in hand, so the Anthem effect battle cry that they put into such effective use in the game 1 is at their disposal now. They just need enough units on board to really get the full weight of it out. But as I say
It's
that, we're
exactly
just
what
going to
we
see
see
it
happen.
deployed now already.
And I feel like when you have only the Tide Turner there, right? This feels like a big investment. I think it's more important to get just the big body of the Under Titan out rather than the buffs are rather necessary. It will be very helpful though, because when you look at the Draven side of the board, there's 4 energy ready. There is some fight or flights. There is some rebuke potential there, or spinning axes. So it is in favor of the Rek'Sai here to maybe drip units in one by one, scout out the battlefield a little bit, get a lay of the land before they commit their entire host to such a dangerous undertaking, even when it is just a single Tide Turner.
And in this situation, do you ever elect to still activate the Rek'Sai unit or a Rek'Sai Legend leader ability should this Conquer go through? Only having 1 energy available to spend, more than likely won't be able to play anything off the top, but is going to go ahead and look anyways.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, even if you don't take any of it, it thins out your deck and limits the options available to you. You know what is left in your deck, and it makes your deck more predictable to yourself. Seeing more cards is having more information, and the higher you get, the more information you have, the better you can do.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just going to see the score up to 5 and then pass back over to Draven, who now has Rengar, Draven, and an overzealous fan set up in base, ready to push in for this assault. Only 1 energy available for the Rek'Sai. Not very much to be doing with 1 energy on defense. Of course, Call to Glory, as we mentioned earlier, still a potential threat, but
Yeah,
more than likely going to be able to move this overzealous fan in to take out the recruit here, should he elect to do so, and just get the easy Conquer out of the way. Looks like that's what we're going to do here first. And then from there, we are looking at a total of 6 might over at the arena's greatest. So not a huge total to get over, with the assault from Rengar already putting it at 5. Looks like we have a Falling Star, Rebuke, Stack Deck, Kaisa, and I did not catch the last card there in hand, but a pretty decent hand here for this upcoming attack. Nonetheless, should be able to run over these units at the arena's greatest with relative ease.
Coming down to the wires, we are nearing the climax of game number 2. Taking a lot of time to think through their steps. And I will say, despite that the Rek'Sai turns can be rather lengthy, I do feel like they're getting a lot done. Like, it's not like it's wasted time where they're just mulling over their options. Feels like they are always playing something. Like they're always casting something or contesting a battlefield. Now, the first shots have been fired.
Yeah, we're seeing 11 might presented after the Draven unit activation. Interesting to see why they chose to utilize that when they were already plenty of might over what they needed to conquer there. Nonetheless, we are
I'm
going to...
assuming out of precaution for maybe the Call to Glory.
Good point. Yep, we did mention the Call to Glory was a potential there with the buff available to play it for free. So playing around the outs that the Rek'Sai might have at their disposal now.
Yeah. Always play for worst case situation. I think it's a very good adaptation to have.
Yeah, getting now us up to a tied 5-5. We're more than likely going to see a setup turn out of the Draven, just deploying a bunch of units to base, which of course is a solid strategy, but we are allowing our Rek'Sai player to now come in and score up to 7 on the following turn, putting him within lethal range the following turn. So definitely giving the Draven a lot to think about here with how quickly the Rek'Sai has been able to threaten lethal thanks to the early aggression and the extra point from the arena's greatest.
And to me, I feel like you really have to weigh your options of, do I want to get to 7? What kind of benefit does that bring me? Or can I just take the one battlefield and allow my way up through there? Because you're going to have to keep in mind that, I mean, the difference between 7 victory points or just the 6, it's rather minimal. And when you are playing a deck like the Rek'Sai, who wants to play on the attack, you're not great at holding. I feel like it's a very volatile situation to be in, especially against a Draven who is so adept at maximizing the showdown situations where they can fully utilize the Vanguard, where they can fully utilize the spinning actions, and so forth. Meanwhile, when you are the one who is bringing down the herd up to 6 points, looking to score your 8th, you feel more in control. But it is giving a minor opening towards the Draven.
Yeah, we were a little bit lost in the sauce here going over the match. Kind of glossed over the what seems to be a judge ruling or judge call that kind of messed up the Draven's turn a little bit there, because the Kaisa was not deployed after all, instead just having 2 runes up now on defense. And looks like that is going to result in what you were mentioning prior, is just a conquer to 6 and then probably hold everything back in base, because we do have another Under Titan in hand. So probably just going to set up as many units in base now as they can, and then next turn throw out the Under Titan to try to go for game. But very peculiar. I'm not entirely sure what we missed there. A little bit of an oversight on our part to not see why that reversal happened and what caused the judge to make the Draven player take back the
Well, when we get
play.
clarification on that, we'll share it with you ASAP. Until that moment, this Rek'Sai is looking to equal out the score and maybe even contend for the series win. Now,
looks like hearing from chat real quick that it was actually the Noxus Hopeful being deployed without the Legion effect. I think I've fallen victim to something similar. You know, you're just so used to playing Noxus Hopeful out for that 2 energy. Sometimes you get ahead of yourself and you slam it down thinking it's 2, but oh wait, you hadn't activated Legion yet, and now you're being forced to pay the full 4 for it, and all of a sudden your entire turn math is thrown off. So good catch by the judge there to not allow that Noxus Hopeful to get through for only 2 energy. A little bit of a order lull mix-up. Probably could have sequenced a little bit better to not have that happen. But I have to go back and watch to be 100% sure. But regardless, we are where we are now, 7 points to 5. A decent setup base for the Rek'Sai. Only 2 units on board for Draven. looking like a very good spot for our Rek'Sai player, but I must once again mention the fact that we are ticking down that round timer rather quickly as we're approaching only 14 minutes left. So gonna be quite a mission to get a third game done in such a small amount of time. But nevertheless, we are seeing the Draven come in and offering a trade, it looks like, but then the Blood Rush is going to come out repeated in order to make quick work of the enemy Noxus hopeful, netting us a
Yeah.
draw. But
it's only to stem the bleeding, because look how occupied that base of the Rek'Sai is, and we know what is hiding in the shadows. So it's really kind of going through what seems to be the inevitable. We do see some answers ready. Fight or flight, locked and loaded. How much can the Draven still get done this turn? Because if he can't shift that last battlefield, it's already over. So he has to get that done. And he needs to get it done with minimal investment.
yeah, he doesn't. The ironic thing here is that he has the rebuke in hand, but he does not want to rebuke Under Titan. That will just spell his doom. And so he's looking probably to just push up his overzealous fan and then fight or flight it back, netting himself a draw and that 7th
Little
point.
does he
But
know.
from there, there's not a whole lot left in hand. He's got 7 runes to work with. It's a tall order for this Draven to come back, but gonna want to try to pick up the pace here, because you never know what could happen with the swarminess of this Rek'Sai deck. You could find yourself on the back foot in game 3 and end up losing to
He
a
is not holding
2-point
a fight or
swing.
flight. Oh, no, it's just a mana. It's just a mana.
He did
He
elect
is
to
going to
rebuke
rebuke
it.
it. Oh, that seems like a death sentence.
I tend to agree. It seems like, I mean, if we
And-
didn't
and-
already know that there was another one in hand, as I thought that there was, I mean, this definitely ensures the ability to come in really big next turn and end the game.
And we are certain that this Draven player is literate, right?
I should hope
Hey, you never
so.
know.
It's
You never
kind
know.
of,
You know,
it's kind of
maybe-
important to playing card games.
There are pretty pictures on them. You know, there's
Yeah.
plenty for those who learn by hearsay, so to speak. All right, Falling Star coming out to stem the bleeding just a little more. But is it a band-aid on a gushing wound, or is it actually enough to turn the Dane back in its favor? We'll be digging a little deeper, but only with 2 energy left. It is looking like a
Another
mighty
Foff.
tall order.
Looks like another Foff picked up off of that stack deck. Probably just going to hide the 2 copies of Foff that they have here, and hope that having 3 fighter flights is going to be enough to stop this, which it very well might be. This could be an actual highway robbery we're witnessing, as the Draven player could end up running away with this off the back of just sheer redundancy of fighter flight hidden at both battlefields, plus the 3rd copy in hand, and not to mention the overzealous fan being another Foff on a body. Let's see what happens here for the Rek'Sai player. I'm gonna need something in forms of hard removal here. Hopefully maybe another copy of that Cold a Week that we saw earlier. I'm not sure that the Under Titan's enough to do it. 3 units on board, 3 fighter flights at the ready is a recipe for disaster for our Rek'Sai player. What seemed like the match was all shored up might end up being going the other way.
So here is a line that you have to keep your eyes on. So Under Titan will be coming out, but with the Conquer trigger of the Rek'Sai, if he gets the Conquer trigger, who knows what might be laying on top? Might be that other hidden blade, and being able to disperse of a battlefield just like that might just be enough. Looking forward, that will be getting rid of 1. Will the recruit be allowed to stay on? No. Second one being put out. But that does leave us with 1.
Wow, I'm really at a loss for words at this point, as I can't believe that the Draven player was able to muster this level of a comeback off of just a Noxus hopeful, an overzealous fan, and triple fighter flight. Uh, Quite an incredible sequence of cards that was able to
And I
more or
think
less.
the painful part of this is the battlefield selection coming out for our Draven, for our Rek'Sai player, selecting to contest into the fan. It was dire, but Draven will be pulling out the win, will be securing himself another 2-0. And despite our Rek'Sai's hardest effort, his best efforts, it is not enough. Triple fighter flight with the fan is enough to lock this game up. I mean, there's only so much you can do.
That was just brutal. I mean, you really have to feel
Devastation. That was
for the
devastating.
Rek'Sai player here, because that was just brutal. Not much to say there. That is definitely the power of purple, and you saw it at its
I mean, it's
maximum
just a very
efficacy
fortunate
there.
run out, right?
Yeah.
It's a very fortunate run out, and you get to see so many cards as the Draven. I mean, if there were certain perfect puzzle pieces that would have fixed this conundrum, and those were exactly it. And I mean, there is just a certain wisdom we can all learn from in the wise words from Morch in chat. Just draw better. Just instead of drawing a card you don't need, just draw the card you need. It's not that hard.
Yeah, what are you doing? Draw the exact answers every time you need them.
I
Come
believe
on.
it was that final stack deck, wasn't it, where he got the last fighter flight?
The third FOF, yeah. He already
Mhm.
had the 2 in hand plus the overzealous, so finding the third one was just the cherry on top. I'm not even sure that the third one technically, well, I guess it was necessary to seal the deal right then and there, but just an insane turn of events for sure. To
So
see the Draven player looking like they were on the back foot and more or
I
less
feel like we might
kind
have
of
had a
down for the
different
count.
outcome if they instead contested the battlefield without the fan on it, right? I mean, it's we are talking about preparing for worst case scenarios, and preparing for 3 fighter flights might be a bit might be a bit extreme, but I think that would have at least had an opening for another Conquer trigger to cast something with
Yeah.
Rek'Sai, maybe bink that Hidden Blade off the top deck or something similar. But it does not matter now. It's not all over just yet for our Rek'Sai. 4-on-1 can still find
Right.
himself in day 2 if he rights the ship, takes a deep breath, find himself to that day number 2. Plus, what a wholly entertaining match that was.
It really was. Who would have thought a mono yellow Rek'Sai would be a 4-0 undefeated deck as late as around 5? And as you mentioned, going just X1 so far, looking still like he's hanging in there. Hopefully he can win out at least in day number 1. There's at least 3 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow. So he has a little bit more winning, exactly about double where he's at right now. So maybe we'll see this Rek'Sai later on. But nonetheless, he came out with the chili pepper spiciness coming out this. He even had cards I don't think we point out too much. It was the Void Dune. Wait. Let me look up that card. I think he comes out
The
for
Void
free, basically. Or he comes out for 1 energy. Void Drone, I believe is the
Void
card.
Drone,
I
there you
cost
go.
2 less when played anywhere other than your hand. He made full use of that. A little bit of similarities between Miracle, but it was like Void Drone, Battering Ram, and then every little other thing. He had the little Assaulting Poro as well. So I really like what he brought. Apparently took some inspiration from
ground.
the PPG list that just did really well the previous weekend. So maybe taking a little bit of mix, because we've never seen that deck before. So that was awesome to see. I was impressed.
And that is the beauty of deck building, right? You are standing on the shoulders of giants. You take inspiration from those who came before you and improve upon them. I think it's very clear to see in this Rek'Sai deck how it can overwhelm opponents with a abundance of threats that are all quite powerful and mix in the amount of cards you get to see. You know, you don't necessarily get to draw them the way Draven does, but the fact you get to dig pretty deep throughout your deck with all those Conquer triggers, with all those Void Rift and Void Link triggers, I get how this deck can find its way to a day number 2, and I hope they do make it.
Yeah, we
Yeah, and
will
it's
see.
cool to see that the deck operating more or less like on the design that seems that it was intended to, for lack of a better phrase. Kind of the void swarm that you would expect from a character like Rek'Sai. Something like we saw in Legends of Runeterra for Rek'Sai, just this barrage of units over and
They don't
over
call her the
again.
queen for nothing.
Yeah, so it was cool to see that vision of the deck put into fruition there, as we've been seeing a lot of baited hook and control variants of the deck, just seeing a straight up swarm the board, utilizing the hero ability to play the void units like the one you mentioned that actually get benefit off of being revealed from the Rek'Sai effect. Very cool to see Rek'Sai do what Rek'Sai was designed to do.
Yeah, really, really cool, as you mentioned. And now with round 5 in the books, of course, we left off that round with about 10 or so minutes remaining. So these guys are still playing out round 5. But what I was getting at, it is down to the final 2 rounds. Round 6 and round 7 will be concluding day number 1 of the National Spiritforged Open over there in Shenzhen, China. And those been some great matches. I think the ones you guys just casted right now might have been the highlight. Very clean play from both players, just a bit luckier on one side of the board, and just Draven just having exactly what he needed to kind of sneak away that victory. Because Rek'Sai, if you took a snapshot of that board when Rek'Sai had, well, after he played the Under Titan, or towards right before, what was it that he took away? I can't even remember now. But if you took a snapshot of one of that board, what was it?
Are you talking about the card that got taken away from the Draven player?
No, the turn before that, pretty much, where we looked at his board and we were like, man, that's just too massive of a base. There's no way he's not winning. I think it's pretty much where he went to 7 and he was waiting for his next turn, but then like falling star, and then I guess he removed the 2 units on the battlefields as well. I could not have thought Rek'Sai was gonna lose that game, but yep, here we are. Draven does win another game in these rounds, so looking good. I think we should expect at least maybe 30 to 40% Draven in top 16. As sad as I am about that, it's just a kind of reality we live in currently.
And for him to have achieved that after that Noxus hopeful misplay too is pretty wild in and of itself. Being forced to have 1 less unit on the board and still having just enough to get there because of it is pretty wild. And
Right.
another thing that was definitely worth mentioning in that round was that those 2 players being undefeated at that point in the day go in round 5 were playing to lock in their day 2 berth, as 5 wins is a guaranteed ticket to day 2. So Draven for sure going to be seen tomorrow, that player. But Rek'Sai is going to need to pull out a win in the next 2 rounds, round 6 or 7, if we want to see them back again tomorrow. So definitely going to have to bounce back after that loss. It does feel bad to get 2-0'd like that, but it's kind of what we were talking about before going into that game, is that level of the ability to take those losses in stride and learn from it what you can, and just bounce back, get back on the horse, and close it out, because you still got 2 more rounds to play, and you need a dub in one of those if you want to see day 2. So hopefully we see this Rek'Sai player again, because that was a really cool version of the deck.
Yeah, potentially we see a little bit more of his teammates or something similar playing it later down the road, because Rek'Sai is a fan favorite and he seems to have a decently good matchup against Draven. But of course, I know we committed for 2 rounds today. I know it's getting rather late for Mr. Plus. I think it's about 3 a.m. or a little past 3 a.m., isn't it?
What a trooper.
Yes.
Yeah,
3
what a
a.m.
trooper.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll go ahead. I know it's getting late. And Bennett, that was a solid morning. What time is it now? Wait, when did we start, guys? It's been a little bit longer than the 2 hours I anticipated.
Yeah, there was an hour break, and after
Jesus.
the next round there is another hour break, as you saw in the scheduling as well. It's not just the 90 minutes. It's an hour extra.
Are
But
you really?
I
Wait,
can't
wait,
think
wait.
of
Really? I thought it was the same as what I had posted in the thing. It's not. It's an hour because the round takes an hour. No.
I can point it out in the scheduling. There's 2.5 hours between round 4 and 5
Between
on
4
the
and 5. Wait, wait,
what
wait.
you
Oh, I'll
see
look it up. But
the screen.
yeah, I was just
Well,
getting that.
I
If you
can tell
guys wanted
you
to
from
head
looking
out of
at
here, I could
YouTube.
throw us on a short little break while I'll go ahead and contact Leroy. And of course, while these guys kind of get preparations ready for these last two rounds, round 6 and round 7, they've been on a trend of showing us the undefeated players. So my money's on they're probably going to show us another EXO player. Might be one Draven, but hopefully we see a little bit more spice on the other side of the board. Something like an undefeated Victor, an undefeated Fiora, something of the like. I would be super excited to see. But Bandit and Mr. Plus, you guys killed it. You guys did awesome. I think you guys have a good synergy. I think it really did work out. I was happy you guys were paired today.
It's
Thank you. I
it's
agree.
easy to work with someone as knowledgeable as Mr. Plus. It makes life very easy in
Right.
this team.
And I got the charismatic bandit to bounce off of, so it was a great rounds. I loved casting together, and I hope to do so again. Thank you so much for the great partnership there.
Yeah, won't be too long. I am sure of it, because I mean, just look at the schedule that's ahead of us. It is booming in Riftbound Town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very exciting. Can't wait to see more events. I personally, the more I do these castings, the more I'd rather do this than play the game, to be honest. So,
That's where I'm at.
uh,
Too real.
yeah.
Yeah, but guys, thank you
No, Plus,
again. Of
thank you so much.
course, before we head on out of here, if you guys want to leave us with any little shout out / closing remarks, I'll let Bandit start us off. It's perfect time to
Yeah,
do so.
yeah, I think it's very, very, very easy. You should be going out there and play Riftbound in your local game stores. And while you're waiting to get paired, you should probably head on over on some social accounts and follow at Caster Bandit. Keep track of where we're going. Keep your eyes open for the regional qualifiers in Europe. In Utrecht, we'll be looking to hang out. Let's put it like that.
Cool.
What about you, Mr. Plus? Any little shout out / closing remarks before we head on to a little short break?
Yeah, just once again, always want to say thank you to you, Plus, for the opportunity. Thank you to Bandit again for the great camaraderie. Those are great matches to cast. I can't wait to go back and rewatch those. So thank you guys for tuning in, everybody that came in, interacted in the stream. I am going to just plug my usual local game store out here in Southern California in Riverside, Top Deck Keep. Come play in our 2 times a week weekly Nexus nights. We have them on
Nice.
Tuesdays and Fridays. So come through, get your guys Nexus night packs, and win some store credit. It's a great time. We got a great community and always looking to keep building it. And also like to say that I am going to try to start streaming some more Riftbound gameplay over on my Twitch. I just streamed the other night for the first time in a long time, so gonna try to get that rolling a little bit more. So hopefully I'll see you guys over there.
Can't wait.
For sure. I put both of their links over on both of the chats on Twitch and YouTube. So please, guys, show these guys some loves. They did an awesome job. And so much so, they will be back tomorrow. Bandit and Mr. Plus back at it one more time. Not together, slightly separate, but back nonetheless. I believe Mr. Plus, I think you're with me tomorrow. I think because you got to go to work. So it'll be starting us off. It'll be myself and Mr. Plus. Double the trouble. Double Plus starting us off. And then Bandit getting to work with Dubby as requested. So that's going to be a really fun time as well. So you'll see more of these guys on in day 2 Top Cut. But for now, let's go ahead and throw us to a short little break while these guys get that round 5 wrapped up and then start preparing for round 6. But I'll see you guys tomorrow, all right? Take care.
All right. See you
Bye.
tomorrow.
All right, guys, and for me, I'm gonna go on a short little break. I gotta do some jumping jacks or some push-ups or something. I don't know what it is. I'm usually never the one to be a little bit tired over these live, long streams. But I guess since we're approaching the 9-hour mark, I am feeling it, chat. I am indeed feeling it. So I'm going to go take a little bit of a walk, stretch your legs, throw me some of your energy because I'm going to need it for these last 2 rounds. And speaking of the last 2 rounds, Leroy Stinson will be joining us. He started things off in the initial national. For anyone that's been following Runes and Rift events for a while now, because I think that was the first ever co-stream we ever did. You guys are troopers. You guys are true OGs of these streams. 79-month subscriber, but Riftbound is new. Hey, who's a 79-month subscriber? I don't have a 79-month subscriber. Wait, do I? Wait, no, guys. What are you talking about, Dublunin? Riftbound is definitely new. Riftbound for the English region came out in October 31st. But wait, time to nap between rounds. Yeah. Well, I can't take a nap, chat. If I'm laying down, if I hit the hay right now, I'm not waking up. I am not waking up because it's I don't know what time it is for you guys, but for me, it's about approaching morning. It's 6:20 a.m. When we started off the stream, it was 10 p.m. my time. So this is not my usual time I'm up and awake, right? So this is like an overnight stream. By the way, plus, I don't know if you watch League, but the guy being tied up is a League Pro. Yeah, Skydola, I heard that because this commercial isn't new. If you guys were watching the regional circuit about a month ago, they kept showing that commercial over and over again. So I've seen it. It's a funny commercial. Is the eternal struggle no sleep and scrimmage in 5 hours? I'm saying, broke it, Hemi. It's the eternal struggle of I wish I could play in some scrimmages this weekend, but we have the national, and by the time I wake up, the scrimmages are already done. And clouds about 4:20 a.m. Nice. Texas time or Mountain. Skydola for me, I'm EST. I'm in Florida, so I'm right on the east coast of the states. But yeah, guys, let me take a short little break. It might be longer than usual. I think they haven't thrown a timer. Once they throw the timer as a 10-minute mark, I'll probably take honestly a 10-minute break, come back, chat it up for a little bit. Maybe we'll talk a little bit of set 2, or not set 2, talk a little bit about set 3. I don't think any more reveals are left to be revealed for week 1, right? I think everything that's been revealed has been so already. So I think we have at least a good picture what to expect going into next week. But guys, it's 11:20 a.m. Wait, Carve, where are you from? 11:20, that sounds like European time if you ask me. Broken Hemi, you're a YouTube, shouldn't you have an Adderall addiction? Broken, I actually don't do any of that stuff. wait, why does a YouTuber have to have an Adderall addiction? I never heard that kind of stereotype before. But yeah, Broken, no kind of substances for me on my side. Oh, and from Germany, nice, Carl. We did an awesome event with you guys, not with you guys, but in Germany last week, and I was excited to do. Do you know the new YouTube stereotype? Do you not know the new YouTube stereotype? Broken, you might have to enlighten me. I'm not too familiar with the new stereotype. To be fair, chat, I'm a little bit more of a faceless YouTuber. If you guys notice from the YouTube, you guys rarely see my face. If you guys are tuning in on the live streams, that's when you kind of get to chat with me / see my face actually, because I get this so much is like no one knows what I really look like until they tune into the streams, or if you know me from the previous content I've done before, because I just do the tournament videos. Like I would like to get into maybe, let's say, like do the top 10 purple cards or top 10 green cards, and it's just me like chatting and with the edited video, but I haven't got, dabbled in there just yet. I've done it in the past, but everything we're doing with like the community, setting up these events, setting up future things and projects, it adds up, chat. It adds up, and just putting out, I end up putting like 2 videos a day with the tournaments because we have way too much content, which is a good problem to have, honestly. So we'll see. I would like to start in like diversifying a little bit more into different avenues of content. And plus is old. Yeah, I guess you can say that. You can say I'm an unk. You know, whenever you have a kid, you're officially into unk status, aren't you? He does cocaine like all the old school YouTubers. Oh, Hop, I am Colombian, right? So you already know. I kid. But no, none of that, chat. None of that. All right, chat. Before you guys have me going on a tangent here, let me go ahead and take a little bit of a break. I will be right back. Sober is the new cool. Jump, it wasn't always like that, but once you kind of get to a certain point in life, you're like, what are you doing, right? Because to be fair, chat, I used to be a pretty big Mary Jane kind of guy for a long time. And then it just gets to a point, you know, when you hit 30s, you're like, okay, why do I keep doing this every day? Like, and Mr. Plus, you have a good night. Thanks so much for hanging out, and not hanging out, but being a part of the stream today. You guys did an awesome job, as I said before. Looking forward for tomorrow. Hopefully you get some good rest. I'll see you then. It's hip to be a square. Clouds, I guess so. If a square is being a bit healthy and being able to actually breathe and run a couple miles without having to stop, I'll take it. But all right, chat. What is the Mary Jane kind of guy? T-Wob, you guys are talking about some personal questions here, huh? This is like the late night hours you guys want to get in here, huh? No, but you guys know what I mean. It's just like, you know, like a good traditional, maybe good isn't the right word, but like a little traditional Mary Jane smoker is like Spider-Man. All right, guys. I completely now checked out of chat. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. And Malx, I am Colombian. I'm actually, funny enough, 100% Colombian. I was born over there, or down there, I guess, for where I'm at. But then I moved here when I was 5, so I'm decently Americanized. I actually lost my Colombian accent. So when you hear me speak Spanish, I speak like a gringo. You know, if I go back to my city, they're like, you're not from here. So I get kind of made fun of whenever I go back. But I understand 100% Spanish. I would like to think I speak 100% Spanish, even though it's not with an accent. At least you would know what I'm saying, right? Like, my barber's a Hispanic. You know, we only talk Spanish. I only talk Spanish to my daughter. Her daycare is 100% Spanish. So they know what I'm saying. I just don't have a nice little pretty Colombian accent. Homie got colonized. I'm saying, Clouds. They got me over here. To be fair, chat, when you come here when you're 5 years old, I tried, or to be honest, what are you really trying when you're 5 years old, right? Like, it wasn't on me. It was more so, I was raised by a single mom. My single mom was always working, and it was me and my brother. We were just talking English all the time because that's what we were talking in school. And just over the years, we kind of unknowingly started losing our accent. And David, sí hablo español. Habla español entonces. What do you mean habla español? Guys, yo estoy cansado, muy cansado. No sé lo que voy a hacer, pero let me go ahead and do un poquito de ejercicio para coger la energía. You almost look Middle Eastern. Malx, I could take that. I could take a little bit of that. You know, if I grew up my beard, I would look a little bit more Middle Eastern for sure. All right, guys, you guys, you know, to be fair, I like this because you guys are giving me the energy I need. I was slowly going this way, but now you guys, you know, hitting me in chat, giving me all that energy. And tacho, you mean taco? I don't even know if taco is actually a Spanish word, chat. I don't think it is. Well, how do you say taco in Spanish? Taco. I just think it's taco. Colombia has Spanish DNA from the colonizer days, and the Spaniards were occupied by Muslims. Oh, a little history lesson from the broken head meat. I gotcha. And crack a Red Bull. Yeah, I actually don't have any kind of energy drinks in my vicinity, but my brother has like a pre-game little shake he does to work out. Maybe I'll take a little bit of that. But then I'm going to be jumping and bouncing around. I already tend to have a little bit of high energy during the cast. I don't want to scare Leroy away, so maybe I won't do none of that, and I'll just kind of hold it down and kind of just raw dog it for the last 2 rounds. And pause, don't clip that, chat. What did I just say? Raw dog it for 2 more rounds. That's okay. And Leroy, you're good. Welcome. Good morning, Leroy. Good morning. And David, 2 more rounds. If you guys see the timer on the screen, it was supposed to literally start 1 hour ago. 1700 or 1730 is my 5:30 a.m., which is literally 1 hour. So Leroy, I hope everything's okay, because it looks like they're an hour behind schedule, but we kind of maybe would have expected that, funny enough. Can we get a recap? I just joined. Okay, Malex, I'll try to my best to remember. If you're on YouTube, it's super easy to just rewind the thing. But the round 1 started off with a Yasuo and an Aurelia player, and it was a very beginner-friendly type game. What I mean by that is I think she was playing for maybe a week or 2. You wouldn't be able to tell from game number 1, but from game number 2 and game number 3, she was just playing the game for 1 or 2 weeks. I felt really bad, but it was somehow fun. I guess that would be the word to say. That was round number 1. Round number 2, chat, you guys might have to help me out. Rewind the VOD, because I don't remember what was round number 2. It was a Draven. Nah, yeah, with 9 hours into the stream, I don't remember what the heck was round number 2. We had an Annie and a Draven somewhere in there. We had an Aurelia and what did we play? I'm keen to see a Fiora deck. Yeah, Cyber, I would love to see a Fiora deck as well. I like to say those players are in it for the love of the game. Yeah, Clouds, it looks like she was maybe has like her boyfriend / girlfriend in the tournament, came to support them. Might as well play in case, just to have a little bit of fun. Want me to take on the cast while you get a break? Leroy, if you want to come in here, that'll be good. Guys, I'll bring Leroy in here shortly. I'll tell him to get the cam so I could pull him in here. But guys, it was Draven. It was an Aurelia versus what? What did they play? It was Aurelia versus, oh, I don't even remember. I mean, the rounds are right in front of me. It was Yasuo Aurelia. Round 4 was Annie and Draven. Round 5 we just saw, it was a Rek'Sai Draven. These last 2 rounds, it was a Draven and Aurelia. Oh, I can't remember their opponents though. Shame on me. Oh, and Aurelia Azir. That's what it was. Thank you, Cyber. So Aurelia Azir, and then it wasn't Draven Annie. It was a Draven something else. Because the Draven Annie was what we just saw in round number 5. And Leroy, I see you setting up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Give me 1 second. Let me pull your camera in here. Okay, there we go. Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing, Leroy? Is it nice and early
Doing
for you,
great.
or what time is it?
Oh, it's 11:30.
Okay,
It's
midday.
definitely nice. I couldn't watch the first ones. I watched only the Draven versus Rek'Sai. It was really cool. Always great to see some amazing casters such as Bandit and Mr. Plus. So yeah, was really happy to see that and glad to be back.
Yeah. I'm happy to have you on, and it was a cool matchup, right? I don't think we've ever seen, at least on these kind of events, a mono yellow Rek'Sai. Have you personally seen that before yourself?
No, not that I can remember. Because not usually when they are mono yellow, it's control-ish, and so in the end they want to run at least like Falling Star or something like that, and so they're not mono yellow. But
Right.
it might help because yellow recycles a lot. Yellow is maybe the color that recycles the most, so
Right, it does have
They,
some
they
more power intensive spells. And real quickly, Leroy, I finally got it together. Thank you, Peg in chat or Pen in chat. Round 1 was Yasuo Aurelia. Round 2 was Draven Lucian. Round 3 was Aurelia Azir. Round 4 was Annie Draven, and round 5 was the one we just watched, Draven Rek'Sai. So there we go. Thank you guys for the reminder. But Leroy, I know you just joined us, but it looks like the timer just went above our heads, so we're about to get started in roughly 9.5 minutes. So I'll take my little break now. That way I get full energy to do these last 2 rounds. Before I go though, Leroy, I always ask, who do we want to see for these last 2 rounds? Anything that you really want to see? They might have to be undefeated because it looks like that's what they're doing this time around.
Oh, that's a tough one. I would have said Randy, but I think he's out.
Yeah, let's see Randy. He's on Miracle Draven though. It'll
Yeah,
still be
but he's
It'll
out.
still be cool to see Randy though. I'm definitely down if they have
He's
him.
out. He's out. He's out. He posted on Twitter.
Oh, he's out. Oh, I actually didn't
He's
see
free
that.
too.
What did he lose to? I'm impressed he's out actually. Or I'm
I
surprised.
saw
I
he
should say.
lost to one Aurelia, and the other one I don't remember exactly. I saw quickly. I didn't have really a good time to check. I will see that after. But yeah, we lost our French goat.
Yeah. Unlucky. Maybe the next time. Maybe in Lille, right? In his hometown. Or not his hometown. Home country, I should say. But it should be good. I mean, Randy's a fantastic player. I'm sure we'll see him around in the future. And okay, I like what Clouds in chat is saying. Ezreal. We haven't seen a single Ezreal. We haven't seen a single Kai'Sa. Leroy, have you seen the deck distribution for day 1 yet?
I quickly saw it, and I forgot to check like what's the percentage of Ezreal that we are having. Like, did it go up? Did they pick up on the European and like the Occidental trend, or are they sticking to the less Ezreal Chinese meta?
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal, I believe, came in as number 5.
All right, 6%. So not as much, but clearly more than what we saw before, which makes sense when now that everyone has realized what he's capable of. We've got a really diverse field, though, right?
I mean, more
I like
diverse
that.
than the regionals for sure. I'll pull it up while we wait here. We haven't seen anything besides like the top 2, obviously Draven and Aurelia, but we haven't seen Kai'Sa, Victor, Ezreal, or Fiora, which kind of round out that second row. So I'm surprised. I feel like it has to be one of these, unless none of them out of the 200, 100, 100, 100 players, none of these are undefeated. I feel like there has to be one Ezreal that's undefeated right now, like one super goated on Allen's level type and Ezreal over there in China. There has to be, right? Just on pure probability.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
There should be one Ezreal like above the rest and able to do some masterclass.
Yeah, that'll be fun to watch because, you know, the only Ezreals we've ever seen on the Chinese streams are the Pit Crew ones. Or is that the name? I completely forgot already. Is Pit Crew, right? With the coal? Do you remember that strategy?
Yeah, the rat Ezreal.
Yeah, the rat Ezreal.
I remember the guy. He was so fun to watch.
Yeah, he was fun. So we'll see. I don't think that variant is around any longer, but it did kind of get innovated in China. So if there's anyone that kind of perfected it, it might be one of these players here today. Either or, I am looking excited to close out today's day 1 of the national event. Round 6 should be coming up rather soon in about 6 minutes. I will go ahead and take my leave, guys. Treat Leroy nicely. Ask him some questions. He is here and ready to help us out to close it out. And I'll be right back, guys. Leroy, hold it down, okay?
I will surely.
Okay, thank you. Be right back. I guess it's 5 minutes now. I'll try to be quick.
Hello, everyone in the chat. I hope you're doing good. How are we feeling? Where are we right now? What time is it? It's always the question. Because everyone is watching from their home all around the world. And I remember one time we asked and we had like 5 different answers, like 2 from NA, Europe, Australia, and the last one I don't remember where. Crazy thing. And yeah, who's been there since the beginning? Because 10 a.m. Yeah, of course. 6:39. Oh, fun. Canada here. In space, so yeah, fair enough. In space, no one can hear you time, which means you can't time out. Yeah, it there's something special to be there for nationals because we were there for Shanghai Nationals, and I think that's the first co-stream that we did with Plus, and it was only the 2 of us, and for me it was stupid because I had to wake up at like 2 a.m. Oh, some European been there since 3. That's some warriors. I couldn't this time. I had something else yesterday evening, and so I could not wake up at 3 a.m. And actually I was not supposed to cast today, but someone cancelled. Couldn't. And Plus asked me, and it was a late round, so I was able to come. All right. How have games been, guys, since the beginning? Those who have followed everything, how is the level today? Just hope we get a new legend as a winner. It is not likely. It is not likely because the nationals make it so that people are not here to try something new. They're here to qualify for the bigger events and so on. If we are to see a new legend taking it all, it's probably not on such tournament. Rumble takes it. That's the wildest take I've ever heard on stream. Good luck with that one. I will not endorse that. I'm sorry. Rumble is so bad. And look at how Riot hates shadows. Look at the pattern. Which legend is the weakest from set 3? Huh? See what I'm saying? Riot hates shadows secretly. They're always
All right,
giving them a
Leroy,
hard
I'm
time.
back. Short little break, and oh my goodness, it looks like I'm getting here right on time to start round number 6. So Leroy and chat, if you guys are ready, this is the second TXG player. I'm not too familiar with this team, but it seems like they're doing pretty good, as most of these players have been indeed undefeated. So if we are ready, let's go ahead and join these players on that feature match table for that round number 6, second to last round of today's day 1 Swiss bracket. And Leroy, pray with me. Can we not get a Draven for once? Okay.
I mean, it's not Draven.
It might be Draven or Aurelia, which we've
Um,
seen 100 times. But okay, for now, I'll take it. I'll
yeah.
take it. A nice little Aurelia. I'm always a fan of seeing some nice little dancing around the board. Aurelia versus
Oh,
a Sivir. Okay, this is a different matchup that we haven't seen. If this is an undefeated Sivir versus an undefeated Aurelia, we are in for some high level competition, which I'm always excited to see, of course.
yeah. And the question is it Miracle or Aura Severe? I mean, it could also be mid-range, but I really don't think it is.
Yeah, we'll see. I think Sivir has a decently good matchup against Aurelia. If it is the Miracle variant, they just draw one too many cards. But of course, this is starting things off with the Dreaming Tree, so I think Aurelia
And it
will
will
be
be
able
Aura.
to keep up with it. And oh, as you said, the latter variant, the Aurora Sivir, seems to be more the case with that Aspirant Climb, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it has to be. Uh, I don't see. And Aurora Severe's Miracle Severe scales pretty well, so it could be, but I really don't think so. It makes much more sense for it to be Aura. And we've seen that it can do some great things. It was an MF, but MF took the second place at Bologna. So yeah, definitely really good potential for this deck. There's not much anti-gear for Aurelia. She does not run Disarming Rakes.
Mm-hmm. Definitely not in the main board, but once it comes around to game 2 and game 3, if it doesn't go her way nice and early in that initial game, she does have some good sideboard options, at least recently. And whoa, throwing us off for a little bit of a loop here. It was an Aspirant Climb, but I'm seeing call shots, I'm seeing scrap heaps. They want to go late game just because they feel like they have more of an advantage late game. That is an interesting strategy. Obviously, it's been working quite well for them this game. What do we think about that, Leroy? Do you just feel like Sivir overall, the later it gets, the more of an advantage she's building because of the sheer draw power and ability of stacking their deck, maybe throughout by the end of it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm running it. I've cooked a deck where I run Aspirant Climb only because I'm late game powered, and so it's a good strategy. I think it's totally legit. It's not confirmed, but yeah, as you said, it definitely might be a Miracle Severe actually, and I'm not that surprised. As I said, it scales really well into late game. Takes time to build all the seals, all the gold, all the strategy, get your mind splitters, gain your fees, discard your opponent's hand, all this really funny stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does make
Let's
sense.
see.
The later it goes, you do have some combos like we've seen that Treasure Trove. I don't think it has the Pack of Wonders, but Treasure Trove in general feels decent and good. What's the combo with Sivir? I remember Treasure Trove. Oh, that's what it was. Just to get the gold off the Sivir Legend ability by using a recycled rune, of course. But nice little merchant to start things off for Sivir. Nice little Lonely Poro to curve things out for Aurelia. And this is the second Aurelia we see with the Lonely Poro. Usually they kind of forego running any other little guys besides the sneaky deckhands. But I like them. I like the additions of Lonely Poro personally. At least 2 of them feel good in the deck I'm currently running. But yeah, this is in 100% looking to be more of a Miracle Shell with that scrap heap getting pitched to draw 2. And then everything else kind of signifies that as well. You got the On the Hunt, which is kind of like the Bushwhack for Sivir. And then you even have the Confronts, Treasure Trove, another Merchant for sure. It's pretty cool to see if she does want to go late game, how much of an advantage she's going to be able to build. This should be a good one because we are seeing the records. They are 100% undefeated, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, and there might be another really good reason in playing this specific battlefield for Miracle Severe. Jamie, can you guess what I'm thinking about?
For Aspirant Climb?
Yeah.
Hmm. To get to 9. No, you're gonna have to tell me. I can't really think of too much of an advantageous
The fact
reason.
that you're playing this makes your opponent think that you're playing Aura Severe
Ah,
and makes him like mulligan and think about his gameplay at first like he's playing against that Aura Severe.
okay. I see what you're saying. I can respect it. A
And
little bit of mind games before
yeah,
the game is always a good, effective strategy, of course. I think, nonetheless, though, at the bare minimum, you do feel like Sivir has a good matchup the later and later it goes into the game because of the
definitely.
sheer draw power. So I think it goes both ways, but I love what you're saying. The little mental game does kind of get to your opponents more often than not. And if you mulligan some kind of gear removal, I know Aurelia we mentioned doesn't really mainboard the gear removal, but it will definitely throw your opponent off their usual game plan. As we're seeing a Tide Turner not really playing it for the ability just to kind of establish a nice little 2-drop on that second turn and then passes it on over. So nice and slow scoring game, 1-1 so far. I'm curious why they didn't want to play out Fervent just yet. Might be scared of something like a bit of a challenge or something. So wants to leave up some counter potential with a Defy or something. So maybe the Queen comes out the very next turn. We'll see.
Yeah. And the first sabotage is it going to get defied? It's always a question when you're playing against screen. There's no defy.
Oh, let's see what's in hand. I'm seeing the Ride the Wind, the Tide Turner,
Yeah.
Audacious, and what's the card? Is that an On Guard? Yeah, it looks to be
Yeah,
an
there's
On
an on
Guard.
guard.
Mm-hmm.
So must be the Ride the Wind, right? Because it's much easier to play around on guard than Ride the Wind.
I think so, right? Ride the Wind is such a nuisance sometimes. You know,
Allied,
even when
guys,
you know it's
allied.
in hand. Oh, he took the On Guard? Okay.
That's why he's here and
Interesting.
I'm not. Okay, really interesting pick, which I would never thought about. To me, the other answer was kind of obvious, but he's
Yeah,
probably thinking that this is going to accelerate Aurelia too quickly, or I want to keep my unit safe next turn from the Tide Turner. There could be several reasons.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to play around this being the most rune efficient play for Aurelia, which is kind of has to be the On Guard, especially when we think about the play we were mentioning before. If it's time for Aurelia Fervent to hit the board, a nice and easy 1-cost spell to go ahead and ready here from your legend ability would be available to her. And I think this TXG player is considering his options here. Does he want to go ahead and play out the champ from the zone? He also has Draven Audacious. You do have enough rooms to leave up 2, 4, 6, and then 1 up to kind of bluff a bit of a Defy. He knows you don't have a Defy, but who knows what you could have drawn on that simple draw for turn, of course. Because Audacious doesn't feel the worst. You want to kind of go ahead and establish it out before any kind of bigger threats come out, like those Rasas. And I'm trying, what are all the other threats for Sivir? I'm trying to remember back on Randy's list. Is Rasas and what else? I know there was something else in there late game.
To me, Mind Splitter.
Okay, that's what it was.
I think he runs some Mind Splitter, but if he doesn't, it might be an option. I think it's always a really good late game camp for purple.
And I love this. You're not able to do this against the Lexa Draven, right? Where you could take a nice little efficient 1-for-1 trade while getting a draw 1. Draven in this situation would win a combat, aka drawing a card. So it's nice to see a bit more of a fairer deck. But it is Sivir. It is still the same Miracle Shell. So it's not necessarily too fair, but a little bit more fair than the endless draw. What it seems like an endless draw from the likes of Draven.
Yeah. Not only this, but I feel like Severe is maybe Miracle Severe is maybe the hardest deck to play in the meta right now.
Okay. What makes you say that? Is it just because you have to really know what you're sending to the bottom, or is there another reason?
Well, there's this, but you have so many things to consider, so many lines possible. You have to think about a Bajian triggers per turn.
Okay.
Calculate every one of these triggers to optimize your gold efficiency. Like you're playing some PV while you're playing against your opponent. Basically, you've got a farming simulator game going on. It's pretty crazy, and not only all this, but also, I mean, Randy said it. Randy posted a tier list for those who don't know, where he talked about the hardest decks to place, and Severe and Ezreal were top of the list. And I've seen some really good Severe players play the deck, and it's insane to me, the lines that they have to take and everything that they have to do in one single turn.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I feel like those are the type of decks, like in the right hands, perhaps in the hands of a 5-0 player here in the national event, it just feels like it's unstoppable. And speak of things that really put a hindrance on Aurelia's game plan that seems unstoppable are those sabotages. That's the second one of the game, and just a bit of hand destruction, not only taking out the initial on guard as we saw, but now the choice we thought was a bit more of the obvious choice, being that Ride the Wind gets taken out from the hand, leaving behind just 2 cards, and there's no combat trick, so that Dreaming Tree isn't really going to be proccing to go ahead and gain back that card advantage that the sabotage took away. So Aurelia looking in a tough position, and she's behind on points 4-2. Silver in a dominant position in this early game number 1. Let's see if there's anything Aurelia could possibly do, because at the moment, your only bit of a saving grace has to be that you have that chosen champion still available to use, but you don't really have an easy way of really making use on that same turn. So you could play it, but that's pretty much the whole entire turn. So perhaps not the most productive turn, and it could lead to a turn where Silver slowly but surely creeps onto that 6 point, and then eventually on that follow-up turn try to close things out for the final push. And oh, look at that, Leroy, they actually do have the Pack of Wonders combo. I don't think Randy was playing that, or was he?
I'm not sure he was. No. Yeah, I'm really trying to remember, but I don't think I remember this part. No, you're right.
Yeah, I think they use it more so to go ahead and trigger Saber's legend ability. And weirdly enough, Pack of Wonders isn't loading up for me. All the other cards load up, but let me see. I guess I'll pull the treasure trove or something, just to make sure it's working. Yeah, that's so weird. So treasure trove loads up, but Pack of Wonders doesn't. Either or, guys. Pack of Wonders, I believe you just exhaust me and then bounce back pretty much anything on the board. It could be a unit, it could be a gear, and I guess those are the only viable targets, of course. So nice little combo. You go ahead and bring the treasure trove back in hand, and when it leaves the board, you channel a rune exhausted and you draw 1. So it's a nice little kind of info loop, if you will. You keep playing the treasure troves over and over, and Pack of Wonders back the treasure trove. So it's a slow and steady, which kind of more so leans towards that aspirant climb we were discussing early on, because the more runes you have, the more runes you have to use that combo that we're saying here. So it makes some sense, but it looks like Fervent does get established out, and you tie things up 4-4. So I think slowly but surely, Aurelia trying to get back into this game, because Silver doesn't have too much going on in base. Just one Ezreal with 3 might doesn't feel all that good.
Yeah, but there are already a Pack of Wonder developed, a Seal developed, and the Ezreal for the repeats. There are some options here. And the playing Fervent, like, I'm going to say naked right now without protection, and your opponent knows it because they just use sabotage. So you're hard committing, but there's no other choice for the Irelia player. You have to commit like this because you're behind.
Yeah, it does make sense. So let's see a nice little stack deck from Silver's size. There's a Scrap Heat, another Seal. You're probably not looking at that since you already have one played out onto the board. That's a double Trove in hand, and it won't be a call shot. Interesting enough, I guess he does value having another Seal. I guess you never could have enough, really. So plays out another Seal. And I think if he has another call shot in hand, it might be the perfect opportunity to go ahead and make full use of that Seal right here, right now. But interesting enough, doesn't seem to have one. I did catch a glimpse. I think he does have, at the minimum, something like another Ezreal to go ahead and pitch the Scrap Heat, draw 3. Doesn't feel all that bad. But if you do so, that's Aurelia maybe going up to 6 points unless you're forced to push up your Ezreal, and pushing up your Ezreal against a Tide Turner on Dreaming Tree when you know Aurelia has maybe 1 or 2 combat tricks. I mean, it's not for certainty because you have looked at the hand, but there's that minimum 2 runes available, and we did see. And Leroy, that's from 4 to 5, 5 to 6, double hold for Aurelia. She is feeling good. I wonder if Silver feels confident in this position, saying, I'm going to be able to keep her away from conquering. But it's a lot easier said than done, because how do you truly stop an Aurelia that can seem to get such might so quickly?
Yeah, the position is not comfortable for Sivir, but the fact that she elected to pick the second Seal makes me think like the player is still in control, and they are like, I have time, I can develop my strategy, I will catch up. 6 is not that scary, not even with a double hold or double conquer can Aurelia finish the game. So yeah.
Yeah, he does have a bit more breathing room because of the aspirant climb. So you're not at the range of losing from a double conquer / double hold. That is indeed, you have to go all the way to 9. So maybe Silver feeling like she can play it relatively close to Aurelia getting up there. But if there's one unit to kind of close things out a whole lot sooner than later, it will be Draven Audacious. So now Silver has to be very, very considerate what unit they want to go ahead and leave exposed. Yes, you get a point for yourself, but that's a unit that Draven Audacious is staring very intently at, and he wants to go ahead and conquer ASAP. And if you don't have things like a punch first in the hand to try to back up your unit, that's going to be a conquer for the win and then a point for the combat. And I know I said that in reverse, but combat first and then the point for the conquer. I think there's a world, if Saber pushes up, which wouldn't be the smartest thing to do, maybe there's a world Aurelia just wins the next turn. But let's see what Saber has in mind, because you have to put points on the board eventually. And we're seeing some decent cards in hand. Maybe a challenge to try to get that Draven / Aurelia out of there. We'll see. This is a tricky spot for Silver. What do we think about her position so far?
Well, I have no idea. This is the moment where I'm like, maybe he has figured everything out, because again, he took that seal knowing that he would not bring that much. It's also less trigger from the severe ability. So I'm wondering, but there's a Raza in end. There must be some outs that I'm not seeing right now.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I am not seeing the full out, but we did get a call shot. It looks to be the case. As it looks at the top 2 cards. Did he play a fizz for the call shot, or did he have a call shot in hand? I didn't
it was a call shot. It was a call shot. But right now I'm seeing some sabotage and some fizz and some cards that can be used to nuke your opponent's hand. Maybe you want that punch first, be able to deal combat damage.
It seems to be the case, right? A punch first on one of your units into a double challenge. If there's a world where Aurelia doesn't have a Defiant hand, those challenges could resolve, Because let's try to break it down a little bit. Punch first brings those Ezreals up to 8. Challenge number 1 could take down the Draven. Challenge number 2, that's the tricky part because you do have those on guards in hand. So Aurelia would go from 4 to 7. And then if you use the legend ability, it goes up to 8. So you're right tying 8 to 8. Your Ezreal would die. But that's in the world there's not another combat trick to get her out of the range, so it could be a bit too risky to go ahead and deploy out. So I think he's going to go for a different line. So this is going to be good. I don't know exactly what he has in mind.
If you're trying to challenge anything, you want first to play your Fizz and reload your... Oh, that's a big hit. Reheat your Sabotage to like wipe any potential threat of like reacting spells, and Fizz is really good with that.
Yeah, Fizz is really good in general. Picks up a Rebuke as well. So I think he is considering playing out the Fizz for now. We're taking a bit of a look at what he has in the discard pile. I'm seeing a stacked deck, and I can't really make out what the other cards are, but he decides to play out a Fizz on that Aspirant Climb. So let's see what spell he will be returning back from the trash bin. And yeah, Fizz animation, always cool with the water coming in. But he looks to just be digging for more cards. Oh, even better. Go ahead on the third Sabotage being played out this turn. And there's such few cards in hand. More importantly, though, of course, information is king. When your opponent is at 6 points, you want to know exactly what to expect going forward. On guard, and a lonely. So obviously there's only pretty much one target. So he does decide on that. So not too bad. That Sabotage was pretty good.
Yeah, now you want to keep enough to play a Rebuke, because if a Draven comes in and wins combat, you're not in a good position. But this Raza is doing a lot of work. It's still tricky because Draven is threatening to score 2 points and to close the game completely.
Yeah, it's always the case when you have an Audacious on the board. I'm wondering if there's a world where Aurelia top deck something like a Charm. That could be exactly what she needs, but a Charm means you didn't top deck something like a Defiant Dance, so it's a bit of a double-edged sword. You need an extra buff for the Fervent to try to get over this massive board, getting build up and reinforce on the Aspirant Climb, but you also need something like a nice little Charm, but protecting the Lonely Poro just to get a +1 draw, as well as taking down the Ezreal. But here we go, the punch first from the first time in this game number 1 does get invested. That's 4 to 8 total might. I think that Lonely Poro is going straight to the trash. At least you get a +1 draw. You did get a punch first out of the hand for Sivir, because a punch first on the Dreaming Tree means most likely not a punch first on the Aspirant Climb. So I think they are okay with that trade. This is still tough. I think Sivir was feeling confident earlier because she was thinking 1-2 step ahead. And Leroy doesn't save for the Rebuke, but trying to go on the proactive game plan challenge.
Yeah. Now that Ezreal is at 8, you have to go for the kill, I guess. And I get Draven. Is there Defenders and something to prevent that?
Oh, he's risking it for the biscuit. I believe he only had one combat trick. He's trying to top deck the other, so pumps up the Draven up to 8 total might and doesn't hit. He was hoping to see something like the Defiant Dance. The Draven goes down. I'm pretty sure they paid the deflect cost. They pretty much either had the seal / the gold to do so. Oh, and Aurelia, even though she was in a decent position just a couple turns ago, I think that turn alone is where Sivir not only equalized it, but slightly pulling out ahead despite it being 6 to 6 so far. Because with the hand currently of Aurelia, I think Rasa at the minimum should be able to hold that battlefield.
I saw a GA, which is really good. Because right now you want to protect this Aurelia. Sylvia got pretty low on runes, but she's got 2 seals and 2 gold, so it's okay-ish.
Yeah, it's okay. Sivir's no stranger to playing on a bit of a lower rune economy just because you do have those gold/seals as you mentioned. But let's see what this player decides to do, thinking very carefully. As you point out, there is a Guardian Angel in the hand, so most likely we'll be going ahead and playing out the GA, attaching to Aurelia. So Aurelia will be swinging in for 6 total might as it stands, but 6 is just enough to take care of one of those units. I guess you could technically take out the Fizz and the Merchant together, but either or, you won't be successful in conquering. Even if you double up, actually you bring it up to 7. Ty Turner goes up to 9. There's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 total might on Aspirin Climb. Oh man, I don't know if Aurelia could do it. You kind of tie the tempo if you conquer to 7. They hold to 7, so it goes kind of back and forth, but you would be 1 point ahead, wouldn't you? I wonder if the play here is just to conquer Dreaming Tree.
I don't know exactly. I think he's thinking differently. The way he's stacking up Aurelia, but he's got only units in hand, so he can't do much.
Yeah, if he had a way of targeting her and readying her with the legend ability, it would be super straightforward to send it over to the unit side of the battlefield. But just because you're lacking in terms of targetability on that Aurelia legend, you don't have any other options. So does decide to just try to hold and stay 1 point ahead of your opponent. You're conquering up to 7. They're holding to 7. If they don't push you off, you're holding to 8. They're holding to 8. On and so forth. That with that all put together, you will be getting to 9, right 1 point before your opponent. I think she says that is the only path to victory. Let's see what Sivir has to say about that, though. It does go back to her turn. Things like on the hunt, things like confront with another Rasa or 2 might be feeling pretty good in the situation. Remind me, Leroy, is on the hunt just ready all your units? Like if you retreated all your units from the climb, you would just ready them with that spell?
Yeah, I think so. I think on the hunt is ready all of your units. Pretty sure.
Yeah, that would be super helpful in this position. So let's see. Ezreal number 3 looks to be played out, so develops it directly onto the battlefield. Pitches the scrap heat. If there's a couple set of cards that he was looking for, most likely we'll be able to draw them. That's a double confront / a seal, I believe, off the top 3.
Yeah, it is what I saw too. Okay, the Age of Night. Great.
Might have been the stack deck actually there, but even better stack deck to look for even better cards. He's digging. He wants to find the on the hunt, but the fact that he played it directly to a battlefield almost tells me that he wants to go and go ahead and try to hold for the win. So picks up at least a Rasa. He also has access to the punch first.
Yeah. Still thinking Rasa that you can confront and go for the Aurelia, or you can use a challenge. But I don't know if you would rather use confront or challenge. Okay, want some more draw?
Yeah, trying to look at every single piece of information before truly committing if he wants to go ahead and try to take down this Dreaming Tree battlefield or not. So pitches the Rebuke, interesting enough. Doesn't want to fall victim of something like a Not So Fast. I don't think he picked up anything too good as he didn't put it at the top of the hand. So something that might not be too useful in this circumstance. So thinking, what does he want to do for this turn? Has a Rasa, has a confront, but doesn't really have enough energy to do too many things. Can play a confront for 2, leave 1 energy open, 1 power for the Rasa, but that's 6 to 5 currently. Is that a risk you're willing to take, or is GA kind of makes that not really a good play?
Uh, you have to go for the kill anyway. And you know what I just realized? There's something that R&D did all the time they was playing Severe. And that I just realized this guy didn't do once.
Is it the notes?
Yes, it's the notes. This
Right,
guy
yeah.
did not take any notes at any point.
Very true.
And so what does that, do you think that he knows exactly? Do you think he remembers and he can count
No.
everything that has been
Maybe.
middle?
He could be
Some people
Megamind,
can.
right?
Yeah, maybe he's a freaking genius.
Mm-hmm. More likely the case saying, I know relatively what I've been sending
Yeah.
to the bottom. I don't know exactly card for card, but I have a good indication of what to expect a little bit later on. But this is interesting to me. He seems to be going on the full hold the strategy, maybe pick up the on the hunt when I need it most, because this is a hold up to 7. And just as we said as the previous turn, if we're going tit for tat, turn to turn, Aurelia gets to that 9th point before your opponent, so goes up to 8. Goes and sends the portal just to draw, because right now you just need to hold and develops out the audacious. He's saying, come at me, bro. Just see if you could take this battlefield away from me. It is 8 to 7, about 30 minutes, exactly the halfway point. That's the the charm, Leroy. The MVP audacious. There is no counters for Sivir. That should be all but over. Aurelia with the audacious coming into play. That is a GG, and what a nice way of sneaking out the victory, even though she was looking good in the long run.
Yeah. And like he was so close, and you can see the power of Aspirant Climb that almost
now go back to the booth.
Made the cut for the Severe.
Yeah, what a way to close out that game number 1 of this round number 6. And I see chat saying this is why you don't let go of the rebuke. I don't know. I mean, there had to be another card that should have been slightly better to let go of the rebuke, right? He never ended up using the confront, but the confront was probably a way of trying to get towards that battlefield on Dreaming Tree. There had to be another card better than pitching the rebuke, because you guys are right. Rebuking the Draven would have at least bought you one more turn, but realistically, unless he drew the on the hunt, how was he going to conquer the other battlefield, right? It was looking tricky for Sivir.
Indeed. It's hard to know. Maybe that third seal picked was too much. I don't know. The only thing I know is that he's a much, much better player than me, that he probably knows what he's doing. And
yeah, me and you both, right? These guys are undefeated at this big national level. So I'm excited to see what they go ahead and side in, side out for this game number 2. The first thing that comes to mind whenever you're playing against an Aurelia, you want to go ahead and try to play cards that not only destroy these equipments like the GA, like a Siren if they're running it, like the Boots of Swiftness, which interesting enough, we haven't seen any Boots of Swiftness at all this tournament, which I feel like is such a great card. It's almost crazy to me you're not running it. It could be just crazy that we just haven't seen it in general. But what I was getting at is Action. Action seems like the perfect sideboard addition. Sivir's a card, Sivir's a legend that doesn't really mind paying the 2 order or the 2 body runes to get the utilization off that Action, because you just get some gold for your troubles as well. And then you snatch the GA, and GA is an equipment you can't really return it back, right? If Action dies, you just kill the GA, so it's like you almost permanently take the GA away. I feel like Action is pretty good in this matchup. Any other card you can maybe think of, Leroy?
I don't know. The thing is, I'm coming back on that rebuke thingy, but we know his opponent send, guys, and he doesn't. And the thing is, because of this, we might not realize that he knows that he's playing into Aurelia and that he's constantly playing into a not so fast top deck.
Okay.
And so a rebuke is not the best card to keep into Aurelia. and gambling and everything on that not so fast, especially since he did not see one not so fast since the beginning of the game. The odds of his opponent having one increase each time. So yeah,
Yeah, very well said. I think
rebuke
that's
is
exactly why he decided to pitch a rebuke, because he was just a bit terrified of maybe just completely falling for that not so fast trap. But I'm seeing a couple good things in chat. Knights running from YouTube saying there was a hunt in the trash. You could have Pack of Wonders Fizz, play the Fizz again, played the on the hunt, and then maybe that's a way of conquering the Dreaming Tree. I like that play, Knight. It really heads up play, which goes to show what Leroy was saying. This is a very tricky deck to pilot, right? There's so many little micro decision points that completely change the outcome of every game. And right there, not a lot of players could have thought about that in the moment, but these guys sideboarded way faster than we've seen in the past. It looks like we're diving straight into game number 2 of this 6th round for day number 1 of today's national tournament. Will Silver kind of come back and bring us into that game number 3? Or is it just Aurelia's time to shine this tournament? She's destined for a victory eventually. Will it be in the final major tournament of Spiritforged? Or maybe if she gets a little bit more support, as we're seeing in set 3, it might be her time to shine a little bit down the road. But Sunken Temple and Sigil of the Storm seems the battlefield selection for the second game, and seems to be pretty straightforward for both of them, right? I don't think it sways from anything we've seen in the past.
yeah, and you're really happy to see no turn 1 for Aurelia as the zero player. Sneaky, always make your deck, your game so much more complicated, but right now there's nothing, and so yep.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too bad. Starting off with the Seals and Ezreal combo. Couldn't get anything better to
Yep.
curve things out for the Silver player, as well as the Treasure Trove already established onto the board. Pitching a stack deck, or not pitching it, but using a stack deck. She'll be looking at top 3. Unless he actually did pitch it. No. He pitched a Scrap Heat and now playing the stack deck. A challenge on the hunt. He was desperately on the hunt for the previous turn, but decides to get the Pack of Wonders to go ahead and start that 1-2 combo as early as the next turn. You know, Leroy, how do we feel about the combo early on? Because I feel like sometimes you're just using your turn to draw, but you don't really do too much. But maybe since Aurelia doesn't have units, it won't be too bad. I don't know how I feel about it.
I mean, if you've got nothing else to play anyway, and it's often the case, might as well do this. But right now I'm seeing another Israel. I'm seeing a lot of good things. Also, the fact that you get rune channeled helps you so much to accelerate your game plan.
It really does. So another seal coming down. That's a Scrap Heat number 2. How many cards has he drawn from these Ezreal / Scrap Heat combos? That is card number 6 from those, to be exact. So man, you know, I never personally done Ezreal Scrap Heat. Have you done it, Leroy? Have you done the infamous draw 3? I just don't have any
Yeah.
Ezreals myself.
Yeah, not again, not in real life, but I was playing Ezreal at the beginning,
Okay.
and
But no, yeah. I mean, like in TCGA, yeah, I've done it in TCGA, but I
not
meant like
only in
personally
TCGA.
having the pleasure of drawing 3 cards in
No,
person. It kind of
no, I
hits a
did
little
not have
different.
that. No, you're right on this one.
And of course, I'm kind of playing around here, but Aurelia does go ahead and push on forward onto second tempo. Does she take the draw? Because he's kind of considering it. She is at 5, so a nice little tap 1 for a draw, saying, do you have enough cards? If I use the energy, will I have enough? And he actually decides to not use it, interesting enough. So he has a game plan in mind.
Apparently so. Oh, cold shot.
And looks to be the sabotage, just like it did so much work in that game number 1, looking to repeat something of the like. But considering, does he want to go ahead and defy just to keep the other cards in hand a bit safe? He does have the ride the win, he does have discipline and on guard. I feel like it's a needed, or I guess he says is a unneeded defy.
Yeah, he does not agree, but I would have done the same. Like the idea to show my hand to my opponent would throw me off so much, and so I would use that defy probably.
You know,
And
the
maybe
only
that
reason
would
I
be
could
my
possibly
mistake.
think about this play of not defying that is because he knows if I show him my hand, it's very likely that he doesn't choose the defy, as we've seen him choose the on guard and discipline / ride the win before. But a heads up play from Silver is saying, you know what? Defy takes care of my call shots like I'm doing right now. Defy takes care of my challenges if I want to go ahead and try to challenge a Draven, challenge a Stella, challenge a Fervent. And I mean, Defy just poses a big problem for Sivers, so it does make sense. But I guess you did defy it effectively, right? He just got all the information. You used the defy went to the trash / recycle at the bottom of the deck, but he just got the full info for it. So kind of the same thing. You
Yeah.
lost that card in from hand.
Yeah, so basically you tried the not recycling 1 power from the defy to against revealing your whole hand to your opponent. Is it worth it? I don't know, you tell me.
Right, you were basically sacrificing 1 rune versus your opponent, knowing exactly what to expect, at least for the next 1 to 2 turns. That is if he remembers, because as we pointed out, he isn't taking notes, but some people, at least for the hand, I remember when I was playing a couple TCGs that don't allow notes, I was getting pretty decently at remembering exactly what 6 to 7 cards they had remaining. Pitches us. Oh no, I keep thinking they pitch, but no, it's a call. Oh no, he does pitch the call shot. Interesting. Wait. I guess he wants to pick things up with a fizz down the road, because that's not a card we see too often pitch. But of course, the Silver player knows a whole lot more than I on how to effectively pilot this deck, of course. So let's see if he does. I mean, he has to have a fizz in hand is the only thing I could consider.
Yeah. He's got a scary board. He didn't score any point yet, but the fact that he's at 3 Ezreal on board, Pack of Wonders, he's got some potential. He channeled a lot of runes already as a Severe, which tends to recycle a lot. And his opponent is only at 3 points, so I think I kind of like Severe spot right now. Let's see, because there's still this Draven, this Irelia that can ramp up, and this time he did not manage to completely discard his opponent's hand. So let's see. I'm really curious to see how this game is going to turn out.
You know, I will tend to agree. Silver's not in a bad position, but something she does have to be very considerate of is the simple fact that there is no longer aspirant climb. So the more margin and difference these points start spreading apart, right now you're at 3-0. It's really close to almost 8, right? You're at the halfway point where you haven't scored a single point. But it's almost like the likes of Ezreal, right? Where Ezreal could fall really far behind, but just like in a single turn, you could change the tides of battle. I think Sivir acts a little bit of has some similarities to that deck. But here's the sabotage number 2. You know, every time I do play a Sivir player, I feel like they draw every single sabotage, but I guess just because they end up drawing pretty much every single card in their deck anyway, which is probably why it feels that way.
Yeah. Now, so what do you have? Discipline, Rebuke, and On Guard. Oh, the charm that I didn't see.
Yeah, their charm is MVP,
He's getting PTSD.
right? Charm is exactly how they won game number 1, so I am looking straight at the charm to go ahead and recycle it to the bottom. The other options look to be discipline, discipline. Was it on guard? Discipline, discipline, on guard. And interesting, saying I'm trying to deny you as much draw as possible. I don't care if you charm one of my Ezreals. I have so many on the board. I have all of them on the board. So, okay. Trying to just take care of any combat tricks. But here we go. The confront to draw one, as well as everything played out, does gain accelerate effectively. So all these Rosas will be coming in readied. This is going to be a big turn for Sivir, I feel like. I think she's definitely going to be putting her first points on the board. But I'm wondering if it's worth it here, because I don't know if you're taking care of any of the units in the back line. But we'll give them some credit. I think they know exactly what they have in mind. That's a double Fizz. Picks up one from the call shot. And it might have been a double stack deck, interesting enough.
It's going fast. He's going really fast. I can't barely follow. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, he is going quick. He realizes, oh,
Oh,
wait a
seal
minute. We're
sabotage,
just
seal
in game
sabotage.
number 2, early game, with 17 minutes remaining. If I have any kind of world of trying to win this best of 3 series, I need to go at lightning speed, so I could definitely respect it. Picks up a scrap heat and then
None of
sends the
them.
rest of the 2 down to the bottom of the deck. Has a good grip of cards right now. I believe about, actually, the graphic up there, do you see they changed that, Leroy? They show us the cards in hand now, which is really cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 7 to
Must
9
be
cards. That
really
wasn't in the
hard to keep.
regionals.
Yeah, must be so hard to keep the track with the way it's done. I mean, with the way Sivir plays.
Right. You know, I don't envy that job, because honestly, they have one person specifically paying close attention to their hand, unless they have some kind of counter tool, some kind of camera that watches. But I don't think so. I think it's just a person that inputs the 9 or the 7 cards left in both of these players' hand. Call shot number 3. That's the final call shot without taking into account of any kind of fish shenanigans. So pulls a seal. And was that the orange seal? It almost looked to be the case. In a punch first to round out that second selection for the call first, or for the call shot. And we thought he had a lot of cards before, going all the way up to 11 cards in hand. Plays the merchant, discards the scrap heat. Oh my goodness, Leroy, this guy is drawing out of this world. You know, the UI should say how much cards he has left in deck at this point.
That could be a good question indeed.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny. Sometimes when you have so many cards in hand, it's almost like a good problem, but a problem nonetheless, because you have so many options. It's almost like a paralysis. I forget the exact same, but like action paralysis, where you don't know exactly what action to take, but goes for the challenge. But oh, a defy for the challenge. So there was another defy actually. So Aurelia did end up top decking one down the road. So puts a big wrench on that game plan for Sivir. I feel like she's doing a whole lot, but okay, that's a good card. Rasa onto the battlefield. But keep in mind, you are behind on tempo, so you don't want to over invest on one side of the battlefield, because that just kind of goes to the same thing that happened in game 1. She could kind of go ahead and do the same strategy down below on the Sigil of the Storm. So this is interesting to say the least. Let's see how Sivir decides to spend the remaining moments of the turn. That is another challenge. Will this challenge bear fruit this turn? Can she take down that Fervent this turn around? Or is there something like a not so fast? Or at the minimum, we do have some combat tricks, I'm thinking.
Yeah. And I don't even know if he targeted Aurelia or the Stellacon, but I'm thinking Stellacon, because Aurelia is too easy to pump up.
I think so, right? Just to take down the card advantage tool in that Stellarcorn Herder. So most likely going to be choosing the Rasa as target number 1 on your friendly unit side. And then, I mean, if you really thought you could take down the Fervent, that's obviously the higher value card. But being realistic with yourself, you're probably more better off trying to take down the Stellarcorn Herder. but it's not the best position. Just taking a look at Aurelia's cards in hand, one discipline. Oh, it was the Stellar Coin. You were absolutely right. And he is stacking it up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, I see why. He has the card he was looking for last turn. So he knows, he's kind of saying, you know what? I want you to push onto this battlefield because at any moment I can retreat my units and then play my signature spell on the hunt. So I think he's setting up for that turn because I did see it in hand unless I missaw it.
Yeah, there's 20 might on the board for Irelia to overcome.
Yeah, we could do
And
the
she
quick
can run
maths.
so quickly.
It almost seems to me Aurelia might just win based off point/turns because we're about 12 minutes away from going into overtime. 18/20 might trying to hold down that sunken temple. I will say I think 20 might is a little bit too tall for Aurelia to take down, of course, but a double rebuke on something like a double Rasa will be bringing that battlefield definitely down to size, just leaving behind what, 6-8 total might. That's way more manageable than the current 20 that stands right there. But it's a huge investment. We are talking about 4 runes out the gate for that kind of play. It's much better play when you're trying to close things out, but when we're talking 3-1, it could be a little bit too heavy. So goes for the straightforward Sigil Conquer. And I like this play a whole lot more, right? If you're going to go hold for hold as you did in game number 1, it should be a little bit more effective.
Yeah. There's no Raider win in hand, right?
Yeah.
And you want to keep the for Raven, but you got there's this flash if you want to ready Aurelia and get back in the battle, but I don't think I saw enough spells to overcome the might on the board.
Yeah, I don't believe so, right? That's just one too much might. Might as well save the rebukes. If they do try to go ahead and retreat those Rasas, something like the signature spell, and then push those Rasas forward, you could use the same rebukes you would have used this turn to try to get them off the battlefield, but instead you go ahead and use them after they went and played a couple things out this turn and just kind of force them to replay the Rasas, because I think once you ready the units, on the hunt isn't retroactive. It doesn't read the same as confront those as confront does, right? So it doesn't say everything is ready this turn, but goes for the fizz. Might be looking at something like a call shot, but goes for the sabotage number 3. Let's see what's lurking behind the hand for Aurelia. You have such great cards. Are we just flashing here? It seems to be the case. It does seem pretty smart. Just get the Aurelia to safety while you can.
I think that's quite a good play. And you know, like when you play against all this sabotage, I hate playing against orange so much. And when you get sabotage 4-5 times in the game, you start to want to peel your skin off.
Oh yeah. I could totally see that, of course, and now this time around does pick their charm because of the Audacious being currently in the hand. But let's see, these players, as we said before, has to be very careful about the time right now. Approaching that 10-minute marker, 4-2. Aurelia is leading by 2. If this trend stays, if you keep leading by 2, but we are seeing here a conquer up to 3 for Sivir, but that's just the 3 might conquer, which is easy pickings for a unit like a Fervent. If they don't have something like a punch first, of course, because there's still 8 cards remaining, and we haven't really seen most of those cards as he kind of keeps it a bit close, and he doesn't really have a big spread of cards, right? He kind of keeps them all. Oh, I guess he does. He definitely does have a punch first, as we just saw. You know, Leroy, there should be something like a timer for each player's turn. It would be 80-something% Sivir to Aurelia's 20-something%. I think a bit of a ball hog in terms of a turn, right? Because Sivir's turns have been taken insanely long versus Aurelia's turns.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking, let's create a a blitz tournament where people have clocks
Mm-hmm.
and they have to press it to pass action.
I know exactly what you mean. Something like, you have your time, I have my time. If your time hits 0,
Yeah,
that's another win condition, right? That would be a little different set of
yeah,
rules for Riftbound. I doubt we get there, but it could be fun. It could be fun for a little one-off tournament or something like that.
yeah. It would be a fun tournament. This could not be competitive, but it would be a fun tournament.
Mm-hmm. Right. Some people would consider definitely competitive, maybe more competitive than it is currently right now. But Sivir does, as it currently stands, holding down both battlefields under her control, under her possession. That's a Rasa, Ezreal. Just a whole lot of triplets on the board. But I don't think Aurelia's feeling all that bad. As long as you're able to at least conquer one of these battlefields, you are leading in terms of points, and a double rebuke with a Draven as well for some kind of clapbacks. You're looking good. I was feeling like Sivir was kind of inching her way back in, and despite her being currently on, currently holding those battlefields down, I feel like Aurelia can easily, at the minimum, take down the Sigil, because that's just 9 might. Aurelia's at 5. 1 discipline brings it up to 8. I guess you do need a little bit more than that. If they had a Defiant Dance, that would be perfect in this situation.
Yeah, Defendants is it's a broken card. Let's be honest.
Yeah, you mean Defiant Dance?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Defendants
it's
is
such a good
broken.
card. It is the MVP. I mean, to be fair, a lot of signature spells in Spiritforged are really good. And speaking of signature spells, have you been seeing some of the signature spells coming to us in set number 3,
Yeah,
Riftbound Unleashed, Leroy? Are you excited for those?
yeah, nice.
Which one?
Diana spell is crazy.
Yeah, Deanna, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's awesome. I saw
Um,
Rengar looking pretty good. The Poppy signature spell looking rather good. The Kazakh signature spell, honestly, they did a great job with usable, pretty effective signature spells next set. I'm super excited to get my hands on it.
yeah, the set 3, I think everyone is really hyped about the set 3. I've heard only positive.
I think so. I mean, the only downsides I've heard online of it is, of course, the chaos craziness that sometimes feels like they're over tuning chaos with the Resurrection spell, with the Starcross spell, the little stun, but maybe it's a little confirmation bias. Like whenever we see a decent purple card, we're like, oh, it's broken, but we have to see if it's actually broken. I will say, I think that Starcross card is actually really, really good. Reaction speed, you take care of things like Thundersong. Like a Thundersong comes down, you could reaction speed put it back in the hand. Mind Splitter comes down, you could reaction speed put it back in the hand before it gets its trigger. That's an interaction we've never had in Riftbound before. I'm kind of here for it.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, purple will be still a bit of a turn anyway. Like, there are some problems with purple, that's for sure. But it's fine in the end. We'll see. But I feel like compared to set 2, other colors get more relatively to purple.
I think
It
so,
it
right? The
feels more
gap is
balanced.
lessening. I agree
Yeah,
100%. It feels that way. And it almost feels like the legends coming out in set 3, they're not super, I mean, they're strong, but they're not as strong as the variants, as the difference we saw from set 1 legends to set 2 legends. I feel like it's a bit of a smaller gap between set 2 and set 3. It almost feels
I
like
still
they're
feel like
all at the same power level as a set 2 legend. So I really like that they're doing that. They're not like truly going on a crazy power creep, not power creep off the get-go, which always feels good as a TCG, especially when you're starting things off as early as those opening couple sets. Sabotage, getting rid of rebuke number 1. There's another rebuke where that came from. Little by little, just the pure card advantage from Sivir. We're talking about 9 cards to 2. Those are potential answers. Those are potential threats. I am liking more so Sivir's position the further it goes in this game. and he pointed at Sigil of the Storm, so he has to recycle a card there, or a rune. He could also tap the seal to pay for Sigil, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
No. Sigil is recycle
Is
rune.
rune?
You cannot.
Okay.
It's not like power.
I gotcha. Oh, and a card we haven't seen all series long, the last right. I'll go ahead and pull it up for us here at home. Let's see if he wants to go ahead and attach it out and answers my questions as I pull it up. So it does attach it to the roster. So looking to hold, bring back one of those Ezreals. You can't bring back a Rasa since they're all on the board. And oh my goodness, Leroy, unit after unit, combat trick after combat trigger. Not necessarily combat trick, but spell after spell. And Aurelia wrapping things up with an unprecedented 3 minutes remaining. This is the tie if I ever seen one.
Yeah. Do you? Yeah. How does that work? Do you say like, oh, we're gonna play only 5 turns?
I try to sideboard so fast because Aurelia, sneaky deckhand, boots of swiftness.
Yeah.
You're going way faster than your opponent. As long as you're 2 points ahead, you win, right? If I'm Sivir, I hate to say it, but you have to sideboard really slowly. Am I wrong for that, Leroy? I go back to the booth for a second. Chat, let us know if I'm wrong.
The rules
are
the rules. No, it's like, don't hate the player, hate the game. Yeah, you sideboard as slowly as possible, and
you pray for the
honestly,
tie, right?
I think right now he's considering like, oh, maybe I should have played a bit slower my last turns. Yeah, it's tough one. It will be really hard for Sevilla to get the draw. And we're not even talking about winning. Like I don't see any world where Sevilla can win this game.
Yeah, just as we saw before, she's a much more setup, slow and steady kind of wins the game for her, right? So if we're talking about just 2 minutes remaining, she won't even get her first point online on the other side of the board, just like we saw in game number 2. Despite not being on the play, those usually are the decks that are able to get to the battlefields before the other one gets to it. Aurelia had 3 to 4 points before the opponent Sivir had even a single point. So if it's somewhere in the same neighborhood as what we saw in game number 1, game number 2, I think this might very well be going Aurelia's direction. However, if Sivir goes for the not looking at the time, looking at my cards, just trying to stall things out unintentionally, you could tie things, which is kind of dirty-ish to do, I guess. As you said, don't hate the player, hate the game. I like to play with as much integrity as possible, so I would like to think I'm sideboarding fast, but I don't know. There's a lot of money on the line. Sometimes when you flash a lot of money in front of people, they act a little different. They make actions / things they wouldn't really normally do towards their morals. So we'll see. I mean, it's not crazy to do so, you're not breaking the law to do so. You're just kind of finessing a little bit, if you will.
Yeah, exactly. And well, the funny part is that usually you don't have much to sideboard between game 2 and game 3. It's more like between game 1 and game 2. You can in certain matchups, but usually you've sided almost everything, right?
Subset, much love, brother. But no, I can't. I mean, I don't think they should, but I'm saying I personally don't think I would do it. But I think in this situation, you got to play towards your outs. But interesting enough, even though I forget the rules, because sometimes it said if it hits time, you can't even start game number 3. It just ends up being in a tie. I think for the national, or chat, correct me if I'm wrong, I still think they should give these players at least the 3 additional turns. Can Aurelia pop off quickly enough to get 2 points ahead of their opponent in just 3 turns? Or, I mean, it's been more than 2 minutes sideboarding. These players are currently in active time, or overtime, I should say.
Yeah. It's tricky because if they play it right now, the time is over. Like it's been 2 minutes, so it's only 5 rounds. So basically, if there's no turn 0, Irelia has one more turn with sneaky potential. It's over. It's over.
I mean, they haven't opened Obelisk of Power yet, right? So Obelisk of Power most likely will be that last battlefield, unless they did. What battlefields did they have? I don't think they did yet. It was Sunken Temple. So yeah, Obelisk of Power would be the final battlefield. That's on you. You're starting first since you lost. You open Sneaky Deckhand. That's 1 conquer. That's 2 points on the hold. And that alone is pretty much all you can do, right? Because you conquer for 1 on active 0. 1 is Sivir, doesn't get to do anything. You go back to 2, which is your final turn to hold a 2. And if Sivir doesn't have something like a confront or anything else, maybe a punch first on their Ezreal to take down. Actually, I guess Ezreal is 3-2, so you could take down the Sneaky Deckhand, but that's 2-1. I guess you're still tying unless there is a combat trick like a Defiant Dance to save the day, like a On Guard. And just the fact that they're not cutting back to the scene. Did we tie, chat? Is this just a tie?
I feel like a tag would be fair. My question is, in this case, do you give the turn 0 or not? Like, does every player have free turn or does Irelia get 1 more turn than Sivir?
I think so. I believe it will work that way. So, 13 minutes or 13 seconds rather remaining. Oh, and doesn't get fortunate. Doesn't get the Sneaky Deckhand. Leroy.
Okay.
I think
and so there's a turn 0.
tie.
Oh, there's even a turn 1. And okay, so now it's turn 0. Okay.
So Aurelia is going to be turn number 1, right?
He tried to play fast enough to give the turn 0 to his opponent, but he couldn't make it in time.
And looks
see
to
how
not have anything to play out. Yes, you could play a Stellar Corn Herder, but you're tapping out, and this is turn number 1. But you still could maybe get 1 to no. Trying to extrapolate out a little bit. Sivir Champion goes on for a conquer number 1. Then Stellar Corn could conquer 1, ride the win to 2, but then Sivir holds to 3. Oh, wait a minute. She's trying to be a little bit more proactive, trying to score, but you're going to lose. You're not going to hold. I am confused, Leroy. Maybe I don't know who's active player on this or who got the overtime first, because Stellar Corn with a tapped out runes, how are you defending against the chosen champion that's already on base?
I don't know. He wants to shot. No. But wait, why is there 2 out of 3? Is it already the second turn?
Yeah,
Was
it looks
Irelia
to be
on
the
turn 0?
case.
Okay, so yeah, and then by doing so, you're sure that there won't be any confront shenanigan.
I believe this should be the last turn. Well, if Sivir was 0, 1, 2, this is going to be Sivir's very last turn. And if they don't have anything to push back the Sivir, if this Stellar Corn can survive off the back of a fight or flight, that's a hold to 2, while Sivir wasn't able to conquer 1. So there's a risky play or a safe play that ties, right? The safe play would just go to the Obelisk of Power, get 1 point on the board, and your opponent can't get any bit more than 2 next turn unless they have a ride the win on guard to conquer both battlefields. Wait a second, there could be a way.
Yeah, but no matter what, if you guys try to score the 2 points, I don't know.
Now, yeah, you have
just
to
want
score 2 points, right? Because at this particular situation, Sivir most likely will get that 1 point, right? So 1-1, you hold to 2 if she wanted to conquer the other battlefield. Or if she doesn't, I mean, There's a hidden card if she wants to call the bluff that it's something like a Zonya's Hourglass, but I mean, who are we kidding? It's definitely something like a fight or flight. So you get pushed back. You have a single 2 runes, or 2 runes are available. Oh, this is tough, but she's deciding to play more safely. Picks up the sabotage, so he's saying if I can't win, you can't win either, because I'm going to go ahead and take out the ride the win to cancel out any kind of idea of trying to double conquer. It was indeed that fight or flight. So back to Sivir goes. What is their reaction to this? And not literally reaction, but what do they decide to do in response to being sent back? You have 2 runes available. You wish you had something like a ride the win, of course, but we haven't seen it
Yeah,
all
but there's
series
the on the
long.
hunt. There's on the hunt, so you can go back in there.
Oh, true. On the hunt, you conquer up to 1. And that's just a tie. If it is on the hunt, it's all but over. So signature spell ready. All your units for Sivir. Oh, wait, that's a double conquer. Oh,
Yeah.
but it's still 2-1, isn't it?
It's still 2-1. But this way you make sure that there's no 3-1 by scoring 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
You cure the draw. So yeah, GG to both players. It's over, guys. Pack your bags.
That is
Nothing to
right.
see
Pack
here.
them up. No longer either undefeated. I mean, who's to blame here? We're blaming Sivir, right? There's just took one too many. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't truly their fault, but one player kind of took way more turns or way longer on their turns than the other. But
Wait,
it
but it's
wasn't
written 2 out of
necessarily
3.
on purpose, was it?
Oh, what? It's written 2 out of 3. It's not it's not the last turn.
It should be.
Apparently not.
If it's not, Sivir wins.
Yeah. Which make us big liars, because we said several times that. Okay, so yeah, no, 2. So that would be 2-3.
You hold to 3, and then there's really high likelihood that you're gonna be able to enable the ganking on the Sivir to go ahead and cross
yeah,
over to the
right.
to the tide turner to bring you up to 4. I think this is a win for Sivir. I cannot believe what we're seeing. We thought it was almost just gonna go ahead and tie things up. And all you have to do is spend 2 power, and ganking does come online, conquering over to the tide turner, bringing you up to 4 points, and that is exactly
That's
2
crazy.
Crazy?
That's crazy.
Crazy
But I really
it is.
don't understand how she got the turns 0 of that. Like, I don't know. Yeah, no, I got confused in the turn. I really got confused in the turn.
Maybe our time was slightly different than the time they have internally there, because I
Yeah.
swear it was turn 0 on Sivir's turn, but maybe they gave turn 0 to Aurelia. But there we go. It looks to be the case. It does come out ahead in overtime. Throws up the fist saying, if you want to fight about it, I am here for it. I'm winning this match. I am staying undefeated. Best of luck to him going forward, because he has to be a bit more mindful on the time. But keep in mind, guys, I don't mean it as is his fault. It's just the deck naturally takes a whole lot of time to get things done, as you want to go as late as possible. But it just doesn't favor him in terms of the 60-minute window you have to accomplish these best of 3 series. Either or, a win's a win. Well done to him. And that means, guys, we are, and let me head back to the little booth for the time being. That means, though, one final round remaining for today's event. We're about 10 hours into the stream. Leroy, send me a little bit of energy, or chat, send me a little bit of energy, because I am feeling it. But one more round, I think I could hold on.
Yeah, we've got this.
And that was a good matchup. I mean, if we had it our way, I'll throw the question over to chat as well, as I always say, for the final round, what do we want to see? To be honest, we haven't seen any Ezreals. We haven't seen any Kaisas, any Fioras. Even we haven't seen any of the fourth represented, or am I tripping? Let me see. Is Draven, Aurelia, Kai'Sa, Victor? That's what I wanted to get to. It was Kai'Sa, Victor. We haven't seen any of those. Perhaps there's just not any undefeated, which seems crazy to me. But I wouldn't mind ending the day off with something like a Victor. Would be kind of cool to see. Maybe they're cooking up something different out here in China. Show me a Jax. Franco, we have to see these players. What the trend is today, since it's a bit of a higher level tournament, they're only showing us undefeated players. So unless the Jax is currently undefeated, we're probably not going to see it. Can Jax go undefeated? I think so. I think Jax is pretty strong. So maybe. And Darv, a Garen versus Rumble. We could dream. We could dream. But Darv, I don't think a Garen is undefeated, nor do I think a Rumble is undefeated. So unlikely. But what do you want to see, Leroy, for this final game if you had it your way?
I'm done for real, but maybe something simple. I'm trying to think, but like simple legends with no 3 hours a turn. Trying to think. I don't know. Give me an Ari.
Yeah, Ari would be
Just give
cool.
me an Ari.
I'm down for Ari. There was about 48 Aris in today's event. But I guess while we have some time, I know me and you haven't really talked about set 3 all that much. I've been asking all the casters that have been joining us today, is there any card that you've been really, really excited to get out to test recently or pretty soon? Is there like one card you're like, oh, I have to play this card, I have to play this legend? Anything like that just yet or not yet?
Well, I really like Lilia's mechanics. You know me, I really like green blue.
Okay.
And I really like Lilia's mechanics, but my brain says Lilia and my heart says Jhin, just because, well, Jhin, I know you're not a big League of Legends fan, and you don't know much of the lore, but Jhin is, for some good reasons, one of the most beloved character in the game. And the idea that you're able to, you would be able to say, I'm a Jhin player, and everything that goes with it, it's crazy. Jhin is one of the best character ever designed.
You know what, we have some time here. Tell me, and maybe some people that aren't too familiar with Jhin in chat, why is he so beloved? Is it just because he has a big fan base, he's super popular in League in general, or what makes him have such a fan base? Because I've heard that a lot. I hear like a lot of people are huge Jhin fans. I can see, I mean, he looks cool, but I know not too much about the lore, so I would love to know a little bit more while we have the time.
It's one of the best design character, like all game crossed. Okay, it's not only League of Legends. It's they put so much love into creating this character. They link the fact that Jhin is a murderer, a psychopath. He's literally a psychopath that kills people for an art. Basically, every murder he commits is a piece of art for him, and so he's got this devious mind, is completely insane, and he finds beauty in this horrible death. So there's this aspect, and the fact that he plans everything, and they made the gameplay feel like that. They built everything around the character 4, which, I mean, it's so he's got 4 bullets. His ultimate is also based on 4, and there are several mechanics that are based around that, which is why we are seeing the number 4 in his legend abilities
everywhere, right? Energy is 4. Yeah. the ability kind of revolves around 4. His spells are all 4. So I was reading a little bit because I had to do a quick Google search what the obsession was for, And all I got from him is that he has a OCD obsession with the number, or maybe you could give me a little bit
Ye-
more insight about that.
No, there's no. We don't have any. We don't have. The character is really mysterious. We
Oh,
have a lot of
okay.
info, and yet they managed to make this character, the character remain mysterious. And
That's
so
pretty
the fact
cool.
that they have this really cool design with some specific abilities to the character linked to this story that is uh, deep, easy to understand, and yet really intriguing. That was really French way to say it, but sorry for that. Uh, makes for such a wonderful character. Is linked to some other characters that are beloved also, Shen and Zed mostly. Um, yeah, he's been all around the world. He does not belong anywhere. He's not linked to a specific region. Mostly Ionia, a bit of Piltover, but they clearly tell you he's not from somewhere specifically. He's got some lines that are crazy. The voice acting is insane. Everything was built perfectly to make such a great design.
Nice. And is he just more so in League of Legends universe himself, or was he in some? I know Arcane has a whole lot of legends. Was he also in Arcane as well, or did they not feature him?
No, he was not in Arcane.
Okay.
His place in the storyline appears after Arcane events, I think.
Okay, I gotcha. And guys, someone's saying four, or they're saying four is a perfect number. Okay, okay, I see what you guys are throwing down. So four it is for Jin. So Jim seems cool. I don't know how strong he's gonna be as a legend in set 2 or set 3, I should say. But he's interesting, right? He's playing a way different style than any legend we've had previously. So I think there could be a way of making Jin work. I like Jin's legend, specifically the red one, or not legend, the red champion, I should say. That is pretty much one of the better cards I've seen so far. Every time you move, I believe, you get one energy, one power. You know what I'm talking about, Leroy? That card is really good. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
I could pull it up.
I think so. Yeah, yeah. Let's pull it. Yeah, 4 is Jin is a link to Ionia, which is like Eastern Asia, which is why 4 is the number of deaths in China. And counterpoint Jin is basically the skull guy. No, it has nothing to do with Reaper, like literally nothing. And comparing both of them is insulting Jin.
And Chav, you saw it looks like a little bit of an extended time, but at least they threw up the time. Unlike previous rounds, they threw up the time immediately. So about 11 or so minutes until that round number 7 should be roughly getting things started. Hopefully they have a nice little awesome matchup to close out day number 1 of the Shenzhen National Open. We've gone through 6 rounds of 4, and as we said, just a final nice little round to close us off. I do like that Jin card as I was pulling up. Let me pull up another. Oh, wrong thing. I have one too many tabs open. Where's the card gallery? Yeah, do you know what Jin murder is artist is? Does that one ring a bell? I could paste it to you in the caster chat. Unless you see it on stream,
not-
if I shouldn't be too much of a delay.
Yeah, I'm not good with artists. No.
Yeah, I put it in the caster chat, but you should have seen it. It went pretty not viral, but it was pretty popular when the reveal came out. I kind of like the alt art, but I like the little theater mask from Jin. I don't know exactly where that's from, but I know you guys told me he has really cool lore, so I kind of like that classic look for him. Let's take a look real quick. I wish we got more reveals on Saturday. That would have been pretty cool, but I think we have all the reveals set in stone, at least for the week number 1.
Yeah, that's... And also, Jin is really linked to like the music because he's an artist. And back in TFT, I don't know if you play set 10, but the set 10 of TFT is the one where you could create your own music by
Yeah,
choosing.
I did play that
trait.
one.
And so Jin had his maestro trait, and
Oh yeah, I remember him. Yeah,
he
he
was
was a 5
amazing.
cost,
And
wasn't he?
yeah, and it's not the MCA. I could send you like so people understand like this. That, to me, it's another example of like the love that they put into Jin. Wait, give me just a second.
There, you seen the Elder Dragon? He seems insane. I mean, eventually, I feel like Dazzling Aurora has to go, but for the time being, that deck should be running pretty rampant in set number 3. I mean, you drop your Elder Dragon, we'll drop the Starcross. Maybe kind of equalizes itself out, but we'll see, we'll see. I am happy. Did you see they finally gave us a full board clear? It's not just Battlefield, it's the whole board. It came out today. Were you able to catch that?
Yeah, I saw. It's the fact that it's Urination is, I mean, it feels like something, because when you played Legends of Runeterra, it was like the board clear that you had to play around.
Mm-hmm.
And it's back. It feels good. I sent you the music. If you want to put it, I'm sure it's not the MCA. And
wait, are you sure it's not DMCA?
Yeah,
Because you know
100%,
what
yeah.
YouTube does? Even if you show like a 5-second clip of music that is copyrighted, they'll copyright strike your entire stream. So let's say
no,
we're on a
it's
10
not.
and a
No,
half
because it
hour
comes from a
stream.
video game and it's Riot. And no, I have it in several of my videos. It's not. It's
Okay,
DMCA.
I'll play. But isn't that crazy, chat? Like, even if you have just like a 10-20 second thing, the owner of the thing can claim the entire stream and take a portion of the funds. I'm like, come on, 10 seconds?
Yeah.
And you're trying to take a portion of a 12-hour stream? It seems
I think
ridiculous.
if you got
but
more than 4.5 seconds, it can be claimed or something like that. I don't have the exact number, but it's about 5 seconds.
All right, guys, let me pull up Jin's music. Leroy, I hope you're right. I hope you're not wrong.
No, I'm
about this.
100% trust.
Okay, is Maestro and Pentakill, huh?
Yeah, it was a good combo for Maestro.
Yeah, Brogan, it gets remonetized, but I believe a little portion of the stream goes to them. Something like that. It happened to me before. Okay, it's like a little rock and roll classical.
I don't know if you can hear it on the stream.
I've been kind of low. Chat, can you hear it? I'm not going to blast it, but you should be able to hear something.
Okay.
Unless you guys want me to turn it up. You guys want me to turn it up? We do need some energy in the chat. Turn it up. all right, I'll turn it up.
So yeah, Jin. Yeah. Amazing character.
You know, I don't know. I like these Poro cards, but to take so many overnumber spots in the set doesn't feel the best. But I mean, they're cool. They're cool. I'll probably, if I pull one, I won't be upset. But it might have been cooler to see some other reprints. But I guess, who am I kidding, right? They're super cool.
Yeah, I think like it will depend who's considering it, but you don't realize how many Poro lovers there are out there, and I'm one of them. So
Chat, let's put a vote in the chat. What is the best looking overnumber legend so far? And don't make it weird, chat. I mean, like, what's the coolest looking legend so far? I guess we only have a couple options. Is Poppy, Kha'Zix, Diana, Ivern, and then Lilia. Where's your favorite so far? You know, you said you like green blue. Are you leaning towards the Lilia, or are you a fan of the overnumber, or not so much?
Huh. I don't know, because Lilia has a design. It's too much of a joke to me. Lilia is just the hip. And I really like Diana.
True, Diana
in
looks
terms of-
cool. I've heard mixed things because some people like the artwork, some people like that anime chibi style, some people hate it and looks like it doesn't belong in League of Legends. I mean, I can appreciate good art regardless, and it is well-made art, so I do like it. But I can see where people are coming from. I'm seeing a whole lot of people in chat saying Ivern. You guys really think Ivern's the best? I mean, the level of detail is there. I'll give you guys that. Ivern does look super cool. And it's something to keep in mind. All the signature spells are with that pink marker, right? Which is pretty cool. It's a little different than what we've seen in the previous sets. My favorite one, a couple of you guys in chat said as well, is Kha'Zix. I think he looks super badass. Let's go ahead and pull him up. I mean, yeah, Diana looks cool, but chat, this one looks really cool to me. I don't know if it's the colors or what it is. I mean, I feel like he's the best legend, or best overnumber legend so far. Is there anyone with me on this one? Leroy, what do you think of Kha'Zix? Is he looking cool or not?
He's
Not
amazing.
your cup of tea?
No, he's amazing. And I'm not surprised. Kha'Zix is in a tough spot right now in League, like most of Assassins, because Riot realized they could be toxic, competitively speaking. So they have to be careful when balancing them. But I think when Kha'Zix was released, the hype was insane. The character was so cool. And it's still that monstrosity coming from the void to evolve and overcome everything.
I guess Diana does look pretty cool. I'm pulling it up here. So Poppy was pretty cool. I don't know if Poppy's the best one. This one's cool. I mean, it's original artwork, right, Leroy? Or have they ever used this before in the League of Legends?
No, I don't know this one. I've not seen it.
Maybe chat would know. Chat, is this 100% original artwork? Like, it's never been used in any kind of League of Legends
I'm sure
previously?
99% that it's never been used.
Original? Okay, thank you, Franco. That's fresh art. Okay, maybe that's why people appreciate it a little bit more, because fresh art. I mean, I would imagine all the over numbers might be original fresh art. But stuff. So what's left? Jin over number might go crazy, chat. I would love to see Jin's over number.
Yeah, let's see what they use. If it's an original also, I think it will be. And
it should be,
yeah,
right?
this one is gonna be expensive.
Oh yeah, that one should be real expensive. So Jin over number. What do we have left? We see Poppy.
How can I watch all the lore of LoL without playing the game? If you watch in English, the best I would recommend is obviously Necrit. You're in for a little while. If you want to read it yourself, just go type the name of the champion. There's everything. There's a huge wiki. There are so many infos. I started making lore videos about cards right now, but they are in French, because I think when you're doing lore, you have to be good at narration, and I don't know if my narration would be good enough for English.
Yeah, you could definitely do some kind of lore content. You know so much, guys. For those that have been following us, Leroy is like the king of League of Legends lore.
No, that would be Necrit. That would be Necrit.
Yeah,
right?
true. I'm familiar with him as well.
Yeah, he's got his own character. They made a character for him. That's how big he is.
I believe it. I could definitely see it. But oh yeah, chat saying of course Rainguard over number might go stupid as well. So Jin over number I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
Rainguard over number. Those might be the top two so far. Let me pull up the legends real quick. LeBlanc over number might be crazy as well. So I think those have to be the top three. Master Yi could go cool, might be cool. Pike, oh yeah. I mean, honestly, who are we kidding? Every over number is gonna go cool. It's gonna go super hard. So Pike, Vi, Master Yi.
Anyone knows the
Vex?
Pike song?
What was that?
So some fans made a really cool Pike song, which I would recommend. It sounds so good.
What do you mean by a Pike song? Is it just like a song dedicated to Pike, or
Yeah. It's called "Drown with Me."
is it actual song or more like meme?
No. This one is an actual song. Because there's been like a
Oh.
Rengar. There's a Rengar song that is really known, but it's a parody of "When Can I See You Again," the song by Old City, and I think it's Kelly Jepsen, the one from Wreck-It Ralph. It's a parody, and the song is called "How Happy Rengar Got Fed" by Instalock. But the Pike song is a real one, and it's called "Drown with Me." And honestly, I recommend it. Sounds so good.
I might have to check it out then. I never heard of like a fan made song, but it sounds cool. I mean, League of Legends has such a crazy cool fan base that there's probably so much kind of artistic stuff out there. So things like music, of course, things like artwork in general. But guys, it is time, or I should say it's soon to be time for the very final round of the day. For anyone just tuning in, you guys might have to rewind and catch the VOD because it is ending in about an hour or so as we are approaching round number 7. Can we close things out with a legend we haven't seen? You know, I have a funny feeling, Leroy. They might just give us a Draven for this last match because they're probably undefeated. They might be XO 6-0 so far.
Yeah. And I don't think I saw any legend in set 3 that was stronger than Draven.
Yeah, because they made a super big push on making sure everything said exhaust, right? They kind of learned their lesson, even though they say all the legends from 1 to 4 were kind of brewed up together. It almost seems to me like Draven slipped under the rug and they said, wait a second, we meant to write exhaust on that legend. So now to learn our lesson from that, let's make every legend in set 3 say exhaust. So Poppy says exhaust, Kha'Zix has a little bit of exhaust. Everything I can remember pretty much says exhaust me to get the abilities. So they're trying to learn from their mistakes at the minimum.
Vex is so ridiculously bad. I don't know what they got with Yordles, but it seems like they don't like Yordles so far. Or they want it to be, I don't know, beginner friendly, but Rumble was bad. Vex is terrible. Poppy is not good. Timo is decent, but is clearly under like the other blue purple. Oh, and we're back.
Yeah, we are back. These guys are entering their meditative state, and let's go ahead and join these players. As we kind of alluded to, it is the final round, and oh, that is the Fiora player from one of the previous regionals that topped 8. It looks to be the case. I really hope he is undefeated with a baited hook Fiora. Do you slightly remember him, Leroy?
Yeah, I totally remember him.
Yeah, I definitely remember him, chap. If you guys been keeping up with the regional scene out in China, this guy, I believe, not only one-time top 16, it was 2-time top 16. So as we had the little sneaky suspicion, it had to be a Draven. Those are the more likely legends that are going undefeated so far in the entire day 1 event. And oh, he switched it up a little bit. It looks like it's a Lee Sin to conclude the final round. This is cool.
What
I heard good things about a Lee Sin versus Draven matchup.
Looking, that's crazy. Is he undefeated? Like, does he know something that we don't? Because he's got the metal card already. What's happening? How did he get so far with Lee Sin?
I mean, to be fair, he is a really strong player, right? And sometimes skill outweighs the deck. But just like we saw the likes of Jack's top 8 in Vegas, these color combinations, they have some great tools at their disposal. Things like Charm, things like Challenge. And then when you add things like, I believe they play, I think things like Elder Monk, when you have a buff, you get an additional one. So it gets really tall really fast. And I'm trying to think of other cards that can make really good use of in a Lee Sin deck. I guess it would just be that legend we're seeing here. Or is that the one that gives +2 to your buff units? I think it is, right?
Yeah. It's this exact one. Guys, who are we rooting for? Joke, if you're rooting for Draven, you're out.
Right, it seems like an obvious picture, but honestly, guys, no shame if you're rooting for Draven. Let us know and be proud of it, because a Draven fan is a Draven fan. There's definitely some of you guys in chat, and don't shy away from it. But I will have to say I am slightly favored towards Lee Sin. Nothing better than seeing a Lee Sin take down a Draven, but it's definitely a tough, tall task to do so. But if there's anyone that could do it, it will be a previous top 8 competitor. I don't remember exactly his name because they tend to be a little bit more of the Chinese characters, but we definitely remember his face, and that we can't forget.
Yeah, it's the Zen guy always going into meditation before the game. That's why he's playing Lee Sin.
Wait, didn't he make it all the way to the semifinals? I might have to check our VODs. I remember him. He might have been all the way number 2. He might have been the first Fiora to debut that strategy and make it to the grand finals. I'm pretty sure it was him. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I might have to look back at our VODs like I said, but I was saying top 16, top 8. This might be a second place competitor in these regional circuit.
Yeah, if it's the Fiora Beiteduk, she won second.
It was definitely him, man. Now it's kind of coming back to me. I'm pretty sure it was a Draven versus a baited hook Fiora in the finals. But here we go, the final round of the day. Targon's Peak for Draven, Sunken Temple for Lee Sin, and things are starting off on the Draven side. Does he have something like a nice little treasure hunter? That he does. It's a foil one. We could kind of not make it out because of the little lighting there.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that one, I would never have been able to tell it was a treasure hunter. Okay, so that 3 might unit, you're happy with that, even if you're losing that first mate ability. Is it going to be instant Draven developed?
Yeah, it doesn't feel the best to go ahead and play out something like a first mate, but at the minimum, that is a 3 might unit to take down that treasure hunter. But since there's no Reaver's Row, I'm wondering if Draven wants to go ahead and leave that treasure hunter exposed. Do you go ahead and try to invest something like a fight or flight? And Leroy, he is tired. He says, boy, I've been competing for about 11 hours straight. Let me try to regain some kind of composure, because right now, my mind might not be tinkering at the same level it was tinkering earlier in these couple rounds. But yes, we get full confirmation. They are both undefeated. 6-0 for Draven, 6-0 for Lee Sin. So this is a very impressive Lee Sin. I'm wondering, does he have things we've never seen before? A challenge is a great card. How does he get over the Draven is the question, though. Right now, he could do something like a Guardian Angel into challenge, but that kind of trades the Guardian. Oh, this makes much more sense. Discipline,
Yeah.
bring it up to 5, and then we all know what's
And
coming
getting the
after
draw
that.
from the second temple.
A double whammy, right? This is a win-win-win. You get the win for the Conqueror, a win for the draw in the Sunken Temple if you choose to do so, and then a win from the challenge to take down the back line. This is pretty much an ideal, optimal opening / couple turns that as good as it gets for Lee Sin, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's not going to pick up the draw. I didn't see which card he has that he was saving. That's a... Oh, okay, that's why. Yeah,
Makes sense.
makes sense. I forgot about that part. That's a really good turn, honestly.
Very good turn. As we said, a bit of a win-win, taking out the taking out the unit, taking out both units, one in the base, one in the battlefield. And now Draven's gonna have a decently hard time of kind of accelerating his way over to Sunken Temple and removing that first mate. Because with the Lee Sin buff, you're defending for 4. The only accelerated units you can do from this position would be something like an accelerated Kaiser, but he has a Ferris Forerunner, so Lee Sin should be able to hold up to 2 points. And I don't know if you have anything to kind of really kind of speed things up to 3, but at the bare minimum, you should be able to go ahead nice and safely retreat that first mate out of the range of giving those free combat victories for Draven. So let's see what other cards he has in hand, because a 6-0 Lee
Camel.
Sin feels great. And now are we seeing what we're seeing here on the screen, Leroy?
It's the camel.
Oh, yeah. Camel, aka the Rune Runner, making his first appearance here in the 7th final round of day number 1. And I know a lot of people were kind of counting out Rune Runner, saying, oh, he's a little bit too late game. 6 energy just for a 5 cost. But there's no other unit that does exactly what he does. I'm pretty sure. Is there another untargetable unit I can't think of?
No,
There's
no,
not,
there's
right?
no not.
At least in set 2.
Uh,
And next set there will
Yeah,
be.
there's on when he's got Svelzonger, which makes you recycle 4, which is almost like untargetable at this point, but no, there's no other untargetable, I think.
Yeah, and that alone makes them such a threat for each and every deck, specifically more so those spell-heavy reliant decks like Ezreal, like Kaiser's. But Draven does have a decently tough time because of those cards like Fight or Flight and Rebuke. You can't push back the Camel. You can't return to hand the Camel, so you have to raw force your way through the Camel. But of course, if there's one unit that can, of course, do something like that, it will be a Ferris Forerunner with 6 might versus the 5. So let's see what he decides to do with the remaining runes. Shuffle things up after the stacked deck. And he has a couple runes available. I wouldn't mind if he plays out another unit, at least to the base, to try to make sure you're able to conquer something like the Targon's Peak the following turn. And he looks to only have a Kaiser available, so doesn't go for accelerated speed to specifically leave up 2 runes. What can those 2 runes possibly be, right?
Two axes in hand. Oh, I wonder what can they be. Uh-huh.
Of course, this guy is a very
I mean,
experienced player. He should be able to play around something like that, but we'll see, of course.
yeah, and he's got action in hand, so I think he wants to rock these axes pretty quickly and steal get the loot. It was at the Irelia Fervent.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, a +1 buff, and then you choose her, so it's almost like a +2 buff for the turn.
Yeah.
I like it. I think Fervent could be good, specifically because you do have similar tools like the On Guard, like the Discipline we saw for the challenge play. So Fervent is just a fantastic comp card, so I could totally see Fervent working in Lee Sin. But here we go. He's trying to get over the Ferris Forerunner one way or the other. So most likely will attach the Doran's Blade onto the Camel. But that's only going to be bringing him up to... Oh, okay. So +3 is 8 to 9. You still need a little bit more might. If you buff things up with the Lee Sin, that's 9 to 9. The Guardian Angel should be saving the day after that. Does he buff with Lee Sin is the big question. I think it has to be the heads up play for him.
Yeah, but I think he wanted to keep enough to play action. He won't be able to, of course, but
I think he did the quick maps. He says a simple spinning axe will bring that Ferris Forerunner up to 9 might. At the minimum, in case it is something like that, Dread is spinning axes. Try to at least tie with it. So he's thinking about it. Is there any kind of punish by pushing up this Camel? What can he possibly have? He's decided there is not enough of a punishment to do this play. So I'm going to push up with 9. He's doing the math. He's saying, okay, how much exactly do you have?
yeah. And if his opponent chooses to trade with spinning axe, then he's losing the axe due to the temporary of the gear.
Exactly right. So is it a worthy investment? You only have 2 runes available. Did he do the math, or are we the ones missing something? Because I swear it was 9 to 9. Camel's at 5, Garden Angel 6, Doran's Blade 8, plus the buff is 9. 9 to 9. And as you said, he loses the spinning axe to do so. Lee Sin could even go ahead and throw out something like a little combat trick. 9 to 9. He's okay with the trade. He's saying, I get 2 mechs in the back line. But more importantly, I think this is exactly what Lee Sin wanted from Draven. He wanted him to expend something like a spinning axe. He wanted to take down the Forerunner either way. So not too bad because of the GA saving the Ruin Runner for down the road.
Yeah. I don't know exactly, because anyway, you don't have any other choice as Draven. You won't be able to trade that Rune Runner in a fair way. So it's hard to know. I think both players are okay with that play.
Right. I think it's something along the lines of saying, you know what, I lose my equipment, but so do you. So we're basically not only trading 1 for 1 on the units, not literally the units, but we are trading 1 for 1 on our equipments. My spinning axe for your Guardian Angel, I feel like that's a fair trade in my book. So let's go ahead and do that. So does have a Kaiser Survivor to go ahead and get an additional draw. The Targon's Peak will proc, so you're able to at the minimum bring back 2 runes if you tap out completely this turn. He draws a Darius. I think that is the alt art Darius.
I can't see anything. I'm going to trust you on this one.
It looks to be the case, but you're totally right. Not a lot of Dravens running the brother Darius these days, but he is undefeated, so maybe people should go back to running Darius because he was such a powerful card in Kaiser and Annie. What happened to Darius, right? I feel like he kind of fell off a cliff in Spiritforged.
Yeah, I think he got too slow for this super fast pace meta where you can play 6 power for 0 with Raza and so on. Yeah. Also, more singularity maybe than before being run.
For a moment there, Kaiser was going crazy.
It can shift really quickly.
Does go ahead and bring out that Tide Turner to keep that Kaiser nice and safe. Back to basic goes. Most likely will be leaving the 2. Actually, he has way more than 2 runes, so makes full use of it. Goes to 5. Again, he does have something like a Targon's Peak to go ahead and ready 2 runes at the end of it, but Darius Inner's readied. But I don't think he's going to be pushing forward as you already conquered 2 battlefields this turn. You're up to 4 points. You are ahead of Lee Sin. Despite Lee Sin feeling decent in this position, he has to force himself to hold. And to hold against the likes of Draven is not an easy feat whatsoever. He's going to take a really mountainous task, or it's going to be a mountainous task. Something along the lines of a punch first. Maybe a charm, get one of these threats off the board before they come swinging your way with spinning axes. So it's tricky. I mean, of course, he has enough runes now to play a spinning axe on the defense, of course. So tricky position Lee Sin finds himself in. But I'm willing to bet this is definitely not the first Draven he has faced off against this entire day. And he's beaten every single Draven today. Can he take down another one is the question he must answer.
Yeah. I really think you don't want to use your final center right now, because right next turn, if your opponent get just 1 point, it's going to cost 2 less mana, which would change a lot. Oh, was that a GA?
Yeah, or the GA's cousin, Azonia's Hourglass, looking to be the set 1 GA. So you do have some kind of world of keeping your Ruin Runner nice and safe, but of course it's not a chosen ability. It depends on your opponent who he wants to decide to kill first. sends in the first mate over to take down the Tide Turner, trying to tie things up 4-4. But because he's slightly behind, he's the one kind of catching up from behind. He has to do some kind of move here to take the upper hand. Most likely a hold turn. Can he hold with at least one of these units? You hold to 5 while your opponent's conquering to 5. And that could be a bit of a wiggle room to kind of get back in this game. He's tapping 1. I think, as you said, oh, he's tapping way more than 1. That's a fervent hitting the board.
He just had 2 on the side for the battlefield. Going to hide the Zonia.
Oh, I love the hidden Zonias, right? Because if the first mate go down, you just don't reveal the Zonias until you need to for that run runner. So this is a really great play. Sometimes you just get a little turnover and saying, oh, I could just play the Zonia's Hourglass, but this makes such more you get way more value out of it, because there's one unit that's way more valuable than the other, and that is the Ruin Runner, of course. So passes it back over. Let's see what Draven has to say this turn, because look at how many runes he has available. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 total runes for this turn. He could pretty much do mostly everything he would want to get done. If he has another Darius in hand, that could be a good thing. But with the Zonia's Hourglass, you're not going to really effectively be able to take down the Ruin Runner. So I think you still want to get to 6 if possible, right? Because you get to 6, and if you get it double conquer one more time, which Draven with some more spinning axes have a bit of an easier time doing so, you'll be able to close out that first nice little game number 1 of this final round today. And we're looking at the hand. I think I'm seeing a double edge of knight, a spinning axe of against all odds, a rebuke, and one little hidden card all the way in the back that we can't make out just yet.
Yeah. And I don't think right now the Lee Sin player has given any card to draw to Draven in a lost combat. But I think right now, yeah, Draven is going to get their first draw.
Yeah, you're so right. He hasn't got any combat wins this game, so being very careful and very diligent in not providing those free combat wins for Draven. So now it is time. You had to put points on the board. Darius swinging in that direction, and swinging before playing 2 cards, mind you. Or did he play something? He played the fan, so this next card will be card number 2 in case there is something like the big punch first coming down. So he's saying, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and let it go. Targon's Peak should target or should trigger effectively. And I like how they're making these players make super apparent or make it super obvious that the Targon's Peak trigger, right? Because I've heard it both ways. Some people, I believe when I was out in Houston, said you have to make sure your opponent knows which runes you put or which runes you choose to ready at the end of the turn before it gets anywhere close to your end of your turn. How have you heard the ruling for Targon's Peak?
I think it was like that, and then there was an errata.
Okay.
And now it's just you have to call the trigger or something like that, and it's not as like explicit as before. That is required. I'm not sure exactly, but I heard there was an errata, and now it's like it's
Okay.
more lenient would be the word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I gotcha. And just like the Run Runner has a hidden card, so does Draven now. And one of these opponents, a lot of games we've been catching here in the tail end of today's event has been going down to the hold versus hold strategy. Of course, you still have some good units in the back line, like a Survivor, like a Fan, like a Mech. If you do need to use them to go ahead and try to push for game rather. But 5-5 as he throws it back over. What can the Lee Sin do? One thing we always have to keep in mind is the Chosen Champion, right? So Chosen Champion does have the potential to come in at accelerated speed, but you have to think, how are we taking down 7 + 4? That's 11 total might, not even taking into account the edge of night most likely hiding. So goes for what the play you said earlier, goes for the find your center for 1. So channel 1, draw 1 never feels bad for a single energy.
Oh, that's good. That's a good pick. Now I think right now you're really happy to get infos on your opponent hand.
Yeah, I think right now is like the most crucial moment to get full insight on what is hiding behind, what is exactly the game plan going forward for him to close
Oh, he's
things
gonna
out.
pay. Oh, he's gonna pay. He's gonna play the X. If he plays the X, you're so happy because you got action right in the back, and you took everything from your opponent. You took his wife, you took his kids, you took his house.
Exactly right. I love what you're saying. The spinning axe does come in at reaction speed, but Action looking like that spinning axe is a juicy meal and looks at the thing. So against all odds, Lee Sin isn't really a deck that has a go wide strategy to make really good use, or I should say the other way around, where you get so much value from against the odds. I'm looking at that Rebuke for the Aurelia. Because of course Rebuke can't target the Camel, but that's kind of already in the past, right? Camel is just going to be holding it down on Sunken Temple. You're looking at the Rebuke for the backline units, and that is the obvious answer. So puts back the Edge of Night, puts back the Against All Odds. So that's +2 might. That's something to be considered of while you're doing your push. So Fervent, Action removes the Axe, so that's 7. He played Axe, so Draven on the Darius on the Against All Odds goes up to 7, 11, and then just goes up to 13 total might.
Yeah, but he's going to have to slow down because he cannot conquer right now.
Yeah, we haven't really caught glimpse at the hand for Lee Sin. If he has enough combat tricks, you can get over 13. 13 is nothing too crazy for an Aurelia Fervent. We just don't know what he has, because to me, it almost seems like he just has 2 cards in hand. Actually, we can look at the UI. He does just have 2 cards in hand. So plays out a GA. Most likely will attach it to the Aurelia. And let's do a little bit of quick math. So a GA attach goes up to 2. Lee Sin buff goes up 3. Choose goes up 4. So that's 8 total might. You send in, you could take down a Darius, but Edge of Night actually puts that up to 9. You can't even kill the Darius. Is this just a pass? This is a tricky turn. Despite you having a good turn with the Sabotage, despite having a good Action, you still can't conquer that Targon's Peak away from your opponent.
But you're not in range of being... Yeah, I mean, your opponent is only will only be at 6.7 if he conquers. But you're still in a decent spot.
Oh, and chat's letting us know they saw a punch first in hand. If that's the case, guys, then there's a world. Punch first, but first things first, the Lee Sin buff plus the choose. So that's +3 on Aurelia. So right now, we'll be swinging in for 7. Recycles 1, GA adds 2 effectively. So going up to 9 total might. So just like that, Aurelia is able to climb her way up, and 9 + 6 effectively punch with the punch first. That's 15 total might. And what did we say? That was 7, 9, 4, so 13 of 15. That is a conquer for Aurelia, and even has the safety net of a GA on the defense. Is this the pivotal turn where Lee Sin gets it back in towards his momentum? It almost seems to be the case.
Yeah. I think, if he gets it, he actually took everything. I was talking about Wi-Fi kids, but he took even worse. He took the fried chicken at this point. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. And oh, chat's reminding us we were adding the might for the Against the Odds at first. So if we said 13, that's gonna be 15 to 15, and I'm taking that trade because of the GA. It doesn't feel the best, but you're getting some resources out of the hand of your opponent. You're getting
you
two
can actually
good
use
units
the
as well.
If you don't want to use the GA, you can actually use the hourglass that is still there. I think you would rather keep the hourglass for the camel, maybe. I don't know. It's a tough one.
I
Let's
like
see.
the hourglass too.
Okay. It's choosing to not use the punch first, which I respect totally. Uh, it's an okay trade. You reveal the card. You did your thing.
Interesting. I was not expecting not investing the punch first. What this kind of signals to me is he wants to go ahead and prioritize a bit more of a surprise punch first. Or unless chat missaw. You know, chat's always right, of course, so I will give him the benefit of the doubt. He probably does have a punch first. But what I was
No, I
getting
think I
more
see punch
so
first too.
at is you want to go ahead and protect the room runner with the punch first, because a 10 might, or even more than that, because that's a room runner at 6. And then what is the item under the room runner? Was it a Doran's blade?
Uh,
There's an equipment there.
yeah. Yeah, it is a Doran's Blade.
Okay, so he's
That
defending
Rune
for
Runner is
8.
at 8. Yeah, Rune Runner is at 8. Because he was at 9 with the GA.
Makes sense.
So he's obviously at 8. Let's see. And Punch Fast is really good on the Rune Runner because it cannot get removed through fight or flight or any shenanigans.
Very smart play for Draven, realizing what point total he's currently at. That is 6 total points. So goes ahead and plays a whole lot more patiently, saying all I have to do is a double conquer turn and I will run away with this in this game number 1. But to be fair, you don't have the most might in the world, but something you could do that's very cheeky with these Edges of Night, you could kind of send your units one by one. If there's some kind of presence on a battlefield that's more than one unit, you could kind of get more value than just a one-time +2/+4 with 2 Edges of Night. But in the case that there's just one unit a piece, that's not going to be exactly playing out the same way as we've seen in the past with equipments. So with just 2 cards in hand, can this Lee Sin just hold and fend off the Draven? Because we're talking about fending off a Draven, and Leroy, I'm not loving what I'm seeing. It's strong, but I don't think it's strong enough, funny enough.
I don't know, because just
I
a punch first on Camel. Yeah, I think we both did. me and you plus.
Right. The Lee Sin chosen champion was hiding around the whole time, and that's a +2, maybe even. Actually, I think Lee Sin reads every other unit, so you don't get an extra +2 on yourself, but the Room Runner just got a nice little +2 buff on the defense as well.
Yeah.
So I think you could hold as top of the action if you want to risk the action giving back the spinning axe. No, I don't think you can risk it.
No. I think you stay in base with action, and you can have something to conquer next turn, maybe if there is some full trade. Yeah, I think action stays in base.
You know, you do also have that Zonias to protect them in the circumstance that the action goes down, but decides to pass. These are the moments of truth, the very final moments of this game number 1, about halfway through the time limit. To be fair, these have been some quite intricate turns. You could tell exactly why these players have managed to go completely undefeated in the entire day 1 of Swiss. Can one of these players, or actually, of course, one of these players will continue undefeated? The question stands, which one of these players will be undefeated, of course. So trying to do the quick math, we'll try to join them on that math. So you have 4, 2, that's 6, plus the 4 is 10, plus the 3 is 13, and not counting the Edges of the Night, that brings it up to 15, 17 total collective might on this push. How does he decide to play it is what he has to think about. How does he want to sequence things out? Can he keep in mind what's the hidden card? I mean, it's a body comm deck. Besides something like an Hourglass, what are some other hidden options that come to mind?
Right now, I don't know.
Yeah, me neither, honestly. I'm thinking it is, I mean, it'll come to us, and oh, the not so fast coming down, negating that fight or flight, and that's saving a whole lot of might on that battlefield. So much so that could have been a game saving not so fast. But we did do the math. 17 seems a bit too tall. But with that said, you have to conquer both battlefields. If you send enough might to take down the Ruin Runner, you might not have
What's
enough
the
might for the punch for
yeah,
Aurelia.
I'm seeing is it Ride the Wind against the odds? I think I saw in Draven's Hand. I'm not sure.
There's definitely against the odds because he had it when there was a sabotage that went down.
Yeah, that we know 100%.
Here's the
Now
math.
he's trying
Sometimes the
to
math
do
gets
the
a little
math.
bit too crazy. You have to math it out on pen and paper. I could totally respect this. Have you personally done this before, Leroy, where you do the math on paper? Because I'm more of a fingers guy. As weird as that sounds, I just count the maths on my hands.
No, I do it in my head.
Okay, true.
But I can understand. I think once it was on the CGA, so I used something else. I needed to take notes, but usually I'm okay doing it in my head.
The funniest
Imagine-
thing I've seen is in a Aurora Master Yi mirror match. It was some crazy might totals. These guys had to bring out the calculators. Both opponents agreed the calculators were okay, so they brought out their phones and just doing the maths on a calculator. That I think they were getting somewhere in the neighborhood of like 40 plus might on both sides. So that's when it gets real complicated for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. Hey, no, I haven't really thought about exactly what sequence of cards you can do. This is round 7. We thought about Riftbound one too many times this game, but I'll go ahead and try to break it down for us. So it does attach an Edge of Night. So he wants to try to take care of the Lee Sin first, making that Ruin Runner a whole lot easier, but sending in the Aurelia, trying to bait out the very last card in hand, because once your opponent has no cards available, then you know how to approach the turn. 1 card versus the 3. If you punch first here, Aurelia goes to 10, actually 11 total might. That's 11 on one battlefield. That was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus the Lee Sin is at 6, plus the 1. So 17 and 11. I think Lee Sin just wins from the hold.
Yeah, I think he wins. Right now I don't see Draven making it, but let's see, maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think you're right, because I don't think you have enough units to take down both battlefields. I mean, if I'm Draven, it's tough because you do have to see the bigger picture, but we're getting a little bit low on time. We're roughly halfway through, and this is still not concluding the game number 1. Like, it's still game 1. It's been a heck of a game nonetheless, but you want to try to wrap it up rather soon because you have potentially 2 more games, especially if it doesn't go your way. So he's trying to do the math. He's saying, I have an against all odds. I can't even see the rest. I have a Ride the Wind. And then it looks like that last card is a energy plus a power. I can't really think of what that is. It's not a spinning axe.
Darius?
It has to be, right? Darius has to be. So he's taking into account. I see why he's thinking so heavily, because that's a Darius adding 7 total might at ready speed, right? And Lee Sin's not having none of it. He's saying, do what you do. I'm going to take this opportunity while you play out to kind of rest my mental for a little bit.
You know, you seen Star Wars?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Qui-Gon Jinn facing Darth Maul, and it's like
just cool, calm, and collected here in these final rounds of day number 1. And on the other side, this Draven looks stressed. He's trying to put the pieces together. He's saying, how am I solving this puzzle that Lee Sin has displayed in front of me? I do not envy him. This is not a position I want to try to crack the code, but you have to do it. What you have to do, of course. So sends in double edge a knight, a overzealous fan. Procs to Zonias just to save the Aurelia, but a ride the wind Darius doesn't get there, or does it? 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. How much? We said 17 on the right on the Sunken Temple, so that's 15 to 17. I think that's GG. Darius and a ride the wind to bring that unit into that Sunken Temple doesn't do it.
Yeah, it was like, I think the only way was like, is my opponent going to make a mistake and kill my unit with the gear? Oh wait, there's a rebuke.
Interesting. Okay, I think we might be cooking. We
Wait.
said 17 might. Oh, he might double conquer. Does he have the runes to do so? That's 2, 4, 6, 7. 5 and 2 is exactly the rune combination he needs. A rebuke on the thing, and that's the first spell. Darius comes down as wait, he can't play Darius.
Yeah,
That's
he can't play the Darius, but he can play the ride the wind. He needed the rebuke.
And
The
against
top
the
deck was
odds, okay,
crazy.
the other line. So against the odds, that is a double
no,
conquer. He
come on,
found
that
the
stupid
line.
legend. I'm sorry. He played well. He played his outs and he played well. It's too strong. It's too strong to draw whenever you win a combat. I'm sorry, guys, but
Unbelievable turns of events. We thought it was all but over, but of course the rebuke off the win for the Aurelia, and then I believe there was something else. What else did he have? Was it just simply the rebuke? No, he had the against the odds. He had the rebuke.
yeah.
Or
and
did
the
he
ride the
not have the
wind.
rebuke?
No, he didn't have the rebuke. He top decked the rebuke from the winning combat.
Unbelievable. That is exactly how you get it done. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and we've seen this more than once in the past, but we thought it was Lee Sin's game to lose. We thought it was all but over, but just like that, a little bit of the heart of the cards coming into play for Draven, and he is able to manage to take that victory against Lee Sin. Man, what a game. We do find ourselves, and I'm heading back to the booth for now, but we are finding ourselves in about 26 minutes remaining in the thing. We got to give him credit. A lot of you guys in chat was saying concede, go next. I was saying scoop it up, go next as well. But when you find the line, you find the line, and well played. And perhaps he was just playing towards the rebuke out. He said, okay, I have 2 rebukes in deck. I've had 1 in the trash currently. What's the likelihood I can draw the other one? Probably not too likely at that, but drew it anyways. And that's what it is.
Yeah, or I mean, the fight of flight worked too.
True.
And there was 1 gone already, but yeah. And it was like, I have outs if I play it that way. And he played well around this out. So, yeah, I mean, GG.
And guys, chat saying to move in the action, which is probably correct, but you can't buff the action like Beatro's saying, because he only had 1 rune available, right? He needed the rune for a punch first. Either or, though Lee Sin did so well, I have a good feeling that he could win. But how does it play out in game 3?
Sorry, I was counting the last play. Sorry, what did you say?
No, I was just gonna say I think Lee Sin definitely has what it takes to tie things up, tie the scoreboard out, because he got so close. He will be on the play this time around, and I think Lee Sin is a deck that definitely benefits from being on the play. Not only can you play out a unit first if you get lucky enough to draw a unit, then you can go ahead and start the buff your unit game plan as early as that 2nd turn. So I feel decently confident saying that we should be able to find ourselves into a game 3. But Draven is Draven. This is a sideboard Draven at that. I don't know exactly what you would sideboard against a Lee Sin. I feel like he's not super prepared against this matchup, because honestly, are any of us really prepared against the matchup? It's similar to like a Jax matchup if you're coming prepared for that, but I probably wouldn't know what to side in for something like a Lee Sin. And chat saying hopeful he has to pay purple for equipment. Draven is awesome. TMG, you are a Draven man, a main, huh? I see. I see. You've probably been winning a lot recently. You only need hold one battlefield. Action on base has no sense. Yeah, Bicho, that I can agree with. So you're trading off a net difference of might because you're giving 3 back. Action would have been 7 to kill off any units. So yeah, I think it was. You're right. You're right. I think it was incorrect to leave the action back because it was the last turn, right? You're saving the action for game 2 at this point.
Yeah, but again, it's one of those cases where right now we don't see it because we knew the hands. But if he can kill the action, then if he can get back his axe, it's over. Anyway, because he's got too much might to send every time.
Yeah, I believe the logic you're saying is exactly what he had in mind. So they make sense, right? Of course, he couldn't think about the exact card combinations that Draven pulled out that game. And I mean, could have perhaps thought about something like a rebuke, but
Or maybe
he just
the
sabotaged
puncher for the
recently.
action.
What
I
was
don't
that?
know. Yeah, it's maybe if you keep the punch for the action, that it's even harder to remove everything and it's really hard to remove the action. I don't know. It's a tough one, guys.
Super tough one. I'm wondering though, let the Aurelia go without
Zonia's would
investing a
have
punch
protected the axe.
first.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe with the Zonia on the axe. Maybe you guys are right. And he just piloted like default mode on the I need to save the axe. Maybe he also wanted to keep a unit in base just in case there was a full trade.
True, true. Very unlikely, but just had to play towards all his outs. And just like someone in chat saying, sometimes it just is what it is, right? You just draw exactly what you need in that situation. But we are finding ourselves in that game number 2 of the final round for day number 1. That is round 7. A little bit different from that season 1 Origins National Open. If Leroy, you remember we were casting it ever so long ago. It was 8 rounds. I'm happy with this change. 7 rounds have already been a good long day already.
Yeah. Shanghai was crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy fun, but it was crazy nonetheless for sure. And just like that, every single time you go ahead and start Albas of Power while you're starting second, that is a development of Draven Vanquisher as early as you can. But kind of on the other side, that is a very early Aurelia as well. And I think Aurelia kind of edges out that Draven because she is just a crazy good unit.
Yeah, and the fact that she can get Bluster with the Lee Sin, that's a good tech that I don't think not a lot of people thought about. You get free on guard basically.
That's a really good point. Lee Sin in himself, just like the legend ability for Aurelia gets some good value from Fervent, Lee Sin almost like directly gets some might increase value. So yeah, another way of having some on guard, some more disciplines, because sometimes as Aurelia, you could have some good combat tricks as you often have, but you tend to run out / don't see him when you need him. I think Lee Sin is just like a guaranteed way of making sure Aurelia Fervent gets value on every single combat you do. So ride the win so you double conquer. He is off to the races, bringing it back to keep him out of the range of the Fervent. He needs to go ahead and hit something like a charm because this is a tapped out Draven trying to capitalize on this. If he has a charm, I feel like it should be a good moment to make full use of this. Let's see what he has in hand though, because I don't think I've seen a charm so far.
No, but I've seen a challenge, I think.
Okay. Pretty much works the exact same thing we said before. Those body, those comm decks, they have access to those baseline interaction, those challenges, those charms. Either or will get the job done because there is not a 1 cost spell that Draven currently could use So challenge and the Dreaming Tree trigger, it couldn't have lined up any bit better. That's an extra draw and taking down the big bad wolf of this game. So Draven hit the bin, and you're really strong position from here if you leave a couple runes open.
Yeah, let's see. Curious. I know that he can retreat his Aurelia. I don't know if he will choose to do so. I feel like it's a really safe play right now.
Are you saying with something like a first mate to bring it back?
Yeah,
Or...
yeah, I think I saw a first mate in hand.
Okay.
I think I would like that play.
I think so as well, just to kind of play it extra safe against Draven. So the first mate does get played out. Aurelia does enter, adds the, very, adds the extra +1 just to get in the habit of never forgetting a trigger for Fervent. That is a sign of a really good experienced player, even though it doesn't make
That's a
any bit of
+2
a
actually.
difference.
That's a +2 from first mate, right?
First mate choosing
chosen.
+1 ready. You're so right. I actually haven't seen that interaction because we don't get to see Body and a Fervent together too often.
Oh, and the Navari Scout and the
Janna.
Oh, the Janna.
That's cheeky. We didn't see any of those cards in that opening game. A Navori Scout, I feel like it is okay, but I guess it's almost like a no power Kiana. You don't get the ability, but you do get the deflect of it for being for 4. And Navori Scout does get that buff go up to 5. So I like it. It's a way of being conservative on your runes while at the same time playing out something with deflect. So not the best, not the worst. I feel like it's like a mid-value type card. But the Janna could catch your opponent completely by surprise. Similar how we saw the Rengar come down a couple rounds ago. But even has a pushback ability as well as a heal if you find the perfect opportunity to use so. But most people use it just for the little pushback like a fight or flight.
Yeah.
And it looks like we won't be seeing the Janna in this game number 2. I was excited to see if we would actually be able to use that card.
Thinking that might be a really good card to send back to the trash, but let's see. The Aurelia is still really scary right now, applying a lot of pressure.
Definitely. So much pressure that he doesn't even want to push up with that Noxus. Hopeful passes it back, and I think Lee Sin will continue on developing the board state game plan. And I saw a nice little card that we don't get to see too often in any deck. I might have to go digging through the card gallery to remember exactly what this card is called. I'll see it when he plays it out, but I think it's the gear that you can use a buff, pay a power to make your unit, a unit you play down ready. Do you know what I'm talking about, Leroy? I'll try to find it in the meantime.
Wallop?
No, it's not Wallop, it's a gear.
Oh.
It's from Origins.
I mean, there's the one from the red one with Legion, the Sun Disc, but
I'll find it. I'm scrolling down right now. Origins is so far down now that Unleash has the release. I know chat might have said it already, but I'm trying to be a little stubborn and find it myself. Let me see if I can find it while we get back to this game. Oh yeah, I've seen it in the likes of like Set before. Oh, I'm getting...
It's useful.
Yeah, chat said it. Misfall. Misfall is exactly
Yeah.
what I saw in hand. When you buff a friendly unit, you may pay an energy, exhaust this, and then ready. That's exactly what I think Lee Sin has.
Oh
And it
yeah,
makes
yeah, yeah,
perfect
yeah.
sense with Lee Sin. Very synergistic. You're able to utilize the buff potential from the legend ability to kind of accelerate that units coming in. So I love it. Nice little misfall. But I think, wait, what happened to the misfall? I was finding the card and now I see it in the trash. How did you discard it?
There's another mind splitter.
Oh, I see. Mind Splitter number 2 coming down. So with a card I was getting super excited about, looks like we won't be seeing another good card in this game number 2. Mind Splitter seems to be an obvious sideboard addition because we didn't get to see any sideboards in that opening game. And now we're seeing 2 sideboards. At the minimum, I think he's citing in additional ones.
Yeah, but still has a good handle on the game overall. Aurelia right now is really scary. It feels bad to go on that battlefield. You cannot. He doesn't have access to rebuke right now because he's only on red runes. And yeah, if she gets on guard or like discipline, she can get up to really high number really quickly.
Even the card we saw in that game number 2 towards the end, something like a punch first to make it even bigger and bigger. You get the +1 from the Dreaming Tree. You get +6 on Aurelia. It's going to take a whole lot of unit investment to just overtake that unit. And he's a little bit frightful, right? He's saying, wait a minute, I just saw Aurelia get the punch first the previous game. Does he have it in hand? He has about 3 cards remaining. What is the likelihood? And he says, I want to make good use of all of these Fury runes I have, so let's go ahead and pay 2 of them to take down the Lee Sin in the back to try to force him out to play any little combat tricks. Lee Sin is currently at 6, so 1 buff will take him out of the range of Falling Star.
And he's taking his time. He's like, oh, but that gives less protection for my Aurelia. But maybe he's baiting because he's got plenty enough protection for Aurelia behind, and he's like, oh, if I do this, then you're thinking I don't have enough, and then you're gonna try to go for Aurelia when I clearly have enough. And I don't know, maybe that's some next level mind games.
Right. I think more so he's kind of prioritizing the safety of the champion, but I don't think he actually has enough now to protect the Fervent. If we look in hand, this is a big bluff. Literally no combat tricks, which is why we saw that slight hesitation. He forewent getting the double draw from the Dreaming Tree just to save the unit. That goes to show you how important that unit is. And the bluff was successfully where he's like, oh, I don't like this punch first. I don't like another on guard or something other like. So let's go to the other battlefield while I do maintain that point tempo lead, going up to 3 versus your hold up to 3. So little by little, it looks like Draven inching ahead of this Lee Sin, but there's a couple great units in the back line. If you buff up the first mate, the Lee Sin alone, of course, if you send everything in, we could do the quick maps. I think it actually might be enough with the Lee Sin legend ability.
I think
6
so.
on the first mate.
18.
Novari, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, big camel.
I think this is most likely
You're not
a buff
you're not in a hurry, I think. Because I think if you know the time, you're like, there's no way I'm finishing this game. We are not getting to 3rd round. And so, like, I just need to secure this one and get my draw, and I'll be in a good spot.
That wouldn't be too bad. Of course, 8 minutes is technically enough to finish the remaining of this game, but I don't think is anywhere in the realm of getting close to finishing a game number 3. But if you guys don't know, you don't technically have to finish the game. All you have to do is lead over your opponent by 2 points and you will be successful. Just like what we saw the Sivir player against the Aurelia. Despite Aurelia having most likely won that best of 3 matchup, the Sivir managed to get up 2 points ahead and did get the W, of course. And playing a little bit different than I would have expected. Maybe a bit hesitant with that hitting card. Maybe did the math, because in round 7, earlier rounds, I was doing all the math for you guys. Round 1, round 2, round 3. But in round number 7, I'll let these players do a little bit more of the math. So maybe the math wasn't there to overtake that battlefield.
Yeah, maybe you're scared, and also you've got so many more runes than your opponent up. So you're like, any turn that passes by, if I use them properly, I will develop more board presence. Also, right now the camel is not ready, and that changes a lot of things.
It does. The only hindrance for Lee Sin right now is the simple fact that he has very little hand economy, right? 2 runes versus Draven's 5, and in no real world, I mean, yes, you have Dreaming Tree, but he already made use of that discipline, so he has to get lucky and draw something like another discipline to try to refill a bit of that hand going forward, because right now it's a Defy and a Navari Scout. None of those are any bit close to something like a gas that he needs to keep pushing on in this game. And little by little, Draven's just getting 1-2 bit carried away on that Obelisk of Power. That's a Mind Splitter with an Edge of Night, a Raw Mind Splitter, another hidden card, which might just be that
That's a
secondary
switcheroo.
edge. A switcheroo, you
That's
think?
a switcheroo.
Wow.
I mean, he had one in hand, so switcheroo, if you don't have any not so fast, it's such a heavy blow.
It is. Especially, I mean, it can't target the Rune Runner, so it's a bit of a saving grace there. And he draws a great card. That is a punch first for some kind of defensive protection, even on the offense against one of these things. But as you pointed out, a switcheroo could really spell doom for the Lee Sin player. I'm wondering, do you just send in the Rune Runner alone first, but you don't kill everything, so the hidden card stays? This is tricky. I feel like Draven is doing a good job of realizing the current position he was in and said, I will ignore the Aurelia. I'm just going to go on the full hold this opposite power game plan, and so far seems to be pretty well executed as of now. We'll see if it does come and kind of go out the window for the time being if Lee Sin finds a way of cracking this battlefield. And okay, a little rendezvous to Dreaming Tree, put back the units in the base. He might be setting up for a conquer the next turn, interesting enough.
Okay, choosing to not buff the camel.
I see.
He's trying to find the right
vision.
angle, but it's so hard.
Yeah, he's protecting with the camel, so you can't simply rebuke it off any battlefield. So I love that from Lee Sin. And now this next turn has to be the turn he goes on the offense. He says, I can't let you hold forever. You will be getting an 8 before me, so I have to be a bit more proactive about this. That is why you go ahead and bring the Aurelia back. And this gets a little crazy, right? Because every single buff unit, you could pretty much add 2 extra might because of your Lee Sin legend ability. But in the world where there is indeed a rebuke in hand, Lee Sin is rebukable unless you do have a not so fast in the last 2 remaining cards, because a rebuke would not only take down the Lee Sin, you're removing 2, 4, 6 total might off that push, and that's the total might he needs to try to overtake this battlefield. So he's trying to do some math again, pen and paper, bring it out. What can I do? Because we're seeing a Bring Your Thunder song. Once Draven is at 6 points, or I guess not so much since he's going for the whole strategy. Brynjar's a great card regardless to add a good amount of might on that battlefield. So we'll see. This is tricky spot for both of these players. But I see what Lee Sin is getting at. But Draven is doing a really good job of trying to defend this battlefield and not letting him have his way.
Yeah. the bringer is really just to develop board.
It does make it just
But
that much harder to take down that battlefield. So you got to really think about how are we sequencing these cards. Oh, excellent
what
pickup
was
off
that?
the top. The signature spell for Lee Sin, Dragon Rage. Choose a
Oh,
friendly unit, or the other way around. Choose 2 enemy units and have them effectively clash against each other. It's almost like a challenge, but for 2 enemy units, I believe, if I remember right.
yeah, that I don't know. It's so hard for me. I have the spell in Legends of Runeterra in mind right now, and I cannot take it off my God damn it! Why did I play this game?
It was a great game though. But yeah, guys, I'll read out for those that are unfamiliar with the signature spell. Move an enemy unit, then actually I can't read it off my screen, but there it is. Move an enemy unit, then do this. Choose another enemy unit at its destination. They deal damage
Oh
equal to
yeah,
their might. So it
so
is
that doesn't
exactly what I
work.
said. I just kind of shortcutted it. So they do basically inner combat against each other. So it's like a challenge, but against
Yeah,
just
but
2 opposing units.
you would need another unit in base to activate
True.
it.
Yeah, it has to be at the destination, right? So you would have to push back an enemy. So yeah, Dragon Rage ideally would have been kind of nice if there was a unit in the back line at the minimum. But in this situation, this whole strategy seems to paying so much dividends, whether he knows it or not, because he can't even utilize that signature spell that he just top decked. And
Uh,
someone's saying you could choose the battlefield, but chat, it says move an enemy unit. You can't
no,
move to the
I'm pretty
same
sure you can't.
battlefield.
You can't, but it might come really clutch later in the game. Let's see right now. They're doing the math, and it needs to go right now because his opponent is tapped out. So he only, per se, has to deal with the hidden card.
This is the moment of truth, Leroy. He has 3 cards in hand. If that's something like a fight or flight to push back the Lee Sin, you're taking it down so much might, so much so that I don't think you will be able to conquer. There's just one too many might. I'm tempted to do the math, but I want to save myself the mental strength to just go ahead and fall asleep after this. But okay, we'll do the math. That's 9 for the Edge of Night one, the 7 bringing it up to 16, the 5 bringing it up to 21, the 6 up to 27, the 4 from the Noxus Hopel up to 31. So 31 defensive might, not considering the hidden card, of course. So let's see what is behind the hood. That's a switcheroo, exactly as you said. And I don't think he was accounting for a switcheroo. That Noxus Hopeful being the
Yeah, but
last lowest unit.
that's not that big of a might switch, and he still has punch first in the hand. So, oh no, Aurelia already got punch first. Wait, no. No, that's +6 -6. So punch first is a +6.
Wait, Lyra, they're in overtime. It's overtime. We blinked and it was over. What's going on? I think Draven wins by
Well,
default.
no,
Because if
because
you
there's still
tied this
the
game and you have 1 point over your opponent, I think you win.
yeah, but it's not, the game is not over. It's done 0 right now.
True. If you're so right, if Leeson manages to win, then it's a tie, which he definitely would prefer over a loss.
Yeah. Trust this in.
Okay, let's trust the process. Can Lee Sin get the job done? He did the math. He wasn't taking into account the switcheroo, so doesn't get the full board clear. The Ferris Forerunner seems to be sticking around. And then he's
Wait,
saying...
no. Okay.
I mean, a lot of units going to the trash on both sides of the board. The Fervent staying around. Fervent had the GA, was it? Or
Uh,
Zonia's. I see
the
it.
zone, yeah, the zone, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Fatty would use punch first, but maybe that was just trade then. And you don't want to send the Pharaohs for free to base. Ah, it's so hard.
You know, at the minimum, he did manage to take out quite an impressive board as we calculated close to the neighborhood about 31 total might. Brought it all the way down to 6. More importantly, you kept your Fervent for the following push. The most might your opponent can do right now, being the Draven, is you hold up to 6, unless they gave him the point already. No, I don't think they did. You hold up to 6, unless Lee Sin hasn't passed, but Draven already untapped. So you hold up to 6. If you had a way of riding the win, which I think is in hand, you would conquer up to 7. But that being said, Lee Sin can't win either. You hold up to 6, conquer up to 7, the same.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, so it's either... No, so Draven won anyway.
Yeah. I think he's just realizing the bigger picture, saying, wait a minute, why are we continuing on this? Because I'm a smart guy. I've been here in the finals before. I know exactly where this road is headed. Even if I go ahead and try a little bit harder in this remaining times of overtime, you're going to be taking it out pretty... Or you're going to be taking this most likely has a fight or flight, has a ride the win.
At best, it's draw on this one. And then win if it's 1 win 1 draw. Okay, GG, driver 1. I hate Draven. Yep.
I think a lot of people can agree with that sentiment. I mean, he played well. I will give him that. He
played it really
doing
well.
Things that are a little different against the odds main board. He has an edge of night, more than one main board, which is a little bit rare sight to see. But he did defy the fight or flight, but he has pretty much the same thing in the form of a ride the win. So that's 6-5. But the punch first, he didn't go ahead and play out the turn before. Might come exactly what he needs for this turn. So 6 bringing up to 8. Do we know for a fact he has punch first? Because I personally haven't seen it.
I don't know, but no matter what, it won't change anything. Game's over. They're playing in that for honor, basically.
He does have the punch first. So Guardian Angel established onto the board, most likely attached to the Fervent. So you can conquer the battlefield, but you're only going up to 7. That seems to be the final turn here in overtime for the Lee Sin player. Then you throw it back over to Draven. Oh, the double smack in the face. So move the Darius over to the Forerunner. Take down the Darius. You do some damage. But now the question begs, is that considered combat and it cleaned up occurs? Let me pull up the card one more time.
I really don't think so. There's there can't be any combat.
Right. Yeah, there is no combat because that's opposing units that would cause a combat. So you keep the -4. So Aurelia could get a nice little... I mean, she probably had enough what it takes to even take down that unit alone. But with the 5 damage, it makes it a whole lot easier. So Aurelia denying the Conqueror. I should say denying the hold. You go up to 7. Double mech into Farah's Forerunner. Buff is going to trade 1 for 1. But the Edge of Night on one of these mechs brings it over the edge. I think that's 7-7. And Draven wins from a tie / having 1 game up.
Yeah. I think you still want a tie because that can change in Top Cut like if you will go through or not. That might change your resistance or something like that. So you're still looking for a tie if you're the Lee Sin player.
Yeah. I do feel
which is
this is the
why,
last turn of today's day one tournament, though, because of how the
yeah,
mannerisms for Lee Sin. He's saying, okay, this is all I can do. Let's just go ahead and continue out as we are approaching that 7-minute mark in overtime. Sends the Kaiser, sends the mech. You have a couple, ooh, the punch first. So those things die. And if this is not the last turn, that is a hold. That's a hold for game and you win. You don't
yeah,
win the
but
series,
that's
but you win this game
it's written
too.
3 out of 3. So it is. It will be, but it will be a draw and not a loss. So
It
that
depends how
still
they're saying
changes
who's the
things.
active turn player, because maybe Lee Sin doesn't get another turn. He just sticks at 7. Ooh. Imagine he changes his play. He saw the punch first already. Oh, wait a minute. I want to do something else. But Dreaming Tree trigger, draw 1. What is that? Oh, I think that was a charm. Quickly scan through. Not making a difference, because if you go to your next turn, you automatically win. That mech in the Edge of Night won't be enough to hold it down, or more so take one of these enemy units down from